my mind a lot. Don't need no time watch. I don't know how I got you in my pocket spot. Yeah, that's babe, need you every day. You like my oxygen. Make it seem like the barging down. Got my heart no barging in. From the bed to the floor to the couch. Might wake the neighbors up. Break you in then break you out. In the end we gon' make a child.
Copy my steel. Face the fact that ain't no cap, I'm real. No cap, I'm real. The plastic bars from I copy my steel. Plastic bars from I copy my steel.
What is up, gamers? Welcome back to the MESA Nomadic Masters. We are tuning in for day 3 here, of course. Getting into the nitty-gritty games, knocking out a few teams, and of course, who is going to join the Mongols in the arena on Saturday? Only time will tell. I am, of course, Scriv, hosting here for the first segment, and I am joined by all the fellas at the moment. We've got everybody in for this opening segment to say hello. I'll start with yourself, Tea Time.
You said only time will tell. Are you talking about me? Because I'm going to tell you right now, Mongols is going to be going in, going for the prize. No one's going to challenge them at all. It's going to be easy peasy lemon squeezy. And I'm only saying this for the pre-show because I'm allowed to be biased here.
Yeah, I think so. There's sort of a safety, sort of a shroud in the pre-show for sure. Jordan, yourself yesterday, obviously on the desk a fair amount for the games. Any standout matchups, any standout results?
I mean, I think the game that I enjoyed the most probably was the ATOX game. I think for me it was one which was maybe a little bit more unexpected in terms of the result. I think we all sort of expected to see the Mongols going through and getting themselves the dub at the end of the day. So for me, yeah, getting to watch ATOX kind of perform at the level which we were hoping to see from them was quite refreshing sort of breath of, I guess, fresh air in that sense. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what they're going to be able to do today against Bleed. I don't know that I necessarily have them pegged to beat Bleed, but I'd like to see a competitive match at least.
Yeah, sure. And I mean, we come into today with, you know, some very interesting matchups, I think, because of the ATOX game. Bleed ATOX kicking us off. You know, we're not going to have yourself on the desk for that one, Neo. No. So give us a couple thoughts on the boyos there.
I love to see ATOX make this a competitive game. I mean, for me, I'm still leaning pretty heavily Bleed. I just think this side have a lot to give. And also, I kind of love to see them Mongols to kickstart the arena. It's a pretty cool kind of premise. I mean, for us, you know, we've got this board behind us. We've both given kind of Mongols to Bleed either 1 or 2 between us. So yeah, I think that would be really cool to see them there. But I love to see ATOX make it competitive. They played very well yesterday, but then we've got to take the caveat of their opposition just didn't show up, right? Simple as that. I think Bleed, we're probably not expecting that from them. This is a side who should always step up, has so far stepped up for the most part. Yeah, Mirage, like OOT, was a little shaky, but all in all, wins are wins, right? So this for me looks like a good game. I'm very excited to see who joins Mongols in the arena. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Absolutely, I think it is going to be a banger of a day here. We've got plenty of games coming up once again, 3 BO3s. We'll have a little check-in with the bracket, and indeed we can kind of go over and you guys can see at home how things ended up looking. Only the 1-3 mapper thus far is the one thing, so hoping for a few more of those. We could maybe touch on Aurora a little bit here, Jordan. I think, you know, a team that are waiting in the wings for the time being, not going to get to see them play today. Would you say a disappointment from them yesterday to go down 2-0?
Yeah, most definitely. I think in particular the fact that it was a 2-0 is the real disappointing fact. I mean, they seemed a little bit perturbed by that result, but again, it is double elims, so you've still got a fairly hefty run to make through that lower bracket. But I think there's still going to be a team that we'll see in the arena. I mean, I feel like Aurora's in a bit of a weird spot in this sort of bracket because, you know, we kind of all have Mongols and Bleed sort of a little bit of a step above Aurora, and then there's kind of Aurora quite solidly in that third position in our power rankings, and kind of it drops off a little bit after that. So yeah, they're sort of like almost a gatekeeper team in a way. I think they're going to be that team that will probably make the run through that lower bracket into that lower bracket final. But again, you know, we will have to wait and see whether or not there's going to be some upsets. But yeah, I do hope they bounce back a little bit after that last result, because, you know, you do lose to the Mongols. That's obviously not ideal, but they're still a team that I think can provide some pretty good counter-strike at this event.
Yeah, sure. And then I suppose on the flip side of that, Tea Time, we have the Mongols obviously performing very well. We kind of said towards the tail end of yesterday that we had a good vision of them being very strong against the Gaming Gladiators, bit of a harder battle against Aurora. Do you think that we've seen everything from this team yet? Do they have more to give in the arena?
They'll always have more to give, obviously, but I actually think we have seen the best of this team so far against Aurora, because I'll be honest, I was sitting in the green room talking to the Mongolian talent as well while the match was going on, and I said directly in the beginning of the game, I think that
And then Gaming Gladiators, no two ways about it. They were woeful, right? That first game, 13-2, 13-5. A complete no-show, a side that offered absolutely little to nothing. Maybe got, Salazar 1v3 was the only thing they could walk away from that game with. So for me, yeah, like you said, the more interim EU teams have been more or less non-existent. We've got basically all three of them looking way worse than they should be.
But now at the same time, Scriv's question was, are we disappointed in them? Can we really be disappointed when our expectations were that low to begin with? I think that's a real question over here.
I mean, I would actually say disappointed not to see Aurora competitive, because they actually are a good team. In like an online environment, when they're in the comfort of their own home, they are so scary. Teams hate playing against them, but this is not an online environment. They're on a LAN stage in front of the cameras and all the rest, and maybe that's something. OG, the name value they have in a couple of these players, you could say maybe they should at least be getting a map. Well, they shouldn't be losing, right? But they should at least get a map. And then Gaming Gladiators, disappointed, like you said. I don't know. If it's expected, then no. I put them pretty low in my ranking, so I guess it's on par, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's have a check-in with the schedule for today. We have alluded to the games a little bit, talk them over, but just so you guys kind of know what's going on, what times things are coming up. Of course, kicking off with Bleed Atox, as mentioned. Then Gaming Gladiators against Lin Vision, right? Again, it's going to be such an interesting matchup. Gaming Gladiators, we saw them, 7 rounds thus far in the tournament, and a fairly interesting point I think we had raised to us as well. They've had a bit of time off. Have they been able to put the practice in? Has it been more, just getting in the mindset? They were one of the first teams to play, and, has that worked against them? Only time will tell in that matchup. I think it'll be very, very interesting. And then, of course, OG versus the Chinggis Warriors to end the day. So the Chinggis Warriors, they're a team that both sides of the broadcast have kind of put towards that bottom end. We maybe have had some differences on teams like Bleed. They've made some changes. We're quite up on Bleed. The Mongolian talent, not so much. Maybe Atox is one that, even we are having differing opinions on the desk here. Do you think that the Chinggis Warriors could bring it to OG in that final game? I think it's a fairly difficult matchup for them, but OG really didn't look good in the end against Atox.
I have to say no, though. I still, I want to believe and I want to have hope for Chinggis Warriors, but the fact of the matter is, they are quite clearly on paper the team that really should not be competitive at this event in comparison to the rest, right? Every other team is quite a legit team and they're working hard and whatnot. And I'm not really suggesting or insinuating that Chinggis Warriors are not coming into this one, to play, but let's be real, they're just not the same level. They're not the same caliber as these other teams and certainly these other organizations as well. So I think that they did make that game yesterday close against Bleed, but a lot of that comes off of the back of Zilkenberg having a pretty damn solid map. Can you expect that to happen every day of the week? Well, he's obviously got quite a track record of being a solid player in the Mongolian scene, going all the way back to, that original Mongols roster that we saw in, the initial breakout of the Mongolian scene in Counter-Strike. But, he's a bit of an older guy, so I don't know. I mean, is that level of consistency going to shine through every single map? Is he going to bring that level? I'm not so sure. And I also think OG, they definitely don't want to be embarrassed in the way that they would be if they would get knocked out 0-2. So I do feel that they're probably going to come back into the day with another level, and I think they should be able to sweep Chinggis Warriors.
Yes, well, we'll see. The big questions posed by Elfish Guy. Can Zilkenberg take over the game once again? I think we're all quietly hopeful to see a performance like that. He's got a great name, and that's enough for me. Let's check in with the predictions, in fact, fellas, because I think this is where we are maybe spicing things up a little bit. Of course, again, we have the Mongolian talent included in this, part of the conversation throughout the day. So a lot of Atox is in there.
No wonder.
Listen, all I'm going to say is if the people who attended a major are agreeing with me, then who are you guys to go for Bleed?
Scriv go to a major? Didn't you guys go to a major?
Well, we might have
attended a major, right?
Right, yeah.
I attended it in the crowd.
They attended in the crowd, sure. Okay. Then again, Nine is actually being a bit of a traitor to the country now that I look at it. So maybe I'm wrong because I do put some store in Nine, but also he's not at the tournament. If the Huns couldn't qualify, he's just salty. That's what's going on over there.
Maybe.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, we've got a bit of Lin Vision dotted in as well.
Oh, yeah.
I think, me and Neo especially.
Oh, yeah.
We flipped, mate. I know you've never really been big up.
What do you mean flipped? This is on the lock and key, mate. What do you mean?
This is the villain arc. This is the full villain arc.
If people watching aren't aware, Neo is a certified hater boy.
Yeah, there's always someone under the radar.
It's kind of a question of who do you hate more at this point, I guess. And I think we've got to answer.
All I'm saying, if previous lineup Tyler was here versus Gaming Gladiators, that is like where I might not have to give a vote. You know what I mean? If Advent was in here,
yeah, that would be tough. That would be tough. We have to, have the Neo Cup, I suppose. Just those two playing off against each other in a 1v1. One of the interesting kind of things, a lot more of the Mongolian talent going for the Chinggis Warriors, maybe voting with their hearts a little bit, but all of us going for OG. That seems to be the sort of cleanest decision of the desk here. So I think that's kind of fair enough. Again, the Lin Vision Gaming Gladiators, I think, will be the most polarizing kind of matchup of the day.
As well, you've got to... Basically, they haven't played in, 2 days? They've been here for a while, but
True.
they haven't been able to prac, so they've been sitting by pretty idly, right? That's the only thing for me where potentially that could work against them. At least Lin have played a little bit
To be fair, I think Lin have probably in the same situation, right? They're not one of the Mongolian teams, unless
they're
they're
playing a
going
little bit more
off.
recently. That's the only thing
I
I'm going to give them as
suppose.
like that kind of quote-unquote caveat. It's like, when you get battered 13-35 as the opening game, right? And then you have, 2.5 days off? You kind of just have to sit by idly. I think for me, as much as I like to joke about the whole hate maxing thing, it's like there's also a bit of reason behind it where East Lynn played a little bit more recently. At least they were competitive as well, right? So you can kind of make arguments there for, in my sense anyway.
Indeed, I think there's an awful lot to get through for today. It should be a pretty interesting run. We've got some great games, and again, polarizing in terms of the predictions. Kind of cool to see. Nice that we get that graphic up today. I think it fits quite well. But for me, I feel we have talked things over for the start of the day. We're going to have to say goodbye to Neo Kai.
Screw off,
He's
Neo.
got some interviews to do. Only for now. Only for now. He will be back.
The people
But of
love
course-
me. Don't deny them this.
Absolutely, indeed. All right, we've got to take a break because we need a moment to get back into the swing of things. But when we are back, we're starting off with Bleed up against Atox.
Red Bull gives you wings.
It is my first time in Mongolia. I haven't been there for too long yet, but so far I'm pretty happy with, the hotel is good, the weather has been good, and yeah, everything is good so far. I mean, the main thing I want to do in Mongolia is to win this tournament. I made the decision to join Bleed pretty fast. I know they have quality players, they have a quality coach, and I just wanted, to kind of work with Kasad again. He said good things about all the people in the team, so that is the main reason. And I think settling in is going pretty well. They're fitting me in pretty well. From 1 to 10, I mean, I would probably rate it at like 3 maybe, because we have had no time, no practice almost. We played officials before we came here. I think I have high expectation because I know we're skilled. I think maybe we can shoot our way through the tournament and maybe even win it. But we're not like super prepared. I think last LAN I played was still Melbourne, I think. I played in the arena there. I mean, arena is what every player is playing for, Playing in front of a crowd is special, and it doesn't matter where in the world you're playing. So, I expect us to go to the arena, and I'm looking forward to it. I'm pretty confident we're gonna win, just because I believe in the team's ability to win. I haven't seen too much, but I have coaches and analytical people that will take care of that. I think the biggest difference is the tactical aspect. I think the Asian teams can shoot just as good as all the European teams, if not even better. But I think the Europeans are a little bit ahead when it comes to the tactical department. From Asia, it's for sure Mongols. They have been playing pretty well recently. I've seen a lot of good results in Europe, fighting versus the best teams. And I would say the biggest rival from Europe is probably Aurora. I mean, I hope they cheer for us. Of course, understand that, versus Mongolian teams or even Asian teams, they will probably cheer for the other team, but, I hope that we can win the crowd.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Everybody, welcome back into the first game here at the Nomadic Masters. We are indeed back with just the three of us, you know, but I think it's all good. Okay, don't celebrate too hard. I don't even think he could see that, so he'll never even know just between us. But of course, joined here by Tea Time and Elfish Guy for this first game. We have Bleed up against Atox. Very much looking forward to getting into this one as, you know, a team that's very much surprised us. Atox looking absolutely fantastic yesterday. OG, we sort of talked a little bit with, you know, one of the analysts and everything. They were prepared, they were ready, but just in execution, it didn't work out for them, Jordan.
Sometimes it do be like that, but yeah, I mean, it's obviously not a good sign for OG if they felt that they knew what was coming and then they still lost. I don't know if that speaks more to OG or if it speaks more to Atox and the level that they were bringing. I mean, you obviously mentioned a little bit surprised. I don't know if I would go so far as to say I was surprised necessarily. I think more so the way that I would phrase that was positively impressed, I guess. You know, I wasn't necessarily expecting it per se, but we kind of know the level that Atox can bring on their day, and I thought yesterday was definitely their day. You have to highlight Dobu, you have to highlight Annihilation, but it's not as if any of the other three members kind of went missing, and I think that's kind of obviously the perfect recipe for success when you've got your two sort of quote-unquote star players. I mean, Dobu's the IGL, but he's kind of also the star as far as I'm concerned, and you know, you got those two guys kind of popping off, and then you got the other three kind of chiming in as well. So I think they hit a level that maybe we didn't expect to see from them, but we knew that they could at least get to.
No, honestly, I'll be very straight with you. Annihilation was a bit of a surprise. I did think other pieces would be activated. Annihilation being that good was really wonderful to see. But yeah, I did actually expect OG to be taken down by Atox over there, especially because the thing is, with a lot of these European teams, unless it's the Mongols, and maybe unless it's Linvision, the idea that you're going to underestimate them is really high. So you're actually coming in with a real puncher's chance of it. And CS, with mechanics like the ones that Mongolian players do show, there's always a chance, and Atox went out and took it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that, you know, we saw some pretty good signs from them yesterday. They were quite confident going into it, I think, as well. You know, talked and touched a little bit on kind of a tidbit of the OG side being prepped. Spoke to Dobu, you know, myself for the interview, and he said that they also had done a fair bit of work. They were pretty confident in their game. You know, I mentioned like the Inferno that they picked up as a map that they play a fair amount, but it's not been going too well domestically. He was like, yeah, but we're super comfortable on it. So, you know, we feel like we can bring it out against these higher tier teams. While we're talking over them, we do have the roster available for Atox as well. Again, you know, a good number of names in here that I think people will recognize, even if you're not super ear to the ground within the Asian Mongolian scene. There's a fair amount of names that I think have also done a bit of damage over the years. But yeah, a really solid kind of team here coming in, and I think that they're contesting in an international market, which is great to see straight out of the gate. It maybe is again this sort of domestic kind of game where they might struggle a little bit, you could argue.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny, isn't it, right? Because we've seen this Atox team around for quite a while, since I think it was the Paris Asia RMR where we saw Eruption, and then at the end of that, which was now about 12 months ago at this point, Atox was formed. So this team's about 12 months old at this point. We haven't actually really gotten the opportunity to see them play internationally until this event. Yes, you could make the argument that them playing at the Asia RMR was technically internationally, but I'll still make the argument that that is domestic Asia competition. So that game yesterday against OG was their first time playing against quote-unquote European competition, and I think they handled it pretty well. They handled it probably better than I expected that they would, which is massive chops to them. And you know, they have to go from I would say a sort of, how do I want to phrase this, maybe a middling tier opponent in OG to now an opponent that we at least here on the English broadcast expect to be one of the top opponents that they're going to face in this event. So it is a nice sort of trajectory to be building into. Hopefully that game yesterday is obviously first of all given them quite a lot of confidence that they can take that fight. It's given Annihilation and Dobu the evidence that they can bring that fight to those players and that caliber of team, and you know, give the team themselves as well that self-belief that they can come into this bleed match and do a bit of damage. And look, I do believe that they can do damage. I think there's definitely a possibility that this is going to be a series that will go to 3 maps. Now, I don't know if I'm going to go so far as to say I think Atox is going to win this, but if they bring the level that they brought yesterday, then yeah, definitely there's a bit of an element of doubt in my mind.
Yes, absolutely. We've got the player to watch as well, so we'll check in with that. I think there will be no surprises here. That it is indeed Dobu coming through. IGL star player, as you mentioned, Jordan, but I think it kind of just goes to show itself. I think as well also something that he said to me in the interview, it seemed, you know, again, maybe reading between the lines a little bit too hard here, but they might have had a bit of a flip on IGL for a little while, and now he's back to it for this event. That's sort of what it sounded like to me. So maybe taking some time off from that, working on his individual level, and they sort of need him to be the leading voice into a tournament like this.
That is the weird thing about this team, that even when you go back towards the Paris RMR that Jordan's talking about, Fury 5K was actually calling for eruption for them at that point in the RMR. So this is a team that actually does have some IGL conflicts. But like you're saying, Scriv, I do think that when you've got Cabal behind you and Cabal Dobu going back as far as they do, even if you're switching IGL link voices over towards Cabal at times, you're going to have so much of the others' philosophy there that you can pick it right back up a lot more easily than you normally would be able to. So you are able to have those surges and forms at important events like this, like what we're seeing with Dobu here. I still have no doubt that Cabal's doing a lot of the calling here. I have no doubt that Cabal's going to be a pretty big voice on the CT side more than anything else. But that's where, again, you know what, Dobu gets a chance to focus on his aim. He knocks some heads off.
He absolutely does, and we get to hear from the horse's mouth here. Let's check in with Dobu.
I'm here joined by Dobu over from ATOG. Brother, first of all, thank you for joining me. How are you feeling coming into the game? Bleed, what's the thoughts?
Yeah, if we show what we did yesterday, we are capable to compete. They're pretty good teams. They have some huge names, and it's gonna be a tough game for us. We have to show our A game.
And what would it mean to you personally, but also to the team, to play in the Step Arena, play in front of the home crowd? What would it mean for you guys?
It means so much for us. Last time we played Nomadic Masters 2022, it was really great. It was the first time that I feel like the Mongolian crowd is really good, and I want to experience again. Yeah.
Love it. And of course, if you were to win here, you play against the Mongols as well. There's a bit of a rivalry between you guys as well, two of the best teams here in the region. What would it be like in that sense to play against the Mongols in front of the crowd as well? Because you're both the favorites in a way.
Yeah, we've been losing Mongols last 1,000 times or something, Now it's time to win against them.
We love to hear. Well, best of luck, brother. Thank you for joining me.
Thank you.
Wise words, as always, from Dobu and Mr. Kai. It seems we've got a little guest here. I don't think.
Thanks, man. I appreciate that. I don't know if I'm quite a guest, to be honest. I've been in Mongolia more than you have, Scriv, so I wouldn't go that far. But yeah. Anyway, so you were saying.
Yeah, no. I feel like again, great to hear out from someone like Dobu, and he seems to be someone who is a really forward-facing kind of leader for this team, and taking up a lot of the mantle, that captaincy and everything, which again is maybe something that these more developing regions always need.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, it's funny, isn't it? Like Dobu, he feels like he's been around forever, right?
Yeah.
We go back to, what would it have been, maybe 2016, 2017, probably
Around
2017, around there. 5Power, obviously playing with Cabal in that roster, and he goes into teams like Tiger. If you remember Tiger, the Urcast Dobu kind of bromance that ended up sort of occurring as well. There was a team called August. He's been around the block, man, and for a long time in his career, he was always that guy that was like the up and comer, right? He was very much like the second generation of Mongolian talent. But now I feel like he's gone from being that young up and comer, that star player, that guy that everyone's excited to watch and thinks is going to maybe push the issue in that capacity, to now being that leadership figure, which I think is a fantastic transition for him, because even in this case, he's not that old. He's 25 years old. He's got the experience under his belt. You can tell that in the server he's still very sharp. He's still very fresh. He still feels really good. Obviously, he's bringing great ideas as an in-game leader as well. So he feels like he's gone from being like this young star player kind of guy to almost being the complete package, which is exactly what you need in a team like ATOX.
No, Dobu's definitely one of the true stoics, that's for sure. And then, listen, when we're talking about the heads of the serpent, we have to start talking about Hampus as well on the other side, because I do feel like that's such an interesting contrast to draw, because Hampus obviously also on the other side, a bit of a fragging IGL for Bleed coming through, does need a little bit more for a secondary voice at times as well. And that's where, as the player to watch segment, look at that rating for an international team that has been going through roster changes, that has been having moments of inconsistency, that has been having hate piled onto them. For him to still pull together these numbers with the really nice structure that he's managed to build in this team, I think it's incredibly impressive what he's done.
Yes, indeed. Well, as we flip the conversation over to the side of Bleed, we do actually have an interview standing by with Cypher.
I'm here joined by Cypher from Bleed just before the game against ATOX. Brother, you're in the upper bracket. One more win, you get the arena. What would it be like to play in a Mongolian arena here?
I mean, it'd be pretty fun, to be fair. It's like playing against a home crowd. It seems what I'm used to. Vitality Prize, Mongols, Mongolia. It's like, yeah, it'd be fun. It'd be fun.
Tell me about ATOX as well. Maybe an upset to even see them here for you guys. Might have expected them to maybe even lose in that first game. What's it like preparing for them? What's the feelings coming into this game?
I mean, they played really good against OG, to be honest. I mean, they seemed really crisp individually, so I think that's the only thing we kind of have to worry about, is how their individuals showed up, especially Annihilation. He seemed quite good. But I mean, other than that, I think we didn't do much preparation. We're just going to play our own game, and then, yeah, that's it.
And final question, how's things been with the team, right? 2 new boys coming in, a lot of experience, and for you, what's it like playing with Jacob and Ork?
I mean, it's pretty fun. I mean, Tim's just insane, right? And then, yeah, Yodi brings experience and then is also very good individually. And it's been fun. Everyone in the team's getting along and, yeah, it's just not much you can ask for, you know? Not much else.
Love to see you, brother. Thank you very much for joining me. Best of luck.
Well, indeed, great to hear in from Cypher, of course, some insight into the team and how things are looking. Again, a little bit of a villain arc. We love that, so hopefully we get Cypher in the arena eventually. I do believe we are about ready for the game, though, folks, so ultimately we're going to stand by, wait for that to get going, and we will catch you on the server.
Nomadic Masters Spring 2024 6 дугаар сарын 1 болон 2-ны өдрүүдэд Европ болон Аз багууд Монгол улс Улаанбаатар хотноо $100,000 шагналын сантай степи аренаар уулзах болно. OG
Plastic bars from a copy my steel.
You on my mind a lot. Don't need no time, watch. I don't know how I got you in my pocket spot. Yeah, that's babe, need you every day. You like my oxygen, make it seem like the barging down. Got my heart no barging in, from the bed to the floor to the couch. Might wake the neighbors up, break you in then break you out. In the end, we gon' make a child.
Copy my steel. Face the fact that ain't no cap, I'm real. No cap, I'm real. The plastic bars from a copy my steel. Plastic bars from a copy my steel.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
time to use it. Kid's been left behind. Dobu knows it as well. If he can just buy time, maybe there's something to do, but the first kill evades him. Cypher gets it all done. The big triple to take it home.
Yeah, it was a pretty, a bit of a weird wave that pistol round actually ended up playing out. Annihilation finding that little flank and the initial entry into Banana not maybe really being quite as clean for Atox as they would have liked it to have been. Solid stuff from Cypher, I think, really, you have to say, to start this round off. If he doesn't get the second here, then it's a completely different round, but survives on the 4 HP. And yeah, Atox, they sort of made it a little close, but I think the big talking point is the fact that at least they were able to get the bomb down, which is going to allow them to be competitive here into round number 2.
And of course, to those of you guys who are just tuning into the Nomadic Masters, we are not at the new patch. This is still the $800 bomb bonus. So you are still going to have the overpowered D-side buy coming in the second round.
A bit of a reserved approach from both teams, actually. Have become a little bit more used to that now on Inferno. The Ts oftentimes don't like to be charging into Banana too early. End up copping a lot of util damage, but Atox aware of that, going to play it a little bit slower this time and just go explore the apartments instead. Not much to find there. Bleed are also kind of playing a very reserved style here. They haven't taken any sandbags control, they don't have any brackets control, so they're kind of flying a little bit blind in this round.
Cabal's gone for a bit of a lurk ahead into deep apartments. Now, Bleed normally do like to play retake apps very often, but that's mostly in gun rounds versus gun rounds, and obviously there's not that much footage to go off of, so a lot of time to have adapted their strategies with these new two players. Fully defensive on the CT side, though, does open you up to a bit of an execute. You've got enough flashes, you've got enough nades. The triple nade going in towards Pit. Falvin's been taken down, but Nox fight back. That fight will be limited. Only good for the one. Hampus is down and out, and with that, Nox been locked away. They'll have the late motor smoke to come through. The bomb's been planted. You can recover the rifle into Pit as well, and the CTs will back off and save. That's what happens when you play two defensive.
Save simulator. Yeah, exactly. You're right. I mean, Fafin, he was not happy about it. You could see in the player cam. I'm pretty sure, if I can read his lips, I'm pretty sure he said, "Oh, come on."
I think that he said something else which we can't say on broadcast.
Maybe. Might have been an F-off type sort of a situation as well. Look, I mean, he knew he was dead. He could see those grenades flying in his direction, and it's unfortunate, but what can you really do about that? Well, play a little bit more aggressive on toward bracket or in toward sandbag, try and take a little bit of that map control and force Atox to use this util before they're hitting the bomb site. Great setup, though, from Atox. And they've been able to strike while the iron is hot. Zesta actually catching Jacob there as well, so one more gun out of the picture. Heading into round number 3. Looking like a competitive match so far.
God, that is disgusting. Completely ignoring Pit as well as they just immediately strafe inside. Hampus gets nothing. Knock, of course, finds one on the cross, but trying to play in from library is very difficult. Of course, he felt that he had to have the Archer's presence covered off, so I don't blame him for it, and having the AWP in that second round buy is always risky regardless. But the good thing for Bleed is they will still be keeping that AWP and the M4 into the next round. So the question is, what are you going to try and do with it? They've not bought around it beyond Deagles. Thought that maybe you'd want to go for a couple of SMGs if you could afford it, but maybe you just couldn't. Mick finds Cypher. That's one of the rifles. Down and out.
The important thing about this round for Bleed is just going to be trying to keep that AWP alive, whether it's a win or a loss.
Nox literally sitting in CT spots.
Yeah,
so
exactly, exactly. They going to have a bit of a look, but that's another nice entry from Mick. He's looking sharp today. And that could be another piece of the puzzle that kind of has yet to fall in place, and AWP's out of the picture. It's not even out of the picture. It's going to be in the hands of Annihilation, at least for the moment. Hampus wanted to do something about it, but Cabal says no.
Mickey boy! This is what I'm talking about, Jordan. This is what I was hoping to see yesterday as well. Mick getting activated early on. Of course, Mick got a lot of his acclaim to fame back when he was playing for Renewal. It was between Mick and Rooks. They were the Banana Boys together on that squad. They were very, very good at getting aggressive. Those little flash plays that we saw were there as well. And to be honest, I'm surprised Jacob was flashed by that one. It looked like he turned away, but you know what? He was surprised too.
Yeah, a bit of a slower day yesterday from Mick, right? Minus 14 over the 3 maps, which I don't think was necessarily a bad thing, right? You obviously had Annihilation and Dobu kind of going nuclear, but Mick is one of those guys that if he activates as kind of that third star or that third presence, then this Atox team can look really, really scary. So that's an important aspect that Atox are already being able to fulfill early on today. Now, you know, it's only one round, so let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. But I will say the signs of life are definitely there for Atox, and I'm already starting to look at this matchup as maybe more winnable than what I thought it was going to be for Atox. I thought Bleed is going to be a better team, definitely. Atox, they might be able to contest, but from what I'm seeing so far here, I mean, this really does seem like it's a bit of a how you go on matchup for Bleed at the moment, but it is only 3 rounds deep, so again, we can't draw too many conclusions, but everything's going right for Atox at the moment. You know, there's a Molotov kill onto Cypher. Cabal gets a pretty clean entry, does get traded back on down. I think it would be if this USP setup actually causes some issues, maybe that will change the storyline a little bit. Atox luckily did not overcommit the bomb, so they'll be able to get out and still get into A and plant for the 2-on-2 post plant. But they have given Bleed a little bit of a look into this matchup now for round number 4.
Nox going to be going up against Annihilation over here. If he can find the kill, that'd be nice to see, but Annihilation's a very... What? Annihilation, buddy, you're even re-peeking back into that one. Okay. Listen, if that's how you're going to get the confidence up, I don't mind it, but at the same time, you are giving Hampus a chance to turn it into a 1 versus 1 there and then.
Early days, though, I think it's going to be quite important for Annihilation to really get that ball rolling early. So I don't necessarily hate seeing him play with confidence, and it has worked out in this case, so not going to be punished for it. Hampus.
He'll definitely be very needed if you're to try and take it away versus Nox. Modo is, you know, listen, he's an up-and-coming talent, all of that good stuff. Nox been in a major semi-final. Nox been on the highest of highs, pretty much in the Counter-Strike's world. Maybe right below that sort of simple device Ziwu arc of AWPers that we do have. If you're not counting generational prodigies, Nox is right there amongst the best of them.
I don't know if you noticed it, but Mick has a hand towel. You know, sometimes players like to wipe their hands after a couple of rounds. Nice color coordination between the hand towel and the Atox jerseys.
Hey, listen, maybe it's an Atox hand towel.
It might be.
It might be.
We were talking to the Mongols management yesterday, and they were saying they've got all sorts of things. They've got sleeves, mouse pads, etc. So hopefully we'll get our hands on some of those as the nades rain into Banana. Exchange favorable for Bleed for the most part in terms of the damage, but Atox are starting to get a bit of Banana control, which is what they're looking for, obviously. And already Bleed having to play a little bit more defensive back towards the B bomb site. But Jacob has been flashed back into sandbags, so sets himself up nicely, and Atox are going to have to work hard for map control now.
Bleed do regain full control of Banana, and they'll be maintaining that for the last 55 seconds. But Atox are actually planning on maybe a late flash play in. But the problem is you've only got 2 flashes left, Annihilation, the one wielding both of them. So if you're going to be going for a flash play into Banana, you have to know that that needs to be basically the full commitment.
This is the first forward hold, though, from Bleed on the A bomb site.
Nox got a very annoying angle to work against. The problem is he's watching up that Annihilation play that he'd gone for many times before into the boost and the boiler. This time Annihilation's going for something a bit more standard. They don't want to be too readable on the Atox side.
Well, they've taken brackets for the most part. It's going to be that library smoke through as well. But Zesta shift walking around the corner into the AWP. Hasn't worked out for him. Nork nice and mobile around that A-bomb site, changing things up. Cabal for the trade, but yeah, where's that second CT player? Nork was already on his way back over to B. Bit of a misread maybe from Bleed.
And this is really important because Bleed would have been sitting and waiting for Atox to come through without any flashes whatsoever. And in a situation like that where they've been counting flashes, I'm sure I can understand why you're going back towards the B side, because if you're going to be trying to execute in anywhere, when you know that the smokes are low on the B side and everything, you've got Molotovs available for Atox. That's where you would imagine going. But at the same time, that delayed Arch Divider smoke gives them enough space that Cabal can lurk in, reveal his presence, get that initial kill, and then it's an isolated duel for Annihilation. It's really nicely done there from Atox.
Yeah, this is it. I mean, Nork just gets that shot and maybe assumes that the first player he drops there is a little bit of a lurker out on the A-bomb site more than anything else, and instantly books it back over toward B.
That was what Zesta was doing yesterday as well, though, right? It was just the hard apartments lurked through. So, again, I really like it from Atox. They are trying to play with the members who you would expect to be the lurking presence as well. So, yeah, good to see. Now, admittedly, obviously, Zesta was hoping he gets the kill. Don't get me wrong, but it works out. And there you have it, that sexy, sexy tower.
Yeah, nice light blue. Aqua, I guess you could call it. I don't know how how deep your knowledge of colors goes.
Teal.
Is it teal? Yeah, it could have been teal.
Yeah.
I'm not really that smart when it
And
comes to
this
colors.
could be a steal if Atox keeps it going that way. And you're
Maybe.
looking at Blade coming into this with, sure, a couple of save weapons, but you need to find a round and you need it soon.
When you say steal, but this also we do have to mention is Atox's map choice. So there is that to factor in as well.
At the same time, Blade managed to pick it themselves, so it's not like this was an easy map to pick into for Atox, right?
No,
this
no.
is not going to be a, hey, oh my god, Blade kind of just sucks on this map, so it should be ours. This is very much contested territory.
Yeah, 4-1 though. Still early days. And similar approach again from Atox. They want to try to take Sandbag's control early in the round, it seems, and then oftentimes default back over toward Bracket a little bit later on in the piece. But initially, a lot of that focus is going to be on toward Banana, and they've been successful in taking control of Sandbags. But where they go from here, well, that's the big question. They've been smoked off from mid. Maybe it will be an attempt to funnel them over toward that B-bomb site from Bleed, but 50 seconds, still quite a lot of time for Atox to work with.
Oh my goodness, Hampers just speak forward. He's not ready for the boost at all, and Nick's taking him down.
Again, it's Mick, right? Like, he's having a pretty good day so far. 6 and 2. A lot of these kills as well are opening impact frags, and that obviously is worth its weight in gold. So now that presence is being built up over toward the B-bomb site from Atox. They know that they've taken out one of those players. There should be maximum a couple over here. Just Cypher holding on to an MP9, so not expecting him to do too much here. And another brilliant entry from Mick.
Oh my god, look at Cabal. Look at Cabal. Cabal's going to be looking for Falvin as well. In the meanwhile, the problem is that Atox started to think about going back over there. They weren't actually ready for Mick to find the frag. Annihilation will find Falvin, but it's a bit chaotic. It's a bit messy. Even then, Bleed can't get to the right side in time. They are lost about where to go. And Zesta is hunting.
Yeah, he's going to have a bit of a look. He was actually almost all the way out of carpets onto the balcony a little bit earlier on. He decided to start backing off, but now that the round is more or less secured, he can have a bit more of an expedition. I mean, the money's fairly healthy for the T side. I think they can be happy to throw away a gun here if it comes to that in the attempt to take out one of the Bleed guns. I mean, getting rid of the AWP would be ideal, but doesn't look like Zesta's really going to overcommit too much to that just yet. So Atox pretty happy with the progression so far. 5-1, why wouldn't you be? And maybe playing on home soil for both the Mongols and for Atox is going to be a recipe for success. Nice shot from Nork. But yeah, I mean, look, I gotta be honest with you, T-Tom. Like, you know, I had high expectations, obviously, for the Mongols. I wasn't really too sure what to expect from Atox. I think they're a decent team, but I don't know that I necessarily expected them to be taking this kind of challenge to OG and what we're seeing so far against Bleed. This is a very solid-looking Atox, and that fills me with a whole lot of hope. That, again, I hope it's not going to be false hope, that we might actually see both of these Mongolian teams go deep in the arena.
Again, like you said, early days. But
yeah, but you keep saying that, and it's like
good. I mean, you're the one who said it first, Sean.
No, I know. But what I'm saying is, like, we've been saying that, but like
we have to.
It's now 6 rounds in,
look,
and
I'm with you. It's
nothing's
early
changing.
days, but the days are looking pretty damn good. The sun is out, the beaches are there. It's like Australia, but it's Mongolia.
Why can't we just have nice things? You know?
Yeah.
Why can't we just hope for the best? Believe in the best.
We also do want to have, you know, we don't want these European teams to just fall flat, right? We want them to at least show something. We want them to show a little bit more gusto so that we can be feeling better about our country.
Yeah, these Europeans at the moment.
Oh no, who is going down? Banana Cypher is gone. Hampers not too far behind. Both the madmen. Well, both the aggressors, but look at this, the madman. Yobu going all the way inside, and Nock's going to be caught out pretty soon. He doesn't go for the full wide swing, so Nock now has a chance to be a hero. Puts on his cape and the Molotov at his feet. He is on fire, and they are not peeking. They are not peeking! Nock will fall, and with that, the hopes of Bleed in this round gone with it. Annihilation will even find a Jacob attempting to lurk. This is a very different kind of Annihilation we are seeing as well. Bleed are not ready for the defensive AWPing that he is presenting right now.
I'd love it if we could see a replay of Cabal's reaction there, because he was just stone cold. A very, very funny moment though from him, I'm sure. But this will be 6-1 now for Atox, and yeah, it's early days. But like, it's been early days since we started bringing that up, and we're more than halfway through the first half now, and it doesn't really seem like anything's going to be changing up. Bleed are going missing.
And their money's not actually the best in the next round as well. They can drop, so they're fine. But I think they'll still be on one MP9, and that is one of the issues with saving as consistently as they have been, is that sometimes you can still just feel like you're missing out the one small thing here or there. This one, of course, was a bit of a more full buy round, but yeah. I will say, some perplexed looking faces on the Bleed side, and right now Atox have completely changed up how they were playing from yesterday. Their strap book runs deep and they are digging deep. Unfortunately, Bleed are finding out it's their grave that's being dug right now.
Cabal looking very pleased with progression so far.
Hey, Mick looking happy. I think the best game yesterday. Right now, he's looking good.
Was he making a bit of noise, yelling and screaming there across the table? Because I don't know if we've talked about it on the broadcast so far. I know we did talk about it. Maybe it was on the Neokaz vlog, which is as of yet obviously not released. But they do have that automatically fading glass in between the two teams, so they can give each other a bit of a spray in between rounds, which is pretty cool to see. And I wonder if MIQ or Mick is getting into a bit of that. I'm not sure what's happened there. Dobu's just stood in front of Annihilation by the looks of things as he took a spam shot through the mid-smoke.
That's unfortunate.
So a bit of, I guess a bit of respite that Bleed almost needs, you know? Like Dobu hasn't been having a crazy game so far here, but almost every single one of these rounds have felt like they've opened up with Atox getting the opening pick, and you can see how quickly it starts to crumble when things don't quite go to plan.
It's a nice idea, but Jacob's there on the spray. It's good to see. And Atox, like you said, this could be Bleed's small little crack in the door that they can look to force open.
Yep.
Zesta, in the meanwhile, has moved past and he's found the first kill. Farvan taken down, and Hampus will be another 1v1. Unless he waits for Nock to try and cover off the cross, which he'll do twice over. Nock is going to be going up against Annihilation. And Annihilation, who will wait, actually. Molly's at the side as well, misses the shot on Hampus, just wasn't ready for it. Hampus finally taken down, and Cabal will be able to spot out Nock. Nock forced backwards, the smoke's not perfect, and that's where Nock will come through to punish it.
Second round through for Bleed. I'm not going to be jumping and screaming about that one just yet, though. I think we need to see a little bit more from Bleed.
Oh no.
This is just such a nothing shot as well. I don't think there was anyone even behind that smoke. It's so unfortunate.
We found a kill like that yesterday, so it does feel like just trying to go for a bit of a spam is what Annihilation likes to do. But
No, I get it, but like also it's just...
It just sucks to have.
Just sucks that lines up like that. And that really relieves a lot of the pressure off of Bleed. At least in that round.
Dobu, you're still burning them. The smoke isn't where it needs to be, and now Cypher's taking him down again. If there was ever a cookie crumbling in the distance, this would be it. We need attack timeout afterwards.
This has been a disastrous string of rounds. Cabal gets a nice little spam battle back through the smoke to equalize the numbers, so perhaps not quite as bad as the previous round for Atox, but yeah, geez, they've really felt like they've took their foot off of the neck of Bleed and given them some opportunities to get a bit of breath in over the last couple of rounds and see whether or not they can actually sink the boot back in here in the 4-on-4. Because it was Atox that were fully in control of this map. And now it feels like there's a fox among the hen house. Everyone's losing their heads a little bit.
You've got 3 flashes and brackets control is needed. If they don't flash Nock off of this angle, there's no way Nock's missing it. And indeed, will not be traded either. And Farvan's here to cover him off. If they had gone in for pursuit, they know it as well on the Atox side. What's going on? Zesta has the smoke in his hand, not expecting the second player boosted up. And Atox again. You can start to smell the crumble.
Yeah, need attack timeout. I really think they need attack timeout right now. Doesn't seem as though it's been called. I can hear people buying. I mean, I don't hate it necessarily. You'd look for the trade there. You think, okay, if we get the trade, then it's probably still fine, 1-for-1 there, but...
But in 3 versus 5, it's hard to get it done right.
Yeah. So it is going to, I think, be in the end attack timeout here, which is good.
And we are starting to see the difference between sort of the Bleed versus OG situation as well, where against OG it did actually feel like Atox, if you swing out wide like that, sometimes Moto's missing a shot, sometimes you're not being punished by the players. Hey, maybe you're able to get a late flash in for anyone who's rotating in to try and help. Bleed are significantly more cohesive. They are much heavier hitters as well. They're not really missing anything. So you've got to make them stop and stare. And at the beginning, Atox were doing it. Can they go back that way?
Look at this juggling. Beautiful stuff.
It's like a circus.
All right, nades straight down banana. And there to receive was Mick, but didn't really seem to be too perturbed by them at all. And he's been able to walk all the way up to the half wall. So some shenanigans potentially afoot here for Atox if they've got those hot flashes ready and set up. And get the info that there is at least a couple of members setting up around side sandbags here that Atox are going to have to deal with. But Mick's been forced away by that util pressure.
Yeah, relying on that singular flash can be difficult. Great position from Jacob being held, but Jacob's now had his head cut off. Cypher as well, not too long for the world. Annihilation bulldozes him down and Bleed's already considering a save. Knock, footing it back to the B site though, but there should be a smoke to cut him off, or is there even? Yes, there is.
Yeah, there was a T-side molly in Banana there that I think actually cost Atox a couple of seconds, but it's fine. They get into the site all good. The question is going to be whether or not this rotation gets cut off. Hampus has heard Zesta. Will win that duel. Brings it back to the 3-on-3.
Inside the smoke, Annihilation's found Hampus, and now Falvin, actually not inside the smoke, he backs off as well. Knock is going to be doing the same. They have to save. Bleed, despite the wins that they did find, they would still rather try and keep this a little bit more even keel. Oh no.
Annihilation looking good again today as well. He's hitting everything, even his teammates. But you know, like in that round, he hits 2 solid shots. You're not really seeing any of those maybe wayward misconnections from him that we've seen in the past sometimes. I think he's in pretty good form.
It does feel like Bleed might be a little bit worried about giving up banana control like that because of normally after teams use that much utility, they're fine with backing off, but you see over here, Jacob and Cypher both aggressing forward. They both try and get a couple of kills on what they're assuming is a fading away Atox, but instead they do just get taken down. That's, again, Mick on Banana Man. He's looking really good.
He is. Starting to see some signs of frustration come through from the Bleed camp. It was, I would say, fairly stoic for the most part, for most of those earlier rounds, but now Casada too pleased with what he's seeing. 4-on-4, Zesta.
Really important kill as well because if you let Hampus start to get aggressive, Zesta's got 2. Falvin is down as well, and now immediately you start to wonder what the call will be for the Bleed side. How do you reinforce? Do you just try and go for a stack? What's the call going to be at all?
Yeah, these Atox lads pretty sharp. Nork, the sole holder, the sole defender on the A-bomb side, has to try to make something happen and will be able to. Zesta, caught unawares. That's going to ferry Atox back over towards the B side, which is the more heavier defended side.
And all you have is 1 incendiary on Annihilation, so it really is going to be a question of what the flashers can actually find. I don't even know if it's worth trying to go for a CT smoke at this point, considering the fact that you are also having Knock now flanking through in second middle. You are very much on a timer.
If they seem aware of it though, like you can see Dobu kind of having a bit of a look behind him.
Yeah, but that might also just be a call for Annihilation to have to throw the utility, and then it's all about the timings. Unfortunately, flashes, smokes all going in. That's the timing that I'm talking about. Annihilation caught with an incendiary in his hand, and now Dobu has to go hunting, and he has found Knock with that. They know the A side is completely empty. They will have time to plant the bomb, and Bleed are not footing it.
No, they have held strong on that B-bomb side. Jacob, you can already see he's just a bit frustrated with how that round's played out because through no fault of his own, it feels like even Jacob and Cypher, they can't do anything about this round. I mean, they have to rotate their way across. That's a nice sharp shot, though, onto Mick. And now it's Dobu. Oh, he's not afraid of the fights at all. And Dobu, you put him in a clutch. You back him in the clutch into the one-on-one against Cypher, who only has 8 hit points to play with. This should surely be Dobu's every day of the week.
Dobu's also outside of 1 headshot territory. He's full HP right now, and he's going to be able to find this kill. Does he? Yes, he does. It gets scary, but Dobu is always scary.
You could tell that he had the info, though, that he was 1 HP, though. Just this quick little tap, 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 tap. Just looking for a body shot anywhere.
A round that almost slips away, despite what Zesta starts them off with in the 5 versus 3. You have to appreciate Knock for the attempt that he's been able to make, right? But at the end of the day, when he's traded, Atox have been getting good calls all across his T side. It's been some really good IGLing.
Oh, frustration for Bleed, for sure. It's getting pretty annoying at this point. You're down 3-8. This could be a 9th round as well for Atox in the first half. Dominant display.
Scout as well for Nox, so you're not going to have the AWP that's been such a high priority for them consistently. And for good reason, he's 10-5, right? In a losing effort, he has been performing.
Yep.
Now without the tools to do so, flashbang through. Jacob is blind as a bat, and he's got pretty much nothing to do here. Banana will be mixed territory, but Cypher now fights back with a 5-7, only to be traded. Still a 3-on-3. CTs are happy with it, but with Knock being mollied off and forced off the angle as well, Hampus will now start to move back to reinforce, but Atox have plenty of time and plenty of space to try and make a slow crawl play.
Yeah, Zesta hoping to see if there's going to be any more aggression out from that A bomb site. Not going to be rewarded just yet, but on the lurk into brackets. We'll see how this works out for him once again. And if he wraps all the way around Arch side, he might actually catch Favin in the back, or can go around the world to B. Either way, he's got a lot of options, and he's got great positioning that has not been spotted out by Bleed at all.
The problem is going to be that Favin normally likes to play Pit over here, and with the Moto smoke, Zesta is going to be able to move through. He's going to be so focused on Pit, that is what I thought at least, but Favin's been found. The A side is empty. Hampus is rotating, but Atox aren't doing so. They're not making the decision yet. They're going to be contending with Nox Scout if they go B, but now they have to find Hampus. 15 seconds. All Hampus has to do is hide away, and hide he does, but the bomb's not found. 10 seconds. It's ticked down. It's ticked out. Atox will drop the ball in the last seconds of the half.
I don't believe it. I do not believe it. That should have been there around every day of the week, but the situation gets the better of Atox there, and I'll be disappointed to drop that. That should have been 9. Bleed given a little bit of a moment of respite.
I mean, you're saying it should have been 9. Really, honestly, it could have been 10. When you think about it, the round where obviously Dobu dies early on to Annihilation, it felt like that, plus the one immediately afterwards where they misread the Molotov. Now you're looking at this one where they really had the round in their back pocket. Outside of the pistol, there was really not all that much.
Nice. Сидэ ханаар зүртнийг явж ирж байна. Сидэ хараараа. Тэг ол урууд нарна. Бүстлүүдээ guys. Тэг оролцоо шал. Адэр хэр хаг үрсэн. Хаана вэ? Араас нэг. Тэстэ. Адэр хэр хаг үрсэн. 10 оноос. Адэр хог өрөөгөө. Тэг араа их харчаа. Нэг галгүй за. Битнүү галгүй. Норсог гал ийсэн. Би ногцсон маашаа. Хүрдгээ өөртөө татах юм. Yes, no, sir.
A pensive looking Cabal, knowing that he may have a bit of a harder time going into the second half now that Bleed will be the ones to try and make plays. Now that Cypher and Hampus are likely to be unleashed, will Atox regret a few of those mistakes that seemed unforced, or will Bleed still not be able to bring it back? That's a question for the second half. That's a question that we start this pistol round off with.
Yeah, I want to have faith. I want to say Atox closes this map out, but just in these sort of small moments, I'm seeing a couple of awkward things happen, and that does make me a little bit scared that if this ends up being close, if this is going to end up being quite a high-pressure map, I think Bleed might actually have the chops to get through that. So if it's going to be Atox to win, I think they're going to have to do it cleanly here. So pistol round, important to start off with. And Bleed will slowly work their way up Banana. It's just the 2 players toward B setup, Mick, with the dualies.
Dobu's got a flashbang to help him out, sure, but this is going to be a little bit too late. Bleed are playing full contact in, and now that sound's been made, he really needed to throw the flashbang out, but Hampus with the elevated position is able to find him before the flash blooms. Rotations are called, and Atox are footing it back towards the B side. Hampus' Glock train starts to choo-choo forward. Dobu with 2-2 though, and Dobu continues to fight back, only to delay Cypher's death. Or rather, to delay Cypher's skill of him. Cabal spamming through the smoke, simply can't locate the bomb either. And as Atox reconvene for the retake, it's not going to be easy. Nox position hard to fight off.
Yeah, I wonder if Dobu could have just backed up behind Nubox for another half second and waited for Cabal to get in there to assist him, but not the case this time around. It's 3-on-3 for the retake. Favin in a great spot to deal with Annihilation. That slow creep around the corner, never going to work at that range against a Glock.
advantage to Bleed. Not quite going to be able to continue that advantage though, as Zesta's been able to strike, and we're running out of time a little bit here. There's no defuse kit available for Atox, which means the round's more or less done, even if those 2 kills don't come through. But Bleed get the all-important second half pistol to start to work their way back into this map.
Dobu does what he can, but it does feel like that setup from Bleed just completely counteracts, makes position completely, so you're effectively playing 4 versus 5, or in Dobu's case, 1 versus 5. I actually think Cabal found one of the kills in the middle of that one. I might have been wrong about that. I think it was just through the smoke, but hey, what do I know? It was Cabal. Okay, I do know. Never mind. Atox going for the force buy is also very risky. CT side force buy is hard to make work. Annihilation is really going to need to come alive with the scout. An angle that has been deadly in the past, but it is so hard to hit, even on that.
Odds are still swinging further in the favor of Bleed as we go into this map, which has kind of surprised me. I thought it might edge back a little bit after such a solid first half performance from Atox, but maybe people have the same opinion as me, that they saw a little bit of a shakiness there for Atox when things weren't quite going to plan, and that's kind of weighing on the minds a little bit. Certainly weighing on my mind. Atox will give the game away that there has been an investment into this round with a few of those taps through the smoke, and Bleed would not be expecting any less on a map like Inferno.
Zesta will be incredibly important with his MP9. He'll have a fair bit of support from Cabal, and Cabal likes to play these slightly slower, just body shot sort of positions very often. But now that the third players come in, Annihilation, Scout might need to get involved. Cypher trying to turn the corner. The Deagle cannot locate him, and now Annihilation gets involved, but it's Mick to find the frag. Mick needs to swing for a little bit more. They need his help. Zesta is down.
Yeah, well, Nobu, Nobu no kills, Dobu no kills. Either way, not really a whole lot into that round for Atox, so it is going to have to be a bit of a reset for this Mongolian squad. It felt like things were going pretty swimmingly in that first half. Not that they didn't have to try, but they weren't really made to work too hard. But I get the feeling that this is going to be a bit of a grind of a map to close out. And again, like I said, that has got me a little bit worried. Bleed getting a bit of that momentum, a couple of more positive looking signs from the player cams there. 6 to 8, the gap now not looking too big at all. And it's going to get even shorter with the fact that this is really just a pistol round. Only a slight investment from Atox.
Annihilation will have the AWP in the next round. Fortunately, that does seem to be what Atox is trying to force into. I think he might have actually had the scout drop to him in the previous, otherwise it's hard to pull out an AWP with utility. But no, he'll have 6k, so it'll be fine.
It'll be fine for Bleed as well. They've got the B-bomb site. Cabal's hunting for a knife kill. He's always hunting for a knife kill.
I believe in you, Cabal. But not that much.
Yeah, I'm not sure that I do in this case, unfortunately.
Yeah. Hey, who knows? Maybe Jake can stays there long enough, backs it up into him. Thing is, even if you can actually find some exit frags over here as Cabal, forget the knife kills, it's not unimportant. You do have 5 rifles on Bleed right now, so anything taken away is a pretty significant reinvestment. They've got the money to do the reinvestment though, so yeah, let's see. Ooh. You know what, that's a nice shot onto Hampus, coming out for maybe a little bit more, but no, can't find an Annihilation as well, unable to get any headshots, and that they're unable to find any more damage.
Okay, important round coming up now. First gun round of the CT half for Atox. It's going to give us a bit of an insight as to whether or not this is going to be a competitive map or not. It's already looking quite close, but it's going to start to be pretty dire, I think, for Atox if they do lose this first gun round.
It'll be a straight shot down mid from Annihilation, potentially even second mid. He's actually not going for either one of them because they've gone for a two-man setup. It's Dobu to aggress, and Dobu's found Cypher. He's cracked the code, and Jacob can't do the same. None of his spam through. The smoke's connecting, and where there's been some success found, Dobu will find more damage, but not the actual frag. Hampus trades it through the smoke.
14 HP though on Hampus. Dobu definitely getting more than his money's worth out of his life in that round. Up to the rest of the lads to steer the ship into the safety of the port. There's going to be an apps bust from Bleed here.
Does look like it. Hampus might be caught out over here, though. When you start to hear that util being thrown out, the protocol should be to maybe just have Cabal look to isolate this one through. There's no flashes used. Zesta's caught with the smoke in his hand, and now Zesta's caught out as well. An incendiary, in fact, but it will not matter. His teammate was already dead, and the lack of flashes, that just completely catches them off. They weren't ready for the apps swap at all then.
I wonder if Cabal can conjure something here, though. He's in a position that is kind of like almost a fast rotate. I don't know that Bleed are expecting him. Doesn't probably matter now that Mick has gone down. And, well, yeah, indeed, Cabal does manage to conjure something. He'll need more than that. He's got two. Hang on a second. Hang on a hot minute. It is Hampus on 14 HP who's now been spotted out. Cabal, you've got to swing him. You've got to hit one shot, and he does. Somehow, Atox get through that round. Cabal on the defuse.
It's not
got it done.
It's not just Dobu who gets those clutches out, man. Cabal as well gives in that presence, and Bleed were just not ready. Because they found the two players on the A side so far, and because there had been such aggression on B, they assumed Cabal's rotation would be coming in late through middle. That's why Hampus goes back to apps, and he's playing that balcony position. Cabal was already there. Jacob's found with a knife in his hand. Nock is found with no clue. And even the fact that it goes down to this one last one, it's... Hampus gets a chance, he gets a fighting chance, but you can't fight against Cabal.
It's a big round to win, definitely. It probably shouldn't have been theirs, but again, you have to talk about the fact that that does go down to one gun only for Atox, which means two MP9s of FAMAS have to come through in this round.
At least they saved the AWP for Annihilation, though, and with the kind of presence that provided yesterday, we are hoping for something a little bit more similar. He's not been the best so far, but he's not been absent, at least.
I will say, the MP9, you know, if you're going to have an MP9 on any map, I think Inferno is probably the map you want it on.
Watch out for Banana, though. Cypher's going to be contested while Jacob dies. Cypher will do the same, and it's going to be a quick funnel through short as Nock tries to move in. Mollies are there, but Zesta's putting up a fight this time. Annihilation will also be able to back off. So it's a 4-on-2, 2 for Bleed as they head into this post block.
I mean, still winnable, though, for Bleed. They've got full HP on both these members. AK is ready to roll on in as well. And all of a sudden, you just jump through a smoke. Hampus there, grabbing Mick and Dobu. And that's exactly what I'm talking about. So quickly brought back to the 2-on-2. And now the odds have swung so severely in the favor of Bleed that it'll come down to another big clutch from, well, either Cabal or Annihilation. But time is running out. And so are the lives. A 4v2 for Bleed has to be a punishing blow for Atox.
I have to ask, what the hell is going on over here? The fact that they're pushing in through the smoke without a flashbang when Annihilation is right behind them with a smoke and a flash. Look, you want to push through the smoke, you want to have the 2-on-1 advantage, that's fine. But get the flash out, guys. They're just being so greedy with that util.
I mean, it was a very nice spray transfer from Hampus.
Very nicely done, of course. Listen, I'm not going to disagree with Hampus putting up the numbers there, but at the same time, it is just one of those questions you have to be asking yourself if you are Atox.
Yep. And back to square one now for Atox as well. Money's going to be broken. And this half is just not being kind to them at all. 4 rounds to 1 so far in favor of Bleed in the second half. And this is where you have to go into that first half again and look at a couple of those rounds that Atox kind of let slip a little bit, you know, especially the last round of the half. Could still be sort of a 10-7 lead, which is a much more comfortable kind of position than a 9-8. This is now getting kind of pressure-filled for Atox, and I think they're kind of starting to crack a little bit.
This is a really poor buy. Your loss bonus is, I think, 2,400 or so, maybe even a ditch less than that. Annihilation will be able to pull out the M4 with util in the next round. Cabal is relying on some money to be found here if he wants to have a buy in the next, so you want him to have a kill or two. And they are getting aggressive into apartments, but Annihilation found out, brought down, and this is where the Deagle is not striking true at all. Nades out as well. Cypher knows there should be another player on the corner. Dobu might have been audible for the nade damage, but now Cabal found as well. Zesta's the only one with the kill. That is actually catastrophic.
That's the equalizing round for Bleed. The momentum has certainly shifted in this matchup. It was all the way of Atox in that first half. You think about what we were saying, how we were framing that storyline. That feels like a long time ago. Just feels like we're on a slow but steady course toward a bleed victory now. Atox going to have to do something about it. Quick, smart. 1 or 2 gun rounds right here, right now. Let's have a look at what the buy is going to end up being. No AWP is the anticipated result, but we do have one for Annihilation. He's managed to get it out and put it to good use.
Fast reinforcement of the A side as well is going to be called, as they are going to be bringing Cabal back in as fast as they can. Cabal, however, actually Cypher is the one underneath ire and fire, but he's still going to come through. Maybe another flash would be helpful. There's the Farmers around the corner. Cypher doesn't want to face into it with a flashbang. He wants to face into it head on. Jacob, however, will be asking him to back off. Perhaps Cabal getting 2 there. That is huge. Puts him in a doable circumstance, but without flashes, rather without nades, without Molotovs, this retake on the B side is always difficult.
Yeah, we'll see how things go. Annihilation, I'm sure, is going to have a bit of a look in with the AWP just to maybe see if he's going to be given anything. Resmoke comes through, so going to be difficult to achieve that.
They're going to be flashing Zesta in through the smoke, maybe?
No, just into construction. Yeah, I don't think this one's going to come together for Atox. That resmoke is going to be too strong. Going to send Zesta in, see what he can do. If he gets one, maybe something can come from it, but it's pretty wishful thinking at that point, and so Annihilation will look to back off and save the AWP.
I have to say the economy management on Atox looks absolutely garbage. Even if you found a kill over there, if it's traded, Annihilation wouldn't have had enough time to actually come through and get the defuse because of the lack of the kit. This is a really bad decision, and when you add this to the previous round, where you did buy into those deagles and those armors and the MP9s, if you hadn't done that, if you'd just gone full eco, you'd still have a buy in the next round. Now you've got an AWP of Annihilation and nothing else, and that's the first pick we've actually seen him find early on the CT side so far.
Gonna have to do it again, and then some.
Oh my goodness, this is...
Yeah, it's really running away from Atox. I think they're going to be kicking themselves for that first half, letting a couple of those rounds slip. Would have given them a bit more leeway to work with here in the second.
The thing is, they just can't keep thinking about that at any point. We have to have the conversation about this. Is CT side, you're still up 8-4. It's still a really good half, but now it does feel like you're right that might be in the back of their heads.
I felt they were getting unsettled even in the first half in a lot of those like sort of awkward round situations, and now they find themselves at a 10-9 deficit, making some interesting choices. Is the situation getting the better of Atox? They were pretty composed yesterday, though. But B-site's been completely given up. Bleed are going to start to have a look at Banana, which will stand them in good stead. Rotation to come back across from Atox, but you almost feel like Atox need to get a bit proactive in this round.
It feels like Atox are just relying on some luck now. They're going to be going for a double boost likely on the flower pots because they do have to be worried about the smokes to come in, but with 30 seconds left, you need basically a big multi-frag from that boost to come through. The Eagles revealing position of a hair as well, but Nick's actually just been taken down on Hampus' spam. Even the nade is going to keep them a little bit honest. Annihilation rotating over. They haven't been checked yet. Cabal's good for 1, but they can't make it 2. The multi was needed, and now do they push into the smoke while the bomb's being planted? Annihilation is hunting for a frag. Will find it. Jacob is down, and now you're in a 3 versus 4. There's another smoke available, but Falvin dare not pull it out. And now it's all about getting onto the side fast. They don't have the kits. They need to make a move of it. Falvin's taken down as well. Hampus all alone. Hampus can't get it either. It's a saving grace for Atox.
Yeah, you can see that presence being shown by Annihilation. AWP entrusted to him again and again and again. And this time he comes up with the goods. Huge impact in that round. Finding the first 2 kills of that retake is what makes it possible. Nice work from Cabal as well. It's always going to be difficult to get 2 there with the MP9, but at least he got 1 and a bit of a tickle onto that second player as well, which certainly helps out long term. Big round to win. It keeps Atox alive in the map.
There's 35 seconds left on the clock. You've got a half by against you. I cannot believe Bleed aren't checking that. That's insane. And that's the kind of round where, listen, we talk about the crumble. Guess what? It goes both ways.
I mean, it could just be down to one individual player making a mistake. Whose job is it to check the flower pot? Maybe it's Cypher there. You can see a little tap on the shoulder there from Kassad, maybe saying, look, you know, you screwed up in that situation, buddy. I'm not necessarily saying that that is his job, but someone in that protocol probably needs to be the one checking the flower pots, and nobody did, as you say. But whose job is that? Whose responsibility? Either way, they failed in that mission, and they've given Atox the opportunity to come back into this map, and Annihilation sets things up perfectly. A double kill with the AWP. Again, 2 rounds in a row now, 2 kills per round for Atox from Annihilation with the AWP. Different circumstances to be sure, but both as impactful as the other.
Nox never stopped being impactful either. It does seem like this head-to-head is fantastic to see, but look at the reinforcement from Atox. They have left B. Empty B is empty. And Bleed, they won't know. They have no idea, but they have to rely purely on firepower. And look at when Annihilation is up to. Look at this, look at this. He's looking for the third. Annihilation will stand tall and tall and tall. You cannot match up to him, not when he's playing like this.
On for the ace, he might just be about to get it, but Zesta steals it away. Atox in the lead again. Can you believe it? I thought this was done and dusted, honestly, at the 10-10, or the 10-9 scoreline. I really thought it was done. But Atox pull off a bit of a miracle retake on the B bomb site. And now, seems as though they've got a bit of a second win. Annihilation has certainly come out of nowhere with these flurry of frags in the last couple of rounds. And if he continues that, then it's going to be game over for Bleed on map number 1. How's the money looking on the T side as well is going to start to become a discussion, because that's around where they don't get the bomb plant down. It's still okay, at least for the buy here, but they lose this round. Actually, Atox are in pole position to close the map out 13-10.
It's now or never for Bleed. Get in, get some entries. And they are scared of the Annihilation AWP. You can see it. You can see they're worried.
I mean, as they should be. He's kind of hitting everything in the last couple of rounds. He's gone from, I think, 9-12 to 15-12.
And Mix has rotated in as well to the A site. Bleed are going to keep Hampus up against Dobu. Hampus will be going in for the head-to-head potentially, but Cypher, if he's going to be sent out, he has 2 players to contend with on Arches as well. Atox so far have been playing a very 2A setup, so this might be an opening Bleed sees, but they are wrong about it. They'll have to get it with a fight at least. And as Cabal keeps forward, Cabal's good for 1. And Nick on the off angle almost doubles up. They're able to find the damage, but now Dobu is a sandwich. He's the meat in it, the most important bit. Can he find a frag? Can he find anything? The angle is beautiful. And Dobu will keep it going. Farvan taken down his teammate as well. And Hampus provides nothing. Ooh. The quick crunch shuts down Bleed.
Yeah, excellent stuff from Dobu. Clean off angle, not expected by Bleed. Yeah, scratch the forehead, no doubt about it. This is dire straits for Bleed at this point in time. Cabal does a good job of not just getting that initial kill, but he also gets a lot of information there as well. But yeah, Dobu very, very clean to finish off these couple of kills. Almost a pre-fire around the corner there onto Nork. Thought for a second maybe Hampus would be able to get it done, but what I'm really interested to see is what Bleed can actually scrounge together in this round. What's the money looking like? I don't think it's perfect by any stretch of the imagination. Gonna probably see the tag timeout coming through. Here we go. Yeah, that buy is definitely leaving a lot to be desired. It's going to be 2 AKs, a MAC-10, and then a couple of Deagles to round things out. So Atox, you got to get it done here, right? Yeah. This is inexcusable if they lose the round and go on to lose the map from this position. They've given more than enough rope over to Bleed in a couple of instances that has occurred and made this a close map. But now you're at that point again where you've worked hard, got it to the finishing line. You just need to get it over the finishing line. So don't let it slip here.
Oh, Annihilation! Firm grip on the lives of Bleed in his hands right now. Straight down middle, finds the 1. And now Bleed, a man down, and it's an important man as well. Nok was 20-11. The only other player anywhere close by is Hampus, and he is looking to try and make a play, try and find something. Here in Arches, lurks through the smoke. Cabal spots him out, will not contend with him. Cabal's a veteran, he knows what's up. He knows what to avoid.
Annihilation going to get posted on the line again. This is a fantastic setup for Atox. Dobu, not sure if he wants to commit to rotating over toward A, and in the end actually wisely makes the choice to go back toward B. He can set himself up now with a couple of flashes to hopefully help out Mick. They should be getting tossed on in sooner rather than later. Hopefully, Mick turns away from one, but jumps straight into the crosshair of Cypher anyway. And it'll be Sandbag's control for Bleed after all of their hard work.
Cabal's coming in without utility. Dobu will have to do this try. Cabal, though, gives him firepower, and Dobu's there to pick up that ball. 30 seconds, all the pressure on Falvan. Not had the best game so far, but Atox have been victorious. They are coming through and dominating. They are here to stay.
Default 2. Default 2 4-1. 4 унсан. Бас. 3-2 ард нэг байна. Цаарт шүү. 2-2. Хобби тавцсан. Би урдаа гарлаад ястаа. За. Бана. Let's go.
You on my mind a lot. Don't need no time watch. I don't know how I got you in my pocket spot. Yeah, that's babe, need you every day. You like my oxygen. Make it seem like the barging down. Got my heart no barging in. From the bed to the floor to the couch. Might wake the neighbors up. Break you in then break you out. In the end we gon' make a child.
Copy my steel. Face the fact that ain't no cap, I'm real. No cap, I'm real. The plastic bars from I copy my steel. Plastic bars from I copy my steel.
For sure, and they obviously weren't able to, necessarily make it the cleanest of results. But the end of the day, we always say it doesn't necessarily matter how you get the map victory, as long as you do get that map victory. And that's what they did. They got the 13-10. It didn't go to overtime. It was quote unquote comfortable enough in the end. But I do want to reiterate that I'm still seeing things there which make me go, okay, this is not going to be an easy victory today for Atox, that's for sure.
They were definitely making a couple of the mistakes coming into this one, Cole, right? You look over towards at least 4 rounds which probably should have been theirs, and they weren't able to get them done. But despite that, it looked like Atox were able to reconvene their mental state, were able to reactivate some of their styles, were able to make sure that, anything that you might be having issues with, like, oh my god, no, we made the wrong call, it took too long, oh my god, Annihilation killed Dope. There's a lot of things that can tilt you up against a team like Bleed, and Bleed looked like they were going to take advantage of it. But at the end of the day, a beautiful clutch coming out from Cabal, a couple of clutches from Dobu as well. It went both ways, and frankly, Atox was just a better team.
Yeah, it definitely did look that way. Let's throw up the scoreboard and we can kind of talk over that while we're continuing on Inferno, at least for a little bit. I think it's a really interesting picture that's painted here, right? We have some decent pieces from that Bleed side of things. Hampus and Nork. Nork in particular, you generally expect. Hampus, a little rarer these days, maybe for this team to see him that high up the scoreboard, that dominant on the server, but Jacob letting them down. Do you think it is a raw kind of answer that Jacob was the problem here, or was there a bit more to it?
No, I don't really think it's that. I think just generally speaking, like across the board, Atox kind of showed up again. I mean, you even have to take a look at that and say everyone contributing, which is fantastic to see. I think Mick went 13 and 15, by the way, not 13 and 5, just for what it's worth. But even Mick, who was their lowest rated fragger,
beast on T side.
Yeah, he was going crazy on the T side. Like probably all 13 of those kills were like entry frags on the T side. Obviously, probably not, but maybe like 80% of them, something like that. So you're looking at Atox and you're looking at those numbers and saying, well, yeah, they were across the board doing good work. But I think the important thing to remember is that those are impact frags coming through from even the lowest members of that Atox
And
roster.
the thing to keep in mind over here, Scraver, is that I really will resist anyone saying that Jacob was the reason why they were let down, because frankly Atox was calling better. Atox was completely calling circles around Bleed over here, and guess what? This is a Bleed team that don't have that much footage on this 5-man lineup either, okay? This is not where you can say Atox had all the homework to do, all the preparation they could go into this one with. There was probably a lot that Bleed had that they could bring through new over here. Cabal, fantastic game, great clutch as well, a couple of great moments from him. But I will say this was an Atox that was out-calling, out-maneuvering, and out-fighting Bleed, and that is impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. You had a little bit of a taster there of the player of the match, of course, Cabal. For this one, slightly early, a little premature maybe, but ultimately a great game coming out from him, and I think absolutely delivering at the right time.
It's never premature to put Cabal as my man of the map. Listen, man, it's never premature. And you know what? The interesting thing about Cabal also is the way he was able to be a safety net for so many of these plays, where you're seeing him make these moves where he's hiding behind the motor smoke, waiting for flashes. You could really see the youth of Zesta activated when he's anchoring that A site, but Cabal, whenever Bleed are trying to catch him out in particular in arches over in towards, that flower pots boost that he went for, all of these things, Cabal is playing like an old man, and you hate to see that if you're a Bleed fan, but you love it if you're a Mongolian.
Sure, absolutely. So Inferno, we'll put that to one side. Absolutely brilliant map, of course, coming in from Atox. Very bouncy towards the end. I think Bleed will have felt that one, will have looked at it and felt that they could have taken it, but of course they now have to move on to their own map pick. We have Anubis coming up now. How do you guys feel going into this? Is there enough there that Atox may be able to take this, or are they potentially just sort of the Inferno merchants? I think that's where it is an interesting conversation, because yesterday it was second in their series against OG, maybe gave them the momentum moving into the third map, a lot more one-sided against OG actually, but of course Anubis being the second map here, Bleed now have the ability to sort of flip this series and that momentum, of course.
Yeah, I wouldn't say I necessarily have a huge amount of faith that this is going to be done in two. I don't think Atox really feels super comfortable on Anubis. We saw them obviously play it yesterday against OG. Didn't really work out for them. They don't historically play Anubis a huge amount. I mean, traditionally, like going up against teams like LinVision as well, like they're generally a pretty good Anubis team, but they've lost to LinVision fairly recently as well on the map. So I don't know that I would say that I think this one's going to go 2-0. I personally feel Bleed are going to come into this one look okay.
I'm not going to agree with you there. I think Bleed have made a mistake in the veto. I think Bleed should have picked Nuke. I think that Bleed have picked Anubis thinking that, oh my god, look, they were making mistakes and everything. I said it yesterday. Atox were in many more winning positions versus OG than you'd give them credit for when you see the overall outcome of it. I do think Atox are going to take this one away. And listen, if it goes to 3, I think Bleed has Ancient. I just think Bleed's Ancient is better overall. But that being said, I would not discount the Atox Anubis so quickly if I were anyone on the Bleed camp. The only problem for me is going to be, I think Cypher is going to be kind of uncontested in Dark. That's the only issue. I don't see who can stop him. Beyond that, though, I'm actually smoothly saying this is a 2-0 for Atox. I think there's a bad veto coming out from Bleed.
I'm not going to say no to a 2-0 just for what it's worth, but yeah, look, I think we're going to 3.
Yeah, I think it has to be the case really on a map like this, and I don't know, it's a difficult conversation around where Bleed are at. They have great resources behind them, a lot of experience being injected into the team as well. As I've kind of said, I think for me, Atox are a really good Inferno team, something that they're very confident on. It was still quite difficult for them there. So I think that the Anubis is still going to be a difficult run for this team. I like the idea of the 2-0, it obviously is a dream, maybe a pipe dream, not quite sure. I suppose time will tell. You know, tea time always loves a good conversation.
You bastards,
around
just
that.
you don't believe in me. You don't believe in me.
Well, you know, I'm starting to believe more and more about Atox, right? Like every time I watch them play, I'm thinking, okay, well, you know, they can win, they can be a good team if X and Y happens, and you know, I'm under the assumption that X and Y is going to happen maybe once or twice, but it's not going to consistently happen. But X and Y, which is Dobu, Annihilation, and you know, maybe even like in this case, Cabal kind of turning up for that map. It's now we're like 2 series deep. We've watched them play 3 maps yesterday. Dobu was good for all 3 of those maps yesterday. He was good on today's map. That's 4 maps of the tournament so far. Annihilation's been good for 3 maps of the tournament so far. So at what point do you start to go, okay, this is not like an overperformance from these individuals. This is actually their consistent kind of level that they're going to be bringing at this event. I'm more and more now starting to be convinced that the level that we're getting from Atox yesterday and in that first map is just the level that they play at and not, you know, 10% above what I had it. You know, because this level is more than what I'd expected from Atox coming in. But I've seen 4 maps of it now, and I'm thinking, okay, they're actually bringing this level on a fairly consistent basis, which is a really positive sign. So,
especially when you consider that yesterday on Anubis, the difficulties they were having was that Make and Annihilation were literally doing nothing, right? They were actually doing nothing on that CT side. You just saw Mick and Annihilation. You saw what they're capable of. You really think they're going to vanish twice over? You really think this is going to be Atox dying on their CT side like that? Listen, I'm not with you guys on this at all.
Well, I think we're perfectly set up for that second map. Tea Time reckons it's going to be over in 2. An interesting prospect, to say the least, but maybe it is going to be the case here. Bleeds, they have to answer back. Have they had enough time in between maps to get that bounce back? There's only one way to find out, and it's on the server. See you there.
Red Bull gives you wings.
You on my mind a lot. Don't need no time, watch. I don't know how I got you in my pocket spot. Yeah, that's babe, need you every day. You like my oxygen, make it seem like the barging down. Got my heart no barging in, from the bed to the floor to the couch. Might wake the neighbors up, break you in then break you out. In the end we gon' make a child.
Copy my steel, face the fact that ain't no cap, I'm real. No cap, I'm real. The plastic bars from I copy my steel. Plastic bars from I copy my steel.
Red Bull gives you wings.
survive or not going to the third map?
Well, we had a bit of a split difference of opinion on the desk. I think it would be crazy to see Bleed go out of this series 0-2. Don't you think? Like, just from the optics of it?
You know what would be crazy? It would be crazy if Liquid lost to ENG in the semi-finals of a major. It would be crazy if a Vanguard made the major finals. It would be crazy if Atox won the Nomadic Masters.
That would be pretty crazy.
That would be pretty crazy, actually. Maybe not going that far. But I think this could be a 2-0. But we got to put our opinions to the side. We got to let the game decide.
Yeah, whenever it's ready to go.
Yeah, I really thought I'd get that one right. I was like, yeah, got that nice little game decide.
Got some microphone issues. Luckily,
is it my mic?
Well, hopefully not.
I think it might be better if it's my mic than anyone else's, in all fairness, actually.
True. At least then the game could be played.
Yeah.
Well, I was going to say, I mean, how do you... Again, I don't understand. You played a whole BO, like a whole map, and then jump in for the second map, and then the mic issue suddenly. Like, what happened there?
Someone
Come on, man.
punched their headphones. Hard.
Desk slammed a bit too much.
Yeah.
Zester's got a pillow as well. He brings the whole kitchen sink to the studio.
Dude,
not
they're
Zesta,
ready.
IQ.
They're ready. That's what matters. It's pillow gaming. It's pillow power whenever MIQ is in there. You know, you've got Cabal with the sleeve.
Yeah, he loves the sleeves. He's always been a sleeve gamer.
It's true. Bleed, however, are going to be loving their little flashbang, smoke, and dualies by. Hampa's going to be having the dualies, if I'm not wrong. It's always hard to see with just the one pistol showing, but yeah. Meanwhile, 3-man push out from Bleed, coming in through A. It's really heavily going to come down to whether or not the T sign actually suss this out and respond in time. It's going to be a push forward. Jacob spotted, but he does take down Mick. Mick finds nothing, and now it's going to be a reroute back towards the B-bomb, so they're hoping to find Hampus and Cypher, and as they will find themselves smoked off, Zesta to try and spam right through it, unable to get anything. Nox reinforcing with this much Canal's presence. Atox has made the call. It's going to be a CT side wraparound back to look for fights into B and A at the same time.
Yeah, Bleed wondering what on earth is going on. Where are they? Where have they gone? Sent those 3 players toward B and only the couple on A. There's still a world here for Atox where, you know, maybe a 2-for-1 on the entry, 3-on-3 post plant. It's very much still an achievable pistol round. But Bleed pretty well aware of where they're going to be coming from. Faven going to be watching, and in fact, there'll be probably a pretty quick rotate for Bleed to try to reinforce this bomb site once the hit starts. Already a couple of taps, none really going the way of Atox. Finally, Zesta will chime in with one, but it's just simply not going to be enough. Plant, at least, will be going down. But I don't see Kabal and Dobu getting this one done, especially now that Dobu's down. Kabal caught off guard. There's nothing there for him. And so Bleed get their pistol.
Good to see Jacob getting involved early on as well. 394 damage in that round. That's kind of nuts on a pistol round. The first kill, perhaps the most important of them all. Mick, I don't know if he made some noise or whatever happened, but it felt like Jacob should not have found the frag. But look at this. Clean adjustment right there.
It's just a nice headshot. I mean, Mick maybe just caught dropping when Jacob turned around. So a little bit unfortunate on that timing for Atox, but they got the bomb plant, so they're going to go ahead and invest into this round. We've got Galils across the board. Galils can definitely still get a bit of work done, but full 5 sets of head armor for Bleed. They are not messing around in this one. They know what they're going to be going up against. A bit of a slower approach this time from Atox. Going to set Mick up toward E-box. You highlighted Cypher on the desk, and that's not gone very well for him. So maybe it will be Mick to be the one to undo all of that hard work that he wants to put in at E-box. Hampus and Nork, though, still holding on to the site quite nicely. Trades are just nowhere to be seen for Atox. That was a bit of an awkward-looking round.
Hampus is kind of insane, I have to say.
Cypher's not happy with Mick there, I think. What are you doing? It's got to be, what are you doing? Just dry peeking into E-box.
What is he doing?
Yeah.
Did I do the British accent?
Yeah. Probably better than me.
Hard for you to do. You've already got a pretty anglicized accent, just the other Anglic.
Yeah.
That's a lot more. That's a lot more wiping than we saw in the previous one.
Getting sweaty.
Yeah.
3 nades.
Where are they going to go? I think they were really hoping that Jacob would have smoked off middle, but that's just not happening. Nade in from Jacob as well is going to make Zesta a little bit uncomfortable. Mick unable to find the success of the previous round here.
It's already a bit of a different looking beast, this bleed roster on Anubis. Looking much more comfortable. Nade's doing a bit of work, but Jacob, ooh, almost able to bring them all down. Cabal will eventually finish him off. 19 HP here for him. Unlikely to get too much more done. So 3-0. Decent start for Bleed. Get that confidence rolling on map 2. It is your map pick. This is very much the way you'd want to be going about things when you're down 1-0. Bear in mind, they're also on the CT side, so those 3 rounds, really nice to start off with. It's going to be a big grind back into it for Atox.
We saw a lot of success actually being found by Atox on their T side versus OG. So if they start to have struggles over here, there's definitely going to be questions to be asked about what they can do in the second half. This gun round is important to assuage some fears.
Yeah, a lot of util presence toward mid there from Atox, but first peak is going to be Mick once again on those entry duties towards A-Long. Not seeing too much. Just pushing Bleed back across the map slowly. Everything playing out fairly standard, right? Cypher, you like to get that smoke in as the CT, keep control of E-Box. And if you can continue to refresh that smoke, puts you in a good spot. No real shenanigans in the first gun round. Everything to a T, quite standard.
Time's ticking out, basically, though. 35 seconds on the clock. We're going to see that as soon as the odds are reminded to everyone. But where's the finish going to be? They're still so heavily spread apart. It does look like maybe a late B hit with the Zesta Lurk will be the only option they have because Mick's gone down, and in the meanwhile, everyone else has as well.
They can't win the round anymore.
Yeah, they just can't find anything.
Bombs dropped in canals. I don't really see a world where this one goes the way of Atox. They'd have to hit 2 crazy kills here, but
even then, Knock would have been all the way back in A, so I don't even know if they would have had time to get the plant in. So yeah.
Bit messy from Atox, really.
Must have been expecting some aggression to come through from Bleed at some point or the other. Of course, it's something you would expect with players like Cypher and Hampus on the other side, but there's no reason to go for it for Bleed. They had so much control, they had no worries at all.
4-0 the start for Bleed on the CT side as well. It's going to be another investment from Atox.
It does feel like you might want to see maybe one of those faster mid-side plays coming through that we saw them finding success with, but instead it's going to be a reroute back to the rugs. Cabal's Deck 9 is going to be meeting the AWP of Knock, and that's an unfair fight. Knock almost hits the flick, but he won't be going for a second gander. Meanwhile, Mick catching up Farben with the smoke in his hand. Farben wasn't ready for the scale to be that clear. Molotovs across the side. The bomb can be planted as well. But as the smoke's popped open, Mick's been set up for another one. 4 versus 3, and the CT's yet to gain ground. Back to the side. The bomb is planted, and Mick's got another.
Yeah, one-man army in this round, really. That's got to be disappointing for Bleed. Off to such a good start, and then let the round slip basically against one Tech 9.
Even finding more damage on top of it. Also, look at the kind of weaponry upgrades you're having from the Atox side.
Yeah, huge.
Everyone basically picking up some extra rifles. Even the AWP for Mick.
A huge boost. Cabal should be able to find one as well. Somewhere. Maybe if he gets this last kill. Otherwise, I think he might be a little bit too far away.
Oh, no. That's not ideal.
Well, it's not the end of the world. I mean, Atox here, happy to get the round win. And very happy to get away with 3 guns from it as well. Great round from Mick. Again, like similar to what we saw on Inferno on the T side, right? He feels like a bit of a menace in his entry role.
Valvan getting absolutely caught out is the start of that round, but Bleed, obviously with 3 players shown off towards the early B side presence. You know, with Knock there, it's very rare that you're going to have the 2-1-2 with Knock being the second player instead of Hampus. So it's really nicely done from Atox. Bleed are still comfortable in their economy. Right, they will have another buy over here. It might get sweaty in the next one unless you save a few. But Atox now focusing in on Cypher, once again looking to target the Brit. And as Kabal will be backing off, Cypher might have the wrong call. Mix again found the better off him. Mick has been a menace and he continues to be just that. Dobu now into the side. He goes. Annihilation as well, finishing off Jacob. And that's the second round there. And then Bleed have to save.
That has gone about as perfectly as it can for a B-side take. It's everything you'd want it to be. Bleed having to start thinking about their money now. So it took Atox a little while to wake up here on Anubis, but last couple of rounds have looked very, very good indeed.
Valvan's revealed his position as well, that he's trying to get aggressive and play containment. This is not good when you consider that the T's had a free upgrade in the previous round. There is actually nothing to be gained by punishing them here. You're only going to lose weaponry. Now, they will have a buy as long as Nox saves the AWP, but it is something to always consider on the CT side.
Oh, is he going to get away with the AWP? I mean, yeah, Dobu was chasing for a moment there, but looks like it's going to be all said and done. So nice response from Atox, not letting things get too out of hand.
I heard that clapping.
Yeah, me too. I was talking to Neo, and he was saying it was quite loud out there.
I believe it.
We don't really get to hear it so well here in the caster room.
In the dungeon.
But they have been apparently yelling and screaming back and forth, which is always fun.
Good to see. I know that Cypher was quite eager to get involved in the shouting, but he said, you know what, I'm not going to do it versus Chenga's Warriors because, you know, I'm going to be respectful. They're obviously a newer team and everything. Atox is fair game, man. I agree with them on that.
100%.
Oh, no. You know what? I think this is the most justified tech timeout so far. You know, mic issues, I don't get it. TS issues, I don't get it. And sure, you have to call a timeout, but monitor issues, okay.
Yeah, who's hit their monitor too hard?
You know, I was thinking this yesterday, actually, when we saw OG losing to Atox, that I was like, if you hit your monitor, this isn't like a, you know, billion-dollar ESL situation going on over here. We probably have some backups, don't get me wrong, but how many backups do you think we have?
I don't know.
Like, how many monitors can you break until at some point messages go like, guys, what the hell?
Well, I would say just don't break monitors.
Ideally, yes.
Would be a smart move, actually.
I've heard of that. Heard of that play. And that device as an IGL has been trying to pick up on that one.
Yeah.
Like I said before, there will be a buy around the AWP available to Knock and company. But it's just an M4 actually for Hampus, not the full investment. I don't mind this.
Well, what are they going to get up to with it? You know, are you going to just with these two guns try to get aggressive somewhere on the map?
Honestly, it might just be a stack and save call over here. That's generally the situation when you see a single investment come through, and stack and save call is about to be sussed out by Mick if he keeps on his normal routing. Hampus will be going for a quick peek outside. No flashes to help him, so Cabal will not have any idea that that's coming over. Deep smokes for middle also being called through.
Bit of an expedition from the Bleed members.
Hampus will have Favon with Kevlar, actually. So if Cabal is not careful, he's not going to have the timing. I don't know if Favon spotted him out or not, but Favon can never accelerate either. It's all about who gets where first, and the Atox have been holding down. Cabal should fall over here, but now if he turns the corner, Annihilation could also be caught out there, starting to make a move. Favon will find the frag, but that's where Cabal had to trade, but the flash actually blinds him. Dobu has the bomb plant in the meanwhile, but the CTs will be tempted into a retake. They have 3 weapons, 2 of them offs.
Got to stand and deliver right here now, Atox. They need to find a way to get off this side or die trying. It's a 1-for-1 initially. That's not good enough for Atox. The spam, though, from those pistols, just not quite able to topple Cabal when it was required. He saves the day with the double onto Dobu. requiring one more kill, but Hampus is on his bike out of there, more than happy to save the AWP through into the next round. Bit too close for comfort for Atox, but they do slide their third round into the mix.
That is such messy pistol shooting. And listen, I'm not going to completely blame Jacob for that because the 5.7 is notoriously bad after the first 2 bullets in long range. So yeah, Mick definitely getting way more breathing room than he should have in that situation.
Yep. Maybe a bit of bad luck you can say for Bleed, but
a lot of good luck to get them to that point as well.
Yeah.
There's 1 second timing windows all working out for them. I think it was Cabal, not Mick. Actually.
Cabal, it was Cabal, yeah.
Hard to tell sometimes. With positions getting all over the map sometimes. Yeah.
Another investment from Bleed, MP9 for Cypher. Not the worst place to play with it. Close range angles, obviously. Still going to be a formidable weapon to run into, but approach this time from Atox is toward mid, over bridge. There's no one there to hold on to that area of the map. And there will not be. There's going to be a lot of map control for free for Atox. Dobu can creep a long way. Jacob still spotting the angle, but even then there may be a timing potentially where Atox can get across.
That's a really good flashback to enable it as well. And Farvan's been found! Mick is mental! Mick is mental!
5-on-3 as the bomb goes down. How? Got to be saving here as Bleed again.
That flash timing was really good. Farvan reads it perfectly because he knows where it's coming in from, right? Mick's inside the goddamn smoke. Farvan starts firing first.
Well, 4-3 is going to very quickly turn to 4-4, and Atox are doing a pretty good job of pulling these rounds back. I'd love to see a kill or two. Maybe not so much onto Cypher. MP9 loss is not such a big deal.
Yeah, chasing after the AWP. They should have been able to find it if they had just 1 more second. Nok will have his weapon of choice. He was always a priority before as well. But hasn't really been getting the most done from it, I have to say. Atox have done a great job of avoiding this in the past few, and now Bleed 4 in a row. Guess what? Atox have done the same.
Atox on T-side are going to want to keep this ball rolling, though. Kassad's a bit frustrated.
So is Jacob.
As you would be.
Yeah.
This is not the intended result for Bleed. It's quite the team that they've put together. But Atox have the experience as a roster, that's for sure.
God. I know it's just against this team, but it does feel like Nick's locked into a different gear right now. And this is what I was expecting yesterday. This is why I said yesterday, Jordan, he's my player to watch.
Well, 1 day late is better than not at all. Is there another hunt on offer here for Atox? I mean, you've got 8K on Cabal, over 10K for Annihilation. You've got to be looking for these guns. Cabal's doing very much that into T-Spawn, not finding anybody. They're kind of hanging around here as well, which is an interesting concept, but not going to get too much out of it. Just the kill from Favon.
-1. -1 on his skills right now. That's the most worthless skill you can find when the economy's like it. He's not even going to stick around to see if he can recover the AK or something like it either. I guess the money would be nice. I'll give you that.
Sure.
Lead now found for Atox. If Bleed don't stop them here, you can see them really running away with this half.
There's already an opening kill from Annihilation.
There you have it. Jacob struggling.
You remember how well he did on the T side with the AWP on Ancient yesterday.
Farvan's going to try and push through into the smoke. He's got 3 people. Turn around! Farvan with 2 has given them a chance, but it's still even situations.
Mick's still in a pretty good spot to be able to just walk his way into A, but it doesn't look like he's going to end up doing that. Hasn't even really drawn much attention back away from Bleed.
Nox asked for help as well, so Hampus will reinforce down middle, and Atox will have only Cypher to deal with. A Cypher who I said would be unstoppable, but honestly, he's been pretty stopped so far. Mick's been getting the better of him time and time again, and now as he moves through the smoke, Cypher's getting paranoid. Time's ticking out. He gets the headshot. It's not enough. It's just not enough. Once again, Bleed will have to consider the save, but it has now been 5 saves in a row. At what point do you say, God damn it, we need to make this play?
Well, I don't know if it's this round. I mean, there's still a lot of flashes that can be laid through here for Atox to delay Annihilation. Easy kill for him. Nork just not expecting him that progress, and that's beautiful positioning. It will indeed be the save, but this time, no AWP saved for Bleed.
In a game where 10 rounds will have passed, Nock has had 3 deaths, one of them right now. He has had the AWP every round. Single round since the AWP was purchased.
Yep.
This will be the first time it is not in his hands, and he'll be able to buy it in the next one regardless. Actually, you know what? Another AWP save. What is Nock doing with these AWPs?
Well, nothing.
Yeah, that's the point.
Wonder when we get a tack timeout here from Bleed. Starting to get a bit out of hand. I mean, they're throwing the kitchen sink now at Atox. There's that pushover bridge. Kind of worked out, but...
I mean, Fallen finds 2 of them.
Yeah,
right?
you can't ask for much more than that. Still no attack timeout. Walk through though for Nork, see what he can do. Wanted to get a little bit aggressive in toward mid there, but smoke's up, so no progress being made by Atox in that area of the map for now. While he'll force him away.
I'm thinking of making a play again. He is going to have the forward-facing position, but Mick will have the swing if he wants to go for a flashbang through. Bomb and dodges it, and that's going to be all they need to get the early advantage finally.
Yeah,
working out for Bleed.
A little bit deeper on the angle than what Mick expected. That half-second adjustment that Mick had to make was the end of him.
Unfortunately, the flash wasn't perfect either, so Falvin had plenty of time to actually react to it.
Yeah. Could be where the half starts to swing back to a bit more even kilter, which, honestly, if Bleed were able to bring this back to 6-6, I think you'd take that. 6 rounds on the CT side of Anuba is definitely not a bad shout.
Yeah. Sort of the ideal situation. And CT side was where Atox struggled yesterday as well. Let's not forget, Falvin, though, doesn't want to be forgotten either. He's putting up a big show these past 2 rounds. Feels like this one will be all down to him. He even finds maybe a little bit of information out onto where Cabal and the bomb were.
Well, Flash going to go through high into the air, just force Jacob back. Atox are going to try to get tricky and go on their merry way toward the B-bomb site.
Cypher is completely alone over here. If you find the kill, if you find the opener, this is going to be huge. Don't have a Molotov to force him out, though, and it's a very difficult angle to deal with. 10 seconds on the clock. Cypher's off angle works out like a charm.
All right. A little bit of a falter at the final hurdle for Atox in the half. Great round by Falvin. And solid anchoring work from Cypher as well. Gonna have to grind it out now, Atox. Gonna try something a little bit different, a little faster play in toward mid. And that's worked out perfectly. Jacob could not see Cabal over the Molotov.
Like a charm. Turns out it goes both ways. Great flashbang. Falvin is blind. Mick is taking him down. Nock will find a frag, but again, it feels like you're just not getting any impact with it. Second kill was needed, and that's where Dobu punishes the wall bang. Not enough, and now Bleed. Where will you save to now? You have to commit. You've got util. You've got players with rifles at least, but at 2 versus 4?
Gonna have to run through the smoking cams. Good first kill onto Cabal, but this is a tough choke point to work up against. Annihilation on the other side of it with the orb. We forced away by that util, but there's just numbers everywhere. Dobu's got it done. 7-5 at the end of the half, so Atox will keep themselves with their noses in front.
Хасгаад орчихдгоо. Тий. Өрөөнд дотор байх марталтай шүү заа энэ. Бар шийт юм. Сайтнаар. Өөрхөн байхгүй тийм. Өөрхөн байхгүй. Фикс галцаа. Өрөөгөө таасан шүү. Нэг флаш. Араарч байгаа. Сайтлаа тоглох хэлээрээ. За.
7-5 is a good half to have when you were down 0-4. Atox will be happy with it, but there's a lot to do going into the second half.
There is. But as highlighted, Atox moving on to the CT side. Maybe didn't look quite as solid on that side yesterday. And a 2-round gap. It's not really a whole lot to write home about. Especially given what we saw on Inferno, right? It does feel like Atox maybe front run a little bit and then have to work hard to finish the map off. But they are in the lead, so something to be happy about. Pistol round will obviously be a focal point. Been a little bit of a slower game from Annihilation this time around. It really felt like first half was kind of the mix show. Dobu and Annihilation taking a bit more of a backseat. If either of those two or both of those two kind of get the ball rolling here, then that would be the recipe for success for Atox.
Not to mention the fact that Falvin is alive for Bleed is also very good to see for them, considering the Falvin Mick head-to-head is also very significant as you start to look over towards the A side of things. Atox start off with a smoke and a flashbang. Zesta's wheeling them. Mick's got himself a pair of dualies, and with Bleed looking like the destination is going to be A, Mick will be the only one to try and intercept Annihilation to start rotating over, but Mick has a lot to do.
As tends to often be the case, but dualies, not going to be the weapon in this instance. It's very similar to what we saw on the Inferno pistol. This time Annihilation, instead of Dobu with the USP, is having to strike, and he's done it nicely. Double kill from Annihilation, helped out by Cabal. It is enough to stop Bleed in their tracks as they take a few more pot shots and bring it back to the 2-on-1, inevitably with that extra exchange from Atox. And it's finished off. That's a big pistol round win for Atox.
Beautiful. Annihilation. You think back towards the 2 versus 4 Inferno T-side pistol, and now what he's done here on the CT side with a man down, that is gorgeous. And just when you were asking whether we're going to see ye old staples, well, one of them has shown up, and if he can continue this form forward, well, it's exciting stuff.
Yeah, Anubis is a map where, like with the orb, you can get a bit of work done if you're a little bit more flamboyant.
Really?
If you do like, well, if you'd like to get a little bit.
Wasn't showing us jack shit.
No, that's true. That's true. But you know, Annihilation, I feel like he's one of those kinds of guys that if he's feeling it, he's gonna find a way to have an impact. He's gonna be getting aggressive in mid or out A long or pushing B main, something like that. He's got options. Obviously, you can take the fight into canals as well through E-Box. Obviously, doesn't have the AWP in this round, but Atox already showing us that they want to kind of put their best foot forward on this CT side, be pretty proactive, and I'd like to see that continue.
It's something you said yesterday, Jordan, for Atox's last CT side round versus OG. That's where they got a little bit aggressive through canals and everything, and you said, well, that's the first good round they've had all half, and it's the last one. I don't think they want it to be the last one this time.
No, you can see already on the front foot, aren't they, trying to be proactive.
Creep and crawl planned out. Mick is going to have to deal with a lot of Glocks. Oh no, poor guy.
Does have Annihilation there as the insurance fund. Annihilation's got a nade. If he times that one nicely, it's going to really help out. But in fact, it's actually Annihilation to take the opening contact, which is probably the better way for that to play out, honestly. A bit harder to deal with Annihilation at that range, and then Mick can swing off that. So quite a hefty lead having now been built up by Atox, plus a bunch of money in that round as well. They don't lose the guns. It's a very good start to the second half.
One gun round is basically what separates Bleed from seemingly unavoidable doom.
That's pretty grim.
That's the situation they found themselves in. Past 10 rounds, they have found only one. That's also pretty grim.
That's pretty grim. Yep. Mental at an all-time low. Jacob doesn't quite make full use of his opportunity there. And Atox breathe a sigh of relief, but get away with a cheeky one. And they have a two-player advantage, or rather a one-player advantage now.
Listen, Jacob's inspecting his gun while Nock's about to walk in front of him. Jacob almost sprays down Nock as well. Jacob's so messed up. The spacing over there makes it so he can't actually have a fair fight. And I'm not saying it's his fault. Again, I don't know whose fault it is, but like you were saying, Jordan and Inferno, some of the protocols looking like there's a bit of question mark coming in, but none of the profit that comes after.
Ooh, Zesta might have got his positioning just a little bit wrong there, and the Molotov, oh yeah, it's going to finish him off. B-side looking on offer for Bleed. Little do they know that there's still a couple of players over on that side of the map. Hampus has found Annihilation as well. Let's just hold our horses for a second. This is definitely not done yet.
The stack's been called in towards the B side as well. Mick will have rotated through Cabal's position now known. And Cypher, well, he's going to have to deal with only Cabal. Cabal with the Molotov at his feet is going to do nothing. Hampus saves that round for them. I'm telling you, Jordan, it is Hot Hand Hampus who's been showing up again and again for Bleed across the tournament so far. Not necessarily at the best of maps right now, but shows up right when they need it.
Shot onto Annihilation, to be sure. Money's going to be there, though, for the CT side to push together a buy. Cabal only on 3k, though, going into this round, so it'll be a little bit worse for Wear with that MP9. Only player with head armor, not necessarily a factor. There's 5 AKs. Faster this time through the map from Bleed. They're going to work their way up Canal straight in toward E-Box, which at the moment is kind of undefended.
Zesta can't afford to give up his life like he did in the previous round, and he knows it too. The question is, what is Jacob going to be up to? Jacob spotted out the angle advantage for the CTs, and Dobu forces him off. Now, Zesta had to stay alive, get at least one, and when he's not able to do it, Dobu's left behind. Annihilation's rotation is timely. It has been consistently, but the jiggle from Cypher is just too good. It's the micro mechanics of Bleed. Yeah, giving them everything.
It's a little bit awkward for Atox, isn't it? Again, I will reiterate, they look a little bit better when they're on the front foot, Atox. When they're receiving the push, when they're receiving the play, things maybe aren't quite as clean. Well, it's easier said than done to just be forcing the issue every single round on the CT side. You're not going to do that, obviously, but just completely swamped in that one.
The other thing to consider, obviously, is going to be the AWP of Annihilation will not be here now until potentially 9-8.
Yeah. Looks as though we might get another tight map. A couple of guns saved through for that one, though. Both end up being M4s, even though Cabal came in with an MP9.
They won't have the AWP till 9-10, actually. Unless they win the next round. 9-8, they won't have the money either. That is probably.
Some very solid entry work from Cypher.
Some would say the Mick of EU.
Cabal mix the two players with the guns. Going to get aggressive outside of B main, alongside Zesta. Surely you keep going.
To try and retake out towards B main as well. Hampus sticking out for a while. That could have gone dangerous. Is that Jacob to duties of just try to maintain outside B? It would be important for Bleed to actually punish these rifles if they can, and they indeed can.
Yeah, okay. It's looking pretty clean for Bleed so far on this T side.
Yeah, outside of the pistol rounds, they've been flawless.
Some pensive looking faces for Atox.
Does feel like we needed a little bit something extra coming into Dark. Zesta has been struggling there, couldn't really maintain the advantage in the 5 versus 3 where Hampus brought it right back, and now in the previous round, of course, the previous gun round wasn't able to take the duel versus side for either. So what's the play going to be? Maybe a Canals and Dark Crunch to be planned out, but seems like we're going to have more of the same for now.
This is the one you've got to win if you're Atox, though. Otherwise, it does start to get real for Bleed. Odds are shifting, definitely starting to become more favorable for Atox than what we saw on map 1. The belief is there.
Can they justify it?
Yeah, I guess that's a good question. Smoke will go down, but Bleed are going to get in front of that. It doesn't matter. Mick again through the smoke. Oh my. Favin as well, just back and forth. Bleed might not be too disappointed to see Mick on the bench for this round. He has been the standout for Atox.
And Bleed's call is perfect. Again, Dobu running into the same problem that he did against OG, that when you are feeling the pressure, he rotates very quickly. So you've left Zesta completely solo on this B site. Zesta, who, by the way, has been struggling, and as Dobu makes his way back in, he's going to be met by a smoke or a Molotov, something like it. Bleed have got plenty of utility. It's going to be a smoke back towards Temple. And as he mollies back as well, he's giving Zesta a chance. Zesta will continue to fight in, but it's Dobu to get the frag. He's already moved out of the smoke. They've dropped the bomb earlier on. 30 seconds on the clock. Atox will be gunning it back over. Cabal trying to watch for a cross. That will never happen. Hampus should not be giving him this chance. But as Cabal backs off, takes a better angle, Hampus, his leg will reveal his position. And Atox will consider the save if they can't get onto this site quick.
Yeah, it's not really the util that you need for the retake here. They can't molly dark or smoke off main or anything like that. They've got a couple of flashes, but there's honestly so many little hiding spots that with 2 flashes, I'm not sure you're going to be able to dig those out. Defuse Kid's also missing for the CT side. Atox going to let this round slip. Surely there's nothing Cabal can do about it at this point in time, and he'll just grab a couple of flashes on the way out, upgrade to an AK, and disappear. It was very nearly a good thing for Atox. Zesta looked like he was in a spot to maybe double down, but couldn't. And that's Bleed equalizing. We're following very much the same trajectory as we did on Inferno, which is Atox front running. Things getting quite close in the mid stages of the second half. But do we continue where we left off with Inferno, with Atox still being able to find that second win and then win the map? I'm not sure. Annihilation, AWP potentially a big discussion. Haven't really seen that on the CT side just yet. Obviously won't in this round.
But Hampus on the T side has been such a saving grace, I've got to say. Can Cabal be the same with just the AK? You find a kill, maybe there's something to be done with the rifle that's picked up, you know? Lots of hopium here, but Bleed are not caring for it. Bleed are going to be happy to go forward and kick that little fireball head of Atox down to the ground.
Good damage from Mick. Actually going to get out of there, and he's able to smoke off long. Shoot right at the nade. Will. So no harm really done for Bleed here. Just a USP in middle there for Zesta's not likely to cause a whole lot of a ruckus. Annihilation's timing, not quite good enough. So 10-9 again, Bleed in the lead. Exact same scoreline we saw on Inferno. This is the point though where Atox was able to accelerate on map 1.
That's where Annihilation's AWP did actually activate in map number 1 as well. This is the first time he'll have it, but it does feel like a far cry to actually expect it to come through with the same kind of impact that Inferno can afford. You mentioned Anubis can be nice if you want to get jiggy down with the AWP, but not as nice as Inferno.
Now or never, it feels like, for Atox. That's a very deep smoke. They want to take some control of B main. It's pretty signaled to Bleed what they're doing with that. Telegraphed. But is there an area of the map that Bleed are going to now have to put a few more resources into just to retake? Annihilation with the AWP again. Here we go. The parallels continue. Nork versus Annihilation. It's going to go Annihilation's way. He'll be set nicely for a second attempt at another player working their way through E-Box as well. This could go very wrong for Bleed.
At the same time, Annihilation is also considering getting aggressive on its own.
That might be a mistake.
That would be a mistake.
Look how long it takes Bleed to clear this area of the map out.
Especially because you've seen Atox sitting aggressive before as well, but at the same time, Dobu, where is that rotation going to be coming in from? He's so concerned about a Jacob lurk through middle, one that's never been a threat at all. Util's going to start flying through any time now. They don't have Molotovs to force Annihilation off of his angle at least, but now 30 seconds is around the time when they start to actually go into the site. Annihilation can't see Hampus through the Molotov, rather can't see Cypher through the Molotov. It's Hampus to find the kill. And now with two players still at the back of this site, surely Bleed will know that they will be expecting it. Dobu's down, Zesta's down, and it feels like Atox is completely down.
Yeah, if you're not going to win that round, I'm sorry, I don't think you're going to win this map, unfortunately. Atox, they had the pieces of the puzzle where they needed them. Annihilation just taking one too many steps toward the left and giving up his life for free. Such a nice start, but it amounts to nothing, and a very convincing round again from Bleed. Their takes on this B bomb side have been quite solid. Mick will save the M4, but it's a wooden spoon prize.
And the thing is that right now, we are seeing Dobu again and again do the same thing he did with Sochi, which is try to reinforce middle. There's a reason why we see players being left to anchor the A side. There's a reason why I'd be happy to have Mick alone there. It's because you can retake that more easily. Let Cabal be in middle. Be in a position where you can try and get some aggressive moves out towards B, perhaps, anything of the sort. But unfortunately, it feels like Dobu's always 2 steps too late back to the B side. Annihilation, good early kill, but Zesta's not able to cover him off from every angle, and when the smoke dissipates, he doesn't move away. It's just all of these things going wrong for Atox's side, which it felt like they might have maybe made a move to fix after yesterday.
Good patience from Bleed in that round as well. Making great use of their time. It's going to be the force buy from Atox. Well, half buy more so. Behind the M4. Mick wants to try to get aggressive and see if he can make some magic happen. Flash is going to not quite go in his direction. Actually, that was headed over toward E-Box, but Mick's down. Annihilation with the D1, able to initially connect, and he goes for more. Won't work out. This round falling apart very quickly for Atox. See what Cabal has to say about it. You've still got a couple of members over on this A side that could be potentially unexpected, but Nork actually lands a collat kill through the smoke on both of them. Nothing going right for Atox now toward the back end of Anubis, and it seems we are destined to go toward map 3.
Atox will have one chance to change destiny, but it does feel like fate has been written.
Buy should be decent at least for Atox. Lost a lot of rounds in a row. Okay, one more for Bleed. Get it over the line, get it into map 3. Ancient for map 3 as well.
Surely we see some aggression coming out now, though. Surely we see some sort of map control being taken into canals. Not just a solo aggressive position for Mick, not just the same tired smoke Molotov outside B.
Yeah, it's been the push out of B main or Mick pushing A long. That's really been the only points of difference for Atox on the map on CT side.
Buy is good, like you said, for Atox. They only have 2 kits, but I don't think that's too bad. Zesta and Mick, both the anchors, having 1 apiece.
Hawks out for Annihilation as well, so see if he gets us up to any funny business. Contrary to what we were talking at the start of the half, he didn't really end up getting too aggressive with the AWP. Alright, well. Standard sort of setups from Atox. They're not going to go for any crazy shenanigans.
They have left Annihilation completely alone on A, so that it's going to be a much more reinforceable B site if that's going to be the hit from Bleed. So So far, at the very least, you can see what they are trying to read into, but with the bomb very much undecided, this might be Bleed's first time going for actual mid-control and a mid-play.
Kaval chunked heavily down by the grenades. Already feeling a little bit worse for wear. That's very easy E-box control again for Bleed, something that we've seen from them a couple of times. Dobu going to walk right into that trap. Zesta there as well. They both fall, trying to swing their way in, and there's just nothing Cabal can do when he's only on 14 HP. Retake for two members of Atox, and it's surely done now.
Yeah, Bleed just looking so good the second you move in towards the T side. They were never, ever out of control of E-box. It felt like you could do nothing. Zesta couldn't stop it, Cypher. Annihilation couldn't stop Cypher. And don't even get me started about Hampus. This was just too much from Bleed for Atox to deal with. They win. Let's find out whether they can close.
Камера атж байна. Nice. Ка баган. Баган нэг нь араасаа. Баган. Хоёлаа. Баганда байгаад чинь нэг нь. Nice. Үчи болоо шүү. Nice.
Red Bull gives you wings.
You on my mind a lot. Don't need no time, watch. I don't know how I got you in my pocket spot. Yeah, that's babe, need you every day. You like my oxygen, make it seem like the barging down. Got my heart no barging in, from the bed to the floor to the couch. Might wake the neighbors up, break you in and break you out. In the end, we gon' make a child.
Copy my steel, face the fact that ain't no cap, I'm real. No cap, I'm real. The plastic bars from I copy my steel. Plastic bars from I copy my steel.
It is my first time in Mongolia. I haven't been there for too long yet, but so far I'm pretty happy with, the hotel is good, the weather has been good, and yeah, everything is good so far. I mean, the main thing I want to do in Mongolia is to win this tournament. I made the decision to join Bleed pretty fast. I know they have quality players, they have a quality coach, and I just wanted, to kind of work with Kassad again. He said good things about all the people in the team, so that is the main reason. And I think settling in is going pretty well. They're fitting me in pretty well. From 1 to 10, I would probably rate it at like 3 maybe, because we have had no time, no practice almost. We played officials before we came here. I think I have high expectation because I know we're skilled. I think maybe we can shoot our way through the tournament and maybe even win it. But we're not like super prepared. I think last LAN I played was still Melbourne, I think. I played in the arena there. Arena is what every player is playing for, Playing in front of a crowd is special, and it doesn't matter where in the world you're playing. So, I expect us to go to the arena, and I'm looking forward to it. I'm pretty confident we're gonna win, just because I believe in the team's ability to win. I haven't seen too much, but I have coaches and analytical people that will take care of that. I think the biggest difference is the tactical aspect. I think the Asian teams can shoot just as good as all the European teams, if not even better. But I think the Europeans are a little bit ahead when it comes to the tactical department. From Asia, it's for sure Mongols. They have been playing pretty well recently. I've seen a lot of good results in Europe, fighting versus the best teams. And I would say the biggest rival from Europe is probably Aurora. I mean, I hope they share for us. Of course, understand that, versus Mongolian teams or even Asian teams, they will probably cheer for the other team, but, I hope that we can win the crowd.
Red Bull gives you wings.
3 maps required here then for our first series. I think it may well have been expected from a few here on the desk, but at the end of the day, a fantastic opening game for the 3rd day of the MESA Nomadic Masters. I'm once again joined by our caster analysts, as it were, Elfish Guy and Tea Time. So, Tea Time, you didn't get your 2-0. Unfortunately,
I didn't just not get my 2-0 Crib. I also didn't get Dobu getting any of the adjustments that I hoped that he would, because we had this situation. I was saying it on the cast again. Dobu yesterday was running around like a headless chicken on the CT side, trying to rotate to the right side when all he needed to do was stick to one, and this time it was more of the same. Unfortunately, that B side was never defended. Hampus and Cypher just looked way too good.
Yes, ultimately I think that, there was maybe a little bit too much to match off against. We did touch on Cypher, particularly on this map being a bit of a home ground for him. I believe we have the scoreboard, which will indeed, again, let us know all about that and just continue to kind of reiterate what we're saying here ultimately. But yeah, it looked a little bit rough in places for the ATOX side on an individual level. Maybe even an argument, when you look across the scoreboard, you wouldn't have thought it would come as close as it did, George.
Yeah, I mean, I think, to be fair, again, Mick was doing quite a lot of work, as you can see. He was definitely putting in the hard yards in that first half. Even in the second half, he was pretty impactful. Felt as though Dobu and Annihilation actually kind of both went missing. I don't know that Annihilation's is necessarily his own fault. I would say there was maybe 1 or 2 rounds where he got the AWP on that CT side only. Didn't really get much of a chance beyond that. So I don't know. I mean, it's kind of tying back into that conversation that we were doing prior to that map and sort of saying, like, okay, that this level of consistency that we're starting to see through from ATOX, and we saw it over the 4 or 5 maps, right? But have we now seen that bit of a drop-off from Dobu and Annihilation, and no one has been able to step up necessarily to kind of fill that gap? Mick did to an extent, but you probably needed somebody else to step up alongside him. So I'm starting to get a little bit concerned, but I will say, I mean, and I know I'm jumping ahead a little bit here, but I think Ancient, again, probably a bit more of a comfortable sort of territory for ATOX than what Anubis is. So I'm hoping that'll bring them back a little bit to a higher level.
Yeah, I mean, do you think, is there a conversation here, just sort of very briefly, Tea Time, but to kind of pick your brains on this, is Anubis a map that just functions so differently regionally? That's something for me, I think, with the way that it came in as a map and T-sided, and it's a very different sort of environment in Counter-Strike in general. Is it just sort of that difference in knowledge, difference in approach that maybe let them down here?
I don't know if I would quite go that far, because honestly I thought ATOX as Anubis about 6 months ago looked a lot better than it does right now, but currently I'm just not seeing enough from them on the CT side, and that's the thing. That's where I'm the most confused, because all of the decisions that are leading to their demise seem like they were diagnosable from yesterday as well. It's the same mistakes again. So I do think this is just something they need to go back and really do their homework on in the day of tomorrow. But that being said, I wouldn't say it's quite a regional disparity, because Mongols obviously looking good on it. Linvision have historically looked pretty good on it as well. It does feel like this is more for an individual, a brain block for Dobu right now as the IGL on this team.
Well, there you go. I mean, yeah, fair adjustments coming in, I think, in between maps as well from Bleed. Let's have a little look at the player of the map there, the top scorer. Indeed, it comes through as Hampus. I think no surprises across the board there. Actually having a hell of a series. Someone, again, that I've kind of highlighted a little bit as being a very, very underrated kind of player in recent Counter-Strike history. Obviously having kind of a difficult time career-wise over the past few years, but coming into this team, coming into this LAN as well, I think he's just been gagging to get back in a LAN environment and really prove himself.
I mean, is it fair to say he might have even been their best performer at the event so far, just across the board? He's been up there, at least in both of the series that they've played in. A lot of impact in that last one. We were highlighting like a couple of those rounds, which it kind of looked like ATOX might even be able to win, and then Hampus sort of just appears and he's like, sup. and that was kind of that. So yeah, definitely happy with that as a selection as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, Hampus has generally been the best performer for Bleed, even online, for a little while now, and it's very impressive that he continues to do that. But the thing is that he puts himself in these lurking positions on the T side, and you could see what a nightmare that was for Zesta and Dobu/Annihilation on that B side there in Anubis. It just felt like they couldn't figure out, hey, where do we go? Do we go to fight Dark where Cypher's there? And even if we get the kill, Hampus is coming in from behind. Do we try and isolate the duel versus Hampus, where we know he's really elusive and it's really hard to actually find him? And again, same thing, Cypher is going to push in. So it really felt like it's a pick your poison situation. And honestly, going into Ancient, I'm worried that they're still going to be pretty poisonous.
Yeah, sure. Let's segue into Ancient and check that out a little bit just before getting across to the break here. It's a highly played map for the Bleed boys, right? It's obviously one that Atox also lean into, does pretty well for them domestically. Not as much tape, not as much reps, let's say, at least in the sort of higher level officials. How do you feel for Bleed now after what you've just seen there on Anubis?
I think I'm going to lean toward Atox still. You know, obviously that was a very close map. Both of those maps were very close. I think that going back into a little bit more of a comfort territory, in my opinion, for Atox, is going to give them that little 10%, because really all they needed there on Anubis was actually just another 10%. You know, maybe one swing round goes their way, that could be a completely different map. So I think I'll give the benefit of the doubt actually to Atox rather than Bleed for this one. But Bleed have, you know, rebuilt some of that momentum. They're starting to look a little bit better. So I do think, you know, look, if anything, this is going to be a close map. It's going to come down to the wire again. But I'm leaning Bleed. I'm leaning Atox. Actually.
I see we have Mr. Flip Flops back in the house of a hair again. Obviously, always got to represent. That being said, though, I'm less sure, because the issue is I agree with Jordan. 10% more right there from Atox, and then we would have really had them coming through in Anubis. But that was also genuinely maybe the worst performance from Nock that I've seen in a very long time on any map. Nock on Anubis was non-existent. He was completely vanished. He wasn't doing anything despite being given the op every single round, and I can't expect that to be the same. So we're actually going to see a better version of Bleed going into Ancient as well. Ancient is, in my opinion, hands down their best map on top of it all. I'll edge it out to Atox, but I will say the door is much more open for Bleed to come through and take what is theoretically rightfully theirs.
Well. I'm leaning the way of Bleed. We'll at least get a little bit of variance here on the desk, of course. Is it going to be arena hopes here for one of these teams? Is it going to be the lower bracket run back? Only time will tell. We'll see you after the break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
You on my mind a lot. Don't need no time, watch. I don't know how I got you in my pocket spot. Yeah, that's babe, miss you every day. You like my oxygen, make it seem like the barging down. Got my heart no barging in, from the bed to the floor to the couch. Might wake the neighbors up, break you in then break you out. In the end we gon' make the child.
Copy my steel, face the fact that ain't no cap, I'm real. No cap, I'm real. The plastic bars when I copy my steel. Plastic bars when I copy my steel.
За Монголоос бол 23 оны 6 сарын үед гарсан. Тэгээд ер нь бол тэг гараад өөртөө нэг жоохон цаг хугацаа хэрэгтэй юм байна. Тэгээд ер нь жоохон өөртөө амралт өгье гэдэг байдлаар ер нь төр завсарлсан. Тэгээд ер нь найзууд тэгээд гэр бүлийнхэнтэй цаг зав гаргая, өөртөө цаг зав гаргая гэл. Тэгээд ер нь бас нэг жоохон эрүүл мэндэд анхааръя гэж бодоод нэг дасгал хөдөлгөөн хийж мэгээл. Тэгээд нэг тиймэрхүү байдалтай өнгөрсөн дөө. Тэгээд ер нь нэлийн хэсэг хугацаа өнгөрсний дараа үн чинь тоглоомоор санаад тус тоглоомоор санагдаад тэгээд тэр үед ер нь олон багуудаа санал иржсэн гэсэн тэгээд Atox багаас санал тавиад тэгээд ер нь бодож үзэж хагаад бусад тоглоомоор санагдаад Монгол багтаа тэгээд ерөнхий зөвшөөрөд орсон байгаа. Тэгээд Европ болон Аз багуудын хоорондын ялгаа миний бодлоор одоо үед нэг анзаарахдаггүй байгаа. Яг нь Европ баг нь арай илүү нягт арай нэг хийх юмаг бүрэн гүйцэтгэлийг хийдэг гэж магадгүй. Гэтэ яг одоо ер нь Аз багууд ч гэсэн ер нь бүгдээрээ сайжраад одоо ерөнхийдөө нэг тухайн үеийн моментн дээр шийдвэр гаргалтуудаар ялгаатай байх гэж бодож байна. Тэрнээс одоо яг баг хоорондын ялгаа байхгүй байх гэж бодож байна. Монголд ер нь ягаад ер нь бусад багуудаас илүү айгүй чансаа сайтай байгаа гэхээр миний бодлоор бүх хүмүүсийнх нь одоо хувийн скил тэгээ сахилга бат тоглолтын дундх шийдвэр гаргалтууд нь одоо бусад багуудаас арай жоо илүү байгаа болохоор тэгээ арай сайн байгаах гэж бодож байна. Тэгээ ер нь ихэнх залуу тоглогч нар за одоо байгаа багаа ер нь харьцуулахад бол бүгдээрээ хувийн скил сайтай, шийдвэр гаргалт сайтай, бас арай нэг жоохон туршлагатай тоглогч нар олон байгаа болохоор бас харьцан гайг байх гэж бодож байна. Бүх багуудын снайпер рол төр тоглолт хүмүүс бүгдээрээ сайн. Тэгээд ерөнхийдөө миний бодлоор мэдээж Монгол 910
Tied 1-1, both these teams come through on iconic maps for themselves. Ancient, going back as far as the days of Eruption, Atox have always loved it. And Cypher and Hampus paired together with the same map. My goodness, there's nothing more you could ask for.
Yeah, indeed. Both teams very, very comfortable on this map. It's going to be a nice little brawl. Who's going to walk away the victor? It's hard to say. I'm going to lean toward Atox. Got faith. Maybe got bias. I don't know. You can call it what you want. But we'll see what happens here with this initial push over toward the A-bomb side. Doesn't really look like Atox are particularly well set up to defend against it, but they will at least have a fast rotation with so many members in mid. Cabal unable to do anything on the initial contact, and that is already a little bit of a problem for Atox. However, Toby's able to strike for one, and then he's done.
Cabal now has to try and fight up against the two players coming his way. He knows he'll be peeking out. Cypher's bathing was obvious, but you can't do anything when your destination is death. Jacob and Hampus now trying to find a couple more bits and pieces of chaos down in middle. Zesta is alone. Finds himself one kill, and that'll probably be all he gets for the round. Bleed. Another very solid pistol round coming out from them.
Not what you want to be seeing if you are Atox. Zesta's in there to grab himself a little bit more cash on the way out. He's got a defuse kit, so might as well give it a crack here, but not quite going to go his way. So, important round won by Bleed to sink their teeth into Ancient. Shouldn't really be much of a response from Atox here. They don't, I imagine, want to buy into this one. A very positive kind of pistol round though from Bleed, wasn't it? They were active. They weren't resting on their laurels. They got the site, but then they pushed for more.
Dobu finds the first kill onto Falvin, but unfortunately when Cabal's not able to get a kill onto the cross, that's just too much. Two smokes and Flash forcing him away. Atox will be prioritizing the save in the meanwhile.
Yeah, fair enough. That's very much the expectation. It'll be a big old stack on B. 5 USPs can do a bit of work if they're all together. I like this kind of a strategy personally.
Yeah. Stack's always good to see when you're in an impossible round.
No move, only shoot.
The only hope that you have is that none of the stars of Bleed are activated because they're able to farm out these ecos as well. That's something you have to be very careful about. Full wraparound coming through. In the meanwhile, no one is looking at their right, and Hampus is going to find a freebie. That's about as easy as an ace can get. Kassad looking happy as well. That's the first time I've seen him smile in this series.
Yeah, I mean, it's starting to turn around a little bit for Bleed, isn't it? It felt like for the majority of this series, they've been on the back foot, right? Like Inferno, they were more or less on the back foot most of the time. Then first half of Anubis, they were on the back foot as well. So only now in more recent times is it started to feel like Bleed are somewhat in control. Good start on Ancient is going to continue that trend. First gun round, an important one, but no real contest into mid. The late contest actually from Atox, the flash over the top. Didn't really do much, but good spam from Cabal. It's a better start to the gun round than it was for the pistols.
Dobu's being set up for a bit of a play down middle as well. He decides not to go for it. His remaining teammates had backed off and he was hoping that they would be safe, but Zakem shutting down Zesta. That forces Make to start contemplating the retreat, and Dobu is being targeted right now. Bleed have one man in mind. They have one man they want to deal with, and I can see why.
Dobu only going to be good for the one in this case. Jacob in the meanwhile as well, also starting to lurk his way into Red Room on the timing. Cabal looking to activate, but he's got it wrong. And that is going to be the A site, more or less cracked open. They should be aware of Jacob potentially being there, but Annihilation just goes barreling into Red Room. Can't imagine there's going to be much to do for Mick here, and that is, in the end, quite a straightforward gun round. Great round from Jacob.
Cypher's such a goblin, man. Gotta love him. I don't think Atox love him, don't get me wrong, but yeah. I have to say, very surprised that Zesta is holding out in that angle. Of course, he's looking for a bit of information, but that's something that they can completely punishing there. Dobu not really executing on his initial plan of trying to get the flank in, and can't really hold down the lineup against 3. It's too much to ask for.
Is the victory going to be elusive for Atox? It seems maybe that'll be the case. Well, good for one with the Deagle. Again, you're kind of getting these like moments, these little inroads here and there from Atox, but they feel as though they're coming fewer and further between than what we saw yesterday and what we saw on map 1. I just wonder if maybe has Atox run out of steam a little bit in this matchup. Nick thinks otherwise.
If you aggress in through middle and Mick finds another deagle shot here, it's going to, oh, Mick, the timing. Oh no. They're going back towards the A side, literally half a second, a breath. That's all it was. Resmoke out into middle with a flashbang to Donut, and Dobu is committed to B. It'll have to be a Dobu deagle round. But look at his positioning, he's so far back. It really is a one and done angle. He'll be waiting for the shadow to be spotted, and Nock just pre-fires him down. That's the last of it. Mick can't get the shot either, so it is pretty much game over for this round.
Mick's not going to be able to deny the bomb plan either. Flash pops in his face, and he's been dealt with comfortably by Faven. 4-0. Bleed have taken a while to arrive at this tournament, at the MESA Nomadic Masters Spring. But I'm getting the sense from what we saw on Anubis and what we're starting to see now on Ancient that they are easing their way into the tournament. They're looking better as they're going. And on the flip side of that coin, Atox do seem to be slowing down pretty substantially. But Orb's out. Maybe that'll change the conversation a little bit.
Jacob, initial lighter smokes to try and threaten that donut side finish. Zesta is not going to be quite as savvy on the spam. That's what Cabal gave before. That's what Cabal gives again. And Zesta finding the third kill into middle. Quick collapse into mid is what gives Atox a big all advantage, but Falvin and company still hoping to bring it back just a little bit. Turning the corner, not really fully clearing it. Mick will take advantage of Falvin's carelessness.
Well, the AWP was out, but the AWP was not the difference maker. It's just the rifles that have been putting in the work this round, isn't it? Just looking for a bit more.
That's the nice thing about having the AWP, though. The full commitment into middle that they're able to go for, yeah. You would like to see that.
Unlikely Nock's going to get away with a whole lot of damage done here. Got to be pretty aware of where he's hiding, and Dobu gets that job done quite nicely. So 5 guns through. It's exactly the response that Atox are looking for, but it's only one piece of the puzzle. We're going to have to find more before we can really start to say things are finding their feet. Yeah, the ship is being righted.
This is also one of the things that we have to keep in mind is that will Bleed keep trying to go for this 3 smokes into middle setup where they're trying to scale up and use that smoke as a lurk smoke, because Cabal's been punishing them pretty consistently on it. So how's that plan going to be working out for them? Dropping across Dobu spam as Hampus. He's laid out middle, no one here, and now he should know, but he's spotted out Cabal. Cabal's spray is sloppy. Can't find the frag.
Yeah, that'll be mid-control established for Bleed.
Oh, they're going red room with 2.
Got to split the map in half. It's a 3-2 split from Atox. They do at least have a couple of members over toward A if push comes to shove there. But
Annihilation retakes out the donut, so if Cypher isn't very careful about this, this could be a potential easy kill to find on the AWP, but who's going to be finding who? It's all about who actually tries to clear out the angle. Annihilation now looking to the left, and Nobu's hunting out for Cypher. Cypher's expecting a second, but as Hamper circles, Zesta's found one in the back lines. Cabal as well keeps things interesting, but he can't hold off the A main on his own. Mick has to help him by preventing the flank from coming in. Cabal now taken down, and with 40 seconds, Bleed are left with 2. The boost up for Farvan. Annihilation might not be expecting it. The AWP misses a shot, and that'll be what saves his life. Farvan shows himself again, and Zesta in the meanwhile finds the back line. So again, Bleed unable to break onto a bomb site.
bit of an opportunity for Atox to start slinging some words back in the direction of Bleed. You're right in saying Cypher was expecting a second. That's an important duel that was won. And Annihilation maybe, yeah, a little bit lucky, but sometimes you need a bit of that. Atox coming back into the swing of things. What is going to be the response from Bleed? Not a whole lot, but they do have an AK to play with, and that is very swiftly fell into the hands of Favan after Jacob dropped.
You'll have to see Zesta getting those ones. Jacob's had a better hand on him after that first map. Not to say the first was really his fault, like we said before on the desk. But he's a good man to take out of the server.
Tobu keeping a bit of an eye on B lane here as well. Not expecting to see too much until that smoke does start to fade. Be a nice 1-2 punch for Atox if they had bottom ramp and cheater control, but they decided to back off. It's just going to be Tobu kind of shoulder spotting it. Sees the information. Spam goes through. Not too many connections, but that's all good. Atox have a bit of a read on what's happening. Funnily enough, though, haven't rotated an extra player over toward B just yet, so this could get a little bit sticky if these initial frags don't quite go the way of Atox. Mick needs to survive, but he's low. Shots coming through from Cabal to assist as well, and Mick receiving the flash to send him in. Doesn't quite manage to get that job done. Hampus making it a little more costly for Atox, but that's more than within the acceptable range.
Not the cleanest, but whatever. We take those. For Atox. Bleed now need a second plan. If it's going to be a faster play onto a side, I would quite love that, I'll be honest. A side is where Annihilation has been camping up the AWP in the past few rounds. You do wonder whether he'll start to rotate away from it. Remember, he hasn't actually revealed the fact that he was there for all that Bleed know could be B as well. And yep, it's going to be an early A side focus, if not finish.
Annihilation usually pretty good at dealing with these, though. Same position we saw from him yesterday in that game against OG.
And it's going to be expected. They're not going for the same angle, but the head is visible. Cypher is gone. Annihilation gets a second chance, and now Nork is zoned in onto his angle. Annihilation forced away by the Molotovs will not re-peek. It's Jacob to fall. Jacob trying to proceed back to Temple will do nothing off the sword, while Hampus finds a clear B bomb site.
Really good defensive AWPing from Annihilation, just taking the shot, backing off, taking another shot, and slowly giving ground, but still doing damage on his way out. That said, this B site, as you say, has been taken for free. Atox starting to cotton onto that possibility. They're going to walk back in, have a little bit of a look, and Annihilation again for his third in the round is really starting to lock it down. He could even be on for the ace if Bleed continue to push their way up the ramp.
It's going to be tougher with the smokes down there at the very least, so they will have a chance to get onto the side and get a bomb planted. There is a nade to use early. He will have the scale.
They'll have the bomb plant too. And Nork's found Mick. Hang on, this could still go a little bit pear-shaped again. Another 4-on-2. Surely not Atox. They lost one of those on Inferno. Oh, Nork, I think he spotted the gun barrel there as well, and they're going to lose another one. They've lost a 4-on-2. Bleed obviously pumped up after that one.
Nightmare fuel if you're Atox in a situation like that where your Opera has got everything locked and loaded on the A side to abandon B like it, and then only, you know, to go forward back to the site, have a player take the lonely pick. I mean, that's a 5-on-3, 4-on-2 after the Hampus trade, but yeah. Annihilation as well just didn't really feel comfortable going forward into the site, so you can't blame him for being locked out behind the smokes, because obviously they could be inside Cheetah, you never know.
Oh. Give them an inch and they'll take a mile. That is Bleed at the moment. Annihilation a bit put out by that last round, and can't really blame him. Still, enough cash for Atox to scrounge together a final buy. 2.4k loss bonus. If things don't go well this time, they will be back to an eco, and that'll be where the half really starts to run away from them. So big opportunity ahead now for Bleed.
Yeah, Bleed could really close this one out to an 8-4, 9-3 situation if they win over here. Going to be the first kill found out by Cypher. Cabal is down. Zest at a trade, but there's already Cypher inside the smoke and inside the donut. Look at this again. Annihilation been left fully lonely. Hampus, the question is, where do you explore? Is it going to be trying to target where Dobu traditionally lies in? Or will you stick to Ram?
Surely can't be expecting Cypher and Donut.
They should know, because Cypher's got a kill already and they've cleared out in deep mid, so they should know.
They are, yeah, they are watching. Nick's having a look very intently, actually. He's going to have to split his opinion between the A-long and Donut angle. Dobu spotted at least one out on the B bomb side. Will flash high for himself. Works out nicely. Favin caught by that one.
They might not be expecting a player inside Cheetah because of where Dobu's shown himself off already, but it's all about the cross. It's all about the plant. Annihilation prevents it. Meanwhile, Knock fights back. It's a 2-on-3 now with Annihilation funneled out. Cypher is low. He's got nothing to do here either. A recovery from Atox after losing the first and middle.
Yeah, a bit more of a proactive approach that time from Atox. They don't allow the bomb plant to go down. They don't allow Bleed to really be the one dictating those fights. In the end, they actually flood through the smokes and take the fight to Bleed, which might have worked out a little better in their favor in that 4-on-2 that they lost. Either way, it's a welcome sight for Atox to bring one back. And a little bit of a number to the T-side economy as well with that. So have to see what we're rolling out with here. But yeah, not really a whole lot for Bleed. Just the one hero AK to try to make some magic happen. And was already down to half HP. Copping a grenade.
Make spots out the head, will be backing off. He's taking too much damage as it is. Dobu's found Cypher, Farben, and maybe more. Indeed, he has. Quick triple to collect, and these are incredibly important rounds to reaffirm your economy. If you are Atox, that guarantees that they will have a buy for the rest of the half, and they will be fighting for all of it.
Yeah, once again, a very back and forth map. This one in a bit of a different fashion. I felt the first two maps were kind of streaky. You know, we'd see 5 rounds or 6 rounds from one team or the other. But this is, you know, it's gone 4-3, and then now it's been sort of back and forth, 1 or 2 here and there. It's quite a brawl. You do have to give some credit to Atox for hanging in there.
Got to give credit to Bleed for hanging in there as well. Got to say, it feels like both these teams are hanging in there. What's going on?
The reason I say that is obviously because Atox are on the CT side. So in this kind of a situation, it's very easy to just lose by default because you don't have any money. But actually managed to keep themselves economically pretty healthy at the right time.
That is a great name, by the way. Good damage out of Cypher. Gonna make his weak, and Cypher is down, but the trade is there. They're happy with it. A Tech 9 for Mick. Yell yes? I was about to say hell yes, but yell yes. Waldo, always good in middle. He's been so consistent in finding these frags. He's been veteran on veteran action, and now Cabal and Jacob trying to fight up against each other. Headshot angles on great to go in against Hampus on. I said Jacob, I meant Hampus.
Attention turned back toward the A-bomb side. Smoke's down though. It's going to give Dobu the space to creep out. Doesn't see too much. No real information for Atox now. Anybody's guess as to where Bleed is headed.
Annihilation's also in a very awkward angle over here. So if this ends up being a cheetah-sided finish, which seems like with Hampus, Knock there, that could be an option. It would be troublesome, but Dobu will be the one in trouble. 30 seconds, the call is simple. Go A. Dobu, do you have any utility? No, you don't. You've got an M4, A4, and a dream to find Faven. And to be honest, that might be just a dream. He's not going to be taking a peek at all. Knock will be having his position revealed initially. He's got the bomb on his back, do not forget, and Dobu is zoned in. He knows Faven is his only real opposition over here. His teammates can push through the smoke while the bomb's being planted. They don't have util to do it, and they don't have the guns for it either. If Annihilation had an M4, I guarantee these guys would be in the side already.
Yeah, the util is the big problem now. Just the one smoke might have to go down onto the bomb, potentially in toward Donut. Hampus is going to play close. Not quite the 1-2 punch that Bleed are looking for. They can actually isolate duels here. Cabal's done just that. He's going to look for the AWP. He's got to get the smoke on the bomb pretty quick and just probably have to sit that defuse at this point in time. Time is really running out. Nork aware of that, and that is an easy kill. And another round for Bleed.
Felt like you needed a double over there from Dobu, and if not a double, then to buy time. He tries to go for the multi-kill.
Yeah.
Feeling the pressure on him. Again, there was 11 seconds left on the clock when he's going for that secondary fight. It does feel like he was set up for success, but unfortunately just can't find it. Bleed. Great round recovery in the 3 versus 3 after forcing Cabal back.
Pumped up. Job not yet done for Bleed though. Reinvestment's going to come through from Atox. They've got enough to work with for the majority of their forces, but Dobu down to just a pistol. He's going to try and make good use of it. Very nearly did. Didn't quite land a headshot though. Hamper survives on 19, and the push is coming out onto A. It's 2 players to defend, and Mick, ooh, he knows there's another one. Oh, through the smoke, he actually gets that kill. This is just starting to turn a little wild.
Wall sprays just a little bit off, otherwise the bomb could have been denied of there. Bleed aren't really looking pretty as far as their guns are concerned either. Annihilation will be the difference maker if he could only make the difference. Flashbang from Cypher is perfect. And now that should be the half over with. Cypher spots out another one, takes him down. It's only Cabal, and as good as he has been on clutches, this might not be his round. Still fighting, still hunting, still searching. The bomb ticking away, no kit on him. Faven to reveal, Faven to fight, setting up for Cypher, and it's the last shot to give them 7. Bleed looking good into the second half.
7-5. They're going to be loving that. But Atox moving on to their more favorable T side. Jury's out. We'll have to see.
It does feel like that 4v2 was everything.
Yeah, I mean, it's another one of those opportunities that you just can't afford to let slip, and didn't really end up punishing Atox on Inferno, but get the sense that it could well do so here.
Big rap arts bopta анжи. Тонтиус буцчин. Тата авирах гаш зүрдээс та. Ханыг хаас утсан. Амьдэрсэн шүү. Тата авирах гоо явж шүү. Тата авир шүү. Өдөр зөөс та. Бомн унс. Тата яв. Никос. Нүд нүрээ очж магадгүй. Өрөө. Сайднаар. Өрөө улаа. Сайднаар эс өрөө. Эс улаа. Өрөө нөө. Найс. Эс ата.
New half, new Bleed, new Atox. Which versions are we going to see? Annihilation heading into the T side will be hard pressed to find much success, so we are going to be putting a spotlight onto Dobu and Mick. Bleed, on the other hand, ZT side, Nox been looking good, Hamper's been looking good. Doesn't really feel like anyone over here has been slumping.
No, like I said, I feel like Bleed have sort of slowly but surely been finding their feet here at the Nomadic Masters. Taking them, almost 2 series to kind of get to a level of strength that they'll probably be pretty happy with at this point, but still a little more to do. I think looking at this, they are being challenged. Definitely they're being pushed by Atox. So if we're working under the assumption that Bleed and Mongols are the 2 top teams at the event, I would say at the moment, Mongols are definitely still looking kind of above even Bleed. And this is by no means a sure thing up against Atox either. Pistol round, bit of T-side prowess. Things start flowing for Atox. Let's not count them out.
This round's going to be very important for them, both Smoke and Incendiary for Cabal. It's going to be this is generally an A-side finish if you're going for one Smoke, one Molly. CT Smoke and Molotov out towards default, flood into Donut and see if you can find the fights, and that might be the call. Maybe it's a Donut Smoke. Can't tell right now. No, it is CT. Okay.
It's a very similar approach as to what Bleed brought to the table on their pistol, but
at the same time, the real attack is coming in from mid to Donut. They want to isolate Hampus, and again, it's a crunch, it's a sandwich that's being planned. Hampus looks away, and he's missed the timing. It's going to be up to Nock to try and defend. He does do so too. Great shots found, and now comes plan B. Coming in from the site itself, Cabal gets two, and the bomb can be planted, but where is it going to go? It's going to be going back towards the B side, which has been vacated by Bleed. They're going to try and cut them off in middle, maybe with Cypher. No, they decide against it. It's Annihilation who's going to have an uncontested red room access.
Bleed beats them to the B-bomb site, though, so this is not as easy for Atox to just run in as they might hope it would be. Favin's already on the angle. I just don't think they expected him that quickly. Annihilation unable to get anything done either, falling to Jacob. This is more than likely the pistol round going the way of Bleed. Atox trying to get a little bit too tricky for their own good. Would they have been better off just taking this straight-up 3-on-3 brawl coming in through CT connector? Well, potentially, yes. Close-range angle, Glocks, might have worked out for them, but they actually ended up getting beaten to the punch over toward the B-bomb side, and that leaves Zesta solo with way too much work to do. Ideally, can just get the bomb plant down, and does at least manage to do that, so that's a small win in the book of Atox.
Thing is, Nox just does so much in that position. He gives his in-game leader everything to work off of. Hampus misses out his first few bullets with the dualies, and it felt like he was just going to be crunched on completely. And Nox finds two massive kills. Look at this in the replay. 1, 2, beautiful stuff from him in the close-range USP. That's not what it's normally known for. And if not for that, then you know what? Atox probably takes over that A site, like you mentioned, but that delay, those extra kills, those extra frags, it's a bit too much to deal with.
The dream slipping away from Atox. They might have been thinking about a potential matchup against the Mongols in the Step Arena on Saturday. That seems like a long way away at the moment. But they have forced into round 2, as is to be expected when the bomb plant goes down. Bleed will be aware of it. Taking a lot of mid control. Atox not going anywhere quickly at the moment, though. A creep out onto A might not be too bad. Favin expecting the boost. Gets out of there with his life as well. That's fantastic work.
There's 3 players inside Donut from the CTs, and none of them know that Annihilation's already in deep. Cypher could be cut off, but the call's been given. Hey, he could actually be deep temple.
It's not terrible map control for Atox, though.
Donut will be the problem point, though. It's so hard to deny the bomb plant, rather to get the bomb plant when you've got 2 players already there to spam, and this time it is 3. Flashes overhead, the bomb's not being fully planted. Annihilation trying to play containment against Donut. Mick as well doing some of the same. But now as the bomb is being planted, Cypher has to be careful. He wants to push through the smoke. Annihilation's already taken down Favin, and the CTs are low. Nock and Hampus basically without anything to work off of, and no one is giving the peak. It's all about Jacob and his duel versus Dobu, and Dobu's taking it home. Gets the upgrade to the M4 as well, and the CTs, they're out of there. Cypher, you better be going with them.
All right, cheeky little round for Atox. Maybe the hope is not gone just yet. So 2 MP9s being saved, which is not exactly the greatest of prizes for Bleed. We'll give them something to work with in the next round at least. Atox on the hunt though. Or just going to save in T-spawn. Funny how that works out. All right. As we predicted on the desk, another close map ahead, it would seem. Sort of expecting double digits once again. Had that on both Inferno and on Anubis.
Bleeder at least being made to sweat. And, hell, he might be made to cry. Atox, however, right now, face is not quite looking as cheery as they were once upon a time in Inferno. They'd like to go back to that range of emotions, but got to fight for it. Bleed will have to buy the next as well, courtesy of their 3 saved weapons. Do they actually invest? I'm sure that's what the timeout was for, to try and figure it out. No, I had to say that, just as I say it.
The gear issues. Who's on the gear?
That's always the question. On Instagram, everyone. Good thing to keep in mind for the young ones out there, guys. Social media gives you unrealistic goals for yourself. Be happy.
Be happy. Easier said than done.
Okay, man.
Everyone's going through something, pal.
That's true.
What is the issue on the stage? The gear issue? Everyone's looking pretty chill. Maybe it was Cabal's PC. I saw an admin there.
That would make sense. Of course, if you guys aren't aware, we also do have a lot more Counter-Strike coming up afterwards. It'll be Linvasion versus Game and Gladiators up next, and rounding things out by Chinggez Warriors versus OG. So even if you are thinking, wow, this is a great match, this must be the only thing going on, because that's fantastic. Well, no, we've got a lot going on over here at MESA, over here in UlaaNbaatar.
Yeah, what I would say is, I think, if anything, make sure you're here on Saturday and Sunday, because those are going to be some pretty banger games. They're going to be arena games as well.
Yeah.
Not sure how the Mongolian audience is going to react. I haven't obviously been here to cast in front of a Mongolian crowd before. We did do the Asia RMR in UlaaNbaatar, but that was a crowdless event. So I'm hoping it's going to be good. I know there's a lot of fans, and I hope they're all turning up.
That's what you would expect, at least, but yeah. Teams have been turning up, though, all across the tournament so far. We have had some impressive performances coming through. Bleed's LAN debut have left us all feeling pretty happy about them, but you know what makes me even happier is the fact that if Bleed look good, Atox being competitive looks even better.
That's true. Yeah, and I don't think this has been a case of Bleed doing poorly or anything like that have allowed Atox to play a competitive match here. Atox, I think, maybe have taken their foot off the gas a little bit in the last couple of maps in comparison to what they brought to the table yesterday against OG and how they started this series off. But nonetheless, it's been a solid performance. I mean, I think everyone's looking fine here, right?
Yeah, it feels like we can hear a little bit of... I know the audience probably doesn't, but we can hear a little bit of, you know, knives in and out. We heard just everyone dying to the match medic just now. We've got some of that extra information.
Bit of knifey spoony.
Nah, guys. What is a knifey spoony?
I don't know. Where is that from?
I've literally never heard that.
You've never heard that?
Before. Knifey spoony. Actually, there is a spoon. The spork? No, that's a spoon.
It's from The Simpsons.
Okay. Is it like a spork but with a knife and a spoon?
I'm not sure.
You know what? That's something to figure things out later on. Now it's a tactical timeout call by Bleed to make sure that they can address whatever they need to. Of course, they have to figure out whether they go for the buy or not. Just a reminder, we just saw the force buy from Atox coming out in their favor. Bleed were forced to save their 3 weapons, and Atox are going to be taking forward 5 rifles into the next.
Yeah, so tech timeout on the back of a long tech timeout. Plenty of time definitely to think for Bleed. Even if you can't talk during the tech timeout, maybe you can think and someone's come up with some master plan.
You'd hope it's Kassad giving them the master plan.
Well, he didn't seem to have a whole lot to say right there.
All the plans are in place. He needs to say nothing. Bleed now need to execute, as does Atox. 8-6, and we are going into it with Bleed not really buying too heavily, but they'll still have a chance with these 3 weapons. Hampus pushing forward with one of them, and it does look like a pretty straightforward B hit to be planned out. Mick to lead the charge, as he often does. Flashes fly through. Jacob flies back.
Lots of util flies through. In fact, it's Atox to scale their way nicely onto the bomb side, and they are taking... Well, I was going to say taking every opportunity that runs with them, but Nork has decided better of that. He gets a headshot before he falls as well. He has done a lot of work there, and that has thrown this round into a bit of disarray. It should have been far easier for Atox, and now it looks impossible. How does that even happen? Jacob allowed to walk through the smoke, find a double, deny the bomb plant, and then some. Hampers from behind. That round should never have gone that way. Atox, I think they've missed a trick. That might be the round that loses them this series.
That and the 4v2 for sure. This was absolutely inexcusable, but Knock, what a play from him. The double kill found because they don't smoke up their left side. This is the thing. You go for the deep CT smoke. It's really important that you don't swing into the left of default over there either, because the cave smoke isn't enough cover. So if you're hoping that, oh, hey, maybe I can put myself into the little cubby on the left, that's just not going to happen. They're trying to funnel in from the right, but because Jacob didn't take the duels and he played defensive, he's able to hold them off as well. And now the force buy from Atox has already seen one hit the deck. Zesta down, but Jacob over aggresses. Now Cypher maybe doing some of the same, but he comes out on top regardless. And with Hampus' help, it's now a 4-on-2.
Yeah, there's 3 smoke on the doors as well, so it'll be difficult for Annihilation to trade that frag. Impossible, in fact. It's perhaps too little too late now for Atox. They had their opportunities certainly on this map, but a lot of those big clutches have gone the way of Bleed, and at a 9-6, 10-6 deficit, I think maybe Atox have just run out of steam. It's been a pretty impressive couple of days from them. But this definitely looks a bit too much to come back from, which is not the end of the world. Nice initial shot from Hampus. Good follow-up after the flash. It's not the end of the world for Atox. They will go down to the lower bracket if they drop here, but I can imagine they would have much rather been in the upper bracket there alongside their compatriots on the Mongols. Loser of this would play winner of Gaiman and Lin Vision, which feels like a winnable match for Atox, definitely, down in that lower semi-final.
But that's a conversation to be had then. Right now, Atox are still hoping they can come back probably from 6-11. They're not going to have a bye round in the next one, most likely. Attack timeout being used. Atox, if there was ever a weird Tech 9, half buy, full buy, force buy, flashes, everything, you know what, if there's ever a chance, I'd like to see it.
Oh,
but
never.
as Annihilation's face is showing us, I think we know what's going on in their minds.
Yeah.
What the hell have we done, guys? It was a 4v2, it was we had the buy, they didn't have weapons.
It's like resignation really on the face there is what I feel.
Too many things to think about right now in the Atox camp, and I need to be doing a bit less thinking, a bit more shooting.
Fast over toward A-Long from Atox. We've got Faven ready to receive. He's spotted all the information out, gets the molly through as well. We'll call for the rotation in, and it's Hampus who will ensure that no one's actually crossed onto the site. This is awkward for Atox. They're like fish in a barrel. And it's far too easy for Bleed to lock that one down in the end. Yeah, I mean, again, you just look at the Atox faces and it's like, yep. What can we do?
Meanwhile, feeling jubilant.
Yeah.
Feeling very happy, feeling like it might be time to heave a sigh of relief, but you cannot heave yet.
Yeah, one more bite of the cherry. It is there for Atox. Get another gun round out before this is over. Right, this is it.
They've really got a specific plan in mind if you've got no smokes from Mick. That's where I'm looking forward to seeing what exactly it is going to be. They're trying to delay things out before they try and contend into the ramp. It's going to be Annihilation to find the first of the boost up. Annihilation still fighting. Cypher trying to get a little bit more done, but he can't line up the spray through the wall for the boost itself. Mick is feeling like he can go for a risk.
What if Bleeder feeling the same here in mid, jumping up on a shelf. Going to try to recontest B lane. That's huge from Cypher. What? Oh, so easy. The spray transfer, nice and clean, and Cypher has 4 for the round. The ace on offer, not quite going to go his way. Faven got it, but that was very, very clean indeed.
If not for that spray transfer, Hampus wasn't hitting his shots, man. And everyone was ready because they expected that push to come through. They watch out for Cypher. They swing out for him. Cypher comes out with, I mean...
magnificence.
That is that's just pure sex appeal right there.
That's true.
I'd swipe right on that GIF.
Put that one on the Hinge profile. Yeah. ATOX are done. You can tell. You can just see from their reactions, from their face. This is not a team that believes anymore. They've got a little bit of money to play with. Few guns going to come through. Mac 10 out for Mick. But it's such an uphill battle for ATOX, especially with Bleed having a super strong economy. And it's the same story as what we got on the previous map. Second half, it's just been dominated by Bleed.
Yeah. Pass out in the middle, Dobu at least finds an entry, but an entry wasn't good enough in the previous side. That they need more, and Mick is trying to deliver. Cypher this time plays defensive. He knows what the game plan is going to be, but with the smoke up in the air, Beckham's not going to be completely ready for this one. They've also re-smoked this out. There's going to be another man around the corner. It is a question by Boopy's first. Annihilation will go for it, and he has gone down for it. Bomb also completely vacant. Cannot really be recovered without having to trespass past 4 and land. Mick, nestled away, will be expected, but the swing on the Mac 10 gives him a chance to deal damage at least. The bomb will be Zesta's responsibility. It is Dobu's responsibility to bring this game back in. Jacob Flash will be helping, but it's actually just a straight duel. Dobu punishes him for taking a second, but it's still 3-on-2. Nate goes a bit too deep, otherwise Cypher could have been a freebie. And now, as they try and scale with the bomb, they don't have utility, they don't have much of a chance, but at least they've got their arms to fight with, at least they've still got their lungs to breathe. Can they continue to breathe though? Faven right around the corner of their neck, the crossfire is perfect.
Yeah, I don't know that he's going to be able to get this one done. How on earth? Well, if Dobu looks away, maybe there's a chance. He didn't even take any damage, but again, he's got no idea where Zesta is, clearing the angles with the util. Zesta behind in the cutout is not going to get it done, and Bleed will win the map. It's just disappointment after disappointment for ATOX as they go down into the lower bracket. Bleed will find themselves facing Mongols on Saturday in the Step Arena.
Баярлалаа. Тэс ярьсан шүү. Хатбек цаа. Хойлоо галчаа. Араас татчих. Араас татчих. Бүр хоёр. Нэг нь улаа. Би бомба авна л. Өдөөс нэг үсэрч байна. Би сайтаар. Нэг ард. Сайтаар улаан. Ээж носон. Бомт тавьлаа. Утлаа. Нүрэг бом. Би жангл чарсан шүү. За. Их орлоо. Таа би рэп. Өрөө. Чам итгэв.
Joined by Cypher off the back of that marathon of a series. Brother, let's start with how you're feeling. It was a long one, a good day.
You on my mind a lot. Don't need no time, watch. I don't know how I got You in my pocket spot. Yeah, that's babe, need you every day. You like my oxygen. Make it seem like the barging down. Got my heart, no barging in. From the bed to the floor to the couch. Might wake the neighbors up. Break you in, then break you out. In the end,
interesting one. I just hope Mongolian fans will kind of root for us a little bit. But I mean, other than that, just give me a fair game on that, and please. Just like first Fatihati Paris, now Mongols and Mongolia. Just like what's going on?
And finally, talking about Atox, right? I think they're a side who many might not even expected to be in this stage. They're the first upset, and now even taking you guys to 3. I think they've probably earned a bit of respect for the EU teams.
Oh, 100%. I mean, they're all very good individually. Like, they're all insane individually. And, I mean, yeah, it's just like, before, you know, you kind of had the stereotype you could just kind of run at them, I suppose. But now I know you can't run at them. They're very good. They're very good.
Well, brother, thank you very much for joining us, and looking forward to seeing you in the new year now.
Thank you.
Easy.
you on my mind a lot. Don't need no time watch. I don't know how I got you in my pocket spot. Yeah, that's babe, need you every day. You like my oxygen. Make it seem like the barging down. Got my heart, no barging in. From the bed to the floor to the couch. Might wake the neighbors up. Break you in, then break you out. In the end, we're gonna make the child.
Copy my steel. Face the fact that ain't no cap, I'm real. No cap, I'm real. The plastic bars from I copy my steel. Plastic bars from I copy my steel.
Bleed advance here in Mongolia, and of course the Atox boys, they tried their absolute damnedest, but running out of steam there into the third map, could not keep up with the power of Bleed. I am once again joined by Tea Time and Elfish Guy. I think ultimately for me a fantastic game of Counter-Strike, but yeah, as I say, just unable on the Atox side of things to keep it up all series long. Certainly one of their more grueling games here.
Yeah, I mean, definitely an enjoyable game to watch. I think you put it quite rightly that they did run out of steam. It really felt like that was the case, especially toward the back end of that third map. You kind of had probably a string of 4, 5, 6 rounds where every time we would go back to the player cams of Atox, it just looked like they were shattered. It looked like they were done. Didn't really seem like anyone was talking. It didn't seem like there was any ideas. Nothing really coming through. And unfortunately, at the end of the day, they just couldn't get the ball rolling at all on that second half. So it's unfortunate because, you know, again, we're sort of a little bit biased towards Atox here and we want to see them do well, but Bleed was the expected team to walk away with a victory in this series, and a very good, close, hard-fought series, so can't really complain.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I feel like, you know, again, we were in for a pretty good game of Counter-Strike. That's exactly what we were delivered. But I feel that, you know, Bleed were able to prove to us once again, maybe on the kind of level that things were ultimately at I suppose, a dig deep moment for them, if that makes sense. There's an awful lot in there for that Bleed team. Let's have a little look at the scoreboard here to just kind of run through and indeed paint that lovely picture. I mean, in a pretty one-sided affair, you don't really expect too many players from the losing team to step up massively, but there was still some decent score lines in there. Once again, Hampus looking very good for us, so a really solid game out from the Bleed side in particular. Tito.
Yeah, Bleed honestly looked really, really good, especially in these step-up moments. You know, you saw Knock in that when they were more on the force by themselves with the 3 saved rifles and whatnot. Knock looked really good over there, getting the big multi-kill. Then we obviously had earlier on the 4-on-2 that they're able to clutch back together as well. It really felt like Bleed's individuals were what made the difference, be it on Anubis, be it on Ancient. They were able to step up massively. And here's the issue, right? Here's why I was always, even the very beginning, I was always a bit timid about saying that Atox should take this in a 2-1. When it comes down to stamina, Bleed are the ones who have it, and it really did look like Atox ran out of steam by the time the third map came through.
All right, boys. So we like to play a little game here, I think, on the desk.
Do we?
Where, yeah, where you don't look, because obviously it comes up. We've got the player of the match available. So stare at me really hard, I guess.
Geez.
Who do you think we're gonna get for the player of the match?
If I stare at you this hard, you're going to be my player of the match, Scrim, any day of the week. But no, it's got to be Hampus. I feel like there's going to be no questions about it. Maybe a shout for Falben, but I'm going in for Mr. Ham himself.
Take a look.
The big ham.
Correct. Yes,
the big ham.
Indeed. I think it's fair enough, right? A great game out from him, and as well, there's the stats kind of thing that we can pull here, but just the fact that he's also IGLing and Maybe, Jordan, you can come at it from an angle more around that calling side of things, particularly on map 2 and 3. It felt like he really had a handle on Atox.
I mean, definitely. I think they were definitely in a position where it felt like they were getting the better of Atox in a lot of situations. I mean, it comes down to that, but I think also comes down to his impact in the server just in general. Like, he's involved in a lot of those impact rounds, some of those clutches as well. So I'll give him his credit where it's due. It sort of seemed like a bit of an across-the-board result from Hampus. So, again, he's kind of continuing to put those numbers up. We've seen it 2 series now in a row here. Boots on the ground in Mongolia, and he's going from strength to strength, which is exactly what Bleed is going to need. They can't afford for him or anyone really to go missing, because now they're going up against the big dogs, right? They've gone through, they've played against the other 2 Mongolian teams, right? They've gone through like the gauntlet run of Mongolia, and now it's time for the big raid boss. So
it's like the 3 Billy Goats graph, right? At the end of the day, when the biggest Billy Goats come in, when the biggest, baddest guys come in, then the troll does end up right back underneath the braids. And I'm just going to say, Hobgoblin Cypher, I'm looking at you, buddy. But no, I will say that's going to be a very fun one. I'm really interested to see how that one goes, because Bleed's individuals look crisp. They look like they're never going to be off for more than a map. I called out Knock for not being really there in Anubis. He was there every other time. This is a team where no one is missing more than 1 map in a row.
In the arena as well, by the way, that matchup. So I think it might be the first game in the arena. I have to have a quick look again.
I think it's the 3rd game in the arena. So yeah.
Either way, definitely going to be a banger.
Yeah, for sure. We're very much looking forward to getting into that. Maybe a little taste as well of, the grand final, you could say.
I would say so.
That, we're getting it.
I mean, just based on what we've seen from the team so far, I think you definitely are getting the best level from the Mongols, no doubt about that. Bleed, I mean, obviously it looks like they're probably up there as well. I would still put them a step below Mongols at the moment, but yeah, they've done enough. I mean, the only real spanner in the works might be Aurora. I'd be interested to see Bleed versus Aurora, how that might play out.
Sure. There's so many different sort of permutations of the way things can go. We do have the head-to-head, so we'll check in with that, of course, as well. As these were players that you guys highlighted coming into things. Favon was maybe.
Listen, I'm not going to take any credit for that one. I did not highlight Favon at all.
Okay,
Favon was a secret man coming into it. No, because here's the thing. I'm not going to pretend like this was expected. This is a really good overperformance from Favon. This is what, I'll be honest, I've been a fan of Favon for a very long time, going back towards his Sprout days. This is the kind of Favon that people were hoping and praying for constantly again and again. And very frankly, if we can get him activated on LAN, that is terrifying, man. That is scary. That could be what edge out Bleed in any matchup.
Yeah, a really exciting prospect for sure. I think, again, I'm kind of agreeing with you. When you and I were back in the day commentating together, he was sort of on the come up, we were on the come up, and a great player. And I think he really, again, has begun to deliver here. Maybe not used correctly within Big. It's a conversation for another day, but into Bleed, it feels like he is a piece that potentially Kassad especially knows what to do with, and how to use him, how to utilize him, and how to get him going. On the other side of that conversation, though, we had Dobu there, kind of looking a little quiet into map 2 and 3, I think it's safe to say.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think the thing is, like, he put in so much hard work over the last couple of days that I think he's almost afforded a couple of slower maps. And to be quite honest with you, it really was only map 2, I think, where he actually sort of let things down. Like map 1 and map 3. Map 3, he was still the top player.
He was fine on Ancient. He wasn't doing bad.
He was pretty okay on Ancient. So if we go through the 6 maps that they've played, he's probably played quite well in 5 out of the 6. And unfortunately, that's just not enough today for Atox. But you can't really knock him, I don't think, too much individually.
Well, indeed, I believe that is all we've got to say about that series. We will, of course, check in with those teams a little later on, coming from the upper bracket side of things. Bleed a little further on. Atox now have to go through that run back that everybody loves to talk about here in a double elimination system. But we are going to take a break. We've got our next series coming up. That's a bit more cutthroat. We'll be waving goodbye and indeed sending a team home. Gaming Gladiators up against the Lin Vision coming up later.
Red Bull gives you wings.
on my mind a lot. Don't need no time watch. I don't know how I got you in my pocket spot. Yeah, that's babe, need you every day. You like my oxygen, make it seem like the barging down. Got my heart no barging in, from the bed to the floor to the couch. Might wake the neighbors up, break you in then break you out. In the end we gon' make a child.
Copy my steel, face the fact that ain't no cap, I'm real. No cap, I'm real. The plastic bars tryna copy my steel. Plastic bars tryna copy my steel.
gives you wings.
Back again for day 3. It is game number 2, and it's time for Gaming Gladiators and Lin Vision to take one another on. This will be, unfortunately for at least one of these two teams, the first elimination match of the tournament. But I guess that's how the cookie crumbles, right? When you get knocked down into the lower bracket, you basically reap what you sow, and there is now one team that's going to be very disappointed in about a couple hours' time.
Yeah, you know, it's double Elim, right? This is their second chance, but their last chance. You don't get more than 2, right? It's as simple as they should be used to this to a degree as well. It's a pretty standard format by all things, but, you know, in both senses, they know they could have done better. They know they could have been a little bit more competitive in those first games, especially Gaming Gladiators, who really weren't. Lin Vision had a couple of moments, but it wasn't, as a whole series, at least, what they can bring to the table. So, yeah, I think, you know, they'll be bummed to be here, but now it's time to show, you know, backs against the wall, show what you can do.
Yeah, absolutely. You can start a little slow. That's perfectly okay, but I don't think you can really have 2 series here, particularly in the case of Gaming Gladiators, right, who really did struggle in that first game. Again, against one of the favourites, you know, so there's less of an argument, I think, coming into this matchup.
Is it fair to say that neither of these teams have really come into this event at full strength? We can take a look at the gaming roster here while we sort of touch on that, because it feels like for both these teams, I mean, in Lin Vision's case, they have that stand-in sort of substitution change situation, and then for gaming, it's like definitely not their A grade at the moment.
For sure. I mean, this is a side, right? We have to remember a very good run at the major, the furthest team from Denmark in a hometown kind of arena. So for them, you know, they're coming towards this tournament, and they have had some okay results over the past. I think post-major, they've been in a little bit of a slump, and I don't think it's been fixed just yet. You know, for me, Kragan is such an important part of this team, and he really has been struggling individually. I think when he doesn't find the frags, they're not quite themselves. And we're hoping we basically get the Kragan that we saw at the major. When this guy steps up, he is unplayable, but we haven't quite seen that yet.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think, you know, the online results, like you say, really not been all that great from Gaming Gladiators. Lin Vision on their side as well, though, to just quickly touch on that. I think, again, domestically it's been a little difficult standing, like you say. There's also these rumours around Starry at the moment, so is this the last sort of outing for him with Lin Vision? Not quite sure. Do they even fully know? You know, it's certainly a little difficult to predict in that Chinese scene where players are going to end up, but I think that we should hopefully see a bit more from these two teams today. They've acclimatized to the environment.
Yeah. Indeed, and speaking of, we've got a player to watch for this first matchup. I actually don't know who it is, so it's a surprise for me. It's Kragan. Oh, okay, well, maybe not much of a surprise, to be fair.
Yeah, but honestly, you look at that rating and you see a 1.06, and it may not kind of blow you away, especially for those who maybe don't follow kind of the more intricate kind of tier 2 EU scene. This might not mean anything to you, but this is a guy who, you know, let's say half a year ago was easily one of the best riflers in tier 2, was just an absolute animal. They're kind of that tail end of Ecstatic, when they were making runs, deep runs in tournaments, online, actually being the favourites going to a lot of online tournaments. We really got to see how good Kragan can be. When he gets going, he's so good, but it just feels like, maybe even since they've gone to Gaming Gladiators, I don't know if they've taken their foot off the gas, they've seen things have changed behind the scenes for them in terms of positions or roles, but he hasn't quite felt himself.
No, for sure, there has been a drop-off individually. I think that is safe to say. It feels like, especially since moving organizations, you know, the whole team has maybe lost a lot of steam, and there's many conversations around why that may be. It's very, very difficult to say, but yeah, they've not looked as good as we wanted from them.
Well, one of those conversations is going to be tea time. He's got an interview ready with Gaming Gladiators.
Got Paddy with us over here right before his matchup versus Lin Vision. Paddy, I don't know if you know this, but the Mongolian broadcast and analysts were all rating you guys as maybe even the best team in the tournament right now. Bit of a disappointing run yesterday. Anything about that match in particular?
Tough match against Mongols. They came in really hot and we came in cold. Had a bit of off day, and also they have been playing really good lately, so I think they deserve to win.
Is there anyone out on Lin Vision right now that you're going to be looking out on against?
Not really. Like we did our preparation, and they look like a good team. They're playing with a stand-in, like flying. So yeah, that's it.
They said they're going to be trying to target Salazar. Any notes on that? Maybe the off versus off matchup?
They're going to challenge on Salazar? Oh, that's a bad idea. This guy is insane. So good luck with that.
Listen, good luck with that, Salazar. And you know what? Good luck with that, Paddy. Hope you guys have a good game. Thank you.
Right, good to hear a couple of the insights from the Gaming Gladiators side of things, but I guess now is the point where we do have to sort of start touching a little bit more on Lin Vision, and it's weird to me because I would have been quite high on Lin Vision coming into this tournament had it not been for that change that they've obviously made with G going out, and then the potential, as we've talked about, of those potential further changes. We can take a look again at Lin Vision here as far as their rosters are concerned while we sort of break this one down, but I think if they would have come in with the previous 5 that they had, I might have had some high expectations for them. But now I'm just like, I feel like they're in this bit of a rebuilding period at the moment.
It's definitely, it spells big question marks about the side, whether, not in terms of how much they care, because obviously they do, but it's like, if the rumors are true and Starry is leaving, it's like, is this project a bit of a zombie at the moment where it's not exactly itself and they're just kind of playing for the sake of playing? But, they have a lot of talent. Zaka, who was previously, when G was in the team, was the entry frag, and now he's gone back to his previous role as an AWPer, is super talented. We saw that yesterday in terms of what he can bring to the table. Starry is always been a big name in the region. Westmelon, one of the brightest minds we've got in the region as well. So they have these individuals and the names. It's just a question for us of what they can actually bring to the server and actually how much dedication they've got in terms of maybe pracs and stuff, if this is the team to remain the same or is going to be changes. So it's a bit of a weird situation where we don't really know.
Yeah, and I feel like there has been, a difficult start for some of those individuals that you mentioned. Zaka on the AWP didn't necessarily look the most comfortable for me, still working it out. I think they're also a little unfamiliar of how to use him, right? They had some difficult maps in there. So I think that particularly in the AWPing side of things, and that's something that I believe we hear from the interview and whatnot, that they are looking to try and target Salazar a little bit.
Yeah.
So I think that's going to be kind of a problem for the Lin Vision side, because I don't know necessarily how they're going to do that. Zach is really going to have to step up today versus his first game.
Guess that's a good question, and maybe the player to watch for Lin Vision will have the answers for us. It is going to be Starry, and this is a guy who he can definitely pull some pretty special stuff off, but how often and how consistently, I think, is the main question for me.
Yeah, I mean, when we looked at, we were talking about the head-to-head, and there was actually kind of a bit of a story behind this, because both the guys, Kraken and Starry, it's the what if, right? It's not the what now, because both of them have been a little bit off their game at the moment, but we know what they can, we know their ceiling, right? If they want, they can take over a game. We just haven't seen it for a while. We haven't seen it yet, at least.
Yeah, for sure. I think there's, again, there's that ceiling. Like, it is, I don't know what's really happened coming into this event. Maybe not the most comfortable. We would expect from these guys across both sides to not really have that excuse coming into the LAN environment, something that they should be fairly comfortable with, but it just doesn't really have looked out that way. I think one of the things for me is the fact that Lin Vision come in, maybe not the hardest opponent in the tournament. I think that was kind of the thing for the Gaming Gladiators, is they just felt like they didn't play their A game yesterday. Mongols were the better team. That's simply how it goes. A very difficult one for them to stomach, but I think they also have to be careful in this Lin Vision matchup that they can't just look at an isolated game. There's a few less officials available for the moment for Lin Vision. They've not really been smashing them out as much, so they're a little bit harder to read at the current time. So there's a lot in there that Gaming Gladiators in particular have got to be careful of. It's like, whatever, day one jitters, we'll get over it. It's like, it's not going to be that simple.
We'll have to see what Lin Vision thinks about all of that as well. We've got an interview ready with them, so let's head on over to tea time once again.
Well, we've got Amelia over here on the team, and I've got a couple of questions. Obviously, first and foremost, so starting off with, how's the new team environment been? How's the adjustment been? How much time have you guys got into practice with the addition of flying and Zaka back to the AWP?
OK， 他们问的是，就是你们队的，就是环境有些好吗？然后你们的训练都够好吗？还有没有不舒服的地方？有没有？一个一个回答就行。
就是先说就是训练吧，我们训练的这个时间总的来说也是比较短的。然后呢，来到蒙古之后，因为这边的一些硬性的条件，我们就是不太能去进行训练赛和一些就是跑图和就是游戏里的一些改进，所以还是就是有很大的一个欠缺的在游戏上面。
He says that our practice time was really short, and when we come to Mongolia, it's really like the environment is not like good enough, and there's no place to just practice and everything, and it's a bit of hard to practice well.
Well, I've also just got to ask about yesterday's match. Obviously, going up against a European team and everything, always a little bit difficult after how long it's been. Do you think you guys are going to do better today?
他说就是昨天的赛嘛，就你们说，然后他们说欧洲的那些队嘛，然后你觉得你们今天会表现出更好的表现？
当然。
He says that we will perform as well better than.
Is there anyone in Game and Gladiators in particular that you guys are watching out for? Is there anyone you're maybe afraid of, maybe hoping to target a little bit?
OK， 有没有在那个别的队？这个就是说怕的，还是就是挺看重的一个队有吗？在别的厅里？
别的队伍吗？
对，就是 Game and Gladiators。
什么意思呢？就是
对，就是他们最强的，就是你们看中的一个队员。对，他们的。
萨拉兹。
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 他们的Opera。
Is there Opera Salazar? Yeah. And they will be like watching well.
Well, you heard it here. Salazar's going to be targeted. Let's see if Lin Vision can get it done. Thank you so much for the interview, Emilia. Good luck.
Thank you.
Always good to hear from Lin Vision as well. And so now we can set ourselves up for the context of this matchup. I guess that's the question that I want to pose to both of you guys. Where do you actually sit with regard to this one? Because I feel it's actually a pretty hard one to call.
It is. I think, when we did the kind of the start of the day kind of thing, I went Lin Vision, and it's a pretty unconfident Lin Vision. I think they didn't see a hell of a lot in their opening game, but then we didn't see a hell of a lot of Gaming Gladiators. I think currently with these two teams, if we were to get the best out of them, I would go Gaming Gladiators. I think the ceiling is higher at the moment, but it's just a case in point for me at the moment. It's that it just feels like the Danish side are in a bit of a rut. So maybe that's where I'm leaning a little bit more Lin Vision.
All right, well, Scrooge, you get to actually have the benefit here because you're going to get to see the video before you make your prediction. But let's have a look at the video and see what we're going to get out of this one. I heard you guys just chatting while that interview was going. We're expecting maybe a Dust 2 in here. Is that?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a map that Gaming Gladiators have been toying with. To limited success, not awful, but not going to pick into it. They are actually going to go for the Inferno. Yeah, does make a bit of sense for me. I think that although their Inferno is not brilliant, the Lin Vision Inferno feels like a real pressure point. Again, raw statistics, don't know how much deeper digging they have done. The nuke coming out from Lin Vision makes a lot of sense. Gaming are decent on it, but I think it is just kind of Lin Vision's map through and through. But the Dust 2 as a decider, again, we're not so sure. As far as I'm aware, not too many reps, if any, at least officially for Lin Vision as yet on Dust 2. For the Gaming Gladiators, though, it's like a map that they seem to be kind of leaning into as much as they can, but only a couple wins over 5, I think it is, something like that. Yeah. Really not the best looking map for them, and it is something that, we've commented on a little bit as the EU guys, I guess, saying that it's risky, they really aren't perfect on it.
It is. I mean, for me, when I look at this veto, the big win factor, I feel like, is that Inferno. Lin Vision have actually been very solid on Nuke when I've caught them. They play a lot with an Asia ECL. It's kind of always been this sort of pocket strat where a lot of teams don't know how to compete against Lin Vision on it, so they've always had that as their in the back pocket. So for me, that doesn't feel like a lock, but it feels very decent for Lin Vision. Inferno, it's just up in the air. It's a Poggers paradise, right? All it takes is one player to take over. If we see Zaka step up with the AWP, if we see Starry find the form that we know he can do, but he hasn't for a while, then maybe, who knows, Inferno could go the wrong way. I feel like Dust 2 is going to be needed, though.
Indeed. Plenty of questions that we'll have to find the answers to in just a moment of time. For us to take a quick break, don't go too far away. The match starts on the other side of this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Yes, it's my first time in Mongolia. I think it's beautiful. While we were driving towards the hotel yesterday from the airport, we saw a lot of mountains, and also when I just look out the window, mountains, and I really like it. I think it's beautiful. I didn't really have any expectations coming into the country, but I think it's beautiful. They needed an AVP player, and the coach at that time was my former teacher, and he already knew me and knew what I was capable of. Yeah, we don't really feel the pressure because we're not really the favorites, and we know that we can beat anyone at the tournaments. So I just feel like we just play our game and believe in ourselves, and take it one round at a time. in Asia or in America, there's a lot of different teams, or not a lot, but there's some different teams, but you're practicing against like the same teams all the time. Where in Europe you practice against sometimes some of the top teams in Europe, but also sometimes you're practicing against like the tier 2 who's very good at the online tournaments. And I think like a lot of the practice, that's the biggest difference. I think we practice a lot more in Europe against some of the top teams than some in the Asian scene probably does. Yeah, I would say there's a skill gap. It's not because the Asian teams are very bad, but you can of course see the skill gap, which is also because practice against some of the big teams there is in Europe. You could see it like in the Asian scene. I think there's only the Mongols who's like very good in the European tournaments, and then there's other teams like Tailu or Rare Atom or what, I can't remember all of them, but they're like not so good in the European tournaments. So I think there's a big skill gap, but I think Mongols trying to be much better than any other Asian team. Of course, I hope we can win against them, but now they're playing in their home turf. But I hope if we just do our thing and play our game, then I'm sure we can win still. And of the Europe teams, I think I would choose Aurora. They performed very good online also, and they just came in second in Melbourne. So I think they have a lot of power too. I just want to say thank you for all the support, and hopefully we can get some Mongolian fans. It's always nice to have fans all around the world, and I think I just want to thank everyone for the support.
我觉得这是我第一次来蒙古，然后我觉得蒙古这边的食物啊，这边的风土人情都不错，跟想象的是一样的。我加入这个队伍是因为以前的一个队友吧，他叫一叉 P， 然后呢是他就是把我从天梯里面就是找到我的，然后问我有没有意愿来打职业，然后就来试训，然后就顺其自然了。然后对于现在的阵容的话，我觉得还是需要磨练吧，还是差了，跟想象中的我们能达到最好的水平还是差了很多。这个换人对于我们来说也是就是十分的突然的，然后也是很紧急的去找了一名就是队员来补充，就是加入到我们现在的阵容，所以我们的就是这个磨合和这个适应的时间是非常非常短的。亚洲队伍的话还是的 Mongols 吧，然后欧洲队伍的话就是我们要打那个Aurora 那个队，因为什么的话，是因为我们这一次比赛确实，如果说竞争力的话，一定是不如很多队伍的，在这几支队伍里面，我们估计也拿不到什么样就是特别出色的名次，所以我们还是就是力争前4、前3这样的一个排名吧，所以我觉得就是跟他们跟一些欧洲啊一些这些亚洲队来说，我们还是需要努力去往3、4名这样的成绩去进发的。
You on my mind a lot, don't need no time watch. I don't know how I got you in my pocket spot. Yeah, that's babe, need you every day. You like my oxygen, make it seem like the barging down. Got my heart no barging in, from the bed to the floor to the couch. Might wake the neighbors up, break you in then break you out. In the end we gon' make a child.
Copy my steel, face the fact that ain't no cap, I'm real. No cap, I'm real. The plastic bars from I copy my steel. Plastic bars from I copy my steel.
Red Bull gives you wings.
We didn't even plan it either.
No, of course not. I think it's a given for yourself, but but for me, you know, there's I don't know, a difficult conversation around this matchup for sure. Gaming Gladiators, look, it's one thing to be in poor form. It's another thing to have a really rough opening series. That takes a lot to bounce back from. Hotel conditions, as far as we're aware, you know, lacking the direct scrim sort of practice.
Yes.
I think you can maybe hop on a server, do some dry runs and watch some demos, but all the same, going to be a tough ride here. LinVision on the other side of things, also a little wet coming into it, but we'll see. There are a few points of punish here. We have the LinVision nuke, somewhat famous within their own region, of course, and a map that they absolutely love playing. They're going to get kicked off into a very aggressive pistol here. Clean headshot to open up from Zaka, flying with the spin around, looking very good here as the A-bomb site falls quite quickly. Just Kragan and Patty that remain. Bomb going down, a little bit of a nade damage, but not able to deny it. So LinVision looking set to kick things off cleanly.
2v4, tough retake. No kit, one flash. Flash now being used as well. Comes around, doesn't really do any sort of damage, but the UFPS will find one. Kragan only good for one, as Flying doubles down at the tail end. And a very good start coming forward for LinVision. Now, we touched a bit on this on the desk. This is a map which is really popular for LinVision domestically. They're actually, it's one of their kind of pocket maps where it's not, I think, pracked a huge amount within kind of the Chinese scene, and it's always been a map for them which they've used as a punish pick for basically every other team they come against. So they get a lot of kind of official reps on it. They get a lot of practice, and they play some pretty good Counter-Strike on it. It's a little bit unorthodox in terms of maybe what we expect from EU. It's a little bit more aggro, a little bit more fast-paced. Some of these tempo changes, you know, probably will catch Gaming Gladiators off a couple of times at the very least. But a good start nonetheless. A pistol underway. You're going to take that every day of the week. Now, we will have a little look, of course. These two sides have actually played relatively recently. Yep. It was at the major. It was a best of one, and Excited did win it, but it was an overpass. So it doesn't really matter. It's not in this veto, not in the game anymore. Rest in peace.
Yeah, but, you know, there's a bit of a head game that goes on there, I think, where it's like Gaming Gladiators will feel confident coming into it that this is a team they had a handle on already. But then they also beat the Mongols.
This is the way I'm thinking, all right?
And
they beat the
got
Mongols.
absolutely doo-dooed on by the Mongols. So difficult to call.
That's what I'm thinking, right? They beat the Mongols at the major on European turf, and then they beat LinVision on European turf, and now we're on, you know, Mongolian turf, Asian turf, right? It's now for Mongols and potentially even LinVision to answer back. We have some gear issues, whatever that means, wherever the gear is. I'm assuming maybe a mouse or a keyboard or something of the sort. But hopefully you get it resumed in just a second. For those who didn't join us for the pre-show, our veto for today is Nuke, of course, picked by LinVision. Our second map is Inferno, picked by Gaming Gladiators. It's a map which they play a hell of a lot, but not a huge amount of success. It's limited, we'll call it that way. And then Dust 2 is our decider. Now, LinVision haven't played this map yet in an official on HLTV. Gaming Gladiators have. They've played 5. They've only won 2 of them. It's been a little bit of a rough one for them. They've been trying to integrate it into their pool with pretty limited success.
Yeah, but potentially for moments like this where they come up against a team who have got, you know, 0 experience on it. And obviously, Dust 2 is one of those maps as well where, A, it's a bit fresh. B, reminding yourself, C, we've got no skyboxes now, and it was always a map where it was like, well, I don't know about picking Dust 2, I don't know about picking Dust 2, you know. And I think that still remains for a map like that. They're working it out. I think it's also one that they're maybe not doing the deepest amount of prac on just yet. It's early days. They don't have any sort of huge qualifiers or, you know, major run is going to be very important for a team like this getting the Shanghai stickers. So I think they can maybe work around the active practice, as it were, you know, the official practice sort of vibe where they are picking it, they are leaving it open. Most of the time, actually, I think leaving it open, not necessarily picking it. You know, it's been a decider a lot of the times. And they just have it as a map that they're going to work on over the player break. That's how it feels to me. People do flame Valve a little bit for not quite having finger on the pulse when it comes to the pro scene. Now, maybe that is the case here. Why are we moving overpass? And not Vertigo, but, you know, one can dream.
I'm throwing it out there.
Dream. Yeah, but Vertigo, mate, come on now. You know, Inferno is a figured out map. Vertigo is just it's just not Counter-Strike. You know, that's not my line, to be fair. I remember Yanko saying that, so I'm not the only one that feels that way. But either way, I think they also do know that it's like they've heard the very simple call of like, can we not have a map change like before an event? They've edited Vertigo a little bit, I guess, before an event. That's kind of a nice middle ground, I think. Spices up something like Dallas, but ultimately doesn't throw everyone under the bus, you know?
Yeah. I mean, funnily enough, we haven't had Vertigo pick once here. Even though we're on the old patch.
Yeah,
nobody's gone into it. We haven't even, from my understanding, haven't even had it floated. So, yeah, no Vertigo so far. I think for now, you know, it's a map in which isn't very popular in the pro scene anyway. But, you know, teams, I think maybe with the changes, a lot of question marks. I saw a lot of people talking about it. Of course, it is being played at Dallas on the new patch. And I know some of the teams weren't very happy with that. But where we're at the moment, we haven't seen it yet here at the MESA Nomadic Masters. But we still have, of course, one more series after this today.
Yep.
OG's game, which should be a bit of a banger. We're unsure about how that one's going to go, but it should be at least a pretty fun one, as they'll be taking on the Chingus Warriors in that lower bracket. And then Arena on Saturday, Sunday. We've got 4 best of 3s on Saturday in the Stepper Arena. Should be awesome. We're very much looking forward to that. We got the semi-finals, lower bracket, all the rest. And then on Sunday, lower bracket final, and then best of 5 grand final. It's good. We've already got 2 teams locked in as well. We've got the Mongols, the hometown heroes. They already locked themselves in the first side to make it, of course, to the arena. And then we have Bleed, who won over ATOX just a little bit earlier today. So Bleed will take on Mongols in a pretty sick semi-final. But I'm hearing some clicking. I think gear is sorted, ready to get back underway. Linvision, off the back of that first round, of course, they have a bye. Not so much for Gaming Gladiators. No point forcing on the CT side. You can't bring a hell of a lot to the table. I think it's a good call.
Yeah, I mean, you can't argue with it necessarily. I've always said that Nuke is kind of a map that has some more options available for those CT side force buys, but Gaming Gladiators, Danish squad, strategic squad is kind of their angle. They're going to play the high percentage game, aren't they? And again, see what they can get away with. We've got 5 players in and around that A bomb site, particularly in towards the rafters. So if Linvision come in a bit lackadaisical, or even if, you know, flashes are not perfect for this kind of a setup, they could get very quickly overwhelmed. And it's hard, isn't it? You know, you think about it from our perspective. Rafters is kind of the call. It's not super direct.
No.
You know, you have to have really clean comms to pinpoint where all these players will be sat. And here we go. One spotted up top. Nodios gets a frag from behind. Flash is relatively decent, but yeah, as soon as you go in, you're getting peeked by a number of players.
AK.
And this is big. 2 remain. AK picked up. Mac-10 will also help the trials and tribulations of Gaming Gladiators. Salazar in towards Hell, going to gather the information that they're dropping down below. This looks so good. The aim punch, though. Kragan gets caught. There goes the danger man of the round, at least for now. Maybe Nodios can get in here. Mac-10 will deny the bomb plant, and there's only 20 seconds remaining. Flying has to 1v2, doesn't have a lot of time. Nodios just drawing him around, jumping around. Oh my goodness. The Benny Hill theme starts, and I think they might just have secured this round, to be honest with you, Neo.
Oh, they did. That is a massive round for Gaming Gladiators to be taken. A full eco. And that's poorly played, very poorly played from Linvision. They've given them way too many fights, way too many opportunities, and way too many options, in all fairness, in that one. But fair play. Gaming Gladiators, they've approached that perfectly. They've given themselves just the luxury of being able to trade each other, just the opportunity to take some fights like that. Really well done. I think Nodios in particular, that kind of running around at the tail end, where it's comical to everyone to watch. It's actually really smart. Really well done. Sorry, getting a little vocal off the back of that one. Doesn't look too happy, and I don't blame him. That's a bad one to be losing. It wasn't even a force, right? That's the thing that's going to hurt. But realistically, if you're Linvision, you probably kind of have to force. Amelia only has 1.4k, 1.5 for Starry. I feel like this is the kind of situation where the smart decision here, just to reset the econ, is to go back into a force. It's something that is very popular within Asian Counter-Strike. So Mongols, they are so damn scary on Tech 9s. Easily one of the best teams in the world, probably in these like eco half-buy, low-buy rounds. They're so scary. As we did see, in all fairness, against not only Gaming Gladiators, but Aurora yesterday too. So many rounds converted. And that's what we're going to see. We're going to see Starry towards an AK-47, and just a few upgraded pistols around. It's not the
easiest of buys, but potentially there might be something here.
Yeah, the AK is the big thing, of course, into the right hands as well. So very curious to see how this pans out, how this goes. Wide smokes. Made though. Yeah, very good damage, I would say. No massive chunks taken out, but you soften them up a fair amount. However, Kragan gets a taste of his own medicine. Still holding outside pretty well. The rotation of utility from him is quite clean. No spams necessarily, but they'll make their way downstairs. He'll probably know about that. It's kind of the only avenue, the only area that they could be in right now. Still got Nodios downstairs watching for this as well. So I like the look of the setup for gaming.
Nodios jumping, just shy of a minute. Boost going to come through as well. Starry having a little look over. Doesn't spot anything. Nodios, it's such a good information play. They're going to come down, could do a good chunk, and it will. 3 players get heavily tagged. Story and the AK, though, ripping heads. Oh, he's finding 2. Oh, this round is back on. My God, that is so damn quick. Salazar will answer back with the AWP, but it's a 3-on-4 retake. And it's not easy retaking with the AWP. They might even just call it Story. That is beautiful.
Yeah, absolutely mental stuff. Again, as I said, the AK in the right hands, he proves why.
That's what we're talking about, man. That ceiling of Starry is so high. It's just we haven't seen it for a little while. But I wouldn't say yet, you know, in his first game. But when we do see it, he's a gamer.
He wants this one. You know, getting a bit vocal after they lost that anti-eco. You know, not even forced by.
He's normally a bit stoic as well.
Yeah,
you know?
I think he really wants it, and he's proven it there in this round.
Yeah. Beautiful. A second shot as well.
Yeah.
Superb.
Very, very excited to see what he's going to continue to deliver for us here on the server.
For sure. It's tough as well for Gaming Gladiators losing that just after you won such a good round and then lose, you know, 2 opening kills, and that's it. You have to call it. The luxury is, though, 3 saved, you can rebuy it back in, no issue. So this next round, first true gun round we're going to see, could be for all the marbles in the early doors, right? The momentum. That could really set the tone here. We'll have to see. Should be a fairly decent buy back in with 3 saved. Yeah, it's doable. It's workable. They got an MP9 out, but while that is pretty solid, is a Tech 9 only for Amelia. The Story will just about make it down.
What is that? That's like the cheesiest play I think I've seen. You know, runs in, floor flash, knifes the vent, down he goes, molly behind him. Like, that is straight out of your Pug Star moments. They'll get a trade back on the B-bomb side itself, but with Salazar down here, it does become a bit difficult. They're so stacked up as well. He's going to get caught as the door opens, but there's a lot of CT bodies down quite quickly. No real space to get this bomb down as yet. They're a bit nervy. They're a bit unsure of where there may be gaps in their potential post-plant. Phoenix in behind, got the correct read. Bomb's still not going down. Flying's in position to go for it. And he would get away with it. You know, they're playing quite safe, but they want to clear some angles. They want to find a kill here. Maybe it could work for them. Maybe not, though. Double peak comes round, and a little trading of frags from Kragan and Nodios.
Very decent first kind of true gun round coming through. A little scrappy, right? Starry, it's a bit of a gimmicky play getting himself down there, but then that rotation through ramp is where things do go a little south for them. You know, jumping through here, Amelia just gets lucky, yeah, but then their clearance to kind of give themselves some sort of luxury of on-plant, they don't. They're just a little bit scared, I think. I don't know if it's a call there to hold off, but the real way that you want to hope to see them play that, get that bomb down, put the pressure, the time pressure, back on towards the Gaming Gladiator side, because you're going to force them to make mistakes, but they don't, right? Gaming Gladiators know bombs are down. We don't actually have to make a move here.
Yeah, I think, again, it's going to come into this Lin Vision style of getting cheeky with it. Ooh. Speaking of cheeky, though, Kragan goes up top.
That's ballsy
T-Red.
there.
It really is, yeah. I don't think he was boosted up. I think he might have been.
Yeah, he jumped up in the box, yeah. Oh, my.
Doing the old moves. Nodios. Oh, the fade away for 4. That is glorious. Beautiful round coming in from Nodios and absolutely sending a message in that one. You can hear them screaming down the hall. Super vocal.
That's good to see. Nodios. Somebody who, for me, I actually really rate this guy. I think as a kind of bit more of an anchor, a bit more of a kind of those, you know, less kind of high impact positions. He's kind of always in the rotates and whatnot. He doesn't really get that many moments to shine, but when he gets called upon, pretty solid player. That's really well done from him. Nice work. Seriously nice work. A lot of pressure put on his shoulders there in that situation. He falls early to the Tech 9. That's the B side getting cracked open really early, but it's not. And it will break the econ for Lin Vision. No buy for them here. Just the Glocks and already flying dead to a HE. So the Gaming Gladiators, realistically, they should get a fourth here without too much of a contest since they've got that full buy and, oh, at the very least, a bit of breathing room. Something that we haven't seen at all so far this game.
Deagle coming close, no connection. He's the only one left now. Nade. We're going to see him off, but they deny any kills coming around. So there is that at the very least. Looking good here, though. Gaming Gladiators off to a strong start, and definitely what is going to be needed, you know, into this nuke. It's not necessarily, I would say, a direct punish, but ultimately it is that Lin Vision side of things. Yeah, this is the thing with where the veto has gone. Gaming Gladiators, there's an upper hand. It's not firm. It's not super decided. You know, the Inferno doesn't look great from Lin Vision, but you can never really tell. You know what I mean? Like, HLTV basis is difficult because these guys, they play a few games off of HLTV.
For sure.
Praking, scrimming is actually, I would imagine, a large part of their schedule. But time going to tell in this series, of course. Gaming Gladiators for now looking to have that perfect CT side.
Have a little move outside. Gaming Gladiators making a move out via Secret. Salazar, right idea. Could be in for potentially a fight here. Will he win it? Yes, he will. Nice shot. Starry gets caught. An important kill early doors. Starry trying to crack something open towards outside. And he will be caught by the orb. Salazar, really good move from him. Patty needs to step up. Flash comes over. He dropped one of his own. He's trying to dip away. And Amelia will be full blind. Under a minute now. And Gaming Gladiators got a really good position. Lin Vision look a little lost.
Flying, trying to get back into the round. Does grab one. It's West Melon here that we are indeed trained upon. Can he get the heaven frag? He can, but it maybe cost them everything. Player in behind from the vent. Salazar just wanted to make sure he had that one in the bag. You know, the orb coming up the vent, never really the easiest engagement. But at the end of the day, keeping it rolling, keeping it together. Gaming Gladiators starting to really pick up steam for me. As you said, Lin Vision looking a little lost. Couple isolated individual moments that weren't too bad, but just kind of spreading themselves out a bit and not really able to capitalize on these kills they were finding.
Yeah, so far, not quite looking all there, Lin Vision. Gaming Gladiators looking like the better side. Shadows out. They do have the advantage, of course, being on that CT side, but they're making it work well. Starry again, the first to fall. Individually trying to make something work here, Starry, but it's not. I think the only issue that we're seeing with Starry's deaths is that he's so spaced apart from the rest of the team. Nobody's really there to trade. A 3-round buffer and potentially going to be made 4 in a second, right? No real buyout from Lin Vision. Got a few upgraded pistols, not exactly anything too special. And Patty, the IGL, going to lead out here, trying to find something in via Ram. Spotted, looks for a head, but doesn't connect, drops down, simple as. Going to reluctantly give up that top Ram control, but it's not the end of the world.
Oh, Salazar missed shot, but he's all good. Managed to survive. Pace change up here from the Lin Vision side of things. But still gaining a lot of space in at Hell. Where are they going to go with it? All signs point to heaven, but actually dropping back. So just throwing the confusion in, I think, a little bit. Trying to hopefully catch a Gaming Gladiators player getting adventurous, but it's not going to be the case. You've got Patty. IGL, he will rest on his heels here. Not going to give them anything. There's assistance coming around from Nodios to capitalize. Beautifully done again. Gaming Gladiators rolling through the motions here and looking clean.
Yeah, honestly, so far, Nodios looking really clean. You know, individually for him, he's really looking quite solid. Stepping up in a big way. But wanting to see just a little bit more out from Lin Vision. Not really bringing anything to the table that's given us too much joy so far. It's been very simple stuff for the Gaming Gladiator side. Gifted fights and then winning them. 50-50 is nice and easy. You cannot really complain at all. Back into the buy, into the investments. No AWP out here. And AK-47s at the very least. something to work with. Gaming Gladiators, though, really having quite an easy time at building up a lead. We said our opening series didn't bring a lot to the table, but they were kind of outmatched in kind of every case. Now it's a completely different story. They are really, really starting to struggle, this LinVision side, and Gaming Gladiators are finding the form that we know this side can bring. We haven't seen it for a little while. Towards outside, bit of a spam. He gets caught as well. A second to fall as Westmelon will also be clipped. Zaka will answer back. Bit of space to work with. Astari also delivers, but he'll be traded. So back into a 2 versus 3. Numbers for the Danes. Salazar and Kragan both start to make a move.
Kragan up close here. Could be deadly. Pivotal moment in the round. Spots the barrel early. Looking for another, and he will indeed get it. Oh my. Gaming Gladiators looking all too easy right now. Bit of stress in that one, but still having the slim advantage, able to work away with that, and LinVision just cannot get their claws in here now.
No, not at all. Not at all. Pretty light work, in all fairness. We are really starting to deliver and show kind of what this side can bring at the moment. Nodius hands for 15-3. Kraken just behind, 10-4. Those two riflers, kind of two of the most important parts of that rifling core, are having a really, really good showing. And nobody really over towards LinVision looking anything too wonderful. Flying top of the scoreboard, 6 kills. It's not exactly anything to brag about. 7-2. Attack balls to come forward, and a big conversation needed here. LinVision, I mean, let's be frank, we haven't seen anything, right? Yes, you get a couple of kills with a Tech 9 or a couple of moments here or there, but there's quite literally nothing on offer where we can sit here 9 rounds in and say, okay, at least there was this. There hasn't. There's no two ways about it.
Yeah, we had the Starry moment.
Yeah, 2K with a rifle. Yeah,
right,
and you're thinking, like, okay, maybe, but honestly, I'm pretty concerned at the moment. LinVision look half asleep.
Yeah, and, you know, the thing I always touch on with, like, those big individual opening of a round, you can't call upon Starry, like, even 50% of the round unless he's having a bit of a life game. You know?
Yeah.
So, and that's not the case here. Yeah, it's just not really a strategically sound strategy. Brain couldn't find another word, so, you know, strategically sound strategy.
Oh.
Amelia, somehow down below, will find a kill, will get an upgrade in weaponry as well. So suddenly we're pretty bolstered now, not looking as bad. Lots and lots of damage coming in, even a kill, in fact, as they try and make their way down secret. So it has cost them a lot to find this here. Patty posted up already on that Org. First outing for it. What else can he find? Not an awful lot, but he's maybe created the space. The Orc trained in. Picks off one, cuts off another. Missed shot will allow a cross here from Starry, but he's looking to get aggressive into the fight. The bomb spilled is the awkward thing here. Have they spotted it on the CT side? One would assume someone has mentioned it. Queenix moving in and around these smokes, as is Starry. Oh my goodness. Chips in the night. However, he's lost his teammate. Starry still brings it to the 1v1. Couldn't correct his crosshair in time. The closest LinVision have come in recent history to picking up a round, and still the Danes will take it.
Yeah, bulk of these, well, all of these gun rounds are just going the way of Gaming Gladiators. Yes, that one's close, but still, at this point, we have these conversations about rounds being close, but we're actually getting to the latter stage of this half, and we're saying, yikes, it's already starting to feel like potentially even too little too late. 8-2. I mean, the way things are playing out right now, LinVision, they've got loss bonus to work with, that's about it. I don't even know if they want a full buy here as well. Force might be a little uncomfortable. You know, you got most of them sitting on like 3.5K. So yeah, it looks like with Amelia already full board, they are going to commit to it. But then you're looking at Westman and Zaka, and maybe even Flying to a degree, where they're thinking, can't have AK full armor, so they're either going to have to go into half armor with an AK, which is such an inherent risk, or do you go into like the likes of Galils and pick up Util? These are not nice conversations, and then lose that, and you have no money in the last round. That's 10-2 Gaming Gladiators. I mean, we're talking about an absolute massacre here on LinVision's map pick. They're going to go for the Force. 2 AKs, 3 Galils. A lot to do with not a hell of a lot. We haven't even seen the Zaka Orb yet, right? This is the big issue. Yes, T-Set Orbing can be a little bit difficult on Nuke, but he hasn't actually the funds to be able to do it. At least on the other side, Salazar, when he's been called upon, has actually looked really good. Hitting the shots, and what's needed? Molotov comes down, Kragan will play just behind him via Secret. Starry making a move in the smoke as well, but Outside control is tentative to say the least. That flash is good, and Starry, a dead man walking. Kragan will catch him. Big frag for the main man. And they drop Lin Vision's main man, arguably, as well. So that makes it life all the more worse.
Patty. Ooh, faking the drop down there, you know. Might not expect him here, but they do. Zaka goes flying in, finds his head. Salazar a little late to the party. Molotov keeps him at bay as well. Still, they post up downstairs. Another kind of thing that some of the EU teams have been doing to adapt when playing Nuke against these Asian squads is just posting up downstairs, rotating really, really quickly.
Oh, making noise. Why they go loud? Why are they telling Salazar he's here? Oh, no. Got to go quiet there. Usually, he had no idea they were going to be close. They get the kill in the end, but he still gets away with one that he never should have.
Yeah. And he's confirmed it as well, right? That's the thing. Like, if he creeps in, or if they creep in, rather, you can take him down. He doesn't really know what's going on. He only calls one outside rather than two. There was like a minute left in the round.
Yeah.
So I'm totally agreeing with you. Amelia, though, left in the 1v2 situation, not able to find the angle or even expecting the angle. Gaming Gladiators, unstoppable stuff from them. 9 in a row now.
Yeah, it is. Oh, it's rough. This is so rough to watch. 9-2 heading into the final round of the half, and we just have not seen anything yet from Lin Vision. This is meant to be a map in which, for them, is, at least domestically, always quite punishing, but they are looking all over the shop. Really uncomfortable watch. I'm out alive. Gaming Gladiators haven't even broke a sweat yet. I mean, they're that one round that goes down to the 1v1, but even still, bar that, it's been pretty plain sailing. Look at the buyout from Lin Vision. It's not great. Oh, Salazar really bails them out as he gets one more. Great work from the AWPer. Patty will step up for one of his own. That's probably the round done and the half at 10-2. Well, as Flying Azaka can pull off a 2v5 with Galils.
They got a smoke. They don't have a smoke anymore. Flying died. Zaka will be the only one left. He will find a consolation frag, but nothing in it for him. 10-2. Absolutely incredible stuff. And they do get the 9 in a row. Yeah, wow. Crazy, crazy, to be honest. Really was not expecting that. Lin Vision, you know, the T side can be pretty relentless from them at times. Very quick, very bursty, as you mentioned at the top of the map here.
Yeah.
They're banking a lot on this CT side. Look, man, I would maybe give them a chance as well. They can be pretty hard to deal with there, but not when it's only 2 rounds. You know, you've got to pick up the pistol. You've got to give us 3 rifle rounds, probably.
Yeah, for sure.
Beyond that, they really do not have any room to work with. They've got to bring it as close as they possibly can here. And I just do not have faith in them. You know, nice round out with Starry on the entries that they won. That close 1v1 that you mentioned. Beyond that, I just like their game plan.
Was like
I can't even
cool.
really read what they're necessarily going for. They didn't even hit us with like an A burst, which, you know, with the utility and whatnot, which is something that they typically can fall back on. Just very widespread, looking for a few 1v1s, couple of attempts at the rush down secret, couple of attempts at a ramp rush, but through smokes, you know, they just were playing like impatient. It's really, really not their day. I don't quite know what to make of it.
It really does look like a team versus kind of like, you know, your average MM lineup, where it's just like a bunch of individuals. Lin Vision, they're not playing together. They're not playing for each other. They're hoping Starry can crack something open, and if he doesn't, then they're like, okay, now what do we do? Because we have no idea. I mean, it really is rough. I think, you know, credit where credit's due, the likes of Gaming Gladiators have done very well in terms of their preparation. They've obviously seen how this side like to play their nuke, and they're just reading them like a book. Tail end, of course, that half, Salto does really well. That first kill, he actually bails Patty out. Then he got caught Yuto in hand. Gives him time to recover. The IGL picks up his rifle. I mean, it's super, super simple work. I'm concerned. I really am. This Lin Vision side have offered up little to nothing. Yes, this map is CT-sided, but not 10-2 CT-sided. I mean, we're talking now, coming into the second half with Gaming Gladiators win a pistol, probably game over, more or less. Win that. Get a bomb plant too. I don't think Lin Vision are going to have the money to have the force buy, and then so Lin Vision trying to catch up and probably even kind of 12-2 down. I mean, that's how dire it can get. They did win the first pistol. Hoping they can go 2 for 2 here to give themselves a chance. But my God, the recovery they need here feels arguably insurmountable.
It all starts with a CT pistol, as it often can. That CT roll, that CT momentum can be enough to work with for some teams. Oh, a little drop down. Was Patty heard there? Not entirely sure. He could get in behind there. Julie set up, ready to go. One for them. However, the overwhelm of CTs, the wall of blue looking to crush Gaming Gladiators here and take that pistol. So we'll see, with only 2 remaining, what Salazar and Nodios can get done. Nodios dealt with on the flank. It's just Mr. Salazar. Not looking good. Yeah, too many bodies. You can only fire at any one time, particularly with a Glock. So there you are. Pistol does go the way of Linvision. Could be the spark that lit the flame here, Neo.
You know, just to have something, right, when we go back to the desk to talk about, because so far it's absolutely been one-way traffic. Both pistols, though, you take it, but even still, right, even if this goes kind of anywhere 13-5 or less, you say both pistols losing 13-5, that's arguably even worse, you know what I mean? So we'll see. Am I going to come through? Not a force pile of Gaming Gladiators. Smart decision. Get the rifles out next round. There's no need. Have the Glocks here. Zaka isn't going to invest himself, just the armor. Bit of util. Wants to try and get his AWP out as early as. With a low buy, this should be Linvision getting themselves up towards that 4th. At the very least, giving themselves something. But they did lose to a full eco in the second round of this game. So that was a sign of things to come in that half. And let's see if that's the same here. Starry, at range, tapping away. 1, 2, make that 3. And I'll see off that pistol with very, very little work had to be done in all fairness. They kind of just line up. They can't really compete. The rifle delivers, nice and simple. There is, at the very least, well, for the first time, in fact, for Linvision, a consecutive round.
It's true, which is kind of a wild thing to say this late into the game, but that's the way it's gone. 3 MP9s out, the cheeky bonus buy. Ooh, maybe would have liked to see another rifle here. You know, you really, really have to win this, regardless of the fact that you can buy. And the next, who is melting, Amelia, nearly goes down to the Molotov. That would have been kind of a blunder. Maybe even is, arguably, at the start of the round to lose that much damage.
All a ruse as well, right? They're going back towards ramp. Starting to make a little move. Flying, tempted to drop down, but now they take top ramp control. He knows it's actually a risk going towards hell. Very easily can be isolated. Zaka posted. We spoke about that AWP. We spoke about what this guy can do. It's the first time we've seen him all this entire game. It was like 15 rounds in. That's a shadow. This is a shot, though. Doesn't want to re-peek in just yet. Smoke going to come down as Patio dropping towards the site. Flash comes over, he gets caught by a team flash, in fact. Kraken still lurking towards top site. Bomb will be planted, but he can catch rotations. This is huge. Linvision, this is going to be a tough retake.
Yeah, wild kind of round that it's ended in a 5v5 retake like this. Kraken, however, will be the first to strike up top. And that's another avenue that they've got to deal with now. A pretty annoying fact up there. Westmelon the next to fall, and they're all watching. Where's Kraken? Where's Kraken? He's not revealing himself. Get the kill, feign the presence, and just confuse the hell out of them. It will force the save. And the 11th round for Gaming Gladiators, you know, in the context of, oh, we've got to buy in the next round. Sure, that's there. And I am a proponent personally of taking it round by round. I would have just loved to see one more M4, bring yourself into reality that it's like, okay, economically it's not the soundest decision, but it really could have helped them there.
We've got nothing to lose.
Longer range battles on B, yeah. You're so right.
I just think, like, when you're at this point, it's like, you may as well go all in. If you want to kickstart any momentum, if you want to really kind of break the mental a little bit, you've got to try and win like a 5v3 convert, right? And then maybe give yourself a bit of self-confidence, say, right, lads, we can actually do this. But yeah, you can just see they're so timid. They're so nervous about taking fights at Gaming Gladiators. And this is a side that are very, very easily making this work for them. A lot of credit has to be given. 11-4. And a buy back in for Linvision, potentially the last hurrah for them. At least it's a full buy. You'll take that every day of the week, but this could be potentially wraps here and there. And those odds are very favorable. I'm no surprise, really, in all fairness. This has been a bit of a massacre. 11-4. Win this for Gaming Gladiators, and it probably nets in the map as well.
Ooh, I kind of like this. The nades come in sort of early, as it were, for Kraken. So he's able to get himself in deep. Yeah, interesting. We'll maybe touch on that. I think you picked up on it as well. Kragan will actually get overwhelmed by Starry in the backside, so at the very least he reads that sort of situation. Amelia will catch Patty as the smokes go down. So it looks good here for Lin Vision. Zaka strikes with the big green. Only 2 remaining, but yeah, there is maybe a question around where the protocols are at. That deeper molly is usually for like a secret push, but those smokes aren't. You know?
Yeah.
I think that's maybe what you're getting at as you throw up your hands in confusion a little bit. So, you know, they're not quite on the ball, let's say.
Yeah, a little weird. A little bit of a weird one. Kragan tries to make a play, and he has an idea, but then there's such a huge gap, right? I mean, they've got to be wary of a mini player, and of course, it's probably one of the most important positions in terms of CT side nuke, and they just seem a little bit dazed when the mini player fights, right? It's so weird. They got the crossbows coming through. Kragan has to make a move. If Kragan does find a fight and successfully, then there's a chance. The fact that he doesn't, then does change things. Mac 10 flying out into the fights. Oh my god. Queenix and Patty get one apiece. Amelia does answer for one, but only as they get traded. That's tough. Molotov's down, bomb down as well. Numbers advantage for Gaming Gladiators, and this could spell maybe even the beginning of the end. There's a little bit of money left over for Lin Vision, but they're tempted to even just save here. And I think they are. They're not even going to give it a go, and I do not blame them. 3 on 4, may I say, in the retake. I don't think it's worth it.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that it crumbles like this, you know, and you have to kind of give it away, but there is that element of futility in these 4v3s. Nothing to really play off of for the Lin Vision side, so it makes sense. It sucks, and you will have that map point klaxon come round in the next, but you have to kind of go for it. 7 in a row going to be required. Lin Vision, look, the first half's just not good enough. It's as simple as that. They will know that, and you really have to defy the odds. Not going to happen. Gaming Gladiators, a very, very tough first outing for them. They're not going to let you run this one back. I'll give you that much for free.
Yeah.
They've got plenty of timeouts to work with, and I'm sure they've got plenty in the tank still remaining for the T side of Nuke.
So, let's see. 12-5, and potentially the last hurrah. Lin Vision, their map pick, never really got going, and it could be about to end as well if they aren't able to convert this one. It already damaged to the util. I know that Gaming Gladiators like to do this double pump fake though, so I'm not going to commit to anything just yet. Bit of early presence. Over towards A, they bait out a bit of util, they bait out a bit of information, but no commit.
Bit of chip damage there onto Westmelon. See whether it comes into fruition later on into the round. A quieter start here from the Gaming Gladiators. Once again, looking for the outside smokes wider. Just kind of conditioning them. They've got plenty of rounds to do that with. What is the change-up going to be here? Will it be more of the same even? Try and get a sneaky player in behind, but doesn't look to be the case. However, I think they kind of realize as well, Starry's playing pretty well, especially so far on the CT side. If they can draw his attention, keep him away from the main prong of the attack, then maybe they can make this one work. Now, the sense of timing here to go nice and wide and just get players in could be massive. Amelia picks up the first, however, flying. Got to be careful. Oh, he's heard that. He has heard that. I think Queenix gone a bit quick and made a step.
Oh, yeah, heard. Dropped. Flying. Nice find. 5 versus 3, and damage as well being dealt towards Party. This is a tough round. 1 ult vent, 1 heaven. Heaven guy does peek in. A little bit of damage, but the swing comes through. Very nice little crossfire and a very good shutdown from Lin Vision. Better. Finally, a true gun round where we can sit here and say at least the idea that they had out of spawn, the idea they had mid-round comes and worked in the way that they wanted it to. I think a few kind of small errors come through here from Gaming Gladiator. They just cost them. Like you mentioned, the step on towards Heaven, that really did hurt things a little bit. If they go quiet there, you might have been able to catch Flying off guard. But here's the step. He doubles back very quickly towards Heaven and knows that he's got the strong position. He was still dancing and kind of flirting with the idea about fighting towards outside, and potentially that's where he could have been caught off guard, but doesn't happen. Time not going to be called here by Gaming Gladiators. They're first. A little conversation. I don't think they're under too much pressure, and it might really be a conversation about, do you want to force it, right? They've got 2 players over 4K, so they've actually could have got in towards AK-47s, but they're going to keep it relatively tempered. They're going to go for a couple of upgraded pistols, but nothing too major in this one. Salazar wants his AWP in towards next round, fair enough. They want to get the full AKs and all the util around it. So they're not in any rush. They're 12-6, 6 more map points under their belt. Yeah, they're not feeling any rush at the moment.
Nodio, speaking of rushes, will move in pretty quick, and he's actually, oh my goodness, not been dealt with. I think that was all nade damage. Oh my god, guys. What is going on over here? Nodio's actually managed just to find a kill despite being on 2 HP. This could get a little strange there. Not super set up downstairs. Zaka got to be careful. 5-7 out, but he's overwhelmed from behind. And all of a sudden, the B bomb site is ripe for the taking. Scoop up the weapons, get them into the right hands, and maybe we have a game win on the cards. Amelia will deny away from single door. The bomb plant as well being thwarted, but Starry cheeky through the smoke, desperate to do something. Even though they had a decent position, it's all going to be onto Flying. He has dropped the bomb. They completely misunderstood where he was coming from. So he has the upper hand in this one. And don't get me wrong, we've got no armor on Patty, 2 HP on Nodios. He could definitely do this, making mincemeat out of them so far, as he is just absolutely unspottable. He's been seen. The AK goes a bit early, but Patty still gets the headshot to close out the game. A difficult run, it is safe to say. On the T side, I will give LinVision some credit. If they had a bit more to work with, it was starting to cook, starting to brew. But the T side left them no room to work with, losing out of a run of 9 in a row. Not acceptable, is it? Any day of the week. We're going to go to a break. We'll be back on the desk.
要打 A 可以空了，要打 A， 就那个夹 A 的兄弟。3楼下人多，3楼下人多，匪厅没了。我就靠正门了，去靠，铁没人了。跑到3楼下，快到了。好，我来就守 A， 别出去了，就守 A。漂亮。正门闪，当下一个，正门3个。铁马在，叶准备，我看你不，我也准备。别了，正门，正门2个起步。正门 ，nice， 漂亮。右边。
Red Bull gives you wings.
All right, there you have it. 13-6 goes the way of Game & Gladiators. LinVision just not turning up in the server. And that is a particularly scary prospect because, look, Nuke, generally speaking, is actually a map that LinVision don't half mind, but things haven't obviously gone their way there. 13-6, I mean, that's a pretty dominant scoreline.
I mean, there's no nice way of putting it. That was awful, right? LinVision were just dreadful. And I've got to give a lot of credit. Game & Gladiators, they never pulled any punches. I mean, they basically won that game out from like the first 8 rounds, more or less. And it was kind of done and dusted. LinVision were not showing up. Nobody even remotely looked kind of comfortable. We saw like one brief moment where Starry got a 2K on an eco. We're like, okay, that's something. It was the only thing they had. It was such a dire display out from the LinVision side, and it really has set up the series in such a bad tone for them.
Yeah, indeed. Let's take a look at the scoreboard here, and then you can give us your thoughts, Scriv, because, I mean, I think you take a look at it, and across the board, it just isn't going to really paint a pretty picture, especially Westmelon. 3 kills only is not it.
Yeah, Westmelon is obviously a sore thumb that stands out. Zach is kind of the thing, though. They talked about targeting Salazar. He's taken that to heart a little bit, apparently. You know, 16 frags out from him. Looked really, really good on that CT side. But yeah, Zaka just wasn't able to answer back. A few nice moments from Starry, as you mentioned, pretty consistent throughout. The only positive player, technically, you know, Flying's going to argue with me over that, isn't he? But ultimately, just... Scoreboard is one thing. The way that they were approaching some of the rounds, there were a lot of rounds actually that were quite messy. Came down to 2 or 3 players surviving from Game & Gladiators on that CT side. So I think that, you know, numbers may be inflated. The actual impact of them, if we went back and watched it and we were like, this is just, you know, they get Game & Gladiators get the first frag, then the second, and then there's just a random guy pushed to a smoke, and he immediately gets traded. So they weren't really worth all that much.
Well, indeed, we talked about our player to watch, and it turns out that is actually our player of the map as well. It's going to be Kragan to kick things off here for the first map of the series. And tell you what, he had a pretty solid performance. I mean, just in general, right? Like, it felt very across the board. Maybe Queenix just a little bit below the rest of the pack, but generally speaking, you got what you wanted out of the Gaming Gladiators members.
I think, honestly, you probably could have pulled up basically any of the guys from Gaming Gladiators in a positive note. I mean, Kragan, I think when he was called upon was very solid. Those T-sides lurks were very good. I think he gave them just a lot of information on the CT side. Plays a very important position and held down the fort. Another guy, too, that I want to give a lot of credit to, Nodios, was very, very solid out the gates. I mean, I think at one point he's like 15-3 in the first 8 rounds. He did cool off a little bit, but I mean, he wasn't called upon, right? And then also Salazar, right? I think very solid on the AWP. He was rotating a lot, playing out through Secret on the CT side, then rotating over towards Ramp to help out Patty, and he bailed him out a couple of times as well. I think he just did his job, right? Very, very simple. And that's really all you ask of an AWPer, right? If you're given the opportunity to get those kills and the simple ones, confirm them, and he did a really good job. So I think across the board, a very easy display, but it's because he wasn't tested. Zaka didn't pick up an AWP until like the 16th round, and by that point, game was over.
I mean, the game was looking pretty bad from that first half for sure, but I guess things just didn't get rolling for Linvision. Any signs of life for Linvision though, or are we pretty much just done and dusted here and it's a quick clean 2-0?
Okay, so the CT side, actually for me, I did mention it as we came off the cast. Did start to pick up a little bit of steam. I just think they didn't leave themselves enough room, and Gaming Gladiators were able to bounce pretty quickly through a few of their basic strats and make those work. They didn't have to go super deep, but Linvision were banking on their CT side. I guess it's hard to say, but yeah, there really wasn't an awful lot. We didn't get to see a lot of the CT side anyway.
I mean, it's going to look a little bit rougher for them as well because they're going over onto Inferno now as well. If they can't get Nuke done, I'm not backing them to get Inferno done. But it's time for us to take a quick break. Don't go too far away. Inferno is coming up right after this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Yes, it's my first time in Mongolia. I think it's beautiful. While we were driving towards the hotel yesterday from the airport, we saw a lot of mountains. And also when I just look out the window, there's a lot of mountains, and I really like it. I think it's beautiful. I didn't really have any expectations coming into the country, but yeah, I think it's beautiful. They needed an AVP player, and the coach at that time was my former teacher, and he already knew me and knew what I was capable of. Yeah, we don't really feel the pressure because we're not really the favorites, and we know that we can beat anyone at the tournaments. So I just feel like we just play our game and believe in ourselves, and take it one round at a time. In Asia or in America, there's a lot of different teams, or not a lot, but there's some different teams, but you're practicing against like the same teams all the time. Where in Europe, you practice against sometimes some of the top teams in Europe, but also sometimes you're practicing against like the tier 2 who's very good at the online tournaments. And I think like a lot of the practice, that's the biggest difference. I think we practice a lot more in Europe against some of the top teams than some in the Asian scene probably does. Yeah, I would say there's skill gap. It's not because the Asian teams are very bad, but you can of course see the skill gap, which is also because practice against some of the big teams there is in Europe. You could see it like in the Asian scene. I think there's only the Mongols who's like very good in the European tournaments, and then there's other teams like Tailu or Rare Atom or what, I can't remember all of them, but they're like not so good in the European tournaments. So I think there's a big skill gap, but I think Mongols trying to be much better than any other Asian team. Of course, I hope we can win against them, but now they're playing in their home turf. But I hope if we just do our thing and play our game, then I'm sure we can win still. And of the Europe teams, I think I would choose Aurora. They performed very good online also, and they just came in second in Melbourne. So I think they have a lot of power too. I just want to say thank you for all the support, and hopefully we can get some Mongolian fans. It's always nice to have fans all around the world, and I think I just want to thank everyone for the support.
You on my mind a lot. Don't need no time watch. I don't know how I got you in my pocket spot. Yeah, that's babe, need you every day. You like my oxygen. Make it seem like the barging down. Got my heart no barging in. From the bed to the floor to the couch. Might wake the neighbors up. Break you in, then break you out. In the end, we gon' make a child.
Copy my steel. Face the fact that ain't no cap, I'm real. No cap, I'm real. The plastic bars from I copy my steel. Plastic bars from I copy my steel.
我觉得这是我第一次来蒙古，然后我觉得蒙古这边的食物啊，这边的风土人情都不错，跟想象的是一样的。我加入这个队伍是因为以前的一个队友吧，他叫一叉 P， 然后呢是他就是把我从天梯里面就是找到我的，然后问我有没有意愿来打职业，然后就来试训，然后就顺其自然了。然后对于现在的阵容的话，我觉得还是需要磨练吧，还是差了，跟想象中的我们能达到最好的水平还是差了很多。这个换人对于我们来说也是就是十分的突然的，然后也是很紧急的去找了一名就是队员来补充，就是加入到我们现在的阵容，所以我们的就是这个磨合和这个适应的时间是非常非常短的。亚洲队伍的话还是的蒙古子吧，然后欧洲队伍的话就是我们要打那个Aurora 那个队，因为什么的话，是因为我们这一次比赛确实，如果说竞争力的话，一定是不如很多队伍的，在这几支队伍里面，我们估计也拿不到什么样就是特别出色的名次，所以我们还是就是力争前4、前3这样的一个排名吧，所以我觉得就是跟他们跟一些欧洲啊一些这些亚洲队来说，我们还是需要努力去往3、4名这样的成绩去进发的。
Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen. Second map here between Gaming Gladiators and a dire performance on the first map, their own pick of Nuke. We now move into the Gaming Gladiators Inferno. Let's see what they've got in store for us so far. Not so good. Phoenix and Patty gonna fall. Not looking great here. However, Salah back into it now. 1 versus 4 overall. He finds himself 2. He's looking for a couple more. And maybe, just maybe, he can get this one done. USP in hand. Oh, they're a little faster than he was maybe expecting. He's also quite low on the ammunition. Trying to track down a 1v1. But working around the mind games here. Might be able to get the timing. Bomb is planted for him. From this kind of position, there's no kit available. Tap onto the bomb, but it's got to be a possibility that they are looking out for, and indeed, Zaka will clean things up.
Oh, a little bit close. A little bit of a dicey round. There was a potential there for potentially a 1v4, which would have been bonkers, but no. Not this time, not at the very least. A bomb plant, though, is something that they will take, considering how things started. The Julie's got pretty active early. This kill in second is pretty nice, in all fairness, from Amelia, but where we find ourselves is a pretty level playing field in terms of what the buys will be in towards round number 2, right? Force buy off the back of the bomb plant, yes, and then same situation, I guess you can say, for the CT side. Won the round, can go into the MP9s, Famas's, maybe even AM4. I don't think he'll get more than that if they want the full build. But they do get him out, but yeah, there you go, right? You take the hit when it comes to the U-Tool. You get 1 smoke, 1 molly across Starry and Zaka respectively. So they've got to try and win this one in terms of the raw. Angels, and Amelia will do that for his first. Looking for more. Flying in Westmoreland combined. This is carnage here towards top banana. And it looks like it might actually be slightly favourable now towards Gaming Gladiators because they've got the B side.
Not committing super heavily, though. You can see Salazar's quite deep at the bottom of banana there. Kraken wants himself a bit of an... pulled the plug on it. So yes, they are employing into the chaos, getting used to the chaos, but they're not fully bought in here, folks, right? You know, we potentially would have seen Lin Vision on the opposite side of this situation, just charge straight in towards B, keep it simple. Bull in a China shot, but the ecstatic Gaming Gladiators will pull away on towards the A bomb site. So resetting the game, and Lin Vision just not really sure how to deal with this. Lacking the kits as well there.
Yeah, decent mid-round call, it has to be said. Not sure if it was Patty from the grave or the Kraken or Salazar made the call themselves, but they've done it brilliantly. Post-spawn setup, time ticking, they've got to go now. They've got to go now. The flank comes through, but Kraken and Salazar. Oh, that's a messy spray there. That is a tough one to watch. Even the coach, that's for damn sure. And man, that is a rough one to be losing. Defuse comes through, and both of them should have hit their shot. Take a look at it once again. It was absolute pandemonium. Hills all over the shop. But it's this here. Oh, both Salazar and Kraken, they both should have hit those shots. But that flank that came through Salazar, that's you hate to say it's a bad whiff.
Yeah, it's tough. It's definitely tough. You know, it does happen at the end of the day. But early on, all good. Don't let it get to you. Not a round that you're necessarily expecting to win, but there is, you know, in rounds like that, unfortunately, the shift that happens where it's like, we should be winning this now. You know? So it's a hard sort of mindset to be in. But from our perspective, we can say, yo, it's all good. Do not fret too much.
Either way, 2-0 start. You're going to take it every day of the week, but we get a little bit of a pause at the back of it. And I'm going to assume technical. I don't know. I can't confirm. But
indeed,
all in all, I'd say, yeah, that's one of those ones which it can be quite tough to shake off. But I think the Gaming Gladiator side, I feel like they're experienced enough. You know, major run, decent, you know, into some pretty big tournaments. I think they'll be fine. But what we're really looking at coming in towards map number 2, on a map like Inferno, yes, it's Gaming Gladiator's pick, but I think for us, all the focus is on Lin Vision. It was a woeful performance in towards their map pick and Nuke. They got completely outplayed. They got red like a book. And, you know, we look at this now and we have to say, is this a side that I just checked out? You know, first tournament first map essay or match even wasn't that great for them against Aurora, but fair enough, Aurora are the better side. And then, you know, that first map was so dire that we're thinking this is a side who, you know, there's all, you know, they just lost G. They got Zaka back on towards the AWP, but he didn't really have much instance to use it in Nuke. You've got Starry rumored to be leaving towards a new look Tyloo, but no confirmation of anything like that. right? And if those rumors are true, is this us looking at what is a bit of a zombie of a team, right? Which are being picked apart, right?
Well, yeah.
And potentially could be, you know, what G's already left and he's rumored to be going towards Talu with Starry. He still remains, but I don't know. It's a weird situation. And it feels like we're looking here and saying, is this a team that are mentally checked out? They didn't show up in their first game, you know, get 2-0'd by an Aurora side, who, fair enough, they did okay, but they did pretty badly against Mongols, which we casted yesterday. It's a weird situation. We have a lot of different storylines across each and every team who are both in different periods of kind of where we see. And Lin Vision are definitely for us are one of the biggest question marks because we just do. I mean, even in a month's time, we don't even know what the team's going to look like.
Always a challenge. They certainly look like a zombie on the previous map. I think that's kind of safe to say. Not to hark on them too much, but it is evident we have to talk it over. And even the scoreline of only 6 rounds is somewhat misleading. You know, they
one of
strung
those
2 together, and that's about it.
You know, end of the round on Kino the Toten zombies, where you like shoot the legs out and you just like you rebuilding the barrier so you get your money up.
Yeah,
open a couple of doors.
Gone for dinner.
Yeah.
Make a crawler, and then you know someone, especially on higher rounds.
Yeah.
The game of chicken was like, how many knives could you do?
Yeah.
And then someone would kill it while your mate's still AFK. And,
yeah,
you know, he's got a ray gun, a thunder gun, and then he comes back.
Yeah, thunder gun, pack a punch as well.
What is this?
Speed cola.
Why am I dead?
Yeah, speed cola, juggernaut. You know, pack a punch, thunder gun. And he's like, guys, you know, we're like 60 rounds in. We've been here for 5 hours. Like,
yeah, why mess it up? Why mess it up? Just all for the bands.
You know, like 2-0 start. Game down here to say we'll have a bite. Again, off the back of the bomb plant. This is carnage. Oh my God, Kraken. May not have been able to deliver at the tail end of that second round, but he's opened up the third with a beautiful transfer.
Absolutely fantastic. Huge pickups from him. Looking really good here as Kraken will open up the round. Lin Vision now have to find what their response is, and they're trying to rest on this B-bomb site, hope that they come this way. However, Gaming Gladiators again stretching them from pillar to post. You've got 2 going in towards B. They'll go a bit early. Kraken does eat a nade, but that kind of confirms things a bit here as Lin Vision will become more sold on their B hold.
Bars.
Thank you very much. Starry chilling out here in towards short, not really realizing what's about to hit him. I think he's now heard some footsteps, but yeah, just can't win out the fights. That balcony angle is a lot nicer for the T side now that you know they removed the railing into CS2. A perfect example of it there. Will be a save coming round here for Lin Vision. Gaming Gladiators with their first.
Nice work. Kraken, more or less, kind of single-handedly gifting in that round just on the back of that opening kill because it just keeps all the attention drawn towards Banana, and even with his death, in hindsight, right, still once again kind of keeps them drawn over. That being said, first on the board, and with how close these rounds have been as well, money's going to be a little fickle over towards Lin Vision. There's a question mark of how they're going to play around these 2 M4s. Do they force around it? Do they go for a bit of an eco? Of course, they don't have loss, so you're sitting in a really weird spot where I think, the average kind of European team would kind of lean a little bit more in favor of an eco here, or at least a half by, maybe a good pistol if you want to be really audacious. But yeah, I don't know, some of these Asians do love the force buys. You know, Mongols are very, very good on them. That 5-7 can be deadly, but that transfer right there, which basically seals the deal. Simple stuff, nicely done, and all in all, a very, very good round out from Gaming Gladiators to kickstart their T-side campaign here on their map pick of Inferno. We are going to get a buy. They're going to buy into this. MP9's going to be picked up. Anyone without a weapon, another immediate weapon, still just the USPS, a half armor and an aid, which is now used.
Oh. Almost flying. And, well, the follow-up, in fact, will take him down. Amelia playing a patient game here. Could get a bit cheeky. There's some decent damage that has been done. Nade stack at the bottom end of the MP9 up close. Amelia coming around at a good time. Here, the spin around massive, not able to get the 3-piece. May well have bought some room. I don't think it's quite going to be enough. Westmelon on the edge of that Moto smoke. Maybe going to try and get cheeky as the bomb goes down. Exactly the case. A little low on ammo for Queenix, which did worry me slightly, but he strikes true, drops them, and the streak begins for Gaming Gladiators. It is now a question, based on our first map, of how deep they can go here.
Yeah, 2 on the trot. Nicely done. Was a moment there when if Queenie couldn't have converted that spray, you know, like you mentioned, kind of low on ammo, that could have got Kraken, get that bomb down, then could have maybe picked up a rifle. There was an M4 and an AK left down on the site, so potentially could have used that, but these are all hypotheticals. What actually happened, a pretty simple spray down in the end. So, 2-all, no bite. Vision did force and to not as much success as they would have wanted, so they're left with, unfortunately, nothing to work with in this one. And Gaming Gladiators should get themselves a third, no issues. Nobody else, nice find. Star eated. Doesn't really matter where they go. Even if they go in towards the stack as well, they can probably just piece them apart. But they're playing this very tempered. They're giving them a lot of respect. Kraken having a look. He likes to go on these lurking plays. And he'll realize sooner rather than later there's nobody home.
Ooh, his head. Westmelon, his position's the one that scares me. They nicked the kills away. A little miscomm there as well.
Full ecoed, oh my god. Full ecoed, but from basically starting the round with 4. Story gets deleted immediately. No impact.
Crazy.
And then they make a round stick. That is crazy. USPSs. And Gaming Gladiators actually showing them, I think, a little bit too much respect, but Amelia, this is beautiful. So crisp. No armor. And what felt like no chance for Linvision. They made something out of nothing.
But I think they just got caught in the mindset of like, surely not another one, you know, and obviously lets them down. Amelia going to open up into this. Ooh. By that nade from Zaka as well. Buys time for the rotation of flying. He's again getting cheeky around the smoke. Watch for it. Oh, he still finds the kill all the same. I think Gaming.
In the end, though, this is where now we get to start to maybe have a look at things. For Linvision side, we instantly, so maybe this might be a chance. Oh, they get mowed down. Amelia, all 4 into the meat grinder.
Nodios making his weight. It would seem desperate for a frag if anything came his way. Not going to be the case. Start to send it in. Really not long for the world. Nah, Amelia dropped back. They're playing a tight game actually on the Linvision side. You know, ace on the cards. It's an eco round. Sometimes I'm like, you know, let me go for the ace. I might be 12 HP, I might die. But no, they are min-maxing.
I actually do.
That's what Inferno's all about in particular. I think it does something for your head in that sense.
Beautiful, isn't it? Beautiful. Yeah, just bombarded with flashbangs as well. Really good job. Drops the smoke off the back of it as well, just in case that 5th decided to make a move. Nice and easy. Have a little tech issue here, but hopefully only easy. Have a little tech issue here, but hopefully only a brief one. Let me get back underway in just a moment. But all in all, exactly what we want to see. Might just be a little crash. Let me get back underway in just a second. But yeah, no, realistically, good to see that Linvision are East making this competitive. This is a side for us who, you know, really didn't offer up anything on Nuke. It was pretty tough to watch most of the time. And now we can sit here pretty happy and say, okay, there is a conversation starting to open up here. Linvision are giving us something to fall back on. It is the C-side of Inferno, so there's a little bit of a caveat there of saying it's a preferred side and all the rest, but we'll take it, man. I mean, just have any sort of conversation. That desk, you know, it was pretty tough, right? We couldn't really sit there and say anything too positive about the side. Starry had an okay performance individually, but, you know, you look at kind of there's kills, yes, and positive, but it's impact where it's like, yeah, in the end, you know, he did get up to 15 kills. He's the only one positive on his team, but only 2 of those kills, one of those rounds was like theirs off the back of him. So, yeah, it's a weird one.
I definitely mentioned the CT side was maybe their only sort of saving grace for just a second, just a flash. Looked way more comfortable there. They obviously start on the CT side here, so maybe that is something that's playing into things here. Obviously, kind of a wild round to get this streak started.
Yeah.
I think it is safe to say. Just hanging out, just waiting for this one to get kicked off. Hopefully not too much longer. I hear people messing around in the game. Oh, there goes the graphic. So we're back in. Hell yeah. Not too bad at all, as things will get started. Once again, Linvision looking to take over this game then. Give me a couple more rifle rounds, and I think we might just start the conversation about a flip situation. Zaka. Crosshair train, timing sound. And he gets rewarded with a frag.
Like you said, timing, just got that down to a T. Beautiful work. Swinging a fine Westmelon. Kraken gets caught. Likes these lurking plays, likes to try and make something out of it, but this time not given that luxury in a matter of moments, right? Find Gaming Gladiators, 1 minute 20 on the clock and 3 left alive and thinking, how are we going to find this round? As long as Linvision don't give them anything, this should be on the lock and key.
Zaka trained on the angle. Not going to see anything come his way just yet. It looks like we are moving for the A side of things. Flash comes in, scares off the orb. He's still around, though. And obviously not presenting himself is the key thing, not giving a kill back. What do we do from here? Slow encroachment of Banana. Not a lot of time. There's only one player over here, though, is the big deal. I think that's a fresh smoke that's just gone down. It is indeed. So that's a bit tedious, and now they start to rotate at least one over. Yeah, I mean, they're buying plenty of time here. So actually, by the time the hit comes in, there should be enough of them board. It works out quite nicely. They go ahead. Smoke's not quite down yet. You know, a desperate move here from the Gaming Gladiators ultimately, and wow, all too easy for them to hold. Really well done on the utility there from Linvision.
Flawless. Westmelon actually leading by example. A very good B hole coming down. Gets one to kind of crack open Banana early into the round, and then it all slots into places. This kill towards Kraken, which is super important. Kraken's trying to make a move. He's trying to do it kind of individually, and it isn't given the luxury. The flash comes over. Actually, a little bit late, the flash there, but Westmelon still makes it work. And all in all, Linvision cooking up a bit of a storm now. 6-2, 4 rounds in a row. Already looks worlds better than what we saw. A completely different side. Revitalized. I think they just needed a bit of a wake-up call, a bit of a kick up the arse off the back of a terrible nuke, and it looked considerably better. Inferno, it's a fundamentally a much simpler map, and we're seeing that play into the strengths. And Dust 2 by merit is also more similar to Inferno than nuke. So if Linvision can push us towards that decider, it should feel a little bit more comfortable for them. We'll see. We'll see. Low buy here for the Danes. They've got Tech 9's half armor, bit of util, but it can be quite scary. But I think Linvision, they should be aware. This is very, very common domestically. There should be something that they could deal with.
My goodness gracious, fellas. Okay, just charging through, trying to come up with something a bit different. Nearly getting the kill through the smoke there, to be fair to them. And, well, my goodness, Westmelon somehow manages to stay alive and even find a double piece of his own. Not a chance in the round. Linvision rolling here as they move up to 7. It's a little messy. I think we need a kind of a timeout to just straighten things out on that Gaming Gladiator side. You know, rushing through a Molotov, I'm cool with, but you know, your first guy is not doing it, and then you kind of go through once it's got max damage. Feels kind of weird. Feels like there wasn't a solid call at the start of the round to be like, rush, no stop.
Yeah.
You know, that's what I say.
I think was it Nodios or Quiddies, I think one of the two is kind of fumbling to get a smoke out, and it's like, I don't know if he's. It kind of maybe felt a little bit cluttered comms, whether he's like calling.
Well, he's got a call that it's like, okay, we're rushing no matter what.
Yeah.
Obviously, in his head, I think he's relied on his instincts, and he's like, fire bad.
Yeah,
I'm not going through it. I've not been told to.
But for me, it's more like I'm looking at that and thinking, was he maybe hoping somebody else will smoke that molly, and then they don't, so he doubles back, and then he has the smoke, and it's a little bit weird, you know. All in all. Very decent. Amelia, 17-5, LA, 186 ADR so far, 10 rounds in. Not a bad showing. Individually, really stepping up to play. Starry been a little quiet, but honestly hasn't been called upon. They're not really going towards pit all that often. This is aggro. I like it. It doesn't work. Amelia gets caught, and Westmelon also falls flat. So, Linvision get a little bit too confident for my books, and it will cost them. Starry could be in trouble, but he answers back, thankfully.
It's one of the big things, I think, within you know, some of the even tier 2 European teams, like your 7-2, you don't have to go for those wilder plays.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit less expected, because it's usually something that, you know, you'll fall back on, but you are giving them room to get back into the game. You're taking risks when there's not necessarily a need. Bullet splits the difference. Spam will find the frag. Looking good here, 4v2. I think you just got to save here if you Linvision.
Yeah, Molly misses as well. Panicking there, it has to be said. Zachern You know, he's trying to desperately throw that molly down. He throws it into the CT smoke. He doesn't throw it towards the banana guys, and that actually cost him because he can't fall back towards Nubox. He's stuck into his second orange, and it's an awful place to play as an AWPer, especially when they can just overwhelm you from above and from the side. It's a weird, weird situation. If he gets that molly down, it gives him time to fall away. Not to be. Starry. Laboured there. Gets a molly and a nade down to try and deny them. And flying at the very least is going to try and make it a little bit more expensive. There's not a hell of a lot of money built up towards Gaming Gladiators. They've been dipping in and out of full buys. So at the very least, getting any kills at the tail end is good. But you don't want to give any instances for Gaming Gladiators to get back in towards this game. Third pot on the board. I think for LinVision, the way they've started, they like to get kind of a bare minimum of 8 rounds. And I think they probably should deserve it as well, the way they've played. But yeah, in that instance, I think it all comes down to just getting a little bit too audacious in my books. 2 guys swinging in through mid and very easily get deleted. I mean, it really does cost them. And of course, I think very costly to lose Amelia early in these rounds. He's been very important late round. LinVision left reeling. Bit of a mistake. Might want to rein it in just a tad, and probably onus is on Westmelon to do that. Keep them at bay. He did join the fray in the early fight, and he also got caught too.
Kraken. Holding off a little bit here. Not really giving himself away through the other side of that smoke, I think is maybe what he is after, not losing anyone early on. Let them expunge all that utility towards the banana area, go for something a little later into the round, but indeed it might just work for them. Amelia not fast enough with the recovered AWP, unfortunately. Maybe Zaka would have found that one, but not the world that we are in. Man advantage, Gaming Gladiators.
Oh, this time Salazar, lucky man, still be alive. Might be a bit of trouble as well. No Dioso 4. Salazar's on 5 points of HP. Kraken's in that 1 bullet headshot to the M4 range. And now you start to think that this is looking a little dicey. 45 seconds in Gaming Gladiators. Feels at the little loss. Salazar gets caught, but Passy will trade. That's information for Westmelon. Interestingly, that it's Amelia opting for the AWP here. Just in the sense that, well, you miss a shot, you could be in a lot of trouble. And you do miss a shot, and that's it. That's where you want to rifle. You miss a shot, you can fall away, gets caught, and that's the piece out open. I don't know, man. I think picking up the AWP feels weird to me.
Yeah. When you're right, you know what I mean? As well, there's maybe an argument on that AWP, get up on the half wall, much safer angle, isn't it?
Yeah.
Take that time to do it, but it's a difficult argument either way. Pivotal moment. Prophetic from yourself, and Envision now left in a 2 versus 3 again. Does it feel like you should go for this? Starry, all alone, has to find everything here. Double stacked at Nubox as well. Unlikely to be expected, but he's mollied out dark. We'll see how this looks. He has to clear this angle. He knows that. They're going to go for a double swing, and they will indeed take his head clean off.
Well played. Well played. They punished the mistake, right? For Amelia, it's a really interesting decision. I don't think the AWP's needed there. And then for, you know, if we're talking about if you're anchoring a site, you need to multi-frag. It's as simple as that. Or at least get 1.5. But you're not going to get that with an AWP. You're not going to get given the luxury more often than not. If you're playing up towards top core as an AWPer, you get one and get traded, which is fine if you have someone playing backside, but he didn't. I don't know. It feels like a very interesting decision to me to go for that. And it's very costly. You know, it gives an opportunity for Gaming Gladiators. Fan around at the half now. The luxury and the good thing is that LinVision have money. They can buy back in. It's fine. But yeah, I don't know, weird. I really feel like that is a costly mistake. Even as well, I don't mind playing close up. Like you said, if you're going to play a position, I think if you're playing top, you know, wood over on that right-hand side, you have no room to fall back on. Always going to get punished at this level. So attack pause called and a conversation had. Both coaches get involved and looking to try and close out the half in a positive way. LinVision, they get 8. I think still can be generally happy. Gaming Gladiators get 5, and I think they will be very happy, especially considering the 5 rounds in a row that LinVision got on those rifles. Would an all-right at the very least be a decent recovery, 3 in a row to close it out. Means their pistol becomes all the more important. 8-4, it's workable, but it's much harder than that 7-5. Early Uto, early find, Starry in the flames falls. How? This is the question that we ask ourselves. That's a very early exit for a man who's meant to be very important to this LinVision side, and that will change things. Playing from 4 now, early in this round, this is tough.
Yeah, and again, putting a lot of resources into Banana for it to not really work. Gaming Gladiators, again, have fallen back. You know, it's one of those things where you have to be
Oh.
Very, very decisive round on round on round, and I think they were just getting caught up in that chaos early on. Worked for them for a bit, but, you know, not quite really. Yeah, very strange. Very, very strange. The starry frag couldn't catch it when it went down. But yeah,
he's trying to peek at a balcony. I think they throw a molly, and that's not molly bounce off the door, and he gets tagged.
A bit of bullet damage. Yeah, for sure. Either way, might have been a nade as well. To be fair, that's pretty common. You know, molly and then nade if they're going in for the cross. Zaka trying to be the hero here. 2 for him, untraded. I think he's going to be difficult to trade. He's got a backup player in that pit area. 3 in on the site itself. Really not looking too great. Kragan, meanwhile, while this is going down, ignoring what's happening on A, moving in slowly but surely towards the B site. Should be able to get in quite deep. It looks like they are going to pull away. They've got a good idea that there's at least 3 on A, but all 4 of them, you know, really not banking on that. However, the chase is on. Down banana they go. They're not going to be able to catch them, but they've got a quick flank.
Gamble stack is crazy, right? A 4v3. So vulnerable. Smokes come down towards CT and coffins, and it gives Gaming Gladiators an opportunity here. 1 nade is all they've got left over. They can take flight to West, but they're going to find the first. Amelia finds a second as well, and Kragan needs to be a king here. Crown upon his head in a 1v4. This is going to be so damn difficult. As that smoke fades, Zaka will close. So round 1 is all they care about. Nearly an inherent risk off the back of leaving that B site barren. In the end, all that matters is that pack mentality. They stick together, they fight, they trade, and a really good round out of Zaka as well, right? There's been a lot of question marks from us, not in terms of his ability. We know he's very talented, but just going back to a slightly unfamiliar role in terms of AWPing. It's been a while since we've seen him AWPing. Obviously, G has been picking up for a while, but these opening 2 really showcasing what he's got. And getting that third at the end of the pistol as well. Pretty damn good, man. I mean, Zaka hasn't seen too many opportunities in this game, especially with the AWP, but just in general, because that map number 1 was a bit of a quiet showing, but it's just good. He's alive, he's active, he's starting to show up in a good way towards the tail end. An 8-4 finish in back.
Yeah, pretty good indeed. I'm happy with the way that pans out, as we said, the City side. Generally more effective end. So I'm curious to see now what the T side looks like.
Obviously a very big round there as well. Amelia wins it out. 1v2, no armor. Gets one in towards Miz, swings out a boiler as well. Really, really nice one. Actually a round that did really change the tempo of this game. It's set Lin Vision up for a really decent spurt. Heading towards the second, this pistol is of the utmost importance towards Gaming Gladiators. If they want to try and seal this in 2, if they want to try and get back alive and active, I think a lot of it comes down to this pistol. We'll have to see, but for me, Gaming Gladiators look like a bit of a shadow of their former selves. They're not exactly as comfortable as they were over towards Nuke. They don't really look as effective. They don't look as on it, so to say. And they have really, struggled to get going. Nodios finds himself 2-11, 10 at the half. Patty 4-10. Salazar 6-10. I mean, the only one who's even positive is Queenix, and he only has 10. So it's one of those where, for me, we're just not seeing these individuals show up to the server.
Yeah.
The CT side, maybe, it does give you a little bit more of an easier ride of things generally.
Nodios was looking pretty good on the CT side of Nuke, right? So maybe this flip over will give him a new lease on life. Yeah. Playing that half and half retake kind of setup here, as they're just waiting to see if anyone presents. However, Lin Vision seemed to kind of be savvy to that a little bit, also not giving as much information away as you would expect. And as the B lean leaves, they will unfortunately have guessed wrong. Nodios, however, playing that safe angle, draws attention back towards him. Starry managed to just walk into the apartment to get the drop onto Queenix. Not quite sure how that has happened. He's deleted quite quickly. Conventional 2-man setup here, but it's with the Julie smoke going to go down. Pretty good timing on that, to be honest. They've got to be careful here. Don't go through it, fellas. Oh my, they're stacked on the other side. They are looking to maybe burst through off the back of a flash, but a CT flash just as good. Amelia, the only one to find a kill, manages to spring around and bring it back to a 2 versus 1. This is all over the place right now. Nodios runs out of ammo, and Amelia might just be able to get this bomb plant coming in. Salazar left to do it all. It's a fake out, in fact, 31 HP. Is it going to be enough? Positional drop could be everything for Salazar, and he's just resting. He's not taking any chances. Stay safe. Wait for that bomb to go down. Time on my side. What is he doing? Is he cooking something up? It doesn't look like it. Plant going to come in. Salazar in a good spot to get the frag. Oh my goodness. He will secure it. But he got a look in. Amelia into the eyes of his maker. And thankfully for Gaming Gladiators, it was indeed Salazar to be so.
Oh, that's close. Way too close. I mean, getting a bomb plant and the kills that they got, I think Linvision more than happy to buy back into Amelia, really giving them something and nothing in that round. Fair play. Oh, those first 2 bullets miss and Amelia turns. I thought for a second that would have been dire. Luckily, we can sit here and take a sigh of relief, and it is Gaming Gladiators to find that pistol. We said it's a necessity if they want any chance to really kickstart things on the CT side. However, pistol rounds are important. We know that. Force buys are more important. This is the round that can really change things. If Gaming Gladiators find it, they start to spur in a real positive note. I mean, the next time we see a gun round is when it's probably 8-7. But if Vision find it, they can start to spiral quite positively themselves. Get up towards a 9th. You'd expect Gaming Gladiators to force buy. They win that. They get 10-11. We're already talking about potentially the end of the game. That's how fine these margins are. This round is so important. Gaming Gladiators, yes, the pistol's good, but because of the bomb plant, it puts all the onus here, in fact.
Linvision again playing things quite slowly. The bookies seem to be pretty heavily in favor of Gaming Gladiators. So there's a fair belief here, it would seem. But yeah, Linvision actually playing a much slower style out of the gates than I was maybe expecting. I thought, especially with the rounds in hand, that they would try and lay down the law, as they so often do, get some speed in there, but not the case here.
Trying to bait out Utah, I assume, out of Gaming Gladiators, and to a degree it's working. Now that smoke coming down, there's 50 seconds on the clock, and there's a molly and a flash left them to work, and they're going to barrel through the face. They don't give a damn. Kraken going to get one. He's on fire. He's burned into a crisp, and a 4th to the hands of Zaka's Flames. Bomb side taken. Bomb should go down too, and it will. Yeah, molly comes over. It's too little too late. It does a decent amount of damage, and Nodios off the back of those flames makes a kill work in his favor. This is now open for the taking. 4 versus 3. Flank on as well. Zaka and Amelia will combine. Nodios and Patty swing to their demise 6 feet under. And that is probably the round 2. I don't think they're going to be given the luxury of the fights. And Linvision bite back. 9 on the board. And a 4-round buffer built up once again. And with only 2 being saved as well, they can't actually really comfortably force around it. They probably will force, but it's a question of what they do bring. If really force is in a lot of trouble, and now things are really uncomfortable for my liking. Yes, flying does fall, but you've got 1 rifle. They have to force because of money, right? Because they're on 1.4K, but you've got 1 rifle, basically what? A couple of 5.7s? I don't know, dude. This is tough, man.
It's there. The room is definitely there to facilitate a force buy and, of course, find a return round, which is absolutely what Gaming are going to be after here. But yeah, it's a tough one, man. They just got a little outpushed. I thought they were in the right place at the right time. They'd rotated around quite quickly. And, of course, finding the planter immediately as well after getting that bomb down and, indeed, getting the planter title. I thought that things were looking pretty good. Just didn't remain that way, unfortunately.
Yeah, 2 big kills for Amelia. 23 and 8 right now. I mean, he's been cooking. No 2 ways about it. What a shout-out the best in the server. Over double the kills of first place on Gaming Gladiators. It tells the full story, but then again, over double the kills of second place on his team. It's a 1-man army, but it's working wonderfully. A break and a conversation. The coaches get involved, and look at this now. Once again, ask questions. Gaming Guy says they had to force. They're in double eco territory. There's no 2 ways about it. But man, this is tough. They got 1 rifle, 2 5.7s, a P250, and a Deagle. And a hope and a prayer. Simply put. Patty going through the flames for a fight. Takes so much damage to gain so little information and to die for free as Amelia finds his 24th kill.
Yeah, definitely rough. I mean, you know, sending the pistol in there. Maybe wanted the M4 behind it to pick up a trade, but not quite executed that way. It is obviously a tough buy and limits your options at the end of the day. Do kind of like the setup here. However, they're still sticking in towards B. Got to send a man down quickly. Westmelon flying around the corner. Deagle comes in, damages there. Nodio is unable to trade it out. Queenix. Julie's not good enough either. M4 might just save once again here, to be honest.
I think it's probably the right call. I'd rather have an M4 and a 5-7 than nothing in towards the next round. Yeah, spotted out by a ramp. Amelia will relay over this information. That is going to be 10 for Linvision, and we are quite a pace, in all fairness, getting very close to a third map. The door is absolutely cracked wide open. A 10-5 scoreline. 3 more rounds is all that Linvision need, and Gaming Gladiators have been, unfortunately, a bit of a no-show in towards their map pick. Sometimes is the case. These vetoes, while they look so good on paper, it's a different story in the server. It's a safe call for the Gaming Gladiators side. They'll keep hold of a 5-7. They'll keep hold of an M4. And I think it's actually the good call here, in all fairness, for Linvision not to overextend. You don't want to give away an AK. If it was the MAC-10, whatever. But the AKs, there's no point. That'll be that. Amelia finds the first. Drops Patty, who goes barreling through the flames, takes so much damage. And then Westmelon, 2 kills to open up the A site. Simply put, a very easy round for the Linvision side. And this is looking like it's got 3 written all over it. I don't know, man. Gaming Gladiators, not the side that we saw on Nuke. 2 rounds in a row. Now can't buy here. Got a couple of upgrades. I mean, of course, Craig getting all those 5-7. Got a P250 for Nodios, and that is about it. Bit of presence over towards B this time, but not going aggro. Giving them that luxury of space. Kragan, they got the smoke, they got to play out in front of it. The flash is great, but Amelia's better. Oh, they line up for a couple for Salazar, but it's still not enough. 2v3, but they think it's a gamble stack towards B.
Yeah, it could work in the favor of Gaming Gladiators here. However, they think that it's maybe a B hit, so there's confusion across the shop. Which it might be a B hit. Okay. I'm not really sure what we're looking at here. Not really sure how this round is ultimately going to end. I think A, with Zaka holding for the weaponry. Maybe that is part of the Gaming Gladiators strategy here.
True.
Find some guns, right? Save some money moving forwards, because it's going to be a long old road here if they are indeed to mount this comeback. I think they were on the path, but unfortunately dropping to that force buys kind of screwed them over, kind of confirmed the third for me.
Yeah, well, Zaka finds one. Last man on the edge of that smoke. Nodios P250 might get the drop, but even if he gets an AK, he didn't care. He will get it, at the very least. And he's holding. They were actually going to rotate over towards B, but now that the last man has been spotted, they can very simply make the way towards A. Just enough time for a plant as well. And that will be the round. Question, if you're Nodios, or do you even give this a go? It's not the worst thing in the world, but because his AK is down, I'd prefer him just to keep hold of an AK.
Yeah.
Especially also they know there's a MAC-10 too, because the MAC-10 was spraying the smokes. Don't give them any extra kill bonus money. I just don't think it's worth it. Get an AK. He has got it. Keep hold of it. Take that on in towards the next. I think a 1v2 in this instance is not worth it. There's a whole belt of util for both of the players alive, which funny enough they're not using, but it doesn't matter. AK saved. And Linvision find themselves up to 11. They're 2 rounds away now from closing out this map and pushing us towards that decider of Dust 2. Last time out for Gaming Gladiators, Dust 2 in this tournament didn't look so pretty. Have they learnt their lesson, or is it going to be more of the same? Have Linvision done their homework too? And what went wrong for them? Well, some forlorn faces over towards that Gaming Gladiators side, and you can kind of understand why things have not been good for this side. Lineup 2 here, I thought maybe a chance at Salazar, but unfortunately not enough. 11-5.
Yeah, it definitely felt like there was a chance in the middle of that round, but you know, just not strong enough with the weaponry surrounding the M4. Now a long old road, as I've said, a big comeback here. We'll see if they can, at the very least, pick up some momentum going into that Dust 2. Which again, we
very unsure of. You know, Gaming have played it a fair amount, but not to massive success, certainly not terrible. You know, it's hard to call, hard to really know what LinVision are going to bring as well, as I'm sure it's a map that they've been working on. It could be, again, a very, very different functioning kind of map. But we're not there just yet. Still a chance, although slim, for Gaming Gladiators to pull this one back. Nade onto the smoke. This goes south. They'll trade it out quickly. Westmelon left a bit low. Molotov forces Patty away. 4 versus 4 coming round here. Looks pretty good for LinVision to start to bully the B-bomb site.
Patty has reluctantly give up that top banana control, and now he's so isolated, and they're playing contact. Westmelon, this is actually a really good play. He doesn't know it yet, but he's got a timer above him. Salazar's rotating over. No CT smoke just yet, and they're waiting to see where the Patty peaks. The crossfire's pretty good. No, he also found a good kill towards Starry. Smoke comes towards CT. Oh my god, how is Salazar still alive? He does fall. Patty gets one. He's burning to a crisp, but he's somehow still alive. He's hoping they can come over to support him. The drive-by Mach 10, the flames tickle the toes, and that is the B-side. And this is the last hurrah for Gaming Gladiators. Lose this round, and they have no money to buy in towards the next, bar loss bonus.
All right, let's see. How does the retake look? Nodio is moving round, loses his head quite quickly. It's all going to be down to Queenix, who can't get it done. It's the Mach 10 of flying to mow them both down, making it look easy in the end and making it look easy all map long. Map point here, looking to trade picks, it would seem. And then, of course, ending the series on Dust 2. It's going to be fun to watch. I've actually not really casted, I don't think I've casted a single official on Dust 2, actually. So, you know.
You're lucky, man.
Well, I suppose in a sense, we'll see how it goes. But I think it's a great place for this series to finish. And that looks to be the case.
Yeah, it's looking like it. 12-2-5. What have you got for us? Gaming Gladiators, is there anything? You know, that speaks volumes, doesn't it? And those player cams. Not looking good. Fight going to come out early here as well. As Amelia going to find the first. Patty gets caught. Already dropped. Amelia has been on fire all map long. 26 to their name as well. Only the 10 deaths. It is a monstrous display of individual prowess. And you look at that buy for Gaming Gladiators, like I said, right, their money was just depleted in that final round. All they're working off here is loss bonus. And already, it's a double MP9 M4 and 1 pistol for Salazar. A hope and a prayer. This is tough. Smoke out long. Queenix up close. Got a rough game, Queenix, at times. He's hoping to change his fate. We'll get it. Goes through the flames to support back towards shore and is given the luxury of outgoing traded.
Saka. Slow roll here up the banana, but Kragan will drop back.
Had the step.
Yeah, very, very ready for this. It would seem on the A-bomb site, although Salazar, if they do walk out, should get dropped upon. Oh, this could get a little weird. He gets good timing, however, in that 5-7 up close. Deadly as always. It's a cheeky, cheeky attempt from LinVision, seeing if they can get away with a wild finish. Not going to be the case. Bomb dropped, and just Zaka in the 1 versus 3. Not a lot of time for him to work with. But let's see here. Is he even going to really attempt it? Looks like not.
Yeah, I don't blame them. They actually have enough money to buy around him. It's not one of those instances where you kind of have to die for money. They don't really have loss anyway. It's 1.4, so what's the point? I think keeping hold of the AK here is the right choice. And actually not really given as many over. They still do pick up 2. AK is not the worst thing. They're trying to shoot it over. They might have got it. Yeah, fair play. And the AWP as well. So it's a very respectable round out from Gaming Gladiators. It's the first time in a while we've been able to sit here and say, well played. Salazar, good work from him. 2 kills with that 5-7 are so important. They do a contact play on the balcony. 1 flash, and they actually probably kill out Salazar. Even the long player might have been in a bit of trouble, but they try contact, and Salazar, nice and simple, he gets 2. 5-7, up close. It's only going one way, isn't it? Good little double for him. Good little double for Queenix as well. So, still alive. 12-6. Job far from over for LinVision. They're still going to close it, but it's 6 map points they've got to push us towards that Desada of Dust 2. So Voluntage still in their court for now, but you don't want to allow the Gaming Gladiators side to spiral at all.
Big damage onto Amelia to kick off the round. That's certainly nice for Gaming Gladiators. Bottom end of banana business, of course. A very different approach from the Gaming Gladiators. Pretty utility heavy, but not really sending too many units down there.
the vast majority of the time. They're set up and ready for an A hit here. Indeed be correct. Nodios gets good timing. Back in for a bit more. Maybe felt like he had to commit. Molotov behind him. You know, it's a tough call, but 4 versus 4, a quick 1-1 is pretty good for Linvision, actually.
Smoke down. Party going to play behind it. They still look like they want to commit towards his A site. Zaka plays Boiler. Rotate away. Westman will get caught though by the AWP Salazar. That'll change things now into the 2 versus 3, but with how low Amelia is, 2 versus 3, 4 versus 3, may I say, but it does feel like 2 with that of Amelia being on 21 points of HP. And 25 seconds, are they even going to do anything here? They've got to go now, really. 1 out in towards Cubby. Patty could be in trouble with the Molotov coming down, does get caught. Around that corner is the AWP. They're barreling up via long as well, so Salazar's got to hit a second here. And somehow, he's not traded. I have no idea how, but Salazar pulls out the pistol and wins the round. The swing comes through, but they don't commit to the fight.
Yeah,
so Salazar gets time to pull out the pistol. I'm so confused.
I think me, you, and the Observer reckoned he was just going to get traded, but not the case, to be honest. And, you know, trying to come in together with that flank. So this is pretty good stuff for Gaming Gladiators. Again, a lot of it for me just comes down to losing that force buy. It sapped all of their momentum, all of their cash.
Oh, missed the AWP.
Okay. Makes sense, dude. But still, maybe should have been traded there. Little tough for the side of Linvision, and now everything's swinging back in favor of the Gaming Gladiators. It would seem it's just a question of whether they can keep this here momentum going.
Yeah, like we said, job's not done. Yes, you've got Matt Point, but a lot of teams start to really overthink things when they get so close to the finish line, so close to that final hurdle. Salazar, these last couple of rounds have been pretty good out of here. He wants a little bit more. It's a great spray coming through. Nodios moves down 3, gets a 4th with a pistol as well. And the last man alive, he's tapping away. Nodios wants it, but Queenix, he'll steal it. He'll steal away the ace. Doesn't really matter. His pistols put to bed nice and simply. Back into the buy. And there really is only 2 full buys, maybe 3 if you talk about force for Linvision before this goes towards that all-elusive overtime. They haven't got a huge amount of opportunities. They need to be careful.
Very clean round in the end, of course. But yeah, this one's closing. This one's closing fast. So Linvision do have to be careful. Got to keep their wits about them. And again, not changing up too much. Default looks pretty similar. You know, there's no pace change. They're feeling a bit nervy, it would seem. And Gaming Gladiators going to work around that quite nicely. Patty a bit chunky around that corner than maybe he was expecting. Initial damage onto Linvision looked quite good, but yeah, he maybe thought he was hitting away. Yeah, it's an oversight for sure.
It's a 2-2 split, but Starry's on a really interesting lurk here. If he can get any information, or most importantly, just draw some attention, Marty can pull them off. It doesn't matter though. Westman is swinging. Kraken finding.
He's dangerous. He's very, very dangerous, Kraken. Around this corner, they know it. They're not going to commit in just yet. He's called upon a rotation. Will it be actually required? I think there's a bit of onus on Starry to see what he can find, what he's able to do. At the moment, he just, you know, hears that there's no rotation off. No one's crossed me yet. I've not heard anybody. They've left the AWP on B. Kraken, meanwhile, will work his way towards A. And again, the nature of Inferno, where the excitement can kind of come in. It's all a guessing game, even for us. Queenix will take out Starry on the lurk. The AWP has to get a kill and stay alive. Trained on the angle. Flash comes over, buying him some time here on this pillar. So hard to beat. Able to stay alive, looking for a little bit more, but they cross round him and he doesn't realize. 20 seconds into the 2 versus 2. There is a very quick banana presence, and Queenix just goes for it. Not playing the conventional game, not playing the safe game, leaving it all down to Amelia, who's got the bomb and an AWP. Maybe a dream. We'll see. In and around the pillar, Kraken finds it, and Gaming Gladiators, their most important win on Inferno thus far.
That's a really good round. Really, really well done. Starry had to get a kill. And as Queenix just holds the fort, he is the last pillar over towards A, and he plays it perfectly. Doesn't give over any opportunities, no sound cues, nothing. And Starry, he waited so patiently for so long, just did not read. And he was up on towards Bao. And that feels like it cost them. It forces them to go quick towards B. They know they can't rotate over in time. It was really well done. Big round to be taken. Big round, and game absolutely on. Gaming Gladiators 4 on the trot. Already 3 away from taking us towards overtime. This game is far from over. We'd love a third map, but Gaming Gladiators, they've got other ideas. Pause is called and conversation to be had here for Lin Vision. They're going to pull out a little bit of a buy with some upgraded pistols, but realistically speaking, they're waiting for an investment back in towards the next. But like I said, it's what? 2 full buys and 1 force buy, more or less, if that gets to a 12-11 scoreline. So we're looking at this now. This round, it's not too heavy of an investment coming through for the most part. I mean, Starry has dipped down in towards like $1,000 in all fairness, but they have got loss bonus, so it's fine. You can still get AK and a bit of util armor or the rest. But realistically, this next round, if they are to lose this one here, round number 23, that full buy, the penultimate of this map, it's kind of for all the marbles, it feels.
Yeah, it certainly is a worrying set of circumstances here. Slow encroachment up middle. Again, looking really nervy. Just all on top of each other. You go, no, I go, no,
Yeah.
you go. You know, there's not the clearest of game plans flying. The stand-in going to be the one to work his way forwards here. Not the best second half out from him. They're so ready here as well. The game's Gladiator sides. Bit of a fly round, however, as they try and distract the crosshairs at the end of the day. Nade retrieve, big damage on Tenodios. Needs some support from Salazar. Really tough AWPing angle that he's working on. They're just buying time for these players. Through from Banana. And there's the draw from Salazar. 5-7 out. He's got to be careful here. Too many targets. Does manage to take one down with him. 2 versus 2, but recovered weapons. They have to be careful. Not to go in. Too crazy. Oh my goodness, Lin Vision. They've done it. They take it over the line. 13-9 off the back of the force buy. Insult to injury on that Gaming Gladiators side. A third map required here in the lower bracket. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
丢烟，烟。
等下跟我说。
跳。
哎，等下，
闪光，闪光。
大哥，大
哥一滴，大哥没
出去，我出去。
大哥还没死，大哥死，大哥一单一滴。这个我来了，大哥，叶子没打叶子，我拉了。爆点后期，大哥，爆点位大哥，没死，爆点，上去 ，A1，
两个一，A1，
到了，好 A 到了，我
进，
来了，2打1，还有一个。
nice，
牛逼！天啊，我上厕所，
Red Bull gives you wings.
Well, how about that, Lin Vision? They've still got some fight left in them after all. It's maybe not what we had anticipated after map number 1, but that, at least, is something to get us a little bit excited as we now have to go through to a third map. Amelia, obviously, the talk of the town after that one, but what I'll say is, you know, it's not too surprising. I mean, Amelia is one of those players that can kind of pull those maps off every now and then, but not that often. I'll say not that often, but when it does happen, it's something pretty special.
It's pretty good, man. I mean, honestly, Amelia was unstoppable, right? We look at the way in which they played, and it was just so aggressive, so self reliant, self-sufficient. I mean, everything you want to see out of kind of a star rifler who isn't always the star. We do see inconsistencies come through, but honestly, really, really well done. I'm very impressed, especially considering Starry went missing. I think finished the map on 7 kills, so they needed a big name. They needed some hero, and I mean, Amelia stepped up.
Well, we take a look at the scoreboard here, and you can see just across the board how things shaped up. But yeah, I mean, that's one thing. Obviously, it's a really nice result, obviously, for Amelia, but it does beg the question, does LinVision get through that map if not for that?
I feel like potentially not. Definitely in the first half to get them started, to get the boost. Amelia was up on like 15-3, 15-4, something like this. You know, really deep score quite quickly. That would make sense, especially in 27 kills is really quite difficult to get on a map like Inferno as well, where it's a bit more sort of team spread out, team based, and that brick wall effect. But yeah, I feel like there was a little lack on the Gaming Gladiators side of that adaptability. LinVision did a very good job of starting the chaos early. That's where they thrive. And Gaming Gladiators, I think maybe after losing some of the early rounds, needed a timeout, and then definitely into that second half as well. The big deal was the fact that they hit the ground running, got the pistol, and then immediate force buy, and it just, all their energy just went.
I mean, it's a good time for it to sort of start going in that right direction. We'll talk about player of the map, who I think there's probably only one answer as to who that will be. Of course, we've already touched on Amelia, but yeah, look, I mean, it's fantastic. The question, of course, now starts to become, can you bring that back again for map number 3? Because I think that there is still going to be quite a solid level needing to be hit by LinVision if they want to win that map.
I mean, it is the thing that we bring up in every instance because it's so important. It's about consistency, right? Because we need to see that level out from them heading in towards Dust 2. And Dust 2 for us, you know, it's a complete unknown quantity. They have no officials on HLTV. They've not played it, you know, obviously it's been out of the pool for so long, so you question, A, how much they practice, how much they scrimmed, what's the preparation looking like, and then also just in the sense of how much time have they had to work on it. If there's question marks about the roster, they've gone through recent roster changes, how much time have they actually been able to dedicate to Dust 2, where at the very least, look to us Gaming Gladiators, I mean, for a while, basically up until this veto, they were more than happy to pick into it, and they have been doing it a hell of a lot, granted, to relative, you know, unsuccessfulness, but, you know, it is still a map which they're confident to pick into, they're confident to play, where we really don't know about LinVision. Yes, they floated it, but is it a float out of necessity?
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult, like you say. I think they've got to get their first official on it.
It's true.
At some point, and maybe it is a map that they've been prepping into, right, coming into the Nomadic Masters. I don't know. One of the big things for me, though, it is an individually based map. That's what we all used to say back in the day. So I'm unsure whether we will see that same kind of performance from Amelia. Definitely can't have Starry drop as hard as that. And Gaming Gladiators, this feels like their little pocket pick coming into this LAN as well that they've been working
What about
on.
the AWPers as well? Like Zach only recently transitioning back onto the AWP. Have we got enough faith that he's going to be able to bring that to the table here on Dust 2?
It's a big question because I think AWPs are so important, and I've got to give him his credit. You know, while I have definitely been harsh at times, but Salazar's actually been really good this series. Both maps, very, very reliable. When he's called upon, he's hitting his shots, and that's all we can ask of him. Where for Zaka, you know, map number 1, picked up the AWP once, did nothing with it. In map number 2, there was a couple of instances, but it wasn't always the best. We saw a few moments. That one, I remember the hold on towards A side, double killing towards Shaw, kind of single-handedly stopped Gaming Gladiators. But yeah, I think for me, at least from what I've seen so far this series, Salazar has been the better of the two, but I think Zach has just had way less opportunities, probably how I'm going to go about it. So It's a very important conversation. I think the big thing for me is for Zaka, how does he want to play this? Does he want to try and fight fire with fire and kind of really get up aggressive against Salazar? It's inherently quite risky.
Well, am I right in saying both of you actually predicted LinVision for this series?
Yeah.
Yep.
So how are you feeling about that at the moment? Because I'm sure after map 1 it was a bit like, we've really cooked this one up, but
yeah,
it's definitely on offer.
Yeah, they look very flat on the first map. I don't really know. For me, it's a bit difficult. I think that the CT end, as I said, it started to pick up a bit of steam. It looked okay towards the end of Nuke, and they start off on the CT side here. Is it just really something that, you know, their T sides, they've not quite worked out? It was, again, something that on sort of the flip side, on the T side of Inferno for them, defaults look pretty similar. They just had enough rounds to work with. They won a bit of a lucky force buy. So, yeah, I don't know whether I'm fully sold, whether I'm really wanting to flip or lean their way still. It's very hard to call. The Dust 2, I think, at the very least, will be a fun map here, will be an exciting map. And I'm really looking forward to getting into that at the very least. And hopefully, the AWP battle does deliver.
I'm not flipping. I'm sticking, right? For me, I'm looking at LinVision, and I'm just thinking they're a side who at times, they're so momentum heavy. I think I think we can now look in hindsight and just say they just were not awake. They did not show up at all in towards map number 1. But once they got going, once they finally got a bit of confidence, I think they are a confidence team, because you even saw them, which is a little bit of a rarity, but getting loud, right? I mean, I didn't see any of that in towards map number 1, but once they started spiraling 5-6 rounds in a row, getting vocal, that's a really good indicator of confidence. And I think confidence is something that this Lim Vision side really rely on. So for me, I'm going towards Dust 2, even though it is an unknown quantity for us, thinking at the very least, the individuals look okay. I need to see a little bit more out of Starry just to get a little bit of internal confidence. But if Starry does step up, it's fundamentally Dust 2 are quite a simple map and more similar to Inferno than to Nuke. So I'm just maybe a little copium, right? But all in all, I'm sticking.
We're all about copium and hopium here in Asian Counter-Strike, but it's not going to be too long that we have to wait before we get to find the result of this series. Map 3 is coming up right after this. It's Dust 2. We'll see you on the other side.
这知道吗？不知道。Major 举办过的城市。哦 ，OK. So from the first Copenhagen.
巴西。城市。忘了。
Yeah, that's right. So he wants to say Brazil, Rio, but he forgot about the name of Rio de Janeiro. Yeah, the city name. Katowice.
巴黎。
Paris for him. Already or like Shanghai is the next major place, right? Is it good? Is it correct? Oh no. Oh. Okay. Cologne? Yeah, Cologne.
我认输了。
Yeah, Stockholm, Berlin. Yeah, I love it.
Name Asian player that has more than 2 stickers.
More than 2
stickers, major stickers. Excluding Australian teams, Oceanic teams. No Ocean, only Asian.
Only Asian. Teams or players?
Players.
Players? Please first. Score, he says. And 2. Summer.
DD.
No? Somebody.
910.
910. No? 对，他是后来
哦。
Yeah.
Attacker.
Oh, attacker, yeah, attacker. So I think last time for Mongols, they play with Annihilation, right? Last time they have, before 910 as their upper, so they have Annihilation for them as the upper. Oh, okay. 完了呀，哇！
记性差，没办法。
Just name the European countries.
You see?
European countries.
European countries.
什么意思啊？
只要说欧洲的国家就行了。
我可以认输啊！我要认输了。
He wants to just admit forfeit for this one.
It's finished.
Okay, it's finished. Okay, all right.
Hello, my name is Salazar from Team Gaming Gladiators, and today we're playing On the Bomb. Astralis. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. Probably the latest one, 2024. Tyloo. I don't know. Good friendship, teamwork. 14. Yeah, it's off. I don't know how many I answered. I don't think I was fast enough. Which team has had the most finals appearances in majors? And I think I answered Astralis. I don't know if it's that right. No. Which year did the majors had the $2 million prize? And I don't know. I think I answered 2024, the latest one. I don't know. Which Asian team has attended the most majors? And I think I answered Tailu. I don't know if that's right. That's maybe not right. What is always coming but never arrives? And I don't know. I'm very bad at these questions. How would you describe your team in 3 words? And I said good, friendship, and team play. And I should maybe have said communication. How many majors had there been in CSGO? And I think I answered 14, but I don't know if that's true. Good luck to the other teams, and let's meet at the Nomadic Masters.
You on my mind a lot. Don't need no time, watch. I don't know how I got you in my pocket spot. Yeah, that's babe, need you every day. You like my oxygen, make it seem like the barging down. Got my heart no barging in, from the bed to the floor to the couch. Might wake the neighbors up, break you in then break you out. In the end, we gon' make the child.
Copy my steel. Face the fact that ain't no cap, I'm real. No cap, I'm real. The plastic bars when I copy my steel. Plastic bars when I copy my steel.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back, one and all. I believe we are ready to get into the action here. As I can hear the sounds, the pitter-patter of feet on the floor. Final map, of course, for Lin Vision up against Gaming Gladiators.
Dust 2. What do we make of this? Not quite sure. It's the knife round, of course. We've not had to cast one yet.
Yeah.
So
Well,
indeed.
Oh, pretty one-sided in that knife round, it seems. Is that? I'm going to assume, we heard a bit of shouting down the corridor.
Yeah,
I'm going to
Gaming
assume that was,
Gladiators.
they're laughing about
they're
it.
having a good time.
I think it was Gaming Gladiators having a little shout. I mean, fair play. Get the confidence back up.
All in good spirits here.
Yeah. It's actually not even the worst thing in the world in terms of for them personally. Just to, there was a couple of moments at the tail end, but that second map wasn't fantastic. We really didn't see them deliver in the way they would hope. So now we get to look. I'm going to assume a CT side start from Gaming Gladiators, but I don't know. I did cast them not even that long ago against Granny's Knockers, and they decided to start T side there, but it didn't work well. So I'm going to assume. We'll see, but I'm going to assume out there from that CT side start. And I think it gives you a little bit more luxury, and that is what we're going to get. It's just a little easier to kind of get a feel for things.
Experimenting potentially. Queenix on the dualies, up close and personal. Looking good, finds a couple. The flashes, super sound. Queenix keeps on going, will eventually be dealt with, but the round one out from Carr. Beautiful stuff on that B-bomb site.
Very weird pistol as well, because Limvision going one by one, just don't trade. The spacing was pretty horrendous. There are two guys playing so deep in tunnel that when the initial first two guys die, the third's too slow to trade, and the other two behind them are so far away, they can't even get into the fight. So, I don't know, it feels a bit weird here, right? I mean, it just gives these opportunities for Gaming Gladiators to isolate fights without really having to do anything. It's kind of weird. They one by one peek in and one by one died. A good start. Gaming Gladiators really needed it off the back of map number 2.
Yeah, for sure. I think, again, they had kind of a dodgy start to the CT side in particular. Money getting away from them, force buys and all this. It was a really sort of tough ride over there. So they need their CT confidence in particular. It's something that players lean on a bit more than maybe they actually should when you look down all the stats and all this kind of stuff. Momentum, CT side starts are not as important as you would think, but it seems to affect them from a mental standpoint. Patty digging in here, double kill, make it 3. Lovely stuff, making some cash on that MP9 importantly, and we will indeed see what can be cooked up. Not an awful lot from flying on the other side of the map, so super, super clean start here from the Danes.
Yeah, nice and easy. No real question marks kind of thrown out by us off the back of that. And now we get to look in towards what this first gun round is going to look like for Limvision. A lot of the T-side success from Limvision came off the back of that one-man Amelia, right? 27 kills at the tail end, a very, very good showing. We need to see whether he can kind of reignite that flame once again, but a lot of eyes for us on Starry. Only 7 kills at the tail end of that map wasn't good enough. Questions, can he get back active and alive? Patty is so blind, but it's flying, he falls to the flames.
Yeah, not the best start into the round. They try and send the one man out long. Now up towards short quite quickly. Deagle in hand for Salazar, I do believe there. So he's on the MP9. It's kind of fair enough, but it's Nodios down below on those headshot angles looking good. Kragan will fall quite quickly. They're quite ready here with so many bodies in, but the AK's not looking too bad. A little close for just a second there. Still the pickup, the recovery, and of course, as I say, the presence from Gaming Gladiator is too much to deal with.
It's a big round to be taken. First gun round, set the tone, get the confidence back up. It's a map in which we know is confident over towards the Gaming Gladiator side, in the sense that they like picking it. Granted, we've already spoke about it a bit on the desk. It's not been the most successful, 2 from 5, and they've been hard fought, those 2 as well. But at the very least, it's obviously clear they've put a hell of a lot of work in because they want to make this map an active part of their pool. So Limvision inherently leaving it and floating it towards the end, having no official on it, is such a big risk.
Yeah, absolutely. They have to be careful. And indeed, I think, again, all the practice in the world, all the scrims in the world, but once you get into these big games, there's a few things that you just have not planned for. You can only learn on the fly, and hopefully you can learn it on the fly rather than learning it in the demo afterwards, eh? First kill does come round here for the Gaming Gladiators. Keen start for them. Exactly what you need in a round like this. So a very, very solid few rounds to kick us off. No real sweat off the brow just yet.
I want to look at what the T sides look like from Limvision, in the sense of they're a side who were actually relatively quite simple in terms of how they approached Inferno, but it was just them hitting shots. Ooh. Speaking of, my God, plucked out of the sky, wrist breaker from Salazar, just deletes Amelia. What a shot! The bomb might actually sneak its way down.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely flying in off the run boost. Not 100% sure on what difference it makes. Starry, though, he's making a difference here. It's not quite enough. Close for just a second. But yeah, I mean, we'll probably see it again here on the replay. That is a hell of a shot to land. I don't want to say it's like double the speed, but obviously it increases how fast you fly through the air.
Whew.
Yeah, I mean, even in slow motion. Even in slow motion, it looks pretty quick.
Pixel perfect, that's to be said. And, you know, we spoke about this on the desk. There was a conversation between him and Zaka. Zaka, who was a secondary AWP for a long time because G held the mantle. He's now, of course, now left the team. He's gone back to AWPing from spending a good stint being an entry fragger. It takes a while to get back into that kind of mental state as an AWP player. And between the two, Salazar has been the main man in the server. However, just as we speak in the Devil's name, he finds a kill.
Lovely find, lovely pickup. Oh, the flash comes in. They're not giving their presence away here. Slow creep out on towards B is actually a pretty unorthodox play. You know, that contact B, you generally see utility coming over or a little presence early on in the round. Not the case here, though, and I think it's going to be an immediate save from Gaming Gladiators. They're obviously 2 men down, but just nobody on that side of the map. They'd started to actually bank on A. So well played from Lim Vision here, well conditioned for them.
Queenix really double guesses himself as well. You know, he drops a flash, hears and sees no kind of response, so he's falling all the way back to CT. I think for me, at the very least, if you're going to commit to kind of at least keeping an eye on B, I want to see you stay on the site. At least you can kind of dance around back box or dance around kind of heaven, for example. But yeah, no, not to be. Falls away. I think maybe there was a call that they might be playing out via long or might be sneaking up cat and he wants to kind of try and take a bit of space. But doesn't work out. Early save call. And that is going to be Lim Vision finding their first in the 5th round, but finally on the board. Flawless round is really what will help them as well. Gives them a bit of econ, gives them a bit of confidence, and might even start to spiral things positively in their favor. The first real hiccup here for the Danes.
Absolutely. It's a difficult round, I think, to stomach as well. You know, you just get kind of outplayed. But like I say, it's unorthodox. It's maybe something that now you'll start to watch for. I think those types of plays, you have to keep them in your pocket for a reason. You can see, though, everybody talking so fast, emotions running high, particularly there from Nodios.
Elimination game, right? You really start to feel the pressure. Basically, a best of 1 and dust 2 to decide it. Who is going to be going to the arena? Who's going to the arena? Who's going home, right?
Well, exactly. That's
One
also
map.
it. Yeah. It's a bit cutthroat if you are on the sort of lesser side of a double elimination bracket. You only play the 2 games. You come all this way on both sides of the equation. You know, I did speak to Gum as well. You might feel like China's not too far away, but it's a pretty big place. And they indeed have to get a connecting flight, I believe, down from Hong Kong. So they're kind of going back on themselves a little bit. You know, it's wild. It's really wild, to be honest. So a long distance for both of these teams to come to only play a couple BO3s. You're not going to be happy with yourself. Bro, how do you even see through that thing? To be honest, shot does ring off.
Ooh. Yeah, you're not meant to jump for that. That just sails into the palm tree. Damaging nature there for no reason.
Kind of brutal. We're stacking up again, though, towards short. Seems to be a favorable position for Lim Vision. They really do like it over here, and it's not really worked for them in the past. 1 smoke down. Quite working through the trickle smokes. We've got something a little bit different here, though. There's a tiny gap left in between them, but enough for them to work with. Down goes the Goose player. They're all left blind for sure, but they've created space. Should be able to get the bomb down. Mid lurk coming in here as well. Looks pretty good. Flying will take it. I think it might be another save.
Yeah, I think you're right. That's got to be it, surely, right? The 3 remaining, and especially because it's a double AWP retakes are pretty dire as they go, so I don't think it's worthwhile. At least with 3 staying alive, you can buy back in, it's fine. You've got the funds left over on the guys that are alive, and you've got the weapons too, you can make it work, but it's just a case of if they stay alive, Nodios decides to fight, will fight. He will get a kill, but that's not going to make a difference in the grand scheme.
Indeed. Double upset moving forwards then. So we'll see. We didn't get to really tune in on it for this round, but maybe moving forwards.
Interestingly, having an AWP as your B anchor is so risky, right? Because there's not many positions you can play where you can fall back. Does he want to play out via doors, which is kind of what he was doing when he got caught?
maybe, but you've got to basically focus on the angle swinging out and the angle up onto kind of the boost. So I don't know, AWPing B anchoring, it's normally a one and done. So if he's going to do that, he's going to have support. But then where do you pull these players from? Are you pulling it from a short player? Are you pulling it from a mid player? It asks a lot of questions to me, because realistically, maybe MP9s, maybe a FAMAS in terms of the buy around it? That's the question I have here. How do they want to play this? Just because I feel that inherently, the way LinVision are playing at the moment is very pack mentality. They're going to swing, they're going to trade. Even if he gets one, he's going to die immediately. Yeah. That could be the B-side open. He's been playing alone here.
Cash was actually not too bad in the end. So the buy looks pretty good. But yeah, the double AWP I think is, it's a weird one for me just in general on Dust 2.
See, if I was going to play it, I'd play one mid, one long, right? That's fine. But nobody else being the B anchor, do they then change positions? Maybe, I don't know. It's a weird one, right? I just kind of foreshadow the risk of, because LinVision are so grouped up, as that's how they play, they could just fight him and trade.
Yeah, we'll see here. We'll see. It does look like in this round he has actually moved in towards that middle position. So yeah, just a strange setup in the previous. Oh my goodness, Patty. How does Amelia not find it? You know, Spidey senses goes off. He's like, there's no wall here. What am I hitting? But just can't land the shots. Zaka will pick up Nodios in towards middle there, winning that little fight. Quick mid to B smoke as well. Are we going to follow up on it, or is it just a feign of presence? Molotov comes down. That'll make their decision for them, at least for now. Salazar as well. Looking to get above it. Drops down. Has it been heard? He's going to keep on going. Risky moves, but just as he peeks in, Zaka looks off, allowing Salazar the 2K.
Timing's awful. You hate to say it. Zaka just pulls away at the worst moment. They've got so much time. I feel like for LinVision, they just get a little giddy there. They've got to wait for mistakes. They drop a mid to B smoke, and it's a great kind of bit of use of just a prompt to B split, but you've got to hold for people getting a little audacious. And Salazar gets away with 2 very important kills, and you're starting to answer the questions that we had on the desk of this comparison between Zaka, between Salazar, right? This is a very, very important map for AWPers, both on CT and T side. You talk about suicide peaks coming through, you talk about long peaks coming out as well, and double doors, and Salazar, for the most part of this series, has absolutely been winning that contest.
Super tough here, I think. Yeah, it's going to be hard for Zaka as well. You talk about the role and refamiliarizing. I think that comes down to the map also.
Sure.
You know, like Salazar at the very least is going to know his way around a bit better in the official circumstances. Flying, just going to save. He takes one with him, but yeah, they've got plenty of cash, so it doesn't really matter all that much that he goes down with that AK. So we'll see moving forwards what the change-up is going to be from LinVision. Thus far, has looked okay once the rifles have come out, but I don't know, man. They have a few cheesy rounds in their back pocket. When it comes to more conventional Dust 2 rounds, like a short, late round or a long, early burst, there's not been all that much to write home about.
Yeah, absolutely. Quite to start as well from Amelia. Was what, 15-3 in like the first 7 rounds.
Yeah,
now
yeah.
2 and 5 out the gates. Consistency is the word that we always look towards, and for Amelia, bit of a slower one here. Nodios still keeping that double AWP in play. I don't hate it in all fairness, because playing out via mid, but now Xbox smoke, they can make their way up cap. But this is sort of a known quantity, hence by the hold over towards car.
Ooh. Shadow spotted, trigger a little sensitive, it would seem. But yeah, very ready again. You know, the short presence, the short end has been quite popular for LinVision, as we have noted. So Gaming Gladiator is definitely going to have noted it. Boost up here onto the blue bin. So I'll probably just leave him there by himself. It's an unorthodox angle, good for a one and done.
Yeah, one flash though, and he is done.
True, this is true. But we'll see at this stage, you know, you don't really expect much presence at long other than like a lurker. It would be weird to see like a later burst coming in, but yeah, a bit too telegraphed, I think. I like what Salazar's doing, very dynamic, moving around, picking up middle, allowing them to bolster B.
LinVision look a little lost in these mid to late rounds. You know, this is something that we've seen a little bit yesterday. We spoke about it when kind of plan A fails and then you don't really have a plan B. This is kind of what I'm feeling at the moment. Oh my God, what is happening? How is Story even still alive? But Util in hand, he nearly gets caught. He drops down, which is a questionable play, and gets caught with a no-scope. Already now, looking good, full blind. Amelia swings, finds, and what is happening? How has this gone in favor of LinVision? This is one of the most chaotic rounds, and Gaming Gladiators are questioning how it's even happened.
That's so crazy. I saw on the minimap that developing before my very eyes. You have one player drop down, he fails, and then the second man goes in a bit slower, and that's just enough based on the time. You know, they're out on B. It's got to have been all over the place. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Comms are like, oh, they're out B. CT, there's one CT. You know, like it will have just been pure carnage. You see both of those B ramp players that were on the rotate both spin around. B guy is completely isolated, just trying to stay alive. He's like, don't worry, the rotations are coming. But man, that is absolutely insane. What a crazy round that LinVision have just created.
And, you know, it's a round that they'll take every day of the week to chip away the deficit. It's not a round you can repeat. It was, I mean, borderline, you could even say it was accidental. It was just so chaotic. Not exactly planned, but, you know, Gaming Gladiators is something you've kind of got to learn when you come over here and playing Asian Counter-Strike teams. They can just be just so hard to read. No scope, does connect, which is good, but then, yeah, all over the shop. Zaka finds an important kill, swinging on towards the site, but then Amina even swinging CT is wild. Full blind going for that door, and then taking a fight there. I mean, and there's another guy who got a kill through double doors itself, all over the shop. Hard one to really even for us to talk about. We have X-Ray, mini-map, and the whole lot, so you can't even imagine what Gaming Gladiators was talking about.
Well, because that's it. I was watching a mini-map. I'm watching this guy. I was like, is he going down CT? And then suddenly everyone's dying on B. And I was like, wait a minute, they're like that deep on B? I thought we were like 4v4 here. What's going on?
And if you think about it, right, you've got one guy who's just died CT, and there's one spotted top cat. So you're thinking, surely this is some sort of kind of split mid-play. But then you see 3 going out towards B. I mean, it's all over the shop. And it makes you think, right, the mid guy dies. Even if they get 1 kill on B, it's a different story. So, yeah, not a round you can repeat, but a round you'll absolutely take if you're LinVision to put them up to 3 now. They're on 3 out of the last 4. So at least in this period of play, they've looked like the better side. And it does affect the buyout for Gaming Gladiators too.
Yeah, absolutely. Timeout taken into this round as well. I think definitely needed. Really, really in tune kind of call for that. Oh, Salazar misses the no-scope.
No way.
Oh, he will go down, Starry. Tickling him until he falls over. Death by 1,000 cuts. Queenix, he'll go a bit faster. And that should be the round. I think it might become a mission of saving the AWP if they can. The AK definitely getting out of here, but there is an MP9 sort of behind enemy lines at this point. Close to the action at the very least, yeah. But even though they find Starry there, I think that will be all she wrote for this one. Gaming Gladiators forced into the force, as it were. They'll be looking to hold things here in LinVision. This is what they're all about. Get down in the mud with us. Bare knuckle brawl. They have turned that on, and unfortunately, Gaming Gladiators falling flat to it a bit here.
Yeah, it's one of those things, you know, when we look at Gaming Gladiators or ecstatic in that sense when they're at their major, they're a very good side of playing up to teams. They can play up to the level. They can play up to not only the individual level, but the strat book too. But we don't really see them all. Well, when we do see it online, it is a little bit all over the shop in terms of playing down to teams, right? And that's no disrespect to LinVision, but you can easily say in terms of maybe the strat book and the way this team are playing individually, it hasn't been the greatest run for a while. They've not been the most competitive side in the region. They were touted as for a while, but it hasn't really come to fruition, and hence why they're going through these changes and all the rest. So, but LinVision at times, they can be a side who can drag teams down to this sort of super hard to play, super hard to read, very fluid, but not in like a good way kind of style. And I think for an EU team, that must be so difficult to try and, I mean, even as a coach, what do you even say?
Yeah, I mean, you can play a sort of messier form of Counter-Strike, and like I kind of say, the bare control is maybe the way that like a, I don't know, MMA fighter would approach it. You'd still be good at it though.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Sure.
Like, hold on. AK not dealt with just yet. Patty, nade does land. 2 versus 2 as the dust has settled here, but the AWP a bit late to the party. I think Patty was ready to fight an AK there, confident for that, but certainly not against an AWP. Small misread on the situation. Either way, he goes down, and with him, the hopes of the round. One would assume Westmelon. Come on now. Mess with the food here, and indeed he will get it, but yeah, a few too many chances there for Queenix. Evening things up here. A keen start for Gaming Gladiators, but actually, once they've got themselves stable with the rifles, the T side have looked good.
Yeah, a little scrappy. Patty, 3 kills to his name, 2 with the AK, 1 with a nade. Not too bad, he'll take it. He's making use of kind of what they had saved over in a kind of low to no buy round like that. Getting 3 out of 5 kills, you can take a small silver lining. The main thing is now that, like you mentioned, it is his game tied up. It's Lin Vision who are looking very good, right? This is now 5 out of the last 6 rounds, and the gun rounds for the most part have looked very good for them on the T side. If they can see this off, up to at least 6, if not 7 to 5, they give themselves a lot of headway.
Ooh, Kragan. Nice early pickup. Nodios, meanwhile, round this corner, sees the shadows first, but kind of greedy for the AK, to be honest. I get it. Let's upgrade the weaponry, and maybe in an eco round or something like that, it might make a bit more sense, but I don't know, man. Just clear the angle first. Failed Molotov, a little awkward. And actually, it would have probably dealt with Salazar's position here, so he's going to try and capitalize on that mistake.
Lin Vision needs to slow down. They're getting way too giddy. I know they're at a numbers advantage, and they want to desperately pull it back to them, but they're making rookie errors. Miss Molly, flash which nobody peeks off, small things like that. Just slow it down. You've got plenty of time. You've got a minute. You do not need to rush. They're going to go back up towards short. I don't hate this, but they could be caught in transition. Salazar, good timing, good find.
Again, though, pushing in, going a bit deeper. I mean, he does have some backup, shot missed by the AWP, but there's a few risks across the board here. It feels like the A bomb site is open, though, despite this 4v2, which is kind of confusing. They'll get that bomb down. They'll get that reset on the game state, and they'll look to clear out a few angles. Flashing towards CT. Oh, man. He saw it coming, and thank goodness he did, because that could have been everything. Zaka up close. They're flashing him, trying to take him down. Misses out on that second shot. Not going to happen. There is a world. We've seen plenty of moves there from the AWP, and they may just be back in the near future, but not here. Not in this round.
Yeah, guaranteed tied game at the bare minimum now for the Danes. Nearly went sideways. Like Salazar's a good move to find that kill in towards Xbox, and then they've just got the numbers, simply put. I think the flashing towards CT, if that kill's found, different story. But the second he dies, it's now an AWP alone at a 1v4. I mean, it really was asking just a tad too much. But if that CT kill had come through, it could have been a different story. There was a smoke, but he could have played behind it. Who knows? Who knows? But all in hindsight and all, realistically, it doesn't matter anymore. 6-5, final round of the half. Lin Vision do have a bite. And Zaka going pretty aggro, like running all the way down mid. Any AWP could have played in front of that smoke, but they opt not to.
Kind of a decent move from him and the whole team going with them. This is kind of crazy. But they're not going to be expected here. Surely, yeah, and there's the AWP leading the charge. It's the second man of Nodios that looks to do the damage. Bit of, again, miscom, misread. Amelia will go in a little early, a little ahead of the smokes. Maybe didn't need to do so. Great positioning here from Queenix as well. Hidden in towards the closet. Such a tough angle to beat. Starry trying to hold them back here. A little messy to deal with him. And it's only one for Nodios. Starry keeps on going from middle. Nodios actually kind of cleaning up the cross. It's getting so weird. You know, the car player dealt with really quickly. That is a wild round that somehow again works for Lin Vision. Gaming Gladiators might be a bit disappointed with themselves. 4-0 start, but could not keep control of the half.
Yeah, he's been really quiet as well. Kind of that man on your screen, Starry, up until that point. He was 3-9 coming into the final round of the half. Gets a double, and actually showing that he's mechanically there. It feels, at times, these last couple of maps, he's been mentally a little bit checked out. He doesn't really look all too good himself. But hey, at the very least, if that might wake him up a little bit and think, okay, 6-all. This is good. They're trying to get him hyped up a little bit as well, which is exactly what we want to see. This is anybody's game. Absolutely.
And this is it, man. This is it. It feels like a big moment for both these teams right here into the second half.
So, we get ready to head on the way in towards that second half. It's actually both the RGLs leading in terms of the numbers. Patty on 12 and Westmelon joint on 7, in all fairness, with Zaka and Amelia. Just a little bit more of that effectiveness, the KAST and all the good stuff that we care about. Conversations, though. Gum, looking a little, I'm sure, pretty stressed, right? Like we said, this is an event in your home region.
Sure.
Elimination on the line, but arena on the line as well. This is, I guess, in a way, a brutal format, but quite a kind one, right? All you have to do is win one best of 3 and you're guaranteed in the arena. And now down to the final half of play here in this third and final map. we have to ask a lot of questions about both these sides. And I think still for us, we are looking at Linvision just because we just don't know what they look like on Dust 2. We have no clue.
There's a lot here. I don't know, the T side looked pretty good there. That's generally where things can be a bit harder. But CT side of Dust 2, you know, the rotation game, the resource game, pretty important. I think touching on your point about kind of things being stressed and everyone looking a little uptight, I do feel, at least from what we're seeing kind of on the server, a bit of the body language around the players. I think Gaming Gladiators don't like being here. They don't like this feeling of, you know, getting knocked out against the underdog. They are the overdog. We've actually talked quite a lot about that Gaming Gladiators maybe used to being the underdog a little bit. Queenix, however, looks to teach them a bit of a lesson in towards short. Amelia, clean for the first and the second. Looking so good, out towards long, got some support now. What is that spin, my guy? Oh my goodness, somehow still alive as well. This is all over the shop, but long compromised. The Glocks looking to close the gap, and as they do, they get scarier and scarier. The Sharks circling here from Linvision. Just one more head, and it feels like it is secured, but they're maybe giving a bit too much room. Nodios goes down. Salazar left to do it all. Westmelon a little low. He doesn't have armor himself, though, so he has to choose these engagements really cleanly and clearing out short, clearing out CT with no smoke in the way. One of the hardest jobs in the game. And the gap to that bomb, it feels gargantuan.
45 seconds and got to try and find these fights. And the bomb and flying. Other ideas. The bomb got dropped into short. I don't even think he could have. The only way he could have made that work is he went for the long flank all the way up towards Cat. But then you're playing this big risk of they can actually aggress on towards you. So honestly, that round is won by Amelia. These shots are ridiculous. The first and second are pretty quick, but it's the 180. That's the one that seals the deal for us. The second that bomb goes down, though, that's game. I think, you know, we can't really ask that much of Salazar. He would have had to gone all the way on towards sight and then wrapped all the way around towards short. There's a CT player that could have made a move. I mean, it's just asking way too much of him. A big round for Linvision to take. And no bomb plant either for Gaming Gladiators. I mean, no buy means they should get a 2-round start to kickstart the CT side.
Looks that way. MP9 holding the line. Bit of support out from that Zaka Scout. We'll see. Scout, MP9 caught up there in the kill feed. I don't really want to see those weapons into the next round. It's pretty tense here, pretty important every single moment, but I don't know, I have a feeling Zaka will keep that scout and be like, yeah, it's Dust 2, look at the sniper angles, and it's tough.
The only caveat, I guess, is just the tag and bag, right? If he can just do a little bit of damage at range and just kind of keep that, because there shouldn't, if I'm right in saying, monetarily speaking, be an AWP. Yeah, there really shouldn't be an AWP in play, I don't think.
No, that's fair. But
so maybe he has that advantage and tries to play that to him. But I don't know. I think for me, you've got to try and change things up. You've got to kind of actually try and come in with a bit of a gimmick, I think, if you're Linvision. What I'd like to see is, you know, we saw the MP9 go to lower. Actually push through towards upper. Try and get in their face. It's information play more than anything. And the scout, maybe a little bit of something rogue, right? Go up, push up towards long, get in towards double doors, that kind of thing.
I like a fast cat here.
Yeah? I don't hate it.
Your scout holding, getting a bit of info towards the top end of middle. I feel like that could work pretty well. That might be something that they go for. We'll see. We're, you know, spitballing here. We've not seen Dust 2 for a while. That pistol round from the T side that I absolutely hate seems to be back, where you just send everybody out long and hope that, you know, they've gone short or they're ready mid instead of holding you long. Yeah, they also went out for me, not to touch on it too much because it is in the past now, but not quite enough utility, really.
Well, we'll see. Looks like we're having, I think, just a little bit of a server issue, but does give us more time, I guess, to spitball a little bit. Well, it's a good little position. I'm getting back underway in just a second. There we go. Nice and easy. 8-6. Full buyout. Double MP9 and a scout in play, so they're going to have to try and do something a little bit different to make this one work. They can't just play a default here. And in all fairness, they're giving all of long control for free. They molly early, they smoke out, and now they don't really have to give too much attention there because Gaming Gladiators are going to have to quite noisily retake long if they want to try and go out that way.
Yeah, I mean, it's true. They've dropped back pretty heavily. It's going to get a bit weird here, you know what I mean? They have to guess correctly with their resources. Wild. They push down long, 4 men there. Then they get 2 back up short. in sort of the next 20 seconds. They're just sort of running around, getting as many steps in as possible, it would look like. Meanwhile, Gaming Gladiators not giving anything away. Slow roll up middle, in towards short. Starry's flash, not quite good enough. Second one, though, it's clean. He can't finish them off. The support is here from Amelia. Catches one reloading, but traded out also. What is the contention here from Gaming Gladiators? Can they work with this 3v3 and the gaps they've created?
They're so giddy. Lin Vision. Starry gets so unfortunate not to get the second. Scout going to post up, but if he continues pushing forward, that does become a little bit risky. Westmelon going back towards site. I don't hate this as long as he gets out on site on time. Zaka looking, spotting nothing, hearing nothing either. The bomb going towards long, and it looks like they're calling this wrong. He'll pick up an AK, and if he joins him in that direction, gonna struggle. Has a smoke just picked up too. So he might be able to slow them down a little bit, but they probably are able to get the site here.
Bro.
It missed.
Oh my goodness. That's like an older lineup, I feel. Westmelon will capitalize. He's going to go through it. Oh, it's Zaka to help him out, though. In from the side, we were a little questioning of that. No Dios. Nothing he can do. No time, no bomb. He's out of there. Yeah. That's got to be like a bit of muscle memory. You know what I mean? That's kind of wild to see. In Go, you really had to spend 2 smokes to go for the cross, right? In 2, there are actually a couple lineups where it spreads quite nicely. Maybe leaves the corners like spammable, but you know, it looks a lot better than a huge gap like that.
It's also quite a bad round to lose for Gaming Gladiators in multiple ways. They lost to a round with no plan, right, for Envision. It was kind of just this again, pack mentality, something they do a lot on T side. 4 out towards long, then 3 of them are rotating in through CT and Cat. Very gimmicky, which is actually what we want to see out from them. But for Gaming Gladiators, no bomb plant, not enough kills, losing to a double MP9 and a scout isn't great. Not for the mental state, not for the confidence, and not for the rounds, right? 9-6, they find themselves down. They probably see the 10th there, you'd assume. Only one, though, for Amelia. Maybe a chance on an M4 to be picked up.
Queenix down below. He's the man that they're maybe waiting on to catch someone in rotation or a cheeky headshot towards short. Nothing coming, though. Lin Vision talks about gimmicky rounds. Ooh, watch yourself here. Could get dangerous if you go pushing through. Queenix is so ready. Oh, Westmelon. Readier, the readiest. Down to Zaka at the back end of the site here. There's a boost up above the smoke. I'm bashing my head, though.
Yeah, he's
There's
stuck.
some railings in the way. They weren't quite far enough forwards. I think the smoke ultimately isn't working for them. Really trying to send it, though, on this boost, it would look like. I don't know, man. It's a little weird. It's a little forced. They just can't make it work. Either way, Kragan slowly encroaching up. AK's behind this smoke, ready to go. It's down to the recovered weapons of Gaming Gladiators to get away with something criminal. 1 for 1, not quite going to be enough. We need the pop-off from Patty, and he's going to lose his head before I even get the words out. Salazar the next to fall, double digits in the bag.
Oh my God, Lin Vision inching bit by bit closer and closer to the all-elusive arena. And, for them, I think that would really be quite something. This is a side that we've looked at, we've done quite a decent amount of qualifiers for the Asia region, and Lin Vision is always the last hurdle. You hate to say it, they always fall in finals. It's, for a while, they had the notion about them of being land dodgers, right? Just because they could never make it to finals. They could never make it to the arena, to the big stage. We will ignore that point. Starry, welcome to the server. A little quiet, maps 2 and 3, but that for all the beans.
Oh my goodness gracious. He's had a couple of impactful rounds. Maybe that one will turn out to be another. The confidence off the back of a banger like that, it makes sense. They'll go bursting in. They are really feeling themselves now on the Lin Vision side, and rightfully so. Very cheeky moments here on this CT side, just playing how they feel, maybe not thinking it too deep. Gaming Gladiators on the other side, much more conventional, a bit more tactical, kind of interesting. I think there's a lot stuck in the brains from our previous iteration, quote unquote. It's really not changed all that much coming into Go. Coming into 2. It's more the game itself. But either way, there's a few things in here that might have worked on Go, not working here. We saw it with the smoke, we saw it with the boost, and it's falling flat in the second half.
Look at this setup. My God, there's no way. They're not going to waste util to clear that. Westman, a little spot. And the flying, waiting, lining up. Oh, that's beautiful. Honestly, that setup is absolutely brilliant. That is as good as it gets. You got Westman playing information, flying playing contact. Oh, beautiful. Genuinely, when you see a round like that, Bear, let's watch this again quickly. This is ridiculous.
He's not even on. I think that's the very tip of his head. You know what I mean?
Ridiculous.
It looked like he wasn't on the screen.
Oh, Starry, but it's good to see you, man. It's good to see you. And you know as well, it's so important. Salazar's actually been pretty decent. He's been all series long. Arguably been the MVP for Gaming Gladiators, and they delete him early into the round. I mean, that means the AWP, no impact at all.
Yet to pick up a round here into this second half. That paints as much of a picture as you need. Timeout coming in, Castle on the microphone. They are just about at that level of game feels like it's over. It's pretty damn close, but Counter-Strike, it'll continue on forever and ever, technically speaking. So you have to close this out. There is a chance. They pick up a round here, start closing that gap, make LinVision sweat for it. As
Hero.
you said, a little bit of choking. They're playing for the overtime, kind of. I mean, sort of half and half, isn't it, really?
Yeah, Hero AK on Patty, hoping the IGL can lead by example. But individually, he's actually been the better player on the server, so it's not exactly the most outlandish thing. You know, they are missing a couple of key players. Nodios hasn't had the form, but Kragan is been, you know, absent from the server. 5 and 13, he finds himself, right? This is such an important player who's played no much of a role. Fake drop. Real drop.
Real drop. Oh, man. Love it. Just confusing them. Two drop down. Two drop down off the same angle. They were like boosted on top of the star. He's just
beautiful.
He's just miles ahead. Miles ahead.
Just outthinking them.
Mid left open here, though. Completely. It is being eyeballed. Westmelon actually does get a kill off the back of it, looking for a little bit more. Flying ready on the edge of the smoke. Oh, the flash over the top from Flying as well. He gets 2. So he's flashed. Killed 2. Oh my goodness. They are on an ascended level right now. LinVision must have been a trap. Must have been a trap. Pick 2 against us.
I love it.
I dare you.
I love Westmelon as well in window when he just like borderline nearly kills Flying, spraying up back at him. He's like just aiming at him.
They were nowhere near, man. He's just turned her out on the site. They were like, at his team, he's just shooting at whatever. But again, it goes to show the energy, the emotions running so high. And they are, you know, gripping, white-knuckled on the mouse. We'll see. Gaming Gladiators, can they be the same? Straight out long to save the game, save their tournament life. And it's looking good. Starry hits the double. It's all down to Salazar on the AWP. All eyes on Salazar here, as they so often are. They've got the bomb in hand. Surely from here, LinVision will secure their spot in the Stepper Arena and send Gaming Gladiators home with a swift goodbye. The shot misses, and Flying, the stand-in, of course, will clean it up.
Prediction gods, we were the only ones from the English broadcast to call LinVision making it through. We had faith in Asian Counter-Strike, and we had faith in LinVision. What a map 3. We'll come to the desk in a second. I mean, you know we're going to talk about it. Dust 2 again doesn't go the way of Gaming Gladiators. We'll see you back on the desk in just a moment.
Congratulations, what a performance coming out. Gotta ask you, how are you feeling after beating Gaming Gladiators like that?
恭喜，首先恭喜是这次的win，你的就是感受是怎么样？
我感觉很棒，就是在图一失利的情况下，就是还能打回来，就是让1追2就是确实是很难。然后图一输了之后，我们及时做了调整之后，明显的状态就不一样了，这种感觉很好。
It was really good, and after we matched up and switched some things up, it's already switched to good positions. And after lost of first win and winning the second map and the third map is really good.
You guys mentioned that you've been having some issues with lineup because you haven't had that much time to practice and everything. Is your confidence in the full 5 looking good now after a win like that?
就是你们首先换了一个成员嘛，然后现在就是已经适应了吗？还是状态还好吗？
一般，很一般。
Just normal. It's really normal.
Well, look, I know one thing that's not normal. You guys are going up against a big crowd very soon. It's going to be an international audience after a long time at a big international tournament with a massive arena. That's going to be making you feel more than normal, right?
OK， 就是你们就现在已经可以去一个特别大的一个很多观众，所以就是一个国际的一个很大的比赛嘛。然后这不是很一般的事，对吧？
我觉得还是运气好吧，然后也有一些就是对手就一些疏忽和一些就是粗心大意吧。我们也是把握了一些不太可能赢的局，但是我们就是赢下来了，这确实是就是运气不错。
We were so lucky about this, and just because the other team has matched up some things, and just overall we were just very lucky.
Last question, ATOX coming up next. What do you think about that opponent? Obviously you're going up against a home crowd as well. How are you feeling about that one?
我们就是你们的下一个比赛对方是 ATOX 嘛，然后就现在有做了一些什么准备还是？
没有。
He said that their team didn't have any practice in something, just hoping the match will go on well.
Well, listen, no practice, only shoot. That's Amelia for you. Fantastic map too. Over to you guys now as well.
Well, there you have it. The first team eliminated from the MESA Nomadic Masters Spring 2024 is, unfortunately for Gaming Gladiators, Lin Vision, though, very happy with that win. And look, if we go and have a look at that whiteboard behind us, we're all a little bit silly because we all had Lin Vision as 7th, which would basically mean they were one of the first 2 teams eliminated. They were not. We had Gaming Gladiators as an overall, as an average, 4th. Which they were not. So a little bit of egg on our face. We'll take a look at the scoreboard here to show you guys how exactly that all played out. But fantastic stuff from Lin Vision. And West Melon really turning it around this time.
He did. You know, he had a lot of high impact rounds in that as well. And he was playing actually, you know, to be fair to him, some quite difficult positions. You know, on CT side, he was playing either out long, fighting in the thick of it, or in cat. And it's not easy as well. You actually have to be mechanically very, very talented. And I think he did a really good job. For me, it's just so good to see Starry have a little bit more impact there. I mean, that shot in towards Suicide was absolutely ridiculous. We saw a little bit out from Amelia as well with the pistols. I'm a happy chappy off the back of that.
Yeah, for sure. I think very, very interesting from Lin Vision. I was a little bit worried after that first half. It didn't necessarily give me a lot to be super hopeful about. I guess they did manage to, you know, pick things up towards the end of it. So you have that M word that everyone likes to talk about, but ultimately into the second half, super fluid, you know, just the rotations. They were not afraid to bounce around and just go where their heart was telling them. Maybe they've seen something in the Gaming Gladiators game that it's a bit static, but ultimately really, really difficult to pin down and almost playing the CT side like the T side, you know, at times, and flashing in towards middle and stuff like this. It was kind of crazy. They really, I think, threw Gaming Gladiators for a loop in that second half.
Let's talk about the player of the match. Who is that going to end up being? It is Amelia. Had a couple of really phenomenal maps to sort of start the series off. Obviously the big one in the middle there, and 52 over the course of the series. Not a shabby shout at all from Amelia. Quite a solid day, consistent across the board.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I was in map number 1. We can't really read too much into that just because nobody really showed up. It was, I mean, Starry had, you know, I think 15 kills, only one that went positive, and it was, you know, it's a tough showing all over, but then 27 in towards that map number 2, absolutely setting the tone. And then for me as well, not only just that pistol round in the second half, my God, 2 kills cat, 180 on towards long in the most ridiculous fashion, getting a 3K, what looked like a lost pistol round, making it a 1 pistol round. What a player.
Yeah, and it is rounds like that as well that make or break teams, right? You come into the second half, you need to step things up. You need, especially, I'm sure you're IGL at the turn of the half. What do they say? Get pistol, guys, we'll be fine.
Yeah.
And then you get absolutely ruined by one guy. It's like, I don't know what to say now. That was my whole pep talk.
Obviously, been a lot of talk here about Lin Vision, and we can take a look at the head-to-head here while we chat. I also feel like we probably need to start asking questions of Gaming Gladiators. And certainly there were a lot coming into the
100%.
tournament, but now that they've been knocked out without getting themselves a win at all, what does that mean for these guys?
There's one big question mark for me, and it's a question mark that I think all of us at some point here on the English broadcast said at one point is, where is Kragan, right? What's happened to this guy? This is a guy who at one point was easily one of the best riflers in Tier 2, made a massive run at the Major. We were very, very impressed with him, and he kind of looked like the future of Danish Counter-Strike. 5 kills in that last map. I mean, he really couldn't get going, and the series as a whole was tough. And I think it's one of those big things that they don't have those big name players step up. Yes, Starry goes missing, but they have others who can fill the gaps. Nobody filled the gaps for the likes of Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, I think there's pieces there. I think there is certainly a good team, a good core. I think you do keep Salazar. I know that we're maybe a bit down on Salazar.
I was
in
impressed
places,
with him,
but
honestly.
in this series he played really well. And I think maybe that's what's happened. Maybe resources have changed hands or something like this. It's very difficult to say, but there is a missing kind of ingredient for this team, maybe similar to OG at this tournament. It's why I think checking in with these sort of Tier 2 teams on LAN, is that going to change anything for them? For Gaming Gladiators here, unfortunately, it didn't look to be the case. The poor run of form coming in, started off slow, warmed up a bit more, but it wasn't enough. It just is not what we want to see from a team that looked like they were actually maybe battling with the likes of Astralis before the Device IGL changes for that Danish crown, you know what I mean?
Sure.
And they just have dropped completely off a cliff coming into the end of the season, as it were.
Bigger they are, the harder they fall, and unfortunately it's quite the fall for Gaming Gladiators, but not so for Lin Vision, who will continue on in the bracket, but that's not coming up today. They'll be playing on Saturday. That said, lucky for you, we do still have one more match coming up today. Don't go too far away. Be a bit of an extended break, maybe a dinner break for you guys at home, but we'll be back right after this for Game 3 of the day.
Red Bull gives you wings.
You on my mind a lot. Don't need no time watch. I don't know how I got you in my pocket spot. Yeah, that's babe, need you every day. You like my oxygen. Make it seem like the barging down. Got my heart no barging in. From the bed to the floor to the couch. Might wake the neighbors up. Break you in and break you out. In the end, we gon' make the child.
Copy my steel. Face the fact that ain't no cap, I'm real. No cap, I'm real. The plastic bars from I copy my steel. Plastic bars from I copy my steel.
Сайн байцгаана би Чингис Warriors багийн тоглогч Зэрэлтэй байна. Чингис Warriors зэлэх байна. Antwerp, Copenhagen, Boston. 1 2 3 4 За мэдгүй. Атланта. Атланта биш үстэй маж. 1 2 3 4 5. За. Snappy. 1 Season. Simple. 1 2 Yes. 3 Snacks. Schedule. 1 2 Stardust. Yes. 1 2 3 4 5 Siho. Summer. Yes. 1 2 3 4 5 Сэс чи юу лээ? 1 2 3 4 5 That's our device. Symphonix. Tupri. Glue. Magisk. Yes. Apex оголоо. Ба. Сүүлх хоёр болсон шүү дээ. Apex. 1 болно. Колзера. FNX. Тако. Тэгснэ юу вэ? 1 2 3 4 5 тэр тийштэй. Тэгснэ 2 өөр байхгүй сте хүндээ. 2 Версэлд Астрал 3 4 5 Фанатик байгаа шүү дээ. Фанатикийн 5 байгаа шүү дээ. Тийм тий. За 3 болсон шүү. Дахан мөн үү? 5 3 зиглэхөө. За гитрайт. 5 3 гитрайт. 1 2 За юу орж ирсэн үү? За юу? Simple. Simple орж ирсэн. 1 2 3 Call орж ирсэн болоо. Орж ирсэн. Device 1 2 3 4 5 Чколоо. За Нико. Тэнтэй. Монси бол байгаа хаа. Монси байхгүй. Yes. 3 4 За нэг хожигдъя. За тэгсэндээ тэгмээрсэндээ. За 3-1 шүү гэхдээ болоо биш. 2-оос дээш юм уу? 2-оос дээш. Аз тоглогч. За Блиц. Техно. Англ биш дээ. Англ 2 л доо. Өөр юм. 2 3 Мара. За нэг шүү дээ. Юу штэ? Аз тоглогч игүүл тэгэл бас нэг болцсон штэ. Нэг болчлаа штэ. Чи хэлэн штэ. Скоро. Яс тооч. 1 2 Автоматик хэлчих юм уу? Аз биш үү? 4 5 За читүү. Фейз. Нави. Нэг юу Virtus Pro штэ. NIP. Тэгэнгүүтээ нөгөө маус зэвстэй чи юу хэлээ тэр багч. 1 2 Gambit 3 Immortals 1 ямар хурдан хэлт юм бэ? 3 LDC яхаа. LDC. SK Gaming. Fanatic. Тэгэхэд орчихсон. Fanatic хэлчихсэн. Fanatic хэлээгүй юу? Фейзикс хамгийн ихэнд. Vitality. Бүгд л байгаа штэ. 2 3 Франц өрсөлдөө 4 Very Games. Very Games байгаа мó? Yes. Astralis. Тийштэй. Хэлээгүй. Одоо тааштай. Бодож байна. 1 2 3 4 Cloud9. Cloud9 гэсэн. 4 5 Багаараа. За. Яа. 1 2 3 4 5 Энс өгөөстэй. За очсон шүү. 1 2 3 4 Титан байна гэж байгаа шүү. 5 За 4 болсон шүү. Энэ явахгүй би Францын нөгөөтг нь бодоодсон байхгүй. LDC-ийн нөгөөтг нь ENG явахгүй. За сүүлийнхөө 5-аас их пүүхт хэрсэн. Зөндөө байна гэж байх уу? Толгоонд хэлгэн л орж ирж. За та их. Нико. Simple. Харин за юу? Device. За Monsi. Monsi байхгүй мó. 1 2 3 Flusha. 5 1 Широ нэг жоох уу? 2 3 4 Yes. 5 Santaris. 1 2 3 4 Twists. Props. За 1 device хэлсэн чи 2 device хэлээгүй шүү дээ. Хэлцээ. Хэллүү. 3 4 5. Get right. За 5 2 шүү. За тэгээд Nomadic Masters-аас уулзцгаая. Уулзцгаая.
You on my mind a lot. Don't need no time watch. I don't know how I got you in my pocket spot. Yeah, that's babe, need you every day. You like my oxygen, make it seem like the barging down. Got my heart no barging in. From the bed to the floor to the couch. Might wake the neighbors up, break you in and break you out. In the end, we gon' make a child.
Copy my steel. Face the fact that ain't no cap, I'm real. No cap, I'm real. Plastic bars when I copy my steel. Plastic bars when I copy my steel.
Yes, it's my first time in Mongolia, and my expectations were I didn't have any expectations because I never heard about the country that much, but I was for sure surprised that you have like a lot of free fields, and sometimes there is just a single house or something like this, or like wild horses as well. It's crazy. Yeah, I want to win the tournament. Yeah, I think he is adapting pretty well. He's like working a lot on a lot of stuff, but he's working at it, like he's improving in it. So I would say it's going in good direction, and we're gonna prove it probably. I would say 7 out of 10, because there is like small stuff we are missing, and also like the travel is like long and everything, so everyone is kind of a bit jet lagged and stuff. So it's like. I don't remember what was the reason that we lost actually, unfortunately, but for sure we can beat them now. It's a LAN game. I think Aurora is really strong online, and they prefer to play online, I would say. So I think yeah, LAN is good like place for us. Probably the play style and how they see the game, because pretty often they like surprise with some strat they have, and overall like when the Mongols like came to the scene, also I think everyone, including me, said they have like unique play style kinda, because it's not so common to play like them. I never see them playing, unfortunately. I will see when we will do like game plan and we'll prepare for the game, then I will see it, but for now I didn't. And how confident are we? Yeah, I'm 100% sure we're gonna win the first game. So the strongest is like the Mongols, I think, from Asia, and from Europe, I think it's either us or Aurora. That we love you guys. We enjoy actually Mongolia's stay, so it's nice. We hope that you will cheer for us a bit, even though we'll play against some Asian teams, and that's it.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to the MESA Nomadic Masters. We have our third and final best of 3 of the day, and it is for all the marbles. It is technically an elimination game, but with an arena spot on the line. Fellas, how are we feeling?
Well, it's also our third and final, or just final game of the group stages as well. That, I think, is an important point to mention, because after this, we go straight into arena games, so it's kind of a big deal.
I've gotten pretty comfortable in the studio so far, but I cannot wait to get the hell out and get into the Steppe Arena as well. And of course, remember, you guys can buy tickets for that online, June 1st and 2nd. There you go.
He's doing his work. He's earning that day rate. We have our first team, of course, in this one. It's OG we're going to take a look at first. The side from Europe. A lot of question marks about them. They didn't quite step in their first game, and we could be seeing them potentially joining their other European compatriot, I guess you could say, going home.
I will say that the one question mark that has been answered very much so is Fiku. I really want to give him some love in this tournament. Fiku's been playing incredibly well, and it feels like that land proven ability is showing up again and again. So always good to see that. Heavy God obviously didn't have the best of matches yesterday. I'm expecting that to be different, but now there are still question marks everywhere else.
For sure, right? And if things are going well for Fiku individually, Jordan, where are things going wrong for OG? Because there was a couple of moments, but I think across the board, a couple of struggles, I think it's safe to say, for OG.
Definitely felt like they got a little bit out-called yesterday, so something that they're going to have to go ahead and look at. And it's funny that we would say that, because, you know, the conversation that we had this morning with the OG sort of management or whatever, was that they felt that they knew what was kind of coming, but that they weren't able to really do anything about it anyway. So it's kind of weird, isn't it? And again, you know, going into this game against Shinga's Warriors, I wonder if it'll actually be a little bit more difficult to come in with any kind of an idea of what actually they're going to bring to the table, because there's just not as much material.
For sure. You know, we've had quite a few question marks, but thankfully, Scriv, I think, can answer a couple of our questions, as you've got Heavy God standing by. Go and check it out.
Hi, I'm my Heavy God. Oh my God, I'm good at Counter-Strike finally! I've been waiting so long for this.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
You on my mind a lot. Don't need no time watch. I don't know how I got you in my pocket spot. Yeah, that's babe, need you every day. You like my oxygen. Make it seem like the barging down. Got my heart no barging in. From the bed to the floor to the couch. Might wake the neighbors up. Break you in then break you out. In the end, we gon' make the child.
Copy my steel. Face the fact that ain't no cap, I'm real. No cap, I'm real. The plastic bars from I copy my steel. Plastic bars from I copy my steel.
Alrighty, so joined by Heavy God here of OG. I think, we'll start with a fairly basic question for you. Yesterday against Atox, maybe a matchup that, you know, we at least on the English broadcast expected you guys to take. Talk me through what happened there.
So I think basically we didn't play our best, I would say, and we lost the game. I think we could have closed the game many times. Clutches were played really bad, I would say, and I think it just wasn't our day, and I think today will show another OG.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, we're all kind of expecting to see a bit of a level, particularly from yourself. Kind of an interesting question. There's a lot of talk around you and the ability that you have and that you can display on the server. How do you feel around that? You know, what's the sort of thought process when you hear these things?
So if it's about my individual, I guess my first game wasn't that good, I would say, but yeah, I tried my best. Just wasn't feeling it individually. I hope today is gonna be a better day, a new day, I would say, and I hope I can help the team more. And I hope we can get a win today.
Yeah, absolutely. You're up against the Chinggis Warriors, obviously, just across the way. Is this a team that you've been able to prep for? Is there maybe somebody, Zilkenberg kind of dropped some numbers in his last game? Is there anyone that you're maybe keeping an eye on?
Yeah, so to be honest, I don't really know much of them, but we could prep what we could. They don't have so many maps, I would say, and they don't play so much, I think, outside Mongolia, I would say. So they play each other. But I think we did what we could to the best, to our strength, and we're going to play to our strength more than the enemies.
Yeah, so last question for you here on that Mongolian Counter-Strike, maybe Asian Counter-Strike as a region as well. We're starting to sort of separate the two as, the Mongols grow and whatnot. How is it playing against them on LAN? What's it like?
Yeah, so I think Mongolians are really good individually, I would say, first of all, and they have no fear. They can run unlimited, and they just play however I think they feel and they want. So yeah, I think they play to their strengths, and I think we need just to manage it and hold ourselves and play to our strengths more than they play and just beat them.
All right, Magic. Thank you very much, Heavy God, and back to the desk.
Well, we appreciate Heavy God for really standing by there for a hot moment, but it's good to hear from him. I think always, there's definitely, without a doubt, I think one of the big ticket players on this side, right? Of course, he is somebody who has delivered at times, but of course, in this tournament also hasn't delivered, right? And there has been those question marks about him. But we have question marks about their opponents. Chinggis Warriors, they came in for us as the lowest rated team on our little scoreboard over there. But in all fairness, I was actually pleasantly surprised by them.
Yeah, I mean, they've actually got some pretty solid players on their roster. I mean, you can talk to death about Zilkenberg. We've seen Zeralt around for quite a while. News and Fury also are players of some degree of pedigree within the Mongolian scene. Zeralt even being someone that's kind of played internationally with I think was he on NKT,
D13.
right? D13? No, but
yeah.
Zeralt
was part of one of the first team that actually went to boot camp abroad and played a full ESA season abroad, and they got to advanced in Europe with D13 back in 2019, I'd like to say.
Yeah, but he was on an international roster.
Yes, he was also
right?
in NKT for a little while.
That's what I'm talking about, yeah. So he's kind of been around the block a little bit, even though he's quite a young guy. And this is a team that, I think maybe the whole kind of feels a little bit weaker than the sum of its parts, if that makes sense.
Sure.
I think there's a lot of sort of interesting pieces in that roster, but I just don't know that they've really been given the time yet. Are they 100% committed to this roster to sort of really mesh together and actually make something happen with this team? But I think that there's at least a few interesting pieces of the puzzle in there that, like we saw yesterday, like Zilkenberg, if he gets going, he gets going.
Look,
so
this is the kind of team which is like baking a cake, okay? If anyone
Do you
of
know
you
how to
has
do that?
baked a cake and then forgotten to put the baking powder in, it
Answer?
doesn't rise.
No.
So all of the ingredients just settle down and sit down and think, wow, this was supposed to be some really great chocolate fudge that I used. There's some prime eggs that I use. I've used
Prime
everything,
eggs.
but I've just not gotten a really tasty cake. Just need a little bit more baking powder, a little bit more time, and these guys are going to rise.
I just want to know, is this an analogy that has occurred in your life at some point?
I don't know. Do you know what? Let's skip some analogies.
Yes or no?
I like chocolate cake, and I also like watching Zilkenberg. Zilkenberg for me was brilliant, right, in that opening game of theirs. I mean, unbelievable. 30+ kills in a map is no easy feat. And we've already seen, I think he's, if I'm right in saying, one of the only players, or is the only player who's got 30+ in a map.
Yeah.
What a performance from him.
I think so, yeah, definitely. I mean, Zilkenberg's always been kind of that player, right? I think you go all the way back to the original Mongols roster, the machine gun Mongols, which most people would remember, but at the end of the day, I think actually Zilkenberg was probably as impressive, if not maybe more impressive than Machine Gun was, even though he didn't get quite the same plaudits as Machine Gun, because he never ended up going overseas and playing in North America. But they were the dynamic duo back in the day.
Fun story about Zilkenberg, actually. The original team that made the major from the IHC side back then, now of course the Mongols, but the original IHC side that made the major, they initially asked Zilkenberg to join them, and Zilkenberg at the time declined because he was sort of, taking a step back from CS at the time. So they ended up going with 9, made the major, and now look where we are. So I'm sure Zilkenberg's got some regrets about that one, and he is here to make those regrets go away.
Yeah, here to rectify. I mean, this is do you guys feel like an opportunity here for the whole team of Chinggis Warriors?
Yeah, I mean, why not? Like, I guess I would still come into this one saying I think OG is the favorites, but after what we've seen there from Lin Vision, I wasn't super high on Lin Vision coming into that last matchup against Gaming Gladiators. We know that OG themselves have been going through a couple of issues, so
sure,
look, again, it's an outside shot, I think, in my opinion, but it's not impossible. You're on home territory. You got a couple of individuals. They play well.
Yeah.
OG has a bad day. We could see another, I would say, upset and another European team getting knocked out in last place.
We'll come back to your point, T, and I know you're ready to talk about it, but we do have Storm Raider Coach waiting by. We've got an interview. Scriv, take it away.
Joined here, of course, by the coach of Chinggis Warriors. Very much looking forward to getting into this matchup. Let the people out there know, first of all, what name do you go by? What is your name, sir?
My IGN is Stormrage.
Yes, indeed. So there you are, Stormrage, maybe a voice that we've not heard too much from in the past, but we thought we would grab him. Got Zeralt yesterday, so a bit of variance here. Ultimately, I think the first question I want to ask you, maybe not, I think for me against Bleed, the expected kind of result. You know, you guys took them very, 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 very close. How does that play on your mind? How does that affect you coming into this matchup against OG?
I think we figured. Let me think for a second. Sorry. I think our level of play is good enough to beat any European teams here. So we are very much aware of how we're going to play the next game. So we're really happy that we kind of sad we couldn't finish it, but we know where we are in terms of like firepower, etc.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, I casted the game. You guys looked really, really good. I think obviously difficult not to get that map over the line and, you know, make Bleed sweat really hard, you know, into the three mapper. So you come up against OG here, one of the teams that we have sort of touted on the English broadcast at the very least as looking shaky for sure, and certainly a weaker game from them, I think. In the online results, they've looked okay, but obviously being down here in the lower bracket, losing out to Atox is not a fantastic sign. So how do you feel for this opponent? Are there any players in particular that you're maybe looking to target?
Of course, they're best players, Heavy God, everyone knows it, right? But I don't think we're doing any strategical thing to stop Heavy God from playing. We're just going to focus on our own game. That's pretty much it.
Sure, I mean, yeah, totally fair enough. And then last question for you. I'd like to get your thoughts on where the format is at. So we've just seen on broadcast Game and Gladiators go out. They've only played a couple of games. It's difficult for them. You know, they lose two and they're gone. Is this a format that you're familiar with? Does it play on your mind, or are you just looking at the game that's ahead of you?
We don't really think much about the format. We're just looking at the opponents we have in front of us and try to make best of time we have. Especially since we just know we're gonna play OG yesterday, so we had so little preparation time for especially OG, but we had enough time to prepare on ourselves.
All right, lovely stuff. Thank you very much, Stormrage, and back to the desk. There you go.
Here in the studio, we can hear the players getting ready to rumble. The chants pre-game are underway. We have the veto to bring you, of course, as a point of contention, a conversation to be had here, because OG said to us they prepared quite well for that previous game, and it didn't go well. So what are the thoughts coming in towards the veto, boys?
Well, they don't have anything to prepare right now, because obviously Chinggis Warriors don't have that much in their store. I would not like to see them go for Mirage, to be honest, after what we saw from Zilkenberg yesterday.
Indeed.
I'm expecting OG to go for a bit of a Dust 2 situation, and I'd love to see Mirage actually being picked up by the Chinggis side, but they might lean into an Ancient or an Anubis instead.
There's the Ancient.
What's your thoughts on D2? What are we feeling about that one?
Feeling bad. I'm feeling quite bad. I feel like this is really going into a bit of a buggier map, putting a Motor versus Ilkenberg situation into this one. So I don't know what I think about this. Anubis Decider seems safer grounds as well, so there's that.
Mirage Band's good though, right? I feel like we're pretty happy with that.
Yeah, but I think, you know, when you look at these maps, they're kind of, just in theory, the more puggy maps of the pool, I guess you lean towards Anubis, and that, as you say, does feel a little bit safer. But Dust 2, Ancient, you know, there's you can get a lot done with a little on those maps. So I've still got some faith that Chinggis Warriors are going to be able to make this one pretty interesting. It just comes down to whether or not those individuals can kind of get rolling today.
And of course, how we always like to end these segments, boys. What are we feeling? I love my percentages. Give me them.
100%. 2-0 Chinggis Warriors, easy.
Ooh, okay. T-Zone.
That's a joke.
I'm glad he added that's a joke in the end of the day, because I have to be casting with this guy now. I think this is honestly going to be a 2-1 situation for OG. I think they're going to flub Dust 2. I think they're not going to have fun on their own map pick, but I don't think that Chinggis has what it takes to take it down on Ancient and Anubis. This should have been a Mirage pick from Chinggis coming through. They've made a big mistake going to Ancient.
Are you actually going to stick with the 2-0?
No, I think I'll just say 2-0 for OG at this point.
Okay. And you're thinking the Dust 2 is going to be okay?
Yeah, I think they're going to be okay. I mean, look, OG, it would be a very big surprise to see them lose to Chinggis Warriors here, in my opinion. Like, this is, again, one of those big mismatches that, or at least in theory on paper, it should be a big mismatch, man.
Absolutely. Well, that more or less will settle things here for the pre-match. We've got OG taking on Chinggis Warriors. We've got the veto sorted, and the players are getting themselves ready in the server. You do not want to miss this. We're going to get started. We're going to throw this one to break. We'll see you soon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
You on my mind a lot. Don't need no time watch. I don't know how I got you in my pocket spot. Yeah, that's babe, need you every day. You like my oxygen. Make it seem like the barging down. Got my heart no barging in. From the bed to the floor to the couch. Might wake the neighbors up. Break you in, then break you out. In the end, we gon' make the child.
Copy my steel. Face the fact that ain't no cap, I'm real. No cap, I'm real. The plastic bars from I copy my steel. Plastic bars from I copy my steel.
За сайн байцгаана уу. Chinggis Warriors багийн тоглогч Фөрөө байна. За AJL ролын хувьд бол өөр AJL хийх хүн хайж байгаа. Тэгээд би ер нь хийж үзээгээд коучтой хэлээд гэсэн. За үзгээл анх тоглогч байснаасаа AJL рол жилжээд тэгээд яг энэ контрыг харах өнцг нь арай өөрчлөгдсөн гэх юм уу. Тэгээд ойлголт нь ч гэсэн өөрчлөгдөөл. Тэгээд ер нь айгүй таалагдтал. Одоо Chinggis Warriors багтай AJL дээр тоглож байгаа. Яг хэрэгтэй үед яг хэрэгтэй үйлдэлийг хийж чадах. Тэрийг бол лицээс айгүй их хардаг. За миний хувьд бол өмнө MESA зохион байгуулж ирсэн нэрийн сандгүй. Юу ч MESA зохион байгуулсан нэг тайзны дэмжин тоглож ирсэн. Тэгээд ES-ний National Champion төрүүлж ирсэн. Тийм л хоёр тайзны тоглолтын дээр тоглож ирсэн баха. Тэгээд одоо тайзны тоглолтын дээр гарахаар бол ер нь гар нийтэд ихтэй байгаа. Ер нь гарвал маш сэтгэл өндөр багхаа. Тийм, тайзнаар тоглох хамгийн гоё юм тэгэл үзэгчдийн өмнө тоглох бол хамгийн гоё санагддаг тий. Тийм. За манай багийн хувьд бол
Everything to lose for OG and everything to win for Chinggis. Over here, we are expecting OG to clean this one up, but you know what? Expectations have been dashed before I'm tea time. And I'm expecting one little Australian commentator with me, a relative of Elrond. It is Elfish Guy.
Whomst? Never heard of this guy before. Could be anybody. Yeah, it should be a good game. I mean, I hope it's going to be a good game at least. I think Chinggis Warriors, they're a bit of a wild card in this event. We don't really have too many expectations for them. So anything that they can achieve today is going to be a cool result. If they can take a map, if they can get a map close, I'm going to call that credit where it's due. I think there's everything to lose for OG and really nothing to lose for Chinggis Warriors. So there is going to be perhaps a few storylines following that trajectory, and I think OG definitely need to come into this one looking a little bit hotter than Chinggis Warriors.
Gerald, of course, the man on your screen is a talent that we mentioned before, has been very much on the cusp of breaking into the Tier 1 of Mongolian Counter-Strike. Is this his chance to prove himself? Not quite on an international stage, but internationals come in. Fiku, in the meanwhile, partying it up, boogieing it down. He obviously has had a wonderful series, but even in the match where they were eliminated, his anchoring positions have been impeccable, and the man to put a magnifying glass on Moto at the end, good-looking man that he is, unfortunately was not looking as good in the server.
Yeah, well, everyone's just gonna have a nice little relax.
That smile, that makes me forgive him for all of his missed shots.
I did have a very brief chat with him in the green room, and he was grabbing coffee. I was grabbing a tea. He said, "I need this."
Not true. Both of you guys were grabbing Red Bulls.
Well, that's true. But he said, "I need this," and I said, "Yeah, me too." So I guess that's a vibe. Everybody's a little bit tired at the moment. A massage actually would go kind of hard right now.
Lambert coming in with those big French hands of his. Oh, look at the ecstasy.
Fiku's enjoying it.
Fiku, I believe it. My goodness.
Yep. Oh, just get those shoulders nice and loose. Ready to go.
What I would give for a Lambert massage. quite a bit, actually.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What's it worth it to you?
Worth everything, really. I'd give it all up.
Looks like we've still got some things sorting out on the stage here.
True. If there's one coach you could receive a massage from, which one would you choose?
That is an interesting question. Trying to think of all the coaches in the world of Counter-Strike.
I think you have to think of the most useless coach. The worst coach ever in CS, because that guy must have been great at massages.
Is that how he got his job? Is that what you're insinuating?
Basically, yeah. So who are you saying is the worst coach in the history of Counter-Strike is what I'm asking, George.
It's probably some obscure person that we've never even heard of.
You're not making it to a LAN if you're obscure. You're not making it to massage territory then.
Who's made it to a LAN? Man, I'm not going to call anyone out. I'm not going to be that guy.
Okay. Well, if we discount that chance, I think strong fingers is a must. So maybe Taz, but Taz was too much of a player to, sort of be getting that activity in.
I was
so
thinking
he's not
Taz,
really
actually.
there yet.
I was thinking Taz. Not for the reasons you said before, but I just feel like he's probably someone that does do a good massage.
That's true.
Looks like a strong man.
He is.
Who could have good, nice, strong
Problem is,
hands.
what if he breaks my collarbones?
Oh, well, hopefully not. One thing I will say is you probably just need to find someone who does like bouldering or climbing or something like that, because that's how you get really strong hands, grip strength and whatnot. I don't know if you've ever seen people who are boulderers. They have like this contraption which they put their fingers into and hang from to increase their finger strength, if that makes sense. And you basically just put your fingers into these holes and just hang from your fingers, and the contraption has like deeper holes and like not quite as deep holes depending on how you want to hold it.
I was under the impression that that's a middle-aged torture device. I see that we're using it for exercise now.
Yep. Just makes your wrists strong. So you need to find someone that does that, because then they'll be really good at it.
All right. Who's a bit of a boulderer?
Conky likes a bit of a boulder. Mac used to. Hasn't done it in a while.
Mac was a bit of a bouldering fellow back then. But you know what? Mac's always good with the rocks, and Mac's always good with pretty much anything that he brings his mind to and his hands to.
I used to do a bit of bouldering back in the day, back when I was in Sydney, but...
Yeah, we've been rooming together. I've been seeing you've got great hands.
Oh, okay. Well, there we go. We'll just leave that one up to the imagination for everybody at home. Are we
massages
looking a little bit better on the stage? I think we are.
Listen, OG's got a lot of smiles, a lot of laughs, a lot of teeth out. The dentures are showing. Clearly, they've got some good dentists. That's the benefit of being an OG. Great medical plan, great dental coverage.
I'm sure they've had a pretty relaxing day today. It is 7:30 p.m. local time here in Ullanbaatar, so hopefully...
Maybe had a bit of a stroll around over towards the square nearby. It's a very nice square. There's always something happening there. Feels like it's used for a couple of events as well, so you see things cycled in and out. When we first got here, it was a little bit empty. Last night, I had a little bit of a walk down there. There's a basketball court set up for a little while.
Sukhbaatar Square.
Quite cool.
Yeah, that'll be the measure of success if one day we're casting in Sukhbaatar Square. I think then we'll know we've made it.
We're going to know we've made it on Saturday and Sunday as well. The Steppe Arena awaits over there, June 1st and 2nd. Get your tickets now.
If you're in Mongolia.
I mean, if you're not
in Mongolia, get your
tickets anyway.
Buy a ticket anyway. Pay our salaries. Thank you, guys.
Fly to Mongolia.
Yeah, that might be easier said than done on short notice.
Lambert obviously has also recently brought in Killer Zoo about 2 months ago or so into OG as the assistant coach. Killer Zoo, once upon a time, the 3D Max coach. Was with them for quite a while, and honestly, I do think that 3D Max were having quite a solid structure underneath them, so I'm sure that Killer Zoo is going to be coming in and really helping out the team a fair bit.
Yeah, you would hope so. On the side of Chinga's Warriors, maybe not quite as smiley, maybe a little bit tired. I wonder if they've been up late doing a bit of gaming last night. Don't believe that the Mongolian teams are staying in the hotel alongside the international teams and us, of course, so they'll be back at their usual places of residence, wherever that is, around Ulaanbaatar.
I've heard that their boot camp is about 35 minutes away, but now I hear yelling. I see yelling. I see Heavy God moving his mouse very violently. I assume that means we are about to have a resumption of the gumption.
Well, yeah, that'll be good. That'll be good. We're looking forward to jumping into it. It is the third game of the day. It's the final group stage match as well. Winner of this will go through to play in the arena on Saturday. Loser is out. We'll be joining Game and Gladiators on their way to the airport, which actually is quite a nice airport, I will say. But there you go. You got the odds pretty one-sided for OG, much to, I would say, the expectations of most.
It'll be starting off with 3 up middle. Zilkenberg and company are going to be flashed up, but Stardust still finds the frag. Fiku taken down. Heavy God's lurking back towards the B bomb site, and that's where you do have a pretty up-close and personal Fury lying in wait.
Yeah, Zilkenberg, he's going to be one to watch in this matchup, particularly with the maps. I mean, especially Dust 2 here, CT side. Love to see him get off to a bit of a roll. Fury, a little bit of a jiggle. Gets that smoke down, waiting behind it with the dualies, ready to go. Nice start. Nexius straight out of the picture already. This pistol round shaping up very nicely for Chinga's Warriors.
I think that's the first set of dualies kills we've actually seen all day, even though we've seen a lot purchased.
They are a bit spotty, aren't they, sometimes? I don't know. I find that, for me personally, the dualies are a bit spammy. I don't really quite like it. I like to... I'm a bit more of a precision striker.
Right. So you like to miss 3 bullets instead of 10.
That's right, yeah.
Newzo doesn't miss bullets very often. Keto's finding that out the hard way. News keeps it going, and you know what? A bit more damage and a third kill. Not third, sorry. 4th kill, rather, on the side of Chinga's. Heavy God all alone, 1 versus 3. Man on the site is Zerolta to deal with, and he won't have a chance at all. Great start for the Chinga's Warriors.
What is with Zerolta? He loves the unsilenced USP. I've seen him use it a couple times.
It's a tilt factor. I'm telling you. I know a couple of people who use this in the Asian Counter-Strike scene, and I've talked to a few of them. They all say the same thing. Listen, bro, have you ever died to an unsilenced USB? You know how annoying that is?
Nice little one tap in the end there. All right, first blood is drawn by Chinga's Warriors. No bomb plan either for OG. So they're not going to be investing anything into this round.
You know what? There's an MP9 around the corner, but it's not going to be allowed to farm up very much. Zerolta is over here to pick up his confidence. And they threw, and Heavy God wants none of that smoke.
Well, gives away his position with those couple of shots. And so the swing will come in from Stardust. And it's nice to see the high fives all around for Chinga's Warriors. If they were to win this series, it would mean all 3 Mongolian teams make the arena. And, well, the Mongolian fans would be liking to see that. And indeed, all 4 Asian teams. So, not necessarily something that you would have expected coming into this event, but the event is designed almost in a way as like a bit of a stepping stone for Asian teams. It's designed to be experience for them. And seeing all 4 of them make it to the arena would probably be proof that it's starting to work.
Would be kind of fire.
Little tag on Emoto there from Zilkenberg with the scout. So even without the AWP, he's finding a way to have an impact early on in this map.
News is actually in a great position to get aggressive through, and Zerolta's even spamming it out so that he has a chance to push forward. They're hoping that News goes uncleared because of the spam, but Fiku's being quite a vigilant boy and making sure that no one can push through. In the meanwhile, reinforcement of the A site will be far, far away. Chinga's Warriors are quite fixated on a 203 setup. Nice nade in the meanwhile. Nexius and Keto are going to be left without legs.
Wouldn't want to be legless. Although he is the best character in Lord of the Rings, in my opinion. But either way, OG down to half HP on a few of their members. It's not going to be an easy way forward. Decent hold already sort of established on that A bomb site, though. Zilkenberg has kind of been pushed back toward Car. He might not have as easy of a time, and Heavy God finds that timing through the smoke. So Rolt goes down. Zilkenberg not wanting a bar of it.
News could be pushing through the smoke over here. They're not going to be expecting him to be this close. The smoke is dissipating. News should have had one for free. Now 4 players are low. Zilkenberg has his chance to make magic happen, but he's backed off too far into the A-pit area. Doesn't feel like there's really a way back into the game, rather back into the round for this one, but maybe Stardust can still make a play off it with a stolen AK. First kills there for Zilkenberg. Jumps up and Moto punishes him. Stardust now peeking forward. Should have expected Moto to be hanging around, but unfortunately can't get the adjustment in time. All that early damage, and unfortunately Zilkenberg only able to get the one.
Yeah. So much damage done, but for no real reward.
Also, a really important kill from Heavy God onto Zerolta. Zerolta was so worried about someone actually jumping through the smoke to come down that he neglected the idea of Heavy God pushing the CT spawn smoke.
There we go, looking a little bit shifty there. It's only the first couple of rounds, so nothing to get too disappointed about just yet as Chinggis Warriors. They should have the money in the bank that they need to reinvest into this one. I'm hoping that's not a tech pause. Looks good. Fine. And we're right back into the swing of things. But again, unfortunately for Zilkenberg, it's just going to end up being a scout.
That's the last round. Scout was as good as an AWP with the kind of damage that his team does. So we have to see him hit the shots either way. Obviously a player that we have put a lot of time to try and tell his story, but he's the one holding the pen at the end of the day.
Long control taken by OG, only at the cost of a bit of nade damage onto Quito. In response to the push and pull of Counter-Strike. Quintessential, isn't it? Dust 2, you talk about who takes long control, and if they take long control, does their opponent take short control? Well, that has been the case.
The tunnels control, and Zilkenberg has no control. Modo, the longest range shot you can find with an AK, pretty much across any map almost.
Isn't that pretty much the only angle where the Deagle can't get a one-shot headshot from?
I think so, but even that, you need to be back in Goose rather. Modo, in the meanwhile, though, is kind of insane. I have to say, yesterday, Modo on the rifle was looking kind of nuts as well. Maybe the AWP isn't the only weapon that we need to watch out for in his hands.
Yeah, this is a round that's kind of fallen apart for Chinggis Warriors. Just one after another, kind of losing players like flies.
3 one-taps from Modo will do that to you, I suppose.
Yes, indeed.
Not losing a single point of life either in the process. No one even fighting back.
Well, it's putting Chinggis Warriors to bed in this round. Maybe I hope you could put me to bed later tonight, because it looks like they are having a great nap right now.
Haven't I been putting you to bed every
Just
night?
knock me out. Just one tap me in the head.
I can go for more than one tap.
All right, I can't. Not tonight.
That sucks. Sorry to hear that.
Oos. But a couple of guns going to be saved through here by Chinggis Warriors. I feel like this has been a fairly slow start to the map. I don't know about you. It's just these rounds kind of playing out.
Thing is, everyone remembers Inferno as a saving map. Dude, Dust 2 was the original saving map.
That's true.
Especially with the focus on double ops, which I'm also kind of hoping that we will see coming out later on. Zeralta used to have a mean secondary op, but actually more than Zeralta, I'm looking forward to seeing if Stardust wants to pick it up. Back in the Black Company, when Stardust and I think 9-10 were playing together, in 2018,
That's a while ago, yeah.
Stardust used to actually sometimes primary op.
Yeah. That was an interesting time, just as those Mongolian teams really started to come through into their own. It's only the USPs out for the remaining members of Chinggis Warriors this time around, so you wouldn't think you'd get much from those, although apparently Zilkenberg doesn't really care about that, and Moto's going to go down. Next year's also dropped. It's starting to get a bit awkward for OG until those trades do come back on through, but they've got one stuck at Red Crate. That was Quito Zilkenberg for his second USP kill of the round. And all of a sudden, this now starts to look like a round that is on offer.
I did just check. It was between Stardust and Magnum, just to make sure. But yes, indeed, OG. Bomb might be planted, but they still have to defend this site as it comes through. Fiku's got the incendiary, and that's about all they have as far as utility is concerned. But at the same time, Chinggis, without a kit. Flash and a smoke are at the ready. Molotov well placed, but News is going to be hoping to line up a flashbang to push his teammates through. But before that even comes in, Heavy God's found the one. Flash is good, but Heavy God just stays away. He's been smoked off, so there's not much he can do. But at the same time, CTs have to fight off Fiku as well, and Fiku is just a little too good.
It was getting a little bit noisy out there even before the match started. While we were sitting on the couches, we could hear the players yelling at each other.
Before the game.
Before the game. Before the game was even online.
It's looking good, but it's not quite as good as it could be. Has sailed past just a little bit now. A boost up. Zerolta is not going to be able to spot this one out, especially if he's playing on 4-3. Not really a factor for now. Zilkenberg is the one taking points. Zerolta has found the first, and that means Zilkenberg is set up for success. OG down 3 versus 5. If they can find Stardust, there's still a lot to do, but maybe there's some spam from Zerolta to help out. Stardust, though, will be hard scoped into. Moto continues to impress.
Solo hold on the B-bomb site right now from Fury. He's got to get himself at least one. If he can do that, buy a bit of time, then there was a chance maybe for the Genghis Warriors to win this round, but it's starting to fall apart a little. Fury, or rather Fiku, gets himself the 1-for-1, kind of holding those rotates up. And how enjoyable is this retake going to be? Only the one smoke available. That's now been tossed in just behind the doors. Progression smoke for Genghis Warriors. They don't look like they're too interested in going for it. And that will be proven correct. It's an AWP on offer for Zerolta to take through for Zilkenberg. Genghis Warriors have to give up that 4th round to OG.
I've got to say that round's kind of down to, well, obviously the Fury whiff, but also very much Stardust as well in that situation. That's always been, again, old school principle of Dust 2, and remember these rules can be broken and very often will be. If you've got the advantage, either give up mid or play mid with 2 players. You can't play 1 mid, 1 B. That just opens you up to too many one-on-one situations because your A-side players can't rotate through in time either. And then when Stardust is taken down by Moto, you know, there's no support, there's no help, there's nothing at all. That's information you need to give up if it's a 3 versus 5, unfortunately. And they're not quite able to do that, and they lose control of that round completely. Fiku's even left behind on the lurk, so there was just no chance of a retake.
Another quick play out towards A-Long for OG. The flash through the doors. Not really going to be needed as there was no presence being shown by Genghis Warriors. Zilkenberg, see what he can do. Hasn't quite found the flourishes just yet that we saw from yesterday. Moto v Zilkenberg. This could be an important duel throughout the course of this series.
Last time Zilkenberg was tapped out by Moto. This time it could be scoped out. Zilkenberg does not want to try and take the contest, though. I don't blame him at all.
Well, it might still be brewing, this storm.
Oh, smokes and attempt him forward. In the meanwhile, there's a long push from Stardust coming forward all the way in from B-spawn. That's going to be considered. Nade being prepped up by Zerolta to try and pop open that smoke so that there can be a nice little sideline through for News. A flashbang would also be quite nice with it. There's the nade that should be coming forward. That's a nade that might even finish off a player. News actually unable to come through, but Zerolta's Molotov and Zilkenberg's AWP will stop this assault, and the bombs on the ground. Moto about to be met by a CT as well. He's going to see him pretty clearly through the smoke, but the question is who fires first? Moto no longer at the right position, but the adjustment is fantastic. And now Stardust on the late flank activates. He knew where Moto was. Nexius all alone, finds the first kill, running out of ammo, and Zilkenberg and Stardust are surely going to realize that Stardust needs to start to put it forward, and he's found the frag.
Yeah, I thought that was, for a moment, still going to go the way of OG as they were pushing their way through those smokes and players just weren't dropping. The nade didn't quite connect for the kill. Would have been really awkward. It looked like the perfect setup for Genghis Warriors, and inevitably it was enough to get it over the line, but heart-stopping for a second there. Nexius even keeping things a little bit interesting in the 1v3, but kind of going tit for tat still in this matchup. Genghis Warriors definitely performing well here at the MESA Nomadic Masters. They were a team that came in with pretty much no expectations. And they're causing a little bit of a ruckus still, which has been really nice to see. Competitive stuff from the local teams, from the Asia teams, not just getting run over by the international invites. This time Moto, though, is going to open the account onto News.
Feels like OG very often have been missing up that early first pick. Now that they have it, what's the response going to be from Chingaze? A little bit of mid-aggression would go a long way, but Nexius is looking to disable that with both Molotoving short and also threatening out with a good Xbox smoke to anyone who wants to push through. They'll have to be great screen. Still, Fury is going to have to deal with
Potentially a lot of players, and he has used his incendiary early. Is there a flashbang for News to help him out? Not News, rather. Who's in the middle right now? Stardust. Okay, Stardust does have a flashbang. But OG aren't actually fully committed to the B site. Not yet. Kito's worried about a flank to come in through long, and listen, that might be there, but it'll be very late.
Fury doesn't have any more delaying util.
Stardust will have a flash to help, but Fury needs to be able to actually back off for that. And as the util will start to come through, that flash from Stardust will be everything, but instead he's trying to get a sightline and look for a little bit more. The smoke timing, not the best. They can look to move through it, but OG decide against it. 27 seconds, and this flank from Zeralte could not be better timed.
I don't think they're going to check him, are they? They might see him, but probably not until after he's grabbed 1 or 2. Probably did about 1 or 2's worth of damage, but that is not going to be enough. It's straight into the A bomb site. OG have once again swindled Chinggis Warriors for everything that they own. Kito gets a freebie onto Fury into mid, and Heavy God the last. It should have been so much more.
Zeralte and Zilkenberg just completely fumble the bag over there. The perfect smoke timing from Stardust sets Zeralte up for, honestly, a triple, a double at the very least. And then Zilkenberg even missing the shot onto a wide strafing Kito. Inexcusable. This is now multiple rounds. You know, you're looking at a 5v3, you're looking at a 5v4. You're now looking over to a situation where Zilkenberg has had 2 different chances on the A side to clean things up, once with the scout, now with the AWP, and they have not done anything. OG are up to 5 rounds, soon to be on 6.
You can still hear them screaming as well. Haven't won the round yet, but apparently more than happy with it. Double molly. What was that? Yeah, double molly into short and a molly into CT as well. I thought for a second it might be triple molly on short, but certainly going to be enough to keep Chinggis Warriors at bay. Confident from OG in that round, straight out long. Slowly but surely working their way into this series. Love to see it.
Problem is that Chinggis Warriors obviously were coming in, I'm sure, with a lot of confidence in that bleed game that they forced a double overtime.
Yeah,
that
but
confidence is gone.
Was that more of an anomaly? Is the question you have to ask.
That's the thing. That's a question they're probably asking themselves now as well, right? We know that's probably an anomaly, but as long as you can lie to yourself for a little while longer, you have the confidence. But now it's been 9 rounds. OG have 6. You probably should have won an extra 3 of these, and then, you know, economy factors aside. This is not a good look for Chinggis Warriors, and they realize it. That's why they've called for the attack.
Yeah, allowing more and more time for OG to get comfortable in the server as well.
Zilkenberg going for a naked op.
Yeah, hasn't hit the same level today. Doesn't really feel like anyone on Chinggis Warriors is really firing on all cylinders at the moment. A couple of decent rounds from them, but few and far between, and it feels like OG have found a little bit of form out of Heavy God. That's an awkward timing for Nexius to be pushing out through that long smoke on his own. It's going to send OG back in a different direction.
I do believe that long smoke is one of the MacMate specials. He did a great video on them, so do go check that out on his YouTube as well. Lands in a way where you can actually see the foot early, but look at this fast flank in the back lines. It's News, and he needs to find so much. They're not looking at him. News, good for the one. Fiku looking to trade, unable to do so, and News keeps the pressure going.
Yeah, that's much better from Chinggis Warriors. It's now the second time that a player has gotten behind OG, and for the rest of this half, it's definitely going to be something that's in the back of their minds. A much, much better round. Some solid high fives getting passed out there by Zeralte.
Also a pretty cute setup from News and Zeralte out towards long. The fact that News keeps playing anti-flash in that situation, Zeralte just keeps on looking. Of course, News does get flashed up, but even so, they catch out next year despite looking like there would be a mistiming. Look at that man, getting it done. Not a smile on his face. News is stone cold.
Not going to be enough to break OG, who are going to decide to go back for something quick, and that has completely caught Stardust off guard. Lucky there's another player on the bomb side, but Fury can only grab himself 1. It's not enough. OG have barreled their way into B. Tito locking down the mid-rotate, makes a bit of a meal of it. Maybe there's an angle still back in here for Chingus Warriors. They've got a lot of util for that retake.
Yeah, but you've got Zilkenberg on an AWP. What is he going to even be providing here? Moto, I mean, maybe if Zilkenberg can pick off the platform player with the AWP, but if you're Nexius, your job is to just hide away and let Moto take first contact. Moto takes down Zilk, and now surely Zeralta and Muse are thinking of the save. They might be thinking of it, sure, but they're not actually committing to it.
Well, they have a fair bit of loss bonus built up, I'd say, and they'll be able to get a buy through next round, but either way, they're going to save those couple of guns.
I have to say, Jordan, Fury is really dropping the ball at every multi-kill opportunity that he's been given. Sure, that one kill's fine, and look, it's a hard life being a B anchor, but that's the thing. You put the guy who can get the double spray down there.
Yeah, well, that round in particular is an incredibly difficult one to make it happen. Just a bit of an overstep. OG go one better. Can they go two better? Make this one an 8-4 half. Has felt a little bit closer than that. It's felt like a little bit tit for tat, but just in the last sort of 3-4 rounds has been when OG have accelerated a bit.
My goodness, Moto found a pick right through middle using the boost. Fury's gone, that means Stardust is here, but News needs to be the man of the hour. Zilkenberg was going to be getting a couple of free sightlines. The flash might have forced that one out, though, not sure. But they're getting util going, it's mollies all over the place, and Zilkenberg needs to help News, and News needs to help himself. Meanwhile, Zilkenberg, another chance given up as Moto had a smoke in his hands, but Zilkenberg is on the retreat path, the path that's blocked off and locked off by Fuiku's bullets. Stardust and Zerald, both quite far from the site. Both will have to take these individual fights, and they are not winning them.
Yeah, not a very easy one there for Zerald. A couple of players just out in no man's land, not really expected on that angle. So not able to get the better of it, which has left Stardust solo with a lot to do. Too much to do. Moto finishes it off. It's the half for OG in quite decisive fashion. 8-4.
Wow, that is a crazy shot, actually.
Get those every now and then on Dust too. This one, very, very nice from Moto. Patience rewarded. He's happy about it.
Moto's happy.
If he can be a bit careful there, he's going to get his arm punched off.
I always find it funny whenever at the end of those mic'd up clips, we just have all 5 boxes going red because, you know, everyone's saying, let's go, nice, nice, nice.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny as well, I think that it's just such a unanimous phrase. It doesn't matter where the team is from, what language they speak, where they come, what age the team is, you know, like no Zoomer speak or Boomer speak or anything. It's unanimous across the board. It doesn't matter who it is. Everyone uses the words nice at the end of the round.
Yeah.
Been a lot more of those from OG today than from Chingus Warriors.
And unfortunately, not for lack of opportunities, Chingus Warriors have had plenty of chances to have Zilkenberg activate, plenty of chances to have even Zerol to activate a little bit more than he already has. And frankly, a couple of chances for Fury as well, even if those were a lot more difficult. They will not be happy with the outcome. It's not like they're being out strategically maneuvered. It is more like they are running away from shadows.
Yeah, CT side really didn't get rolling at all for Chingus Warriors. It's a bit disappointing. Wanted to see some AWP excitement. Never really got to the double AWP. And very rarely would the single AWP of Zilkenberg even have much of an impact there. But now over to the T side. Looks like they're going to try something a bit quicker in toward B. You've only got Heavy God there, but he is good for the first, the second, and maybe even more beyond that, because he's got the opportunities to counter flashes coming through. He's got the backup of the players in upper dark as well. Eventually, Heavy God will fall, but he has certainly done his job as that B-side defender. And now it's down to the rest. Silkenberg will give it a crack, but that's all he'll get. Crack one head, and then his falls off. It is pistol round to OG, and with that, they can now start to set their sights on the map victory as well.
You know why I said that you need that multi-kill potential on B anchor? It's hard to...
That's it.
It's hard to step up to Heavy God's level, but you have to when he's in front of you. That's the problem.
Yep. Yeah, 2 very crisp headshots initially, and that's just the recipe for success on a CT pistol is that first player that walks into the bomb site, gets their head popped off by the initial USP shot.
Even News is just laughing like, holy shit, we got annihilated. Figu though, hoping to do some annihilation of his own. The double frag with the ump.
It's bomb.
It is bomb, and it might be round.
Yeah, I'd say so. Jinx Warriors are going to reroute themselves, see where they end up. But not too many chances left in this one. Stardust has got the D, or maybe he can cause a bit of a ruckus. Maybe not. It's just Stardust solo.
Yeah, you know what? He's giving himself some highlights.
Got to do what you can.
Pika's all about doing what you can. The problem is he can do a lot. We have seen across the course of this tournament. The great thing, though, I will say is, again, I am just really hoping that Moto can use this as a little bit of motivation to feel like, hey, I am actually a slight beast. Like, we've seen some displays of real mechanical brilliance from him, and I know that from what I've heard, you know, there's been a couple of rumblings here and there, but from what I've heard, he is a monster in scrims and practices as well. It's all about just getting that final step into officials, and that's what OG have been trying to get out.
Who knows? This might be a brilliant lower bracket run from OG.
Yeah.
This could be the start of something. Who do they play if they win here?
I believe that they play Aurora.
Ooh, okay, that's tough.
Listen, if there's any way to prove yourself, it's up against Aurora in an arena.
Aurora in the arena. I think that's really cool. That's one very cool thing about this tournament is that 6 out of the 8 teams will actually play in the arena.
Yeah.
Don't often get that.
Not in 8-team formats, that's for sure. And look, it does suck that we have to have such a congested day on Saturday, but that's the only way you get it done, right? You want all those arena appearances for these teams, European and Asian alike. But now, Chinga's Warriors need to fight if they want their arena appearance. Moto will be on the other side of things. Smoke is there. Moto is going to be tagged up before it blooms. They're trying to swing out from behind it. News is strafing all the way past, and he's hiding behind the smoke of Moto. And Moto doesn't know it. News takes him down. Immediately smokes up as well, so the pit players have got nothing to say, and OG already considering a save, but will they be able to do so if Fury keeps a hold of middle?
Moto did pretty well to get one kill there, actually, all things considered. He's very low on HP, but still swindled himself one. Speaking of the save, that might be far from the minds of OG at the moment, because they're still sticking around. Fiku with the deagle at the bottom of Long is going to try and have a bit of a look and set his teammates up for success. It's a 2-for-2 so far. That's not quite enough. Someone has to dislodge News. Full HP still for the man, and he's got himself the 3K to hold on to the side. Chinga's Warriors looking good for their first T round, but the defuse, if Heavy God would just sit it, he would have actually, I think, won the round. Bomb wasn't quite planted for Fury, but he wasn't to know, and Fury still takes the dub for the Chinga's Warriors.
I've got one question. How is that a 1 versus 1 after News gets a 4K and he's the first man into the site? News plays that perfectly. He gets the jump on Moto. Sure, Moto finds, you know, Stardust, fine, okay. But he gets a jump on Moto, he repositions himself, gets a second frag, then jumps on top of the side boxes for another one. It's everything you can do, and in the meanwhile, his teammates are just dying around it.
It's the beauty of that A-bomb side. There's so many angles to play when there's smokes blooming, and he was able to dance around the side very
ready
nicely.
For this one. Moto's pushed up aggressively and he's taken him down. Bomb on the ground, and now lower tunnel is what you're really hoping will be giving in presence, but Fiku's here to support as well. Fury might be caught off in this situation, and as Stardust is fading back, it's actually Nexus to push in, take one down. Kito's there for a second, and New's still fighting up against a very hot-handed Moto, and Moto shows him exactly what those hands are good for. They're good for taking you down.
Yeah, Moto having a fantastic time. 2 kills in this round. And Kito finishing things off onto Zerol, just as Chingus Warriors have a reason to celebrate. OG throw in a bit more of a proactive round of their own, a faster round, and they say, we're going to take control of this map back away from you very quickly before you even really get the opportunity to start the ball rolling on your side. So, OG, I like that move. Maintaining possession of what they need. And they're now up to 11, within striking distance of finishing the map off.
Pretty much the last round that Chingus Warriors... Well, in all fairness, the next round is going to look pretty much the same as well as far as the buy is concerned. So both rounds will have an equal chance of coming out on top.
Which is to say, not a very high one.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't have said it, but I'm glad you did. Oh. Those nades are nasty business.
Just too few fleeting moments for Chingus Warriors. They've had their moments, definitely.
And they've missed most of them, unfortunately. Nexius now called to task, will be spotting out the players, nade and a flash, and pretty much anything else you can ask for. Zerolta is hiding, and the peak actually nets him the quick frag. That's good to see, but in the meanwhile, Kito is also going to be in a hot bit of trouble. Flash in his face, so he has to be careful. Going for the full wide swing and wide clear, he will be able to do so. But in the meanwhile, the Chingus side have split up and they have gone to search for clues. News is going to know that Fiku is playing a little bit further out towards long, around the elbow area, after he's heard that flashbang pop. No other way to throw it on top towards long doors. And News is searching for that very kill with the scout. Head spotted, and Fiku will no longer want to investigate.
No. Apparently you're wrong, because he did, but it was to his own detriment. Perhaps he should have listened to you. Fiku down, but so too Zilkenberg. So we're back to 3-on-3. Deagle shot won't connect, and that's now bomb dropped. Moto caught on the jump, caught in transition. I don't know if they're going to get there.
They're going to have the bomb plant in time at the very least. There's no one over here to contest. I thought that maybe Kito would be nearby enough to go for the Molotov, but Heavy God, no kukling right now. He's just covering off what he can, but what he can cover will not be enough. The bomb is not planted quite for him. Kito can go for the full stick. He's got the kit as well. News needs to make a move, and he needs to make a play. He spots out the first, can't even fire his shot. And again, it is Madman Moto to continue to impress, up to 21 frags.
Yeah, nicely coordinated double swing. And how many of these frags have even come from the AWP? I'm loath to say even a single one.
There was one round.
Was there one round?
Three kills with it,
yeah. I mean, I feel like just generally speaking, a lot of this has been done with the rifle.
I'm with you.
Which I'm not necessarily against if it's working.
Get the frags any way you can, and unfortunately for Chingus, they've been saying that very same thing for the Barca about 12 rounds.
He's got the AWP out again. Might be the final round of the map. 21 frags for Moto. Been a really impressive performance. Have we got and Fiku being the assisting parts of the puzzle?
They've been the corners, Moto's been the center.
Well, he's dead.
No more center. Oh, well, no more. Guys, this puzzle suddenly looks a little bit worse. Kito, though, is a painter, and he can paint that picture with brushes. Comes through with a swift stroke of the brush, maybe a little bit more blood to be spattered on the canvas of Kito. Back to a 4-on-3. Rather, 3-on-3. Stardust.
Yeah. Chingus Warriors just keeping this potential last round interesting. Starts to get a bit awkward when you're on that CT side. You're down to 3 players. You have to give up some areas of the map, and looks like OG recognizing that fact. They're going to try to get aggressive, trying to take the fight somewhere to Chingus Warriors.
Fiku's trying to move past the flashbang. That is a beautiful set of double dinks, and Fury's trying to fight back. In the meanwhile, News is going to be looking to pair up with his teammate. The problem is the lack of the bomb. 40 seconds on the clock. News with the 1v2 up at the ready, but I don't know if he'll be ready for Nexius. Nexius Has to be careful that he doesn't just show off the gun barrel, but with new scope, didn't like that. It's going to be a sitting ducks, 13-5. OG, make it look easy.
Өгтгөн онцоо. Өгтгөн онцоо. Яасан? Үрдэг 2. Нэг доош. Үрдэг 2. Зиркас бомбтой. 50. Сайтнахаа утаарай. Манаар зэрхгүйстэй. Араас ирэх. Үрдэг 2 дахиад утлаа. Үрдэг 2 доор нэг. Улсын орны кросс. Guys, өсдөх мөслөгөө байлдвал гоё шүү. Өсдөгөө байлдвараа. Байлдгаа. Байлд. Хоёр чинь. Nice. Тембаро. Хоёлаа. Бомб дээшээ тавьчихсан тавка. Дахиад өсдөг. Цоглоош бистаг. Тай. Нуугд салах. Бомб танд шүү. Нууц салгана. Амар шүү.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Well, what a start for OG. Exactly what they wanted to see coming out into this lower bracket game with the Stepper Arena on the line. Now, boys, we had a couple of question marks about Dust 2. It was definitely up in the air with that pick from OG, but in hindsight, now looking pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, it really felt like very much a quintessential David and Goliath kind of a matchup. You know, nothing really got rolling at all for Jingus Warriors. They had one or two rounds which looked kind of interesting, but by and large it just felt like they were completely outclassed there by OG. And I think looking at that, it didn't really necessarily matter what map it was. It just felt like OG was far and away the better team.
See, in the mythology of David and Goliath, what happens is that before David comes in, there's a lot of poor bastards who just die to the Goliath. These were the poor bastards. They were dying to the Goliath. This was not a David. They had no chance over there, man. Their shots weren't hitting. Their timings were working, then their shots weren't hitting.
Yeah.
Their peaks were working, then their shots weren't hitting. It wasn't a good look from the Chengiz Warriors side.
Now, fellas, do you think this is a sign for things to come? Do you think this is how the series is going to play out? Do you think OG just have their number? I know, obviously, you spoke about the 2-0. You were a little bit more lenient saying the 2-1, but now how we feel?
The thing is, I thought that this would be Dust 2 going their way because I really felt like OG haven't impressed me so far as spacing and things like that are concerned. And honestly, I still stick to my gun about that one. But the thing is, we just saw so many missed shots. Like Silkenberg on the A side got at least 4 rounds where it felt like he should have closed it.
Sure.
They had so many chances where they could have really come through with a big multi-kill, and you just never saw it happen. And unfortunately, that's what I was relying on for Dust 2. And I said it before, I don't think they have a chance in Ancient. I'll say it again, I don't think they have a chance in Ancient.
Yeah, they haven't done enough to convince me that they're going to be able to get anything done on Ancient either. So I'm very squarely still going to be sitting on my 2-0 prediction. It just doesn't really feel like it's the day today for Jingus Warriors.
I feel you. We do have the scoreboard off the back of that one. It was pretty one-sided, so of course the scoreboard should reflect this, and it does. One man in particular did very, very well. Boys, you know, we spoke about him all throughout this tournament, the new boy on the block for OG, and, you know, definitely question marks, because TSM wasn't exactly the most beautiful of stints, but Moto looked really clean.
I've been a critic of Moto's opening, and I have to say I've never been a critic of his rifling. And right now, there was a lot of beautiful rifling coming out of Moto. Jordan, you mentioned on the cast as well, I think we only saw 1 or 2 rounds where the AWP was seemingly the deciding factor, but Moto's hands were just, wow.
Yep, agree. I mean, he did a great job with the rifle. Pretty good cameos in there from Heavy God as well. Kind of felt like he was getting the ball rolling. Fiku, we've been pretty happy with as well throughout this event. So you had those three guys kind of pushing the cart forwards for OG. And the names that we had highlighted for Chinggis Warriors, which was in particular Zilkenberg, especially when we're looking at Dust 2, we're looking at the AWPA. Just didn't really seem like it got going. I mean, it did take a while for him to even get the AWP in his hands, but even when he had it, it just didn't seem like it was his day in comparison to that Mirage game yesterday. Just completely different player.
And we have our player of the map off the back of that one, and I don't think it's a surprise to anybody. You touched on them already, but Jordan, I want to ask you to start off here. Modo, 21 kills. For me, felt kind of untouchable at times. He was so confident.
Yeah, a lot of the fights that he was taking were sort of unreasonable. You're talking about going from pit to sight on A through long.
3 kills on a one tap.
With a rifle up against an AWP at some points as well, and winning those duels. So just things that you wouldn't necessarily be expecting to get away with, he was getting away with, and it made for a pretty easy game for OG.
Another question is, how do they stop him, right? Because maybe if he's not picking up the AWP so much, he's just joining this and playing a bit of a 5 rifle setup. Do they have an option? Because it felt like the rifling core over towards Chinggis Warriors really didn't step up. Zoro had a couple of moments, and I think overall did okay, but as a core, maybe not so much. And that's the good thing. You spoke very highly of Fiku so far this tournament, so now it's not only Fiku. Now we've got a Modo coming through. We've got these cameos from Heavy God as well. There's already 3 players they've got to try and shut down.
Now, can I be a little bit boring?
Please.
They need to hit their shots, man.
Yeah, man.
And I hate to be that guy because I want to find a strategic reason why they lost. I want to know about the macro. I want to know about smoke timings, this, that. But they're just not hitting their shots, and unfortunately, there were plenty of opportunities, right? For the riflers and the AWP and pretty much everyone, they weren't being run around, right? This wasn't a situation where you're always on the wrong bomb site. This wasn't a situation where you're always flashed off. This wasn't a situation like that. This isn't like you're playing Prime Big Clan on Dust 2. This is very much you are going into an aim-heavy map and you are not aiming. And I know that the nerves were coming in, and I'm surprised, to be honest, that the nerves were coming in. I really thought they would be having a confidence boost from yesterday's map against Bleed, but maybe that's a flash in the pan, and the pan is now no longer on the stove.
Yeah, and now let's focus our attention towards map number 2, right? Because this is very much make or break here for the Chinggis Warriors. We spoke about them pre-tournament. We kind of put them, sadly, at the bottom of our rankings, and it looks like at the moment that might be about to come true. What do they have to do, Jordan, to turn this around?
Yeah, I'd say that's going to be the case. I mean, they have to come out the gates pretty strong. Obviously, that's always going to be the case. I think you have to look at all of the individuals to kind of step up their level. It's easy to sort of highlight one player here that we think is going to be good or bad or whatnot, but at the end of the day, it just wasn't enough from everybody on Chinggis Warriors. So I hope that, when they do get rolling, they actually manage to kind of get that going pretty comfortably into the server. But I don't know. For me, it just feels like OG looking a bit too comfortable in this matchup. They also know that they're kind of punching down in this one, and I think that gives you quite a huge element of confidence that, you can kind of get away with things like, for example, what Modo was doing. I don't know. Does he feel confident enough to take that duel against a better team? Maybe not, but against Chinggis Warriors, he's certainly going to do it, and confidence works.
I don't even know how much this was punching down. I think this was very much Modo putting himself into great situations, and the issue is now, here's the thing. I'm going to make a silver lining. I'm going to make a case, right? Because I don't want this to be too boring for everyone to be like, oh my God, they're just going to be... The issue is that Modo is not going to be anywhere near as activated on Ancient. It's just not the kind of map where I'm expecting that from him. And Heavy God had some pretty moments. Fiku has been very good across the tournaments, but these guys were not at any point taking over the server, right? So if you're able to have a bit of a word with your coach, if you're able to have, maybe some sense slapped into you in that regards, and you can get your hands working again on the Chinggis Warriors side, this is not going to be as one-sided of an Ancient as you might be thinking. Obviously, this is their map pick. They're coming into this with a lot more pre-programmed strategy. I don't know if they're expecting the Dust 2 to be coming out from OG either, right? That could have been something that caught them by surprise. Could have been a Mirage, could have been an Anubis. There's a lot that it could have been, right? So
absolutely.
With all those caveats, there is a world where Chinggis Warriors comes in, they are using their mice and keyboard properly again, and they put up a bit of a fight, because again, this was not a massive strategic mismatch, and that's what I want to press.
Okay, so for the final bit of the segment, I want to propose you, let's make devil's advocate, right? If Chinggis Warriors are going to win this, how do they win this? Do they kind of fall back on, sometimes seems it's just fundamentals, right? You spoke about hitting the shots, but they just go back to a more simple style of play, go back to kind of, on T-size pack mentality, on the CT side, very default setups, or is this a play where, like you said, they got a couple of pocket strats? Do they try and flex the strat back a bit? Because this is their pick, this is the map they're confident.
I think they have to back themselves, like they did have some good ideas on Dust 2, and they were, as we've sort of iterated, they got themselves into good positions, and if you do that consistently, in theory, you should be getting rounds on the board. Now, they missed out on quite a few of those opportunities on Dust 2, but I think they do have to, just back themselves and give themselves the opportunity to play their own game on Ancient here. And if they can continue to put themselves in those good spots, which they did on Dust 2, hopefully that's going to put them in positions to actually win rounds.
Listen, I need to smell a little bit of fromage coming in. I need some cheese over here. I need them to be going in for those small little pocket plays. I need them to going in for those small little pieces of aggression. Make OG uncomfortable, because OG is prone to looking uncomfortable. All that confidence can shatter very quickly if you lose 5-6 rounds in a row. That's what I need to see coming out from Chinga's Warriors over here. That's the devil that I'm advocating for.
Well, the boys have said it. It's set up maybe in a slightly bleak texture, let's say, coming in towards this one. It's not a job just yet. It's not done for OG. They've still got one more map to play, potentially even a second too, and Chinga's Warriors will be hoping to push this towards that third. They want that decider, but we're going to have to see whether that is the case. We're going to throw this one to break. When we are back, we're heading in towards map number 2. Can Chinga's Warriors answer back, which is OG going to Step Arena? Let's find out.
You on my mind a lot, don't need no time, watch. I don't know how I got you in my pocket spot. Yeah, that's babe, need you every day. You like my oxygen, make it seem like the barging down. Got my heart no barging in, from the bed to the floor to the couch. Might wake the neighbors up, break you in then break you out. In the end, we gon' make a child.
Copy my steel, face the fact that ain't no cap, I'm real. No cap, I'm real. The plastic bars from I copy my steel. Plastic bars when I copy my steel.
За сайн байна уу? Би Чингис Баярсбагийн тоглогч стартаас байна. Өнөөдөр би 40 секундын хугацаанд бомб салгах тоглоом болгож байгаа. Тэгээд эхэллээ. Энэ бол зайн байна. За юу? Монголд Синзо 19 шүү. 23 оны 10 сард хаа. 24 оны 10 сард болсон. Энэ нэр айгүй хэцүү байна. MESA Nomadic Masters 22 оны тэмцээнд ирж байсан гадны нэг багийг нэрлэнэ. Гадны нэг багийг гэсэн юм биш. Инкати тэгснэ Шанхай мужид хэдэн сарын хэдэнд болохгүй 10 сард гэж хэлсэн. CS-г дээр нийт хэдэн мужид олж ирсэн бэ? 19 гэж хэлсэн. CS2 хизээ аль биесээр нээлттэйсэн бэ? 23 оны хавралт намар бусад багуудаас нэг тоглогчийг авах боломжтой бол хэнийг авах вэ? Би асуулттай айгүй яасан юм байна. Дутуу уншиж явсан юм байна. Өөрөө ч бүрэн уншиж амжаагүй хариулсан байна. Энд дээр яагаад ч заяа гэж хэлсэн шүү дээ. Nomadic Master тэмцээнд орж байгаа хамгийн залуу тоглогчийн нэр Синзүү гэж хэлсэн. Эмзэн хэлсэн юм байна. Nomadic Master тэмцээнд орж байгаа хамгийн өндөр хичээл TV ранктай баг Монголд. Тэгээ миний хувьд бол энэ ер нь бас хүндгэн асуултууд байлаа. Хүндгэн даваа байлаа. Тэгээд бус багууд бол бусад хүмүүс тэр яахыг бол мэдэхгүй байна. Ер нь хэцүү байж магадгүй. Nomadic Masters тэмцээнд уулзцай.
Not doing enough to show up there on Dust 2 to convince me. Plus, there's a lot to lose for OG if they were to get knocked out in this game. That would be further fuel to the flame, let's just say.
Flames isn't actually in this lineup anymore.
No, that's true. Looks like maybe we might have a little bit of a delay before we jump into map 2 again.
That's good. That gives us time to have a bit of a chat, Jordan. It gives us time to get to know each other.
I mean, if you'd like, yeah. What do you want to know?
I was hoping you'd be the one asking the questions.
I'm an open book.
That's why you're asking me the questions.
What do I want to know? Give me your GOAT Asia CS roster of all time. You can pick any player from any era.
Okay, I like this. So obviously we're starting off with Blitz IGL, right? Like there's no question about that one.
Definitely.
And we're assuming that there will be no language barriers, right?
Yes, no language barrier.
No language barriers. All right. So we're starting off with Blitz IGL. I've got to pull out Dobu from 2018 to be going with Blitz IGL. Blitz from right now, obviously. Then maybe, in fact, a little bit of Machine Gun. And then, obviously, Machine Gun from classic times. Then I would probably pull out, God, who is that Vietnamese AWPer who's Crazy Guy? I'd probably pull out Crazy Guy in there as well. And then as the last supportive player, who would I have? That's the question, isn't it?
I'm surprised that you would choose Crazy Guy over
Exuret
or Kaze.
I would never choose Kaze.
Pete Kaze?
I wouldn't choose Pete Kaze either. If I was to choose a supportive player, you know who I would choose, actually? I would choose Peak Advent.
Okay.
That's what I'd go for.
Advent not as the IGL, but
not
as
the
a
IGL,
supportive,
but as a supportive element. When you've got like heavy hitters like Machine Gun on your team, Crazy Guy.
That's an interesting roster.
You could make an argument for X-Ray over Crazy Guy. I think that'd be a very good argument as well.
I think a lot of people could make an argument for that.
Thing was, Crazy Guy never actually got a real chance because he was obviously in the Vietnamese scene, a lot of big issues, all of those things. I really think that Crazy Guy was one of the big what-ifs of Asia, the same way there's been a lot of good Mongolian talent who is sort of locked out. Actually, you know what? I'm going to take Machine Gun back. I'll put NCL in there instead.
Really?
Yes. Because I think we've got enough star power already.
Okay.
And NCL was a really good third player.
You're cooking. I don't know if you're cooking something good, but you're definitely cooking. Anyway, enough of that discussion as we do jump into Ancient. And it's the last chance for Chinggis Warriors to make their way into the Step Arena. They've got to win this map. They've got to go into map 3 and win that one as well. They'll start off with a bit of an attempt towards the B-bomb site.
Kito's not happy about that one. At least he can stay alive, though.
It's got a bit of a headache. Same for me, to be fair.
Well, charging forward, Stardust and Zeralte will intercept and anticipate, and now Stardust will continue in. He doesn't have bullets left, but you know what? Piku has too many people running after him. They had knives out, Jordan. They had knives.
Yeah, that's just gone all wrong for OG, as tends to sometimes be the case when those first couple of USP shots don't connect. It just becomes way too easy for the Glock train to roll on in.
Good to see Stardust looking good as well. He obviously did have, honestly, quite a few struggles in Dust 2. I know that he ended up with more kills than Fury, but I did feel like sometimes he did sell Fury down the river.
Couple of very awkward moments for the OG defenders there, getting caught with no bullets left in their USPs. There was a bit of a trend for a while of players picking up the P2000 when CS2 got released, but I feel like we've sort of gone back to the USP being the king.
Thank you.
Thank God for that very quick anti-eco. Love that.
Yeah, no one really wants to sit around and watch cheerleader stacks on the USPs, even if it is honestly a good call.
Yeah. Get it over and done with.
Get
Send us guns straight into round number 3, which OG should be buying into. They didn't invest there.
Now comes the real test. We've seen Stardust already looking a little bit good as we go into this. If he can be the bastion of hope for Chinggis Warriors, then that'll be nice to see. Meanwhile, Nexius would have been nice to see in the server, but he's out in heavy guard trades. Trying to go back over towards this A site, which will be repopulated by Moto and Fiku's rotations. Moto makes his way far forward. Molotov a little bit later. Moto cheats past it. Good damage, but damage isn't enough. Fiku is, however, going to come through the quick double. Heavy God still alive, and he trades away. News is gone. And Zilkenberg all alone. Mac 10 in the hand. Bomb outside of control.
Yeah, both players on the CT side here having head armor as well is going to make the job a little difficult for Zilkenberg with that Mac 10, so he'll opt to go over to an AK instead. But very much being kept at bay by the smoke. He's got a lot of time to wait, so he doesn't need to do anything too rash here. See if he's going to be given a mistake by either of his opponents. Does have a Molotov that he could throw behind the big box.
Oh,
but Heavy God press forward and take the exchange. Get the first round on the board for OG on this map.
Still going to be able to see a buy coming through over here from Chingaze, of course. That's what happens when you have come through with one of those Mac 10 kills in the previous round as well.
Money's starting to get a little bit of a premium for Chingaze Warriors. Having to send Stardust out with only a Tech 9.
Stargust go with the wings. Zeralte is going to come through. Big first kill, but he can't find the last one. News is running and gunning. And he got down.
Fast push out into a long from Moto. That could still cause a problem for Chingaze Warriors if he turns around and gets a kill here with the MP9. Doesn't do that. Tapping maybe might have been a better option than spraying. MP9 tends to get away from you a little bit, but that's a disappointment from OG, unfortunately.
Good to see the Chingaze are coming into this and starting off by putting up a fight. News, another fantastic round. He was one of the players who on Dust 2 was still getting his numbers and was really still getting his duels. Honestly, for the Chingaze side, he is definitely the player of the match so far, but plenty of time and plenty of competition that could be put up by the rest of the squad as well.
Yeah, I wonder if there's another twist and another turn in this tale. Chingaze Warriors starting off pretty nicely on Ancient. T-side's been favourable for them. Have we underestimated the Warriors?
OG might have. And frankly, let's not pretend like we didn't make the comments we did on the desk.
It's true. I don't know. Still pretty early on in the piece. We're getting a attack timeout from OG here. Probably wondering, what do we do about this round? Kito's got a fair bit of money. You know, do we just sort of allow him to drop a few pistols across? 2.4k loss bonus, so you don't really want to be going much below 2k in that case. Looks like it'll be a full save across the board. And we'll just head in with the Deagle there for Heavy God. Fiku, if one of them can maybe pop ahead, there'll be something in this round, but not really expecting much out of it for OG.
Nades files? Flies. Nades don't file. That'd be insane. What if Nades did taxes? Flash forward, and Stardust is going to have to pay a lot of tax on all that money he would have been making if he just hit another shot. Fiku, however, on the Deagle is proving to be a bit too much. Remember, they didn't actually see the second player. Stardust was fully blinded up, so they don't have the call of a potential stack, but now that they have waited, that potential stack is no longer stacked up. Stacks are not stacking.
Stacks on stacks on stacks. Well, stacks of cash potentially on offer for Chingaze Warriors in this round if they don't lose any more guns. Start to build that back pocket up a little bit. And you'd think if they go toward B, they're not going to be losing too many more guns. Only Kito there, and he's 22 HP.
P250 as well, so yeah, nothing to do. Maybe with the Deagle, but no.
Yeah, that'll be the end of that, pretty much. Bomb
Wow.
down. I think that's fair enough.
I know, but it's always in my head. Whenever I'm at a LAN and I see like a 7.5 to 1-ish odds, I always just think, man, that's pretty one-sided. Justifiably so, of course, in this case.
Yeah, I think in the context of what this event is, you're probably liable to see some scorelines like that.
You know, we go into the arena.
Perhaps not quite as much there. Chiefs Warriors on the hunt.
I'm surprised that OG are actually trying to maintain these deagles, maybe prioritizing the damage, but even then, I mean, you're not really in the best position for it either. And honestly, it doesn't look like you're going to be doing any damage at all to the T-side economy. 4 AKs kept alive, 1 MAC-10 kill found in the middle of it all for Stardust as well. He gets to upgrade into potentially an AWP that can be dropped to Zilkenberg, or otherwise just an AK for himself in the next round. As good as it gets.
At what point do OG start to turn this around?
Do OG start to turn this around?
That's probably another question, yeah. So there'll be another gun round. Second for the map so far.
We don't want to mic up just yet, guys. I'm hearing an AWP sound.
I'm hearing a lot.
I'm wondering if it's Modo or Zilk. Will be Zilk. And Modo. Oh, all the odds. Initially, we're going to see Zilkenberg boosted up, but the flashbang timing is very good. 3 players now on this B-bomb side. It's very much a news show, but can a Red Room be the newsroom? Headlines being written up, but not published just quite yet. Fury, the first one to fall, and Zerolta is down as well. News has crept into Donut, and it's all about what he can get done. Otherwise, there's nothing in this round, nothing for them. Heavy God turns around. Timing's going to be good, but is his pre-fire going to be... What news, buddy? Is that a crash, or were you just looking at your minimap?
Yeah, we'll have to have a look back on the replay at that one. He just did not click, did he? Looked like he was in the perfect spot. Heavy God naturally, if he was pre-aiming towards mid, would have had to adjust. And you would think the advantage would be there for News, but it wasn't, apparently. This might end up being 5 guns taken through for OG, and for Nexius, that would mean an upgrade from the FAMAS. So, AK in Donut.
AK is a lot of places. Well, AK upwards are fine, but at least 1 kill there. That is the worst consolation I can honestly give anyone after you've been having a quite nice spree of rounds for Cengiz.
See the replays here. Oh, he did crouch.
He did also shoot once, so it shouldn't be like a crash.
Yeah, it was just a delayed reaction.
Must have been looking at a minimap.
Still some fire in the belly for OG. Kito ended up being the one to take a FAMAS into this round. So still not the perfect buy for OG, still not out of the woods just yet. Economically speaking, there's some problems for them, but also for Chingiz Warriors, who are running dry on cash. A lot to play for in this round. Chingiz Warriors will set themselves up outside of B once again, and Modo missing that initial orb shot. It's going to put pressure on the B defense.
Stardust is fully blinded up by his own team. Flashes, no, never mind. It's actually from Nexus coming in from downtown. On the rotate, gets a good flash out to help his teammates. Now Fury has to be the one to make a play, but there's no play to be made. Kido is watching out this smoke like a hawk, and well, he might be swooping into it pretty soon as well if he's got a flashbang to help him out. I don't know if they do, though. Heavy God's the only one with one, and he's all the way back towards A.
That's a reasonable exchange as far as OG are concerned. Not feeling the pressure at the moment.
It's going to be an execute on the B-bomb site with a fair bit of utility that OG will not have. They've got 2 smokes to try and set up a retake, and maybe even delay. If they chuck one into cave, this could be the end of the round here and now, but Modo is being relied upon, and he has not landed his shot. We talked about his deadliness with the rifles, and now Modo down to New. Zilkenberg fighting back with the P-shooter as well, and he is shooting them down. 2 versus 1, though. Zilkenberg all alone, yet to recover the bomb or a weapon. He is really hunting, but he just can't find it, and the flank of Heavy God are likely to be activated soon. Now the AK in his hands, but Heavy God has got a freebie. Nexus didn't even need to contest.
It was really going to come down to Heavy God there, wasn't it? Because Nexius was so low. He did his job by finding that multi-frag onto short. OG, by the skin of their teeth, actually getting through that round. That looked like it could go pear-shaped. Something with this double on the Tech 9. But not recognizing that Heavy God was working his way up the ramp. So pretty easy in the end for OG.
And I think that should actually break down the T-side economy as well, despite the bomb plan that was there. Obviously, not very much loss bonus to work off of, so they'll only be pulling out some Eagles. as we go forward. It's actually $2,400 in the next one, so I hate the deagle buy from Zilkenberg. He will not have the op, and that's been a high priority for them, although there are questions to be asked about its efficacy so far.
Yeah, particularly on T-side of Ancient, might not be something that they want to be angling toward. This will be a contact play onto the A-bomb site. Already, OG seem to have read that pretty well.
Oh, Stardust is beautiful on the deagle. That actually forces rotations back immediately as well, but Nex is unsure, and now the hit's coming in. Modo needs to hit and commit, he does, but the responses are fantastic. Zeralt and News both coming alive with their pistol kills each. Zeralt even recovers the AK, but the AK's on the ground. Now News has to defend a planted bomb with only a deagle. Might have the timing to actually be able to recover the AK and transfer over the other side. OG will not be expecting this News. What a massive play from him. Nexus has no idea. Keto worried about a push into Donut, but will he be aware of a push to CT?
Yeah, the issue is going to be that there's still a lot of util here. That's a great shot, though, from News onto Keto. He's gone for the AWP and waiting for the swing. This could be big. Smokes down. Shot does not connect. You have to get on the defuse now, Nexus. He just has to sit it, and surely News will be aware of that. He's pushing through the smoke. Oh, I don't think he's got it done in time. In the end, defuse should be fine for OG. Oh, never mind. He was sitting it.
That's really nicely counted out by Zeralt as well. Obviously, knowing that he had to stretch it to the very last second, goes out, and when the defuse is left, OG cannot get the round. That is a robbery. That is some great kills, and that is some great timing coming through from Stardust to start things off and disrupt that A-side defense.
Well, it's something that could have happened in the previous round as well. You can see OG really being tested by Chinggis Warriors on these half buys.
That 4 AKs in the previous round, in all fairness, but you're right.
Sure.
Definitely some questions, and honestly, News, man, what a guy he has been.
All right. Things continue to stay spicy here in Mongolia. Actually, the food's not really that spicy, but
it is meaty. And Chinggis Warriors are showing us that muscle.
Yeah, 5-3. OG have just not really been able to take control of their economy, certainly let alone the half. Another bite at the cherry here for Chinggis Warriors. Viku down early on in the piece.
Well. Stardust getting the better of him yet again.
Heavy God has an important job in this particular round.
Everyone on OG's hair, though. Heavy God's been found out, and the fact that he was so aggressive means that the A side is likely going to be left liable to enter into, and OG's half-buy plans have all been for naught. Sure, they find Stardust actually more than just the one. You're back to a 2 versus 3, but at the same time, all this does is cheat OG into thinking they might want to go for it.
Yeah, that could be a mistake in the end. If they would have dropped the bomb, there was a chance, but I don't think you want to go for the retake here. They've got no util, they've got no kits, they've got barely any money. You at least take these 2 guns through to the next round. You'll have something to play with there. They won't be buying behind them. But 2 rifles can make a big difference if they're used well.
And they don't really have a kit either. They don't have util. This is potentially one of the worst exit frag plays I've seen, just in terms of what you can get from it. Tees are going to have a buy in the next round regardless of what happens, so they're putting themselves at great risk. It won't matter at the end of the day. Nothing will come off of it, and they can actually save these rifles, or can they? Zilkenberg even tosses the op away. Do like to see that, and Keto has to be careful as he will be brought down. Again, the greed. And OG weren't going to buy in the next round regardless, but Jordan, like you said, 2 rifles are pretty good.
2 rifles is better than 1. Get a lot done with 2. Yeah, to be fair, you can get a lot done with 1, but sort of exponential, compound interest almost, financial terms. I don't know that 2 is twice as good. In fact, maybe it's a little bit more than twice as good as 1, in my opinion. But
throwing out the equations, the mathematics from the elves.
Nonetheless, we'll see what Nexius can get up to, and that already is a good start. There's nobody to find that trade on long, so Nexius will be able to escape, and in fact, it will be a retrievable gun for OG if they go venturing forward. They have done so. Keto has taken the AK.
Well, it goes a little bit too deep, I think, but Nexius might have been burnt by it regardless. Stardust takes him down. Stardust has also been one of the other big men so far on this map. Between Stardust and News, it feels like they have been getting most of the work done.
Did get the headshot in onto Stardust before he dropped. I wonder if Keto's position is expected.
It shouldn't be, not this fast.
Well, Chinggis Warriors Looks like they're kind of playing around the possibility that there was someone else in A main when that initial exchange occurred, and that information will now be given over. They know that Kitos retrieves that AK, but can't get much done with it. No armor at all. Mach 10 makes for short work. And what started so well for OG is now starting to drift away from them. It's 7-3. What is going on? OG find their way back into this pretty quick smart. Otherwise, they're going to be staring down the barrel of a very, very tough second half. And maybe even a map 3, the way things are going.
OG are definitely thinking about it as well. And look, if you can get 5 rounds on the CT side, you pat yourself on the back and you say, you know what, let's forget about it all and hope that something works. That's what this tag timeout is for. That's what Lambert comes in and says to his team as well. But what are you going to do to get the last 2? Moto's up, unfortunately, despite being given plenty of chances, has not actually found much. I don't even know if he's had, maybe he's had 1 kill on the op so far. And even on the rifle, hasn't really necessarily come through with the big multis that we were getting from him on Dust 2. And like I said before on the desk, what happens when Moto's not there?
Yeah, Picos had to go back again to the FAMAS, and there was a fairly distinct lack of utility across the board for OG. Whoa! They've lost the opening fight. Keto just gets absolutely wrecked by Fury. It seems as though nothing is going right for OG on this CT side. They've completely left the A-bomb side open. This might just end up being a stack and save.
Oh, beautiful. Fury even backs off, the timing working out perfectly for him. If Nexus starts to rotate, Fury will have full call as well. But look at this 3-man push. Oh my goodness, Fury could get it all, but instead he was looking away. Can't find the frag. Fiku shuts him down, and now OG need to call for the rotate back to the A side. They know what's going on over here. But look at Nexus, he's pushing through. He could find the bomb as well over here. Stardust needs to be careful. Knife in his hand, and Zeralte to cover. Bomb making his way over to the A site.
That is a really strange interaction. Nexius just absolutely booking it. It seems like neither of the teams heard one another. Bomb plant will go down, not denied by OG. Do they even want to go for this retake? They have no money. If they save the guns, they can fight again another day, but Heavy God has given them a little bit of an opening. Another one there as well onto Stardust. This is where it starts to become doable. OG are really thinking about it.
Zeralte is very late into the party, and Silkenberg has been spotted out. Moto takes him down. Heavy God has done it all. That's the kind of star power we've been looking for all event long, and now he delivers at the most dire of times.
It's a big round to pull it out. OG were staring down the barrel of an awful first half had they lost that round, and they probably should have lost that round, but Heavy God steps up in a big way to give them the chance at 5. And they would have had no money going into the next round if that retake didn't work out. That was potentially a 9-3 half if that goes awry.
And unfortunately, when Silkenberg gets taken down by Moto over there through the temple shot, there's just nothing that he can do on Zeralte. Even if he found that 1 kill, he would have been traded so quickly. Might be locked down to 7, but they won't go down without a fight. Chingas Warriors still will have a full buy going into the last round.
Bit of a default approach from Chingas Warriors this time. They've got some mid-control, holding on to lane. Player watching long, waiting to see if there's going to be any movements from OG, which they may be rewarded for. Moto starting to work his way in toward Donut. Orp on that angle, going to be very difficult to deal with, especially for News, who's just shift walking across it. Easy pickings. OG on their way to a 5th round for the half, which would be a pretty nice salvage.
Keto is looking for a player who had already crept through because of Moto's late presence there, and this is really good pathing. Oh my goodness, Zeralte will not be known about at all. Fiku is so scared between all angles, but Fiku does his best work in these exact situations where you have to make a split-second decision. And now that Zeralte is spotted, Fiku knows this is his time to make a play, but at the same time, he wants to wait for Heavy God. And my goodness, Heavy God continues it. Fiku as well strikes in, makes it a 1 versus 2. They know where Zeralte is, but Heavy God needs to trace out Stardust. Around the corner he goes, jiggling out every angle, but Stardust has been the hot hand.
It's a big one indeed for Chingas Warriors as they still maintain huge control at the end of that half. 8-4. Quite a strong display. And OG are definitely going to have to delve into those strat books if they're going to win this map. Obviously, pistol will be big. This is a great start to the round from Moto, but Zeralte, the difference maker, gets in through Red Room, cuts off those rotations. And it's a big round over the line for Chingus Warriors. They're not done yet. They're going to be fighting hard to see if they can get themselves into the step arena.
Ерөнхий араас олно шүү. Тэтэнийг. Тэтэ. Лааса унсан зөө. Сайд нуучаа. Лааса тэгэхэд нэг би бүдүүн тоглосон уу? Би дэс нэг байх хэрэгтэй шүү. Хоёрын сарыг өөрөө. Гархан логсон би. Эстэй. Найс! Намайг өвсөстө хараа үчи гэдэг.
Lot of thoughts to be thunk by Heavy God. Obviously delivering a couple of very nice shots, a couple of very nice rounds, but unfortunately it just wasn't enough. OG locked down to 4, and now they go into the favored side of Ancient Shore, but there is a lot to be done.
Yeah, it's going to be an all-important pistol for OG in their attempt at staving off a third map. Moving over onto that T side will give them the opportunity to be the players that do dictate how this game plays out a little bit more so than having to be reactive to the presence of Chingus Warriors. Fiku questioning something.
I don't know. I don't know how he got that shot on me, honestly. I thought I had him.
Yeah.
I speak player fluently. I also
lip read.
I can't. Okay, I'm not going to say that. That's not till the third game, if we get there. Chingus Warriors.
Oh, yeah, we're on our way.
Well, they're more than half their way there. Stardust has a smoke and a kid. Zilkenberg a flashbang, and the dualies from Fury coming through. Can he find any success with them? 3 players coming his way in through Cheetah. The smoke in front of him as well. They are trying to push out, and the dualies miss it all. Fiku and Heavy God come in. How have they got those kills?
Yeah, not sure. But again, the dualies just seem like a bit more of a bait than anything else at this event. OG poised to win a crucial pistol. Still got Moto holding on to that flash. Once that push comes through from short, he's going to pop that one off. And OG will swing off the back of it. There goes the flash. Nexia's having a little bit of a look, and 1 for 1, that's fine as far as OG are concerned at this point in time. There's no way back into that site anymore. Zilkenberg would have to pull off an absolute miracle. Can't quite do it. Despite the fact that Chingus Warriors have brought that back a little bit in terms of the odds. I wonder if that script starts to shift again now that OG have won the pistol in the second half and can start to mount their own offensive.
It's very early days, but man, I hope Fury can put up a show over here on the B-bomb side. We can't have that Dust 2 performance again. He's had a better start to the game as well. He's had a couple of really important entries. He's had a couple of multi-kills.
Zeralte, 14 and 7. He has been doing the lion's share of the work here, but he's going to be only one man on this CT side. This is interesting. Pop flash. 2 players down the ramp. Actually working out. Moto down early. So 2 Keto. Might be retrievable guns if 1 more kill comes through there for Chingus Warriors, but priority is being put on the defense.
Nate's pretty good as well, actually, going through and coming forward. Stardust with the Deagle is going to be, well, getting stuck on the clipping just a little bit. They know where the Deagle is. They know that it's likely going to be 2 players, so Heavy God starts to rotate back and look for an exploration to try and confirm that. And with News showing himself off, it's a 1-1 split. They can go wherever they'd like. And if they start to go back into this site, well, Stardust has a chance, and his Deagle has looked very crisp. I don't know if you want to go here any longer. It's a 2 versus 2. Stardust will be going for another gander. Can't find the shot. And News is playing tricky. News is playing tricky.
Oh,
That's not what you want to see if you're an OG fan. A round recovered. Chingus Warriors had no right to it.
Oh, no, indeed, for OG. Going to have to go back to square one now. It was looking like they might have a bit of an ease into this second half, but it is no brakes on the hype train for Chingus Warriors. Brilliant shot there from Stardust. And this was very well timed from News.
I just have to ask a question about, like, you know there's a USB, you know there's a deagle, guys, just don't go to the deagle.
Go to the other bomb site. There was time. There was definitely time.
And admittedly, sure, the deagle could have rotated and everything as well, but you are basically guaranteeing yourself in that situation.
Still, OG are going to force their way back into it. It'll be back and forth shenanigans until someone wins 2 in a row. Obviously, OG well poised to do that with the investment that they've got here. 2-1-2 split, so a couple of players over toward the A-bomb site to defend, and they're doing a very good job of that. Zilkenberg and News holding down the fort. Should be double digits for Chingus Warriors. That's going to be a real head-scratcher for OG.
Fiku and Moto might have a chance to find Zeralte, but who's finding who? Like you mentioned, Zeralte has been coming through as the muscle man. He's been back in heat. Chingus Warriors. This is the one round where if you prevent OG from getting a bomb plant, if you prevent OG from getting too much damage in, and they've already started off pretty well, that could be what spells out the rest of your game. Now he's going to reveal nothing, actually. That doesn't find anything at all. Tito, in the meanwhile, neither does he. Well, 5 players kept alive against the force by Chingus Warriors. That is exactly what you want to see.
Yep. This is the map in their very hands. Dare I say, on a silver platter. Maybe it's not quite there yet, but it is being prepared in the kitchen at the moment for Chingus Warriors. They are cooking very nicely here on Ancient, which I really thought they had no right to.
I'm with you, man. The map that I thought they might be able to take away was Dust 2. I am as perplexed as you are. But happily so. But meanwhile, Zeralte is very happy as well. It might be against just pistols without armor, Jordan, but you know what that does? That makes him even more confident. He's 19-9 right now.
It's confidence building frags regardless. It doesn't matter which way you paint it. It's momentum, obviously, that they'll be able to take into map 3 if we inevitably get there, which it seems is almost an inevitability at this point in time. Chingus Warriors have not really missed a beat. Yeah, they lost the pistol, but what does that matter at this point in time? 11-5. This would be a monumental comeback from OG if they were to win the map from here, and it has to start right now. Are they looking a bit flat?
I think they've lost this map, but what they can do is just get a little bit of activation because, god damn it, we're not seeing anyone.
So Rolls is bringing a lot of nice energy in, not just the server, but I imagine in the comms there as well. You can see him, he looks like he's having a good time. Good solid crisp high fives being thrown about.
Oh, Fury. Trying to get aggressive. Oh my goodness, that is dangerous business. Moto, in the meanwhile, has been left in charge of the bomb. Zeralte is going to be hoping for a little bit more of his magic to shine through. It is tickling him. Doesn't really affect his ability to live or die, but his peak might. If he lets him peek into him, that'll be difficult. Zeralte takes the fight to them. Smoke in front as well. Trying to keep himself alive, and Nexus round in the corner. Cannot find the frag. Zeralte lives. Houdini himself couldn't get out of there, but Zeralte can.
Apparently, there's, again, just nothing going right for OG on the map. Zilkenberg has won the duel against Moto, and even though Heavy God had the read onto News, it takes him a long time to get that frag.
Molly doesn't spread to his corner though, so Heavy God is still alive, and this is where Zilkenberg needs to strike in. He can't find the shot, and Nexius closes the distance. They should be back to a 3 versus 3, but Zilkenberg is just a bait. Zilkenberg is just a bait. Zeralte needs to swing. He needs to swing wide, but in the meanwhile, OG is reinvestigating. They're worried about middle. They're running out of time. Now with the bomb being planted, Zeralte needs to make a move. Zilkenberg has moved away, and Zeralte is relying on Nexius to come through by Zilkenberg's baited shot back to CT. Zilkenberg again missing, but again the bait. Stardust switches out, only Fiku left. A 1-on-4. OG has saved the day once before from this very angle, but not with Stardust in front. Chingus Warriors persevere, and they extend their lead.
1 round away from securing a 3rd map. It's been a hard-fought victory for Chingus Warriors. They've had their moments, definitely. There's Zeralte leading from the front. Big stuff. They are feeling it. They are feeling confident. They recognize that this is their map now to lose. But it is the start of the job, really, because that would mean they have to go through to Anubis and then win that if they want to make their way to Step Arena. But I'm sure they'll take that as an option over getting knocked out right here and now. And that is probably quite far from their minds because, man, OG are not even looking close to being able to win this map at this point. Might as well just wrap it up here and start thinking about map 3 at this point.
Let's not go that far. We could just have OG come to us 4 or
Seven-
5 rounds. No, I don't think they're going to make a comeback, but you need to stop them from getting any ideas.
For sure.
Because right now, honestly, map 3 is going to be on the shoulders of Lambert and Killazoo. You need to stop the tilt, but right now, OG needs to stop the Chingiz train. Oh, baby!
Oh
Stardust is the conductor today. Headshots for Dave.
There is no stopping this train. I think it's a runaway freight train at this point in time. OG have got no answers. They're just doomed. It's cursed. Look at this push as well out from A main. I mean, Chingiz Warriors are playing with so much confidence. They do not give a shit at the moment.
The bomb's going to be found as well, even if you go into Sheeta. Fury is peeking in, but he's gone down. Will it matter? Again, the bomb is the problem. And so is Stardust. Stardust has actually been a pretty consistent problem, in all fairness.
Yeah, but even with those couple of kills, you know, OG feel like they get themselves back into the round, but do they really?
They don't, because News has done it. He knows. They're not expecting this either. He's got a knife in his hands. He's not checking it. News has won the game right here and now. 13-5. Who would have thought we're going to a map 3?
메인대 bomb 나와. 메인 bomb 나와. 타워. Ocean. Usted cesse. Bırak yok guys. Sana 어려운 슈. 어려운 슈. 자. 타이팅 다운스틱. 배차 무기 비 나타 플라스. 민요로 플라스 너. 자 시스. 어서. 타이팅 못 다운. 다운 에스티. 어떻게 갖고 가있어. 어따고 쇼. 바로티 납쳐. 스미스 왔다. 아! 야, 좋았어.
Red Bull gives you wings.
You on my mind a lot. Don't need no time watch. I don't know how I got you in my pocket spot. Yeah, that's babe, need you every day. You like my oxygen. Make it seem like the barging down. Got my heart no barging in. From the bed to the floor to the couch. Might wake the neighbors up. Break you in, then break you out. In the end, we gon' make a child.
Copy my steel. Face the fact that ain't no cap, I'm real. No cap, I'm real. The plastic bars when I copy my steel. Plastic bars when I copy my steel.
Well. Third map is going to be required here to decide who is going to the Step Arena and who is going home. What a map we have just seen. Chingiz Warriors bite back. Fellas, that was not a shabby performance. I want to start focusing on one player. Now, there is one in particular who I'm sure will come up, but there's one who maybe hasn't really had too much mention over the course of the last few days. Stardust. Fellas, I think for me, he really did step up in a way that we haven't seen so far from him.
Yeah, for me, Stardust is actually one of the more unknown players. I don't know if you guys have seen a lot of Stardust before, but for me personally, actually, you know, I think all the players that have come here from Asia, I've seen playing for a long while, but I think Stardust is one of those kind of guys that has either flown under my radar, which for most people probably would be flying under their radar too, if I'm one of the people that's kind of more interested in Asian CS. So it's kind of nice to see him popping up. I don't know if you've got any insight maybe on where he's come from, but yeah, it's nice to see, you know, again, like another new name.
I'll tell you, I've been playing the dredges of ESEA Open in Asia for about 4 years now, so I can tell you Stardust has been around for a while now, and I've always been surprised that he hasn't been picked up, to be honest. His deagle shots have always been really good. He's always felt like he has really crisp aim, but I don't know what it is. It's always been stopping him from getting to the top of Mongolian CS. We saw it right there. Stardust was looking really nice, and again, that deagle did come into play.
Sure. We'll take a look at the scoreboard as well off the back of that one, and you know, it really does paint quite a bleak picture in a way for OG at times. One man that we did speak a lot about off the back of the one, Modo, didn't show up to play.
But Neil, this is exactly what I said when I was playing devil's advocate, and admittedly I didn't think it would happen, but if Modo doesn't show up, if Modo's called to op more, we saw him miss so many shots with the AWP, and then afterwards his confidence wasn't really all this. I don't blame him if he's having a colder hand overall, and despite all of that, Modo is still looking like he's in the middle of the scoreboard for the rest of his team. This is just OG vanishing.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, they did a disappearing act. We were talking about Zeralt being Houdini inside of the smoke, but maybe it was OG all along that were conjuring a couple of those magic tricks and not for the right reasons. This now is a pretty depressing looking position to be in for OG, who could be joining Gaming Gladiators as, again, the equal first teams eliminated here at the Nomadic Masters Spring. And at the hands of Chinggis Warriors, which is a team that probably, if you were to ask, I want to say 100 people around the world to name one player on the Chinggis Warriors, you might maybe get one person that knows a player on the Chinggis Warriors.
Sure. I mean, absolutely the niche side of Counter-Strike.
Very niche.
In Mongolia, of course, we have our player of the map, and I don't think it's going to be a surprise to anybody. You've already mentioned his name, and a really, really good performance out of his role. I mean, honestly, OG could not find a way to stop this guy.
Tell you what, man, I am bloody knackered at this point in time. I am ready to go to bed, but Zeralt does not want us to go to bed. He is firing on all cylinders at the moment. He was doing incredible stuff in the server. You could see him as well getting fired up on the player cams as well. I feel like he's been the guy in the TeamSpeak, keeping the mood, the energy quite high, even after map one. You know, he's firing off those high fives like it's nobody's business. So, you know, some of us are getting a little bit sleepy, but at least it's not the guys in the server.
What's your thoughts, C-Time? I mean, for me, you know, one of the, I think more common names, as I say, for us who've done me a bit at the Asia ECL, we've seen him around for a while, but, you know, he's still a young guy, pretty unproven, Lan inexperienced to a degree as well, especially compared to OG. Impressed?
Very, very. I've seen exactly what I wanted from Zeralta, and I've seen exactly what I thought I wouldn't from Zeralta, especially after map one. Honestly, when I saw that one miss on a Duster, I was like, okay, you know what? Zeralta's not going to show up in the server. He's going to look back to this demo. He's going to be really sad about it. But the fact that he's been able to pick himself up is huge. And if he can move forward, then they have a chance. Again, I'm side of things, but they have a chance at least going into a new base. Zeralta was impeccable.
And now the feeling is, fellas, I want to get your side of things. What are we feeling heading in towards map number 3? Anubis coming through. This series is blown wide open, and, you know, with the kind of the no-show from OG, but a really big step up. Do you think this is a case of where OG, they can bounce back, they can prove their mettle on Anubis, or are we now thinking that momentum is, of course, a massive upset?
I mean, the momentum is definitely with Chinggis Warriors, but I would be absolutely shook still to see OG losing this series. Like, it would be another massive X in the book for OG if they would lose this series, and I just think they can't afford that. I really don't think you can afford that as OG. So they've got to find a way to dig deep and walk away and win this series. And yeah, there will still be some questions like, okay, you lost the map to Chinggis Warriors, you've got forced through to map 3. That's probably not acceptable in a situation like this, but at least you won the series.
Sure.
If they don't win this series, my God, I don't know what to say. So on one hand, I want to see OG win the series, but the Asia CS fan in me says,
Who cares? Let's go Chinggis Warriors. Yeah, the boys.
Let me paint a picture, okay? The picture is this.
I hope it has Chinggis
Everyone
Warriors
knows
winning.
that Heavy God is realistically 1 foot out of the door on the OG lineup unless you start stepping up big time, right? So you're going out of a match where you won a pistol round, where you won an impossible, 3 versus 5 retake as well with Heavy God's help. You had plenty of chances to come through and deliver. Now you're going out after having, what was a really up and down situation, map 1 to map 2.
Sure.
OG are not winning this Anubis based on their 5 players. They're winning this Anubis based off of Lambert and Killer Zoo. And if these guys can't get the comms together, if these guys can't get the mood together, these guys can't provide some band-aids right now, then they are going to bleed dry before they can even get to the arena.
The mood's looking good in the Chinggis Warriors camp, that much I can say. And if they can keep that momentum rolling through to map 3, who's to say it's impossible?
Well, they've painted a very good picture there, I think, the fellas. We're heading in towards the 3rd and final map. This is for all the marbles. The Step Arena on the line, but elimination on the line as well. Will OG be joining their European counterparts on the flight home, or will Chinggis Warriors, we have to say sadly goodbye to them and no Step Arena? We're going to have to find out. We're going to throw this on to break when we are back. Anubis is up next. It's one best of one to decide who is joining us in the arena on Saturday. We'll see you soon.
Ер нь баг 2 сар болох ч юм уу. Тэр хавцал байгаа хаа ер нь. Тэгээд өмнөх баг бол eruption байсан. Хин чамааг хүсэж чинь чи тэнд илүү эрэгтэй хүн байж болно. Би өөрөө ямар нэгэн газар хүсээд тэд намайг хүсэхгүй бол хэцүү. Хин намайг хүснэ би өөрөө тэндээ илүү тав тухтай байж чадна гэл. Тэгэл Chinggis Warriors орсон да. Монголын чадварлаг байгаа шалтгаан тооны одоо ингээд бодлого байгаа шүү дээ. Бодлогын хариуг зүгээр төрүүлээл бодцсон. Тэнгууд л ингээд бус одоо юу гэдэг бус багууд нь ингээд зөвөр ингээд бодлогын хариу гаргахаа явж байгаа. Тэгээ ер нь бол зөвөр яг ялгаан дэрнтэй л хэлж би бол бодсон шүү дээ. Бусд нь бодож байгаа. X-ийг олохгүй явж байгаа гэж. Нэг тиймэрхүү л. Нэг гоё баярлцаа үзүүштэй юм яг тэгэл Монголд л байна л да. Очоод одоо MES зүгээр зурагтаар хараад яг үндэ шүтэл байгаа шүү дээ. Зурагтаар хараад ваа гэл тэгэл яг үндэ тэгээ очоод тэд нар ялгаагүй тэгэл хүмүүс л байна. Тэ тэгэл адилхан л хүн тэгэл яг үндэ нэг амар тийм тод зүрмөр харахгүй байгаа шүү. Зүгээр л нэг яг нэг тухайн моментын л нөхцөл байдал л баг зүгээр. Тэр нь л асуудал баг гэж бодож байна. Nomadic Masters. Ойсаа мэдгүй энэ яг Монголын бас хүмүүсүүдийн одоо юу гэх юм том байгууллага ч юм уу те одоо e-sport сонирхдаг хүмүүс хүүхэд залуус юу гэдэг спонсор орог зөвөр сонирхдаг хүмүүс юм. Энэ юу айгуу тийм юу болох хаа. Нэг тэр хүмүүс нэг мессеж өгөх хаа гэж бод харж байгаа шүү дээ. Монголд угаасаа ийм өндөр шагналын сантай тэмцээн угаасаа байгаагүй. Ер нь бол энэ айгуу маш шинэлэг. Тэгээд нөгөө талаараа айгуу чанартай. Тэгээ бас цаад утгаараа хүмүүст амар хэм хүргэх ухаана. Энэ талаар тэр хувийн карьер ерөөсө бодож байгаагүй юм. Яг зөв шүү тэмцээн гэдэг утгаас нь л харсан. Манай буюу тэгэл ер нь бол нэг андердог гэж байгаа шүү дээ. Тэмцээний хамгийн ер нь ингээд чансаагаар ер нь жоо сүүлд хичээгдэх л ах л та. Тэр Европ багуудтай тэгэл тэр нэг Европ гэдэг үгэндээ л байгаа юм л та. Нэг тийм нэг жоохон онцгой ч юм шиг те. Жоохон нэг өөр дэлхийгээс хүрээд ирсэн юм шиг те. Европ гэл.
You on my mind a lot. Don't need no time watch. I don't know how I got you in my pocket spot. Yeah, that's babe, need you every day. You like my oxygen. Make it seem like the barging down. Got my heart no barging in. From the bed to the floor to the couch. Might wake the neighbors up. Break you in and break you out. In the end, we gon' make a child.
Copy my steel. Face the fact that ain't no cap, I'm real. No cap, I'm real. The plastic bars from I copy my steel. Plastic bars from I copy my steel.
You on my mind a lot. Don't need no time watch. I don't know how I got you in my pocket spot. Yeah, that's babe, need you every day. You like my oxygen. Make it seem like the barging down. Got my heart no barging in. From the bed to the floor to the couch. Might wake the neighbors up. Break you in and break you out. In the end, we gon' make a child.
Copy my steel. Face the fact that ain't no cap, I'm real. No cap, I'm real. The plastic bars from I copy my steel.
Yes, it's my first time in Mongolia, and my expectations were I didn't have any expectations because I never heard about the country that much, but I was for sure surprised that you have like a lot of free fields, and sometimes there is just a single house or something like this, or like wild horses as well. It's crazy. Yeah, I want to win the tournament. Yeah, I think he is adapting pretty well. He's like working a lot on a lot of stuff, but he's working at it, like he's improving in it. So I would say it's going in good direction, and we're gonna prove it probably. I would say 7 out of 10, because there is like small stuff we are missing, and also like the travel is like long and everything, so everyone is kind of a bit jet lagged and stuff. So it's like I don't remember what was the reason that we lost actually, unfortunately. But for sure we can beat them now. It's a LAN game. I think Aurora is really strong online, and they prefer to play online, I would say. So I think yeah, LAN is good like place for us. Probably the play style and how they see the game, because pretty often they like surprise with some strat they have, and overall like when the Mongols like came to the scene, also I think everyone, including me, said they have like unique play style kinda, because it's not so common to play like them. I never see them playing, unfortunately. I will see when we will do like game plan and we'll prepare for the game, then I will see it, but for now I didn't. And how confident are we? Yeah, I'm 100% sure we're gonna win the first game. So the strongest is like the Mongols, I think, from Asia, and from Europe, I think it's either us or Aurora. That we love you guys. We enjoy actually Mongolia stay, so it's nice. We hope that you will cheer for us a bit, even though we'll play against some Asian teams, and that's it.
If OG lose here, they would be tied with Game and Gladiators as the last place finishers.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? I mean, just to paint the picture, Anubis, OG was able to beat Atox on that yesterday. Looked fairly comfortable there. They've got a few wins under their belt against some reasonable opponents. I mean, you're looking at 9Z, Big Ents having dropped on this map to OG, so that's one thing. 9th round underway. Chinggis Warriors, on the other hand, well, it's not really much to write home about on this one. They've even lost to IHC, some more local domestic competition on this one. So I don't know that I'm really super confident that Chinggis Warriors can get it done here on Anubis, just having a look at that in terms of relative strength. But
let's be very frank. Chinggis Warriors should be booty blasted over here.
Yeah.
But that being said, that was also true of Ancient.
We want to cross our fingers, right? We want to have that hopium.
Yeah. And honestly, OG want to have that hopium as well. I really hope that Lambert has been able to bring this team on the same page, has been able to sort of get this team's minds and hands working, because they will need it going to Anubis.
Who's going to be the one to step up on either side? That'll be the thing. Like, I mean, obviously in the last map, Zeralt just going absolutely nuts. Had Stardust there to help him out. And there wasn't really anyone doing much on Ancient.
Zeralt had a 2.01 rating. I just found that out.
Yeah.
Well, if he can deliver even half of those numbers, that might not be enough actually. Probably
that might not.
More than that. But that being said, Chinggis Warriors will be starting things off with News to take point. News been another good hand, and you can see why. Oh my! News starting off nicely. Moto, the only one left in a 1-on-3. Bomb collected. Dualies as well. And honestly, those haven't really been the weapons. That's why he's pulled out the USB, the Asptime.
Yo. Okay, if we're going to see more of that, if that is the kind of aim that Chinggis Warriors is going to bring to bear on Anubis, then maybe there is a story still yet to tell for the Mongolian squad. The local heroes, really good composure as well for News, because Zeralt just jumped in front of him for some reason. And even still beyond that, he was able to contribute another kill. Big 3 stack as well on that A bomb site. I'm not sure if that's a read from Chinggis Warriors. They had 3 players over toward long, worked out perfectly. And off to a great start. This is going Going to start to weasel into the minds of OG, but they have forced into the round despite not getting a bomb plan down. They want to try to test their mettle once again against Chinggis Warriors. MP9's out there for Stardust. Fury gets an important opening kill to slow things down, and 2 initial opening kills for Chinggis Warriors sets the pace.
There are 4 players at this B site. OG really don't want to go out and feed the MP9s, and this world where you can maybe try and find a pick onto News, who's still chilling away in canals.
Yeah. I think Chinggis Warriors need to have a couple of good rounds under their belt here. Just send OG packing a little bit. And that'll be exactly that. Right, what the doctor ordered. FAMAS upgrade for Zerolt. Chinggis Warriors 2 in a row. 2 comfortable rounds in a row. It'll be save here as well from OG. So it should be 3 to start off on the CT side especially. That's fantastic. And what's beautiful about this as well is it going back to Dust 2, we were really saying like, okay, Chinggis Warriors just didn't show up at all in the aim department. They had the right ideas, they had the right timings, positionings, all of that was kind of working. They were getting into good spots, but they weren't hitting their shots. That turned around on Ancient, and from what we're seeing here on Anubis as well, they're still looking crispy coming into this 3rd map in the series, and you've got to start to raise your eyebrows a little bit and wonder what this means going forward for OG.
And of course, to those of you guys at home who don't know Chinggis Warriors, let me introduce you. Chinggis Warriors is currently the 5th best Mongolian team on paper before this event. That's what they were considered as. Number 1, obviously the Mongols. Number 2, Atox coming in. 3 and 4 are generally considered between the Huns, and sometimes IHC enters that conversation. Chinggis Warriors, maybe you could make an argument for them being 4th, but definitely no more than that. And let me tell you something. 4th best Mongolian team, if you look at any international conversation, well, you ask anyone on HLTV what's the 4th or 5th best Mongolian team going to do up against the 20th best European team, I can tell you what that HLTV fan would say. Guess what, guys? Welcome to Asia.
Yeah, I mean, let's not get too far ahead of ourselves just yet, but I echo your sentiment, and it's a testament to the Mongolian scene in particular, but Counter-Strike in this region in general on the improve. And it's not even just toward the top end. You know, everyone's excited about the Mongols. There's no doubt about that. And of course, you should be, right? Because they're debatably the best Asian CS team of all time at this point.
I don't think it's debatable anymore.
I mean, regardless, that's not a conversation to be had. But the point is that Mongols are looking great. It's awesome that the top end is doing well. But what's really important is the tier 2 or the tier 3 of any given region and how strong that actually ends up being. Because that's all going to filter up inevitably. You know, you look at Zerolt, he's a young guy. You think, okay, he's playing in this Chinggis Warriors team. Where's he going to be in a year? Where's he going to be in 2 years? Is he going to be in the top Mongolian team? He speaks English.
He does, very fluently, actually.
Doesn't even have to be in a Mongolian team. So,
you know what, though? I will say, the other thing to obviously keep in mind over here is we're talking about, hey, maybe Zerolt can be the top Mongolian team. We have seen organizations really come out and grow up. Chinggis Warriors, of course, any success over here, if you are able to get to the arena, find success over there, that's a lot of fans to be had. But again, getting ahead of ourselves, OG have already got a lot of fans, and honestly, they've been kind of disappointing them.
I mean, yeah, exactly. So this will be a huge, huge upset. It was a pretty big result for Atox to get the win yesterday against OG. If Chinggis Warriors also were able to do that, that means every single Asia CS team at this event will make it to the arena. Will be inside that top 6.
Yeah.
And that's not something that I would have predicted coming into the event. In fact, we had Chinggis Warriors 8, Lin Vision 7.
Yep.
There's a chance that that could be a couple of European teams, which would be quite surprising and maybe a little bit refreshing as well for those of us that are biased toward that inclination.
Who would that be?
You and me.
You're right. But again, a long road to travel, and OG are the favorites. Heavily so going into it. New Chinggis Warriors did not look comfortable on this map yesterday. Up against lead. Zerolt, meanwhile, got his little metal detector on. Beep, 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 fire.
Yeah, well, the thing is, like, they didn't look super good on this map yesterday, but they come out the gates really strong today.
And they were against Bleed, who arguably is a much better team than OG on paper.
Sure. 3-0 start would be exactly what the Doctor ordered, particularly on the CT side of Anubis.
Wow, this Doctor's really been on point so far.
Zerolt's going to get out of there with his life as well.
Not what you wanted to see if you are OG. A kill would have maybe put a Famas into grabbing distance as well, but instead now News is taking a look at what he can find. Double flanks being set up, and as they are going to be meeting in with the M4 of Fury as well. Fury will spot out the shadow. Advantage on advantage, and Stardust to close it out once again. An MP9 kill found and money made.
Big money made indeed. All right.
Now comes the test.
Yeah, exactly. The easy streets have been cleared, and now it is time to really step up to the plate.
We're off the tutorial into the main game.
Time for Chinga's Warriors to really test their mettle.
And time for OG to show us what they're made of. So far it has been stick and thread. Maybe a little bit of duct tape in there as well. But maybe the Scarecrow can still walk and talk. Its way forward. Fury taking down Keto is a great start for the Mongolian side, less so for the international representation.
Indeed, 4v5 in your first gun round when you're down 3-0. It's not a good feeling. Boost over the smoke on bridge. Not going to be spotting anything out. Chinga's Warriors not playing as forward there as they had been in the previous couple. So that is going to be OG allowed to sort of walk in. Zuckerberg opts not to throw his Molotov immediately. Buying a little bit more time with that, and he's going to take the fight to them. They've decided to go through the molly straight into Zuckerberg, who's picked up the easiest 3K of his life. Oh, dearie me, that is not how the first gun round should be going for OG at all.
Dude, that is such a smart play from Zilkenberg. The Molotov that he throws leaves a path, and listen, maybe I'm overthinking this, but because it's such a slim path, they have to peek him one by one, so when he puts himself in this off angle, we'll also see the shadow first because he's high enough. That's kind of nuts, dude.
I mean, yeah, it could be. It could actually be.
And again, maybe I'm overthinking it, but regardless, the big triple from the Zilk.
At this level of play, I don't think it's unreasonable to imagine that that might be something that he's discovered.
Fury's feeling himself. Man, Heavy God even tries to go with an eagle shot again. It's only up against the half vibe, but sure, Zorote now comes in, spraying the smoke, keeps himself in the active position, and although Moto's trying to trace him down, Zorote is still fighting back. That's an AK that can be recovered, but it won't have any bullets in it, so News would have the Stardust would have the easiest shots of his life. News, of course, is once again taking Kanal's presence, something he has consistently done and has been very unpunished thus far. Spots out a man, backs off. News is playing oh so very patiently.
Yeah, sees the second one exiting over bridge as well. A bit of info there for Chinga's Warriors.
News has a bit of an accountant look about him. And he plays like one too. He's making sure he's done all of his double entries in the little account book. He's making sure he's getting all of his statement of cash flows, checking out balance sheet is all nice and balanced. DCF is calculated, and the valuation of Chinga's Warriors seems to be going up. He is buying into those stocks.
Yeah, the Chinga's coin is rising. Stonks! Asia CS stonks on the rise, ladies and gentlemen. Get in while they're hot. I bought in 2015, so I'm feeling pretty damn good about it.
It's about time. We're like the people who bought Apple, and then Apple fell and fell and fell, and then Steve Jobs sold all of his shares, and we were like, you know what? No, we believe.
So the thing is, like, when is it my turn to retire, you know?
Don't retire now. We're just getting the
just getting good.
started.
It's just getting good. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, look, I'm feeling good about things here for Chinga's Warriors. 5-0 lead. You have got to be happy with that, but it's not over until it's over, right? Especially in a matchup like this one. OG still would say very much the favorites coming into this series. So anytime I'm watching an underdog versus a favorite, I always think you're playing really well, but you cannot afford to let this momentum slip, because as soon as that momentum slips, oftentimes, you never get it back. And this is an opportunity that Chinga's Warriors is not going to be presented often at all, if maybe even ever again. Because how often do the planets align that you even get to this event to begin with, and then get yourself into a position where you can potentially beat OG? Probably not a very frequent occurrence for a team like Chinga's Warriors.
I thought Fiku had that one for a second. Molotov doesn't go quite as deep as they would have liked it to, but the nade should be putting himself in firmly to Fiku's hands. Actually, Fiku still dodges out most of the damage there as well. Zuckerberg's rotation in will also be guarded off by the smoke to B main. Smokes exchanged on the B side. This is still going to be a B lead. At least as long as Heavy God isn't able to find anything, Stardust expecting every play that they could possibly make. OG being read into at every minute.
Smokes across the rest of the map is keeping OG at bay over there, and Fiku, oh dear, he goes down to Fury, who is really on one. You've seen him with a couple of early round E-box peaks. Now he's pushed out through B main. Fury is feeling confident. He's going to keep on pushing forward as well. He might just find the bomb.
He's not turning around for it. Oh no. At least avenged eventually. Fury taken down, but again, 45 seconds, and OGs really don't have too much space to go.
Yeah, it's going to take them a long time to clear these angles as well, because the thinking would be, if Fury was here, would there have been somebody else pushing with him? Maybe. They're going to have to take their time clearing out B main, and by the time they actually get to the point of pushing into the site, either of these sites, there's not going to be much time on the clock. They're going to have to start hot-footing it somewhere.
Surely they start to expect news at this point, but it's such a hard angle to actually get this one. Oh, the legs will show, and Keto will be gone. News gets the one kill he needed, and now it's going to be a quick foot back towards the A side. Stardust looks to meet Heavy God. The call's been made. He's not coming in towards this B bomb site, and now Stardust with a flash to try and delay spots him out as well. Only needs to wait for the bomb to be planted. Heavy God, even if he moves off and gets the kill, it would not have mattered.
Yep, perfect. Perfect play.
News has been impeccable. He's literally at the bottom of the scoreboard right now, but he has been impeccable.
Yeah, it doesn't even really necessarily need to get a kill there. As long as he delays long enough, gets the info for his team, it's going to get the job done. Well done from Stardust as well, anticipating that boost up over the smoke. Chingus Warriors are not putting a foot wrong. 6-0 the lead, and the further this blows out, the worse it's going to be for the mental of OG. You know, when you're down 3-0 after having lost the pistol, you say, bad luck, fellas, not the end of the world. First gun round, we'll get him. You lose the first gun round, don't worry about it. It's just one gun round. We'll get him in the second gun round. Well, now that's 2 gun rounds. This is going to be another attempt at it with a AK in the mix for Heavy God and a faster play in toward the B bomb site. Chingus Warriors really don't want to be letting this one slip. They've got the control of the map, and they continue to hold on to it. Stardust looking sublime there. Heavy God, though, through the smoke as it dissipates, gets himself the kill onto Zeralt. There's still an argument to be made that maybe OG can swindle something out of this one. That said, though, Stardust is not interested, and that is very quickly now a 7-0 lead for the Chingus Warriors. Where, oh where has this come from?
OG aren't even bunching their desks right now. They're not visibly tilting. They're not having any emotions at all. This is a team that has broken down. And you know what? All credit to Chingus Warriors. They're the ones holding their pieces in the hand and juggling away with the corpses of OG.
Every single round is a nail in the coffin of OG. If this wasn't a dead team already after this event, maybe it will be. Chingus Warriors just continuing to drive that stake deeper and deeper into OG. And they are not letting control of this slip at all.
Second tactical for OG being called. And again, Lambert, if there's any time to come through with any magic wondrous strat, this would be it.
Well, maybe we all underestimated Chingus Warriors.
Maybe we all overestimated OG.
I'm not sure that that's true. But another bite of the cherry for OG. This is their 3rd gun round. We didn't get him in the first, guys. Didn't get him in the second, but we can get him in the 3rd. 3rd time's lucky. If that proves to be an untrue statement, well, I'm afraid we might be done and dusted pretty quick tonight then.
Could be 3rd map's lucky for Chingus. It's a problem as well. And now with the double defensive setup, the initial off shot from Zulkenberg, Nade's not going to find anything, but OG have been forced off. This 3-man setup on the A side would have been deadly to go into. And look at News, look at News,
exactly.
Look at News!
The confidence from Chingus Warriors to just repush straight away back into A long. They recognize there's nothing happening there.
But the problem is they might have spent too much time. Hey, Stardust has to be called upon again with Fury, who have both been menaces. Don't get me wrong, but 50 seconds left on the clock. Problem is, OG don't have Molotovs to actually force them out of these positions.
And Chingus don't actually have any mid-control either, so the rotations are going to be quite tough for these A players. They have the early info that it's going to be B, but it's going to take their time.
Oh my god, the smoke is too deep as well. Fury's going to have a perfect crossfire being set up. Stardust now strikes in as well. Fury has been traded, so has Stardust, but at the same time, actually it's News in the back lines that goes down. Zeralt is the one to get in the trades. Moto's not ready! Moto can't get the shot, and now Zeralt only needs to stay alive. Fiku's gone, and Moto cannot breathe. Moto cannot move. Moto cannot do anything. in this situation.
He might have to push through that smoke to try to take the challenge to Zerolta, but it doesn't seem like a very good idea. Hot flashing himself through, easy as you like for Zerolta, even though he gets fully caught by the flash. That is now an 8th for Chinggis Warriors. You could not write a better script for Mongolian Counter-Strike right now, as they are putting OG in the ground. And this would be the third team, the third local team, to book their ticket into the Step Arena on Saturday, much to the bemusement, I would say, of the local fans. They'll be loving it.
Asian CS, they said. Level 10 Face It Pugs, they said. My matchmaking is better than this, they said. HLTV, watch and be amazed. Now News again starting off, and he's just not being checked. 2 kills found for free, and now the Tech 9 start to gun it back. Sure, and M4 picked up as well, but Zerolta is going to pick up the baton and keep this rally going.
Yeah, it's just too easy at the moment for Chinggis Warriors, isn't it? It seems like everything they touch turns to gold, and those screams are becoming more and more frequent.
And the silence from OG more and more deafening.
Mm-hmm. Painful looks on those faces as well, aren't there? I'm very surprised at what we're witnessing, but maybe I shouldn't be.
You should be. You should definitely be surprised. 9-0. Not even anyone in the wildest of their imaginations could have said this.
This is obscene. Obscene, really. OG. They need to find a way to turn it around, but I just don't know that they have given themselves that opportunity. Now down a 9-0 deficit, this would be something unseemly to bring back, particularly given it's a CT side from Chinggis Warriors as well. And again, News, he's just getting away with so much. The aggression and decisiveness that the Chinggis Warriors are playing with is rewarding them so beautifully on every side of the map.
This is one of those rare games where nothing goes wrong, nothing at all. Even Fiku popping the smoke, Stardust just takes him down. Flash has been dodged, but Nexius gets the kill nonetheless. 2 versus 2, this has been the best chance that OG has had forever. Look at those 1xbet odds. 8.5 now for OG. At one point that was the case for Chinggis.
Yeah.
And while the bomb's being punched in, it might not even be planted. News has found it again.
Another nail in the coffin for OG. It's another cherry on top. One man's trash is another man's treasure. And Chinggis Warriors, they have a lot of treasure to play with at the moment. Moto, though.
This is where News just pushes forward again. News has been impeccable. I don't even know what to say. He's been making headlines every round. 10-0, Jordan, 10-0!
Yeah, I don't have any more words for this one. I really do have to wonder. I don't know if I want to say it, because usually it curses it, but are we on for a 13-0?
Brother, Chinggis Warriors is the 120th ranked team in the world.
You might as well not be ranked at that point. And again, you know, we talked about it for ATOX, like they haven't had the opportunity to play against international competition. Well, buddy, Chinggis Warriors, who's even heard of these guys before this event?
I literally think I might be the only person.
Like 9 out of 10 Counter-Strike fans would never have heard of Chinggis Warriors.
999 out of 1,000 wouldn't have.
Probably, unless they were from Mongolia. If you're from Mongolia, maybe, but...
The only reason why I know them is because I played them in ESA Open.
Yeah.
It's the only reason.
These guys aren't even in, like, ESL Challenge.
They're not.
So, they're not even playing in the Asia competitions, really. They're playing in the Mongolia competitions, the Mongolia-only competitions.
Well, right now, Keto's playing in that one, too, and... I say Mongolia only because that's the only side that's been doing anything. Here, Stardust now waiting for the push to come in. They're trying to pre-fire, but there's nothing to pre-fire at. Everyone falling. OG's getting nothing. 11 is destined.
I think 13 is destined at this point for Chinggis Warriors. Let's forget about 11. Let's forget about 12. This has been a complete capitulation for OG. And this will be a map that is going to be talked about throughout the Counter-Strike world, I know, because everybody loves to jump on the OG bandwagon, and this is further fuel to the fire. I just can't wait to hear what people are going to say about this. There's going
the news is just on it.
There's going to be so many people who are like, who the bloody hell are Chinggis Warriors? That's going to be the conversation.
People are about to find out
The
Saturday
people-
and Sunday.
The people are, well, they're finding out right now. Goodness me, OG. I mean, this is getting embarrassing for them now. I can't wait to see the Reddit thread after this.
I can't either. Meanwhile, Fury. Oh, nade as well on the moto. Not exactly how you want, but listen, honestly, nothing is how you want it, to be fair. There is one goal left for Chingaze. It is a 13-0.
Oh, yes. At this point, you've got to be looking at that scoreline and thinking, we could actually do this. That's maybe a little bit too deep. But maybe it doesn't matter. The thing is, like, Stardust, he's just... Oh, he's going to go again, is he?
Oh, he might even find this one, but no, he's put it off away. Can't get the adjustment. Fiku punishes now into the side. He goes. Fiku spots out another Fury trying to delay. Great Molotov funnels them in, and from beyond the grave, he will find a kill. Heavy God as well. Gets another again. Back to the 2v2. OG looking to break that curse, and News looking to make his way through the smoke. Will Keto be distracted soon? They're waiting for the bomb to be planted. That'll be the point that News will like to make a move, but at the same time, Keto, how long are you going to look at the smoke? He knows News likes to go for these plays, but very often News has also actually wrapped around from B main instead. News goes into canals. Keto might have actually heard that step into the water. Not audible is still very much there. Who peeks first? Zilkenberg knows, but the problem is he has to go ahead and make a move. And now with the Molotov in at Keto's feet, he's going to be blocked away as well. Zilkenberg has another incendiary. No, it's actually a smoke going into it. And now with the scope in as well, he's just going to stick it. He's just going to stick it. It's 12 for Chingaze. 1 round to go before the destruction of OG.
Oh, my word. You could not think of a worse way to lose the last round of the half and go down 12-0. OG, I mean, I think the face says it all. You really have to be thinking, man, just absolutely nothing is going right here for us. We couldn't buy a round. If we had all the money in the world, we could not buy a round. OG, what has happened? Where have you gone? They're in the depths of their own minds right now. You can see no conversation happening at all. And my God, is this the final nail in the coffin, not just for this series, but for this team?
I don't even know what you say in this break.
Тарагдахгүй байна. Бэгийн орд нэг толцоо бэрөө. Боогоос гайс артаа. Хоёр сайт. Үгүй би нэг. Баатасаа бааваа өрнө гоошоо бэ. Баатас ирж байгаа. Тагтааш нь ирж байгаа. Бэг нь улаан шүү. Контактор өрнө таараа. Баатас лайрах баха. Арчоо. Араа автаад байна за. Тэс шүү. Бомб төрлөг утцсан шүү. Хүлээсэж. Би мэг наардлаа. Яа хүлээж байгаа шүү бэ? Агтаа хоёулаа киттэй 2 утаатай галтай. Мэг наар. Уна хөрөө галж ш. Сараа. Флаш ойлголоо байж байгаарай. Хөрөө. Галтуулсан маа. Тэгвэл ахалтай.
No words from OG. Nothing can recover your mental after that. They know this game is gone. All they can hope is for some honor. What little can be found. Chingaze Warriors, however, they've been getting honor after honor, and right now they really just want that one last medal on their uniforms. 12-0, looking for 13. Stardust leads the charge. An influential figure so far in this series, and he wants to be Last border call over here. Heavy guard traded away. Nexus as well gets himself one. Fiku involved two in the process of it all. Stardust again. He's gotten himself a double. We're 2 away from the ultimate death. But it's going to be the flank that you have to keep an eye out for. Nexus coming in from behind. Stardust now taken down. Fury trades away. And remember, they know where Nexus was coming from, so you can go back towards that B side and make it quick. But maybe Nexus can be quicker, but he's rethinking it. He's rejigging it. He's so unsure. Every decision he's made so far has been wrong. Could this be the right one? No. I'm sorry to break it to you, Nexus. It's not.
Oh, dearie me. This is very much a 13-0 in the making now, isn't it? Everything playing into the hands of Fury. He's got that post plan. It's a 1v1. Nexus has got no idea where he is. Has to make so much noise. No defuse kit available. Yes, he's got a flash, but Fury, well, away, and he can have a quick look at that bomb. He's noticed that the defuse is not happening, and Nexus still has absolutely no idea where Fury is. Time of the essence now. The swing, the tap. It's not quite a tap. It's going to have to be a stick, and Fury knows he doesn't probably have to take the whole peak, but still the time is there for the defuse, only just. Or not. He's got no option but to hold on. OG, is it the 13-0? Not quite. 12-1. And they just stave off the ultimate embarrassment.
The fact that you were 0.1 seconds away from being 13-0 by Tringus Warriors is still pretty embarrassing, though.
Yeah.
Man. I don't know, dude. Listen, they get the round. They get the round. Now, what's there left to play for? This would be the greatest comeback in Euro versus Asian CS history if they did come through. Nexus takes down news over here. The only comparison, there's only one comparison that I can think of, and it's quite recent actually. ESL Pro League Octafinals, Mongols versus Virtus Pro. That is the only other point where I believe it was an 11-3, ended up being a 13-11, but even that's obviously a far cry from bringing it back from 12-0.
Yeah. I'm so disappointed it's not a 13-0, just for the story of it.
0.1 seconds.
Ah, well, it's fine.
It's okay.
Chingus Warriors have to be kind of saying to themselves, like, you know what, like, let's not, you know, just get too far ahead of ourselves here. Like, we've got to make sure that we actually do still close this out, because, yeah, it would be pretty embarrassing to lose 13-0, but I tell you what would be really, really embarrassing is to go up 12-0 and then still lose the series. So let's just make sure that doesn't happen. I don't think OG are in any particular position to make that a reality at the moment, but Chingus Warriors, just make sure they cross the T, dot the I, and finish off the sentence. Death sentence for OG.
The warrant's been signed. The Counter-Strike police is looking for them right now, but can OG evade capture long enough to make a show of it? 10 more rounds to go. One of them should be easy at least. This one right here. Anti-Eco, but anti-Eagles, and they did lose one of these before in Ancient. Stardust was the man to deliver. Admittedly, that was on Season's side, a little bit easier to line up those weak shots.
Yeah, we might have to, you know, have that little bit of a calm before the storm, or we're in the eye of the storm right now, I feel. You know, it's been chaos, it's been craziness, and now we're kind of in that holding pattern, waiting for Chingus Warriors to get their first gun round. See how long this half is actually going to go. Not really expecting Chingus Warriors to get it done with the Eagle Bite. That is a very nice nade. Stardust eating that one. Might be time for a late night snack, actually. Here in Mongolia.
Obviously forcing Nexus and company forward as well. Rather, Stardust and company forward as well. And yeah, 3 on the board for OG. Do it cleanly, not really losing anyone so far. Doesn't look like they should need to. Nexus is quite healthy. Once you're all taken down, Fiku can get involved as well.
Fair enough. Okay. Job has only just begun for OG, really. This will be the first test of many. Round to be brought to bear upon them. Wonder what Chinggis Warriors have got cooking up in the lab here.
Not going to be pulling out the AWP, of course. Listen, at the end of the day, one good round, that's all it takes. If you've got anything in the bag, do not save it. Do not try to think, oh, well, you know, maybe we want to have this in the arena. We don't want people to download our demos. No. That's not what we're about here. We're about closing things down and doing it cleanly. There will be the op on Moto to try and put up a show at least, so he will have his favorite weapon. OG will have that and will have no excuses should they lose over here. Admittedly, excuses would be pretty limited regardless.
Yeah, standard start of a setup from Chinggis Warriors. Nothing too crazy being brought to bear upon OG just yet. He knows this angle from the other side. How well does he know it now on T? Apparently not well enough, yeah. Modo to start the account for OG. Thing is, like, I don't even know if I can say OG are restoring any pride or salvaging anything if they pull this back to, you know, a few more rounds. Like, if they get it to 12-7, 12-8, something like that, it's like, end of the day, you still lose.
Do you?
If one round goes over to Chinggis Warriors, so...
But do you lose? That's the question for OG.
Well...
If there's ever a chance for Keto to prove himself as an IGL, this would be it.
Heavy God going to be getting up to much the same trickery as what News was doing, pushing out very long into canals, and he'll catch Zeralt.
I thought Zeralt was trying to watch out for that exact angle, but Fury's the one who actually finds the kill onto Heavy God. Nexus now trying to defend things up. 30 seconds on the clock. The nade is perfect. Fiku finds the perfect spray as well. And meanwhile, the return fire from Zulkenberg is still mostly muddying up the walls rather than the players. And second player into canals might not be expected, but at least the bomb digits can be punched in. Keto should pick this one up on the fade away, but can't put it all together. Repeat likely going to be coming in here, and Zulkenberg actually gets the frag. Fury taken down. Zulkenberg is on 1 HP. Surely not. Surely not. Zulkenberg really just needs one more kill here. And honestly, OG, the fact that it gets down to 2 is kind of telling a tale.
I was starting to wonder if we're going to see a little bit of a vintage Zulkenberg moment right there. The 1 HP wonder. Not to be this time around, but some tense times for OG nonetheless. One more round in the books. It's going to be their 4th. It's not much to get too excited about at all for OG, so they're going to just have to take it one round at a time, and you can see that that is pretty much how they're taking it. You know, a few customary fist bumps, but it's more of a formality at this point for them. They're not actually excited about any of these rounds yet.
Hard to be.
No, for sure. Another little bit of a party mix getting thrown in by Chinggis Warriors, and might be a little bit more of a party tile round as they're all going to try and go quickly over the bridge.
Also to force Keto off as well. Zeralt's going to be trying to smoke things off and just keep it up close and personal with the Tech 9s. The question though is, what is Heavy God going to be doing? The A-side hit that is being planned. They can reset and move back, but that would be leaving a lot of space for OG to try and make a play. Moto, smoke has been naded, and that could be their cue to start making a move, but they are going to be moving into 3. This would be the kind of time to start moving back, but Heavy God is moving forward. He's taking the elevated angle, has to be careful, a lot to deal with. News. They can down Moto, leg shot hit. Now the duelie's pulled out, but he's got a lot more than just the one player to deal with, and Moto's good for 1. Make it Nexius to pick up the second. Things get spicy, but OG have been hitting the probiotics.
Nope.
They'll be fine.
Yeah. Zeralt still sort of floating around in Temple. Maybe he can get up to some kind of funny business. Difficult to get the bomb plant down, but Nexius actually allowed the cross, so there's a bomb plant there for Chinggis Warriors. It gives them a bit of an advantage into the next round. Extra cash. There's Zeralt for 1 with the Tech 9. It's still a ways to go before this one gets doable.
Moto's just taking the shot forward with the dualies, and he's going to be taken down for
No
3.
way.
Zulkenberg gets 2, Zulkenberg gets 3! Not like this! Chinggis Warriors find 13! OG crumble! We will have 4 Asian teams in the Steppe Arena!
өнгөө. Бэгээ бүр оруулсан байна. Өрөөнөөс болгоомж би пастер нь сети бас гэж болно ш. Бас арчаа болох. Сетигээс л оруулсан юм шүү.
Агуу.
Хоёр сети. Хоёрт шүү би пастер хүн алхаж үзлээ. Пас нэг дахиад нэг улаан. Дахиад миний улаан ба. Өдөг хоёр. Сети гэж байна. Миний улаан амьд. Сайт.
I am here with Zeralt from the Chinggis Warriors after the 2-1 victory over OG. Absolutely incredible stuff on that last map. First of all, how are you feeling?
Obviously the feelings are at all-time high now, like defeating in the Europe tier 2 teams, like it's amazing.
So how is it, playing against this team? They're so close. That second map especially, very, very high octane. It felt like, cheering going across from both teams. What does that do for you in this kind of environment that, you might be a bit familiar with, but maybe not against a team like OG?
Probably in the first map, it's us like having a slow start rather than them having a good game. And then we're getting to our game level in the map too, So yeah, we just played our own game.
Yeah, and talk me through Anubis, man. Like nearly the 30-0, not quite. It's always difficult to get them over the line, but a really, really solid game from you. I guess the big question is, where does that come from? Is that what you were expecting on map 3?
Honestly, yeah. I mean, we kind of did like not as like one-sided as this, but I think we thought like we can have a good game on Anubis. Like it's one of our most comfortable maps. Yeah.
Yeah, so Vito working out pretty well for you, I think it is safe to say. Now you move forwards into the arena, of course, still a bit of work to do, still a bit of a run back. Not 100% sure what sort of time you're going to be playing and everything, but it will be on Saturday, that super, super busy day. Lots of games going on, all the fans will be in. What are your feelings? What are your thoughts going into that? Is it, again, another day at the office, or is a game like this really boosted your confidence to maybe make it through to that grand final?
Yeah, I think we are like trying to make it as deep as possible in the tournament, and then it's just amazing to fulfill my promise, like my own promise to my families and friends to make it to the arena.
Yeah, man. All right, so final thing here. I'll let you take the mic on the English broadcast here. Any words for the fans?
Yeah, thank you for cheering us and continue to cheer us in the future also. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And back to the boys on the desk.
The rank number 120 team, Chinggis Warriors, have just upset a side who are just outside of the top 30 OG. They were touted to be a lock-in, a shoe-in, a guarantee to be in the Step Arena, and they're now on the first flight home from Mongolia. And it's Chinggis Warriors who get to play on Saturday in front of the home crowd. Fellas, what a series. What a map. And let's just start with the blunt one. 12-0 first half. What have I just witnessed?
Man, it should have been a 13-0, to be quite honest with you. I think that 1v1 was very winnable, and it really came down to the wire. All I'll have to say, though, is the way that they did end up losing that map, a 2v5 against Tech 9s. Brother, what was that?
I think you could say that for the entire map, to be honest, for
True.
OG. Bit of brother going on all across of it. But I will also have to ask a straightforward question, which is that, is Asia not just the best? Isn't it just the
This is why I enjoy Asian
Let's
Counter-Strike.
go. We've been in this for so long now. Yeah, we knew this was coming.
Hey, and now this opens up big question marks, right? Is this now the rise of Asian Counter-Strike? We spoke about it on the podcast, right?
Mate.
Now we've got all 4 teams going to the arena, and the two of the bigger names in European Counter-Strike as well. The furthest reaching Danish team at the Danish major, OG, a side who were lock-ins for tier 1 events for a while due to their partner slots, now not making it on the first flight home. It's crazy. But take a look at the scoreboard.
Yeah.
Let's just get a bigger picture here off the back of what was an insane game. We saw a little bit out of Heavy God, in all fairness, but across the board, there was no weaknesses over towards Chinggis Warriors.
No, certainly not. I mean, look, as far as whether it's the rise for Asia CS or not, I mean, the thing is, I think contextually you have to look at this and say this isn't like a tier 1 Asia CS team or even a tier 2 Asia CS team. Like this Chinggis Warriors team, we have to reiterate, they don't even play in ESL Challenger League. So
yeah,
if you're really taking like the top 16 teams within the region into account, maybe Chingus Warriors actually do sort of slide in there, but to be honest with you, they're definitely not one of the teams that we'd expect to be doing a whole lot of damage on an international stage. So it is the rise of Asian CS just in terms of the base level, which is kind of good to see. It's nice that, finally we have something to get excited about beyond a team like the Mongols.
Just to add to your point about, ESL Challenge League, they've got a playoff game tomorrow. The first round of the playoffs in the ESL Challenge Open is tomorrow for them. So
there you go.
I'm sure they're feeling pretty good. I mean, T-Time, man, we saw that across the board. I mean, yeah, even the 12th, but let's even look into towards the second half as well. So many chances where they could have closed it much earlier. I mean, what a series.
I'd rather not look at the second half, I'll be honest, because there's really nothing to see over there. This was a team that already knew they'd won. OG was a team that already knew they'd lost. No matter what happened, no matter what rounds they got, OG was out of the door the second we hit 10-0. Let's be realistic, right? So let's take a look at things overall, though. And again, overall, at the Asian side of things, Jordan is right. Chingus Warriors don't even in the ESL Challenger League. But at the same time, OG, Game and Gladiators, I want to zoom out a bit to the event overall. OG and Game and Gladiators are the kinds of teams that are making their way to large events. They're getting invited to these online events in Europe with like $500,000 on the line. They're getting invited to these tournaments with $100,000, $150,000 on the line. Mate, we just had a team that's not even in ESL Challenger League beat OG. We just had a Lin Vision who are playing with Flying, with an Oppa who has an opt in like a year now, beat Game and Gladiators as well. What more do you want from us? What more can we give to show you that we are here to stay and we are here to bang you out?
Exactly. We have a player of the match off the back of that one. We like to play a little gimmick of guessing who it is. What are we feeling, boys?
Stardust.
Or Zerolt would be my guess for the series. Is it the player of the series? I'm going to go Zerolt.
No, it's Stardust. It has to be Stardust. Stardust didn't have the best of performances in the first map, Dust too, but what he was able to deliver on both Ancient and on Anubis was absolutely fantastic. And listen, the thing is, you had a real supportive cast with him. You didn't have Zilkenberg popping up. This was not the bleed show on Mirage where Zilkenberg was the only guy coming into it. Zilkenberg actually had a pretty poor series overall. Despite their Opper not being entirely present, you still see that you have three different riflers on different maps. News, Zerolt, and of course Stardust stepping up to the playing field in a big way.
And when you think about it, doesn't that really give them a bit of hope? And when we look at it and saying it's not a one-man show, we were a little bit worried off the back of their first game, thinking, do they need Zilkenberg to get 30 kills a map for them to even be competitive? And now we can sit here off the back of their series and say no, because they've got so many different outlets. If he doesn't show up, Zerolt will show up. If Zerolt doesn't show up, Stardust will show up. And now we have a bit of belief in us.
Brother, I don't even know if Zilkenberg got 30 kills across a series over there, and they still smoked OG.
Sure, yeah. I think it actually does lend a little bit more credence to that bleed result where, coming into today, we probably would have gone, that was an overperformance. Zilkenberg, he had a really good map. They brought it close, but we don't really expect much from Chingus Warriors. But the fact that now we've seen that, and on top of that, they've beaten OG. They had two good maps here today. They really show that they, do have some level that they can actually hit here. So
it's true.
I don't know. I still think I would probably be predicting against them for the majority of this tournament. I have to have a look at the bracket and who they're exactly playing. But it's not as if it was like just a one-off, one-hit wonder, one map wonder sort of fluke type situation for Chingus Warriors, which is kind of nice to see.
And it's not even just a momentum thing, right? It's not even like they just steamrolling through. Dust 2 was abysmal from them. They really were missing everything. They really had to go back and have a conversation. They really had to reset their minds and aim. That's really hard to do when you know you're supposed to lose, when everyone's predicting that you're going to lose. Sure, from the Mongolian talent, I can tell you right now, they didn't believe their predictions. They did not believe their predictions. And you know what? They might not be believing their eyes with the result that we just gotten.
We have a little head-to-head as well off the back of that one. We had a couple, one from each side they want to take a look at. I mean, realistically, it does paint a bit of a bleak picture when we look at OG, because there was
head-to-head, Jordan.
Head-to-head. There's the head-to-head. These two wonderful gentlemen that just brought you that one. But here we go. Heavy God versus Stardust. Stardust was so damn impressive for us across that series. Heavy God had his moments, in all fairness, and he was called upon quite a lot, and especially in that, last map did step up when he was. But overall, what a performance from Stardust.
I mean, was it to the level that we would expect or that we would want or hope, I guess, from Heavy God? Like,
true.
Yeah, he was the top performer for OG, but it wasn't like a standout performance in the sense that it was carrying them over the line, not even close to it.
Heavy God Heavy God didn't have his moments. I'm sorry, he didn't. He had his rounds, sure, but you know who had his moments? Moto. Moto's moments are what win them Dust 2. It's not Heavy God who gives them that map. It's not Heavy God who gives them Ancient. Heavy God gives them a few chances, sure, but at no point in this entire tournament have I looked at Heavy God and said, wow, that's a duel that you can guaranteed win. Wow, that's a multi-kill sitting in the back pocket for you right there. Heavy God has not been the guy for OG here.
There's one guy for me who I want to give a lot of credit to, and it's Stormrage over towards Chingus Warriors.
Yeah.
I think the job he had to do off the back of map 1 to mentally turn this side around, I think is so damn impressive. And then when we saw in maps 2, when they started getting going, there was no better hype man than him, right? And I think having a person like that behind you with a bit of experience and a bit of leadership quality that really can help what is actually quite a young crew, right? Bar Zuckerberg, of course.
Yep.
I have a lot of credit for him. He was so important.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, we were watching, obviously, the player cams for both of the second 2 maps, and you could really tell that Chinggis Warriors were still having a lot of fun, even after kind of getting decimated on map 1. I think, obviously, Stormrage and also Zeralt was the other one that I would sort of mention in that. He was receiving the initial high five. I can remember it was like high five from behind from Stormrage, and then it would be Zeralt, fucking bam, straight down. Off you go, down the line, and off we go to a victory, 2-1 over OG. So spirits were high for Chinggis Warriors. I think they're a team that's just happy to be here, really excited to be getting the opportunity to play, and they didn't really have anything to lose, and they play with confidence. They play their own gameplay, game style, and they made it work. And OG, well, yeah, they had everything to lose, and I think that got in their head a little bit.
And again, I'm going to be the villain over here, Neo. I'm going to turn that question around and say, where's the leadership on OG? Keto, buddy, you're the IGL. You're clearly not getting the calls out. You're clearly not getting the mental resets out. You know what? I'm not only going to point fingers at him because it's hard to get a reset. That's where I need the coach. Lambert is an unproven coach that OG is really taking a chance on. OG's really started to believe in Lambert. This is a big sign of faith to bring someone in who, frankly speaking, has not had the most successful Counter-Strike career either. And admittedly, some of it is down to the era, some of it is down to COVID and everything that did come through. But at the same time, this is a big chance. This was the kind of situation where you've been beaten in Ancient, you come back, you give everyone a little bit of pep talk, you tell them what's going wrong over here, and unfortunately, you just went to a 12-0.
And just think about the context of what we were selling at this event for OG. We were saying this is an opportunity for them to actually start to kind of get the ball rolling again, because this was an event where they should have been able to make the top 4, make the grand final, potentially win the grand final. And instead of that, instead of having all the positives of maybe winning a sort of smaller scale event, they've actually got all the negatives of going out first in a small scale event, and that 100%. Is even worse.
And I'm going to, sorry to hog the mic for a little bit more from you now. I know you probably have some words about this as well, but here's the other thing to also keep in mind, right? For OG, the rumors are out there. The rumors about what's going to be happening with Heavy God is out there. This was their chance to sell themselves to every single player as a potential destination. You know what? If you perform well at this tournament, if you maybe take a BO3 off of someone like a Bleed, maybe maybe even a Mongols, it would be plausible if you're having a good series, if you're having a superstar like Heavy God. You know what? You could be the next man to join OG. Guess what everyone's going to be saying after this series? Guess what everyone's going to be saying after that?
My word starts with an F.
You see those Reddit comments that start to scroll down. Yeah. I know what they're saying. Yeah. They're not saying pretty things.
They're not saying I'm excited to join this team.
No, not at all. Let's take a look at the bracket and see how that has affected things as we now look towards the Stepper Arena. Every other match from now on will be played in front of a live crowd here in Ulaanbaatar, Mongolia. You do not want to miss this. We've got Aurora taking on Chinggis Warriors, which is going to be a pretty tough game, it has to be said, for maybe both sides as well, because Aurora haven't exactly looked like themselves. We've got Atox taking on Linvision, which is a great little Asian Counter-Strike derby, which we're all for. And then that upper bracket final, the Mongols taking on Bleed. Number 1 versus number 2 in our eyes. Fellas, how are we feeling? It's not bottom to top. How are we feeling?
Yeah, quite a few tantalizing prospects. I've still got, obviously, Mongols 1. I think they do get the better of Bleed. I think they've looked better at this event so far as well. Obviously on home ground territory as well. I'll give them the benefit of the doubt there. For me, Aurora probably have the easiest of the runs through the lower bracket. I think Chinggis Warriors, look, they had a pretty outstanding performance today against OG, but I'm not sure they're going to get away with a win against Aurora personally. So the only question mark really is Atox versus Linvision. And I'm not really sure which way I'd be leaning on that one.
That's actually my series to watch as well, because at the end of the day, this is such an old school matchup for Asian Counter-Strike as well, because Atox has been thwarted by Linvision at every single point. Now we're looking at a slightly weakened Linvision, now we're looking at a home crowd as well. Atox has a chance to make this happen. This is such a cool narrative overall, because it's the matchup that has evaded them every single time, and now we're on home soil. Now they're kicking in form. You know, they had a great series versus Bleed earlier on as well. Yeah, I'm really excited about that lower bracket matchup, maybe even more than Mongols versus Bleed, to be honest.
We're already, our post groups, we're kind of halfway through the event now, and I'm just kind of looking at the board behind us of our predictions. And fellas, how are we feeling at the end of that? Number 1 and 2 for us were pretty good. Mongols and
Bleed.
Good. We were feeling pretty decent there. Then we go to OG, who I put 4th. Not feeling too pretty about that one anymore. You guys went 6th, 5th, 6th, okay, across the board. So that feels all right, but okay, let's just say post-group stages now going to arena. How are we feeling with the board? How right, how wrong?
I'm feeling okay about my top 4 because I have Mongols, Aurora, Bleed, and Atox in the top 4.
Sure.
Which is looking like it may actually end up eventuating. That really comes down to whether or not Atox can beat Lin Vision. If they can do that, then my top 4 at least is looking good. But my bottom 4 is kind of cooked. So
T,
can't win them all.
1 to 3, I still feel like I'm pretty confident about that. But the fact that Chinga's Warriors and Lin Vision are the ones who beat out Game and Gladiators and OG,
But who could really have predicted that? Like that is a ridiculous assumption to say. Like
you're telling any of us to actually, like, let's say seriously put our money where our mouth is, right, and actually, put like
no way.
a grand on it. None of us are doing that, right? There's no two ways about it.
No way.
Listen, even if you ask the mothers of these players who have done that, they're not putting a grand on it, okay? Also, mostly because that's unethical. And
True.
the mothers are always ethical, but if there were not so much, they'd still wouldn't do it.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy. This is what we love Counter-Strike for, right, fellas? This is what it's all about. But that will more or less summarize everything, right? We are completed here for the studio section of the MESA Nomadic Masters. We still have 2 more days of beautiful Counter-Strike action. We have 4 best of 3s on Saturday in the Stepper Arena, which is all to play for. And then, of course, on that Sunday, let's say Super Sunday as they call it, we have 1 best of 3 in the lower bracket final and a best of 5 to decide who is taking the lion's share of 100,000. You do not want to miss it. If you are here in Ulaanbaatar, Mongolia, or anywhere in the region, come and join us. Get your tickets. You can find them online and somewhere on MESA's socials and all of the rest. We want to see you there in the arena. It's going to be a great time. But from us here on the English broadcast, it's been a pleasure. We'll see you all in a couple of days on Saturday. And for now, peace out.
Red Bull gives you wings.
You on my mind a lot, don't need no time watch. I don't know how I got you in my pocket spot. Yeah, that's babe, need you every day. You like my oxygen, make it seem like the barging down. Got my heart no barging in, from the bed to the floor to the couch. Might wake the neighbors up, break you in then break you out. In the end we gon' make a child.
Copy my steel, face the fact that ain't no cap, I'm real. No cap, I'm real. The plastic bars from I copy my steel. Plastic bars from I copy my steel.